She has returned again, the repository of a mind. Qiao Lan has been reborn once more. On the Tianjiao continent, in the eastern wilderness domain, lies the Qingxian sect. Qiao Lan, your innate talent is rather mediocre. Given your severe injuries from this mission, which have compromised your foundation, it would be wise to bestow the sixth turn Qingli. And upon your junior sister, she possesses exceptional talent, and consuming the sixth turn Qinglian would undoubtedly elevate her aptitude to new heights. Thus, your suffering would not be in vain, and it would be a modest contribution to our sect. Xiaolu, what are your thoughts? Familiar scenes, familiar faces, the same events replayed. In the past, she had been reluctant to relinquish the sixth turn Qinglian, only to have it forcibly taken by her senior brother Qiyu and her revered master, Qinglan. The consequence was her tragic demise, with her meridian shattered. Upon awakening in a place named Blue Star, she discovered a book titled The Enchanting Prodigy, the beloved junior sister. The plot within mirrored her previous life with uncanny precision. No wonder her master and senior brothers showered such affection upon Zhou Chuiwei. It turned out she was the protagonist of the story. The sixth turn Qinglian, which she cherished more than life itself, was unceremoniously given to Zhou Chuiwei, transforming the junior sister with mid-grade spiritual roots into a Jenny. Us with heavenly spiritual roots. Given such dire outcomes, what was there left to contest? Qiao Lan promptly retrieved the sixth turn Qinglian from her storage pouch. I am willing to part with the sixth turn Qinglian, but Qinglan and you were taken aback. Was not Qiao Lan the one who always competed fiercely with her junior sister? Why was she so agreeable this time? Upon hearing this, Master Qinglan's expression softened slightly, but upon noticing Qiao Lan's hesitance, impatience flickered across his face. Speak plainly, he urged. This task has left me with a damaged foundation, and I fear I shall never again find favor within the immortal sect. Realizing my shame, I wish to take my leave from the sect and embrace a mundane existence befitting my condition. What a jest it would be to linger now is the time for departure. With a foundation in ruins, unable to cultivate further, devoid of resources, and lacking affection, I am but a pitiable soul. Remaining in the sect would only render me a backdrop to the heroine, subject to the scorn of others, and my fate would scarcely differ from my previous life. Qiao Lan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any resentment, only a sense of disillusionment with reality. As her words fell, both Master Qinglan and Qiyu were taken aback, a flicker of pity and guilt stirring within them. They questioned whether they had been unduly harsh towards her. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting, eclipsed by their unwavering devotion to Zhou Chuiwei. Qiao Lan observed their change in demeanor, and though she anticipated this outcome, a twinge of sadness lingered in her heart. The presence of both individuals was profoundly significant to her, bound by an indelible connection. At last, today marked the moment to sever this bond entirely. Master Qinglan, filled with suspicion, queried why his prized disciple would wish to abandon a life infinitely superior to that of an ordinary mortal. He could not believe that Qiao Lan genuinely desired to leave the Qingxian sect. Qiyu shared similar sentiments, convinced that Qiao Lan was strategically retreating to advance her position. Understanding her master's skepticism, Qiao Lan knelt before him, bowing deeply. I implore you, Master, grant me your blessing. Seeing that Qiao Lan remained obstinate, Qinglan grew increasingly irate, deeming her utterly ungrateful. Since you have made your decision, so be it. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a disciple of the Qingxian sect. Qiyu gasped in astonishment. Master. Thank you, Master. I appreciate your understanding, Qinglan Zenrin's ire intensified at such impatience. You entered my sect empty-handed, thus you should depart in the same manner. Qiao Lan nodded. That is only proper. She produced her storage bag and poured its contents onto the ground in a single motion. The items were scant. A few sets of disciple robes, a jade slip containing the Qingxian sect's teachings, a mysterious tear sword, 2 explosive talismans, a handful of low grades, pirate stones, and a plaque from the sect's dining hall made of sandalwood. After counting her meager possessions, Qiao Lan spoke. These are all my belongings within the Qingxian sect. If Qinglan harbors any doubts, you may use your divine sense to ascertain that I possess nothing hidden. Qiyu regarded the scattered items with an expression difficult to decipher. Qinglan observed Qiao Lan's forthright demeanor, while feeling a tightening in his chest. Having been his direct disciple for 15 years, it was disheartening to see her in such dire straits. No wonder. At this moment, Qiao Lan held no interest in the thoughts of Qing Lan Jinren or Qi Yu. She merely yearned to leave this place of turmoil. Am I free to go? The more candid she became, the more incensed Qing Lan Jinren felt. Was she implying that he had been indifferent to her over all these years? The enigmatic Qing Lan let out a cold snort, and in a mere flick of his sleeve, vanished from the scene. Jiao Lan turned away, departing the grand hall without a trace of longing, leaving behind the Qingxian sect, which had been her home for the past 15 years. Upon stepping outside the sect, Jiao Lan found herself engulfed in confusion. At this moment, she was devoid of any means. Where could she possibly go? Aimlessly, she began her descent down the mountain. At the foot of the Qingxian mountain lay a vast range, and it was only by traversing this expanse that she could reach the nearest town. Given her current physical condition, it was questionable whether she could survive the passage through the mountains. Jiao Lan sighed. Had she acted too impulsively? No matter the circumstances, she ought to have remained within the sect, biding her time until the opportune moment to depart. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she shook her head. Remaining within the sect was itself a precarious endeavor, let alone contemplating leaving it. Having perused the entire script, Jiao Lan understood that only by departing the sect could her chances of survival be enhanced. As she stepped into the mountains, she fervently prayed to avoid any encounters with demonic beasts. In her current state, she was akin to a fledgling, easily felled by any random creature. What one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed from ahead, prompting Jiao Lan to sprint in the opposite direction. Thud! In her haste, she failed to notice the obstruction beneath her feet and stumbled. Having experienced rebirth and recognizing that this was merely a world within a book, her heart, once softened, hardened once more. She rose, choosing not to glance back at the youth on the ground, and turn away. After walking several miles, an inexplicable restlessness gnawed at her heart. Despite the prolonged bleeding, it showed no signs of abating, drawing her brows together in concern. After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Lan closed her eyes, steeled her resolve, and bit her finger, feeding her blood into the young boy's mouth. The blood that had been flowing uncontrollably ceased instantaneously. Ding! The investment rebate system has detected a suitable host. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow and glanced around. Who is speaking? Detecting investment target qualifications. Evaluating rewards. Qiao Lan was taken aback. Investment object. Name: Pei Yuan. Age: 12. Cultivation level: 9th layer of gathering spirit stage. Spiritual root: exceptional mutated thunder spiritual root. Destiny: purple. Suddenly, a panel of information about the young boy appeared in Qiao Lan's mind. Pei Yuan. This boy was, in fact, the greatest antagonist within the narrative. In his quest for Zhou Chuyu's affection, he faced relentless attacks from her admirers, ultimately leading to his demise at the threshold of immortality. Qiao Lan pondered, then why does he think this way? Being a devoted admirer, to end up with nothing in the end, does he not understand this principle? With such extraordinary talent, pursuing the path of longevity should surely be appealing. No? Investment: assist Pei Yuan in stopping the bleeding. Investment rebate: 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 6-turn cultivation pill. As the mechanical voice faded, a storage bag and a vial of medicine materialized before her, landing in her hand. Qiao Lan could scarcely believe her eyes. She immediately opened the storage bag, her spiritual sense probing within, and was nearly blinded by the dazzling red glow. This truly is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not a single one more or less, precisely 200,000 pieces. Among the 5 major sects of the Tianjiao continent, the Qingxian sect has never witnessed such an abundance of spiritual stones throughout its long history. As a direct disciple, she can only receive a meager 100 low-grade spiritual stones each month. In contrast, her fellow senior brothers receive no less than 10,000 spiritual stones monthly. In this sect, power speaks volumes. Her lack of cultivation talent has rendered her a target for bullying and exploitation, a common occurrence within the sect. Even with her title as a direct disciple, devoid of support or affection, she remains unprotected from such injustices. Qiao Lan found herself smiling. She was no longer impoverished. With eager anticipation, she opened the elixir bottle, and a rich fragrance wafted towards her, invigorating her senses. Just inhaling the aromatic scent made her feel a newfound clarity throughout her being. As she poured the elixir into her palm, she marveled at its plump and lustrous form, adorned with 5 distinctly visible patterns. Though she had never seen a pig nor witnessed one run, her knowledge of the narrative revealed the significance of the 5 patterns on the elixir. The quality of elixirs is categorized as low, medium, high, and supreme. 1 pattern signifies low-grade quality, 2 patterns indicate medium grade, 3 patterns denote high grade, and 5 patterns represent supreme quality. The higher the quality of the elixir, the lesser the side effects. Supreme grade elixirs are free of any adverse effects and are the most precious and rare. For Qiao Lan, the 6th transformation cultivating essence pill was a timely blessing. Without hesitation, she consumed the elixir. True to its supreme quality, it melted upon her tongue. Within moments, she distinctly felt a warm current coursing through her dantian and limbs, nourishing and mending her dantian and meridians. When Qiao Lan opened her eyes once more, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her dantian and meridians, previously damaged due to her mission, had returned to their former state. The good news was that she could resume her cultivation. The bad news was that her innate talent remained lamentably poor. Better than nothing, Qiao Lan consoled herself. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, abruptly sitting up with a wary expression directed at Qiao Lan. "Who are you?" he demanded. Ultimately, he was saved by the heroine, leading him to develop feelings for her and become one of her devoted admirers. The boy suddenly experienced a searing pain in his head, rendering him unable to comprehend Qiao Lan's words. His eyes turned a furious crimson as he clutched his head, letting out a low, anguished growl. Chapter 2. Please, don't leave. As the pain gradually subsided, Pei Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. This was not the place where he had fled from the pursuit of his family at the age of 12. He gazed at his diminutive hands, astonished as he touched his youthful face. He had been reborn, and remarkably, to the year of his 12th birthday. Would he soon encounter Zhou Qiyue? In his previous life, in gratitude for Zhou Qiyue's life-saving kindness, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to her. He had believed she reciprocated his feelings, which brought him immense joy. Little did he anticipate that he would ultimately be betrayed, deceived, robbed of his divine artifact, and attacked to his demise. The mere thought of Zhou Qiyue ignited a fierce, murderous intent within Pei Yuan, startling Qiao Lan. "Are you all right? You should be fine, right? Zhou Qiyue hasn't even appeared yet. How could there be a problem?" In the original script, it was at this moment that Zhou Qiyue rescued the nearly lifeless Pei Yuan, thereby earning herself a devoted companion. "Who are you?" Pei Yuan struggled to rise, regarding the frowning and shaking-headed Qiao Lan. "You finally reacted." Qiao Lan beamed her first smile since her rebirth. "I am Qiao Lan." Qiao Lan was beautiful. In her previous life, she had been timid, submissive, and her beauty had gone unnoticed. However, after her journey through Blue Star and the profound influence of Huagua culture, her mindset transformed dramatically, imbuing her with newfound confidence and vitality. "Qiao Lan, I haven't heard of you." Pei Yuan noted her lack of spiritual energy, indicating she was but a minor character. Qiao Lan pouted. "So aloof at such a young age? Not very endearing. You've lost so much blood. You should drink some water." Qiao Lan offered him the water bottle. And without hesitation, the boy accepted it and drained its contents in one go. Injured, if Qiao Lan wished ill upon herself, she would not have taken the trouble to bandage her own wounds. Investment target: Pei Yuan. Investment item: a jug of water. Investment return: 50 spirit pearls. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that merely possessing a jug of water would yield rewards? Her gaze towards the youth grew increasingly fervent. The intensity of her stare was so pronounced that the young man could hardly dismiss it. "Is there something on my face?" Qiao Lan shook her head and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are extraordinarily handsome." If she could consistently provide Pei Yuan with meals thrice daily, it would eventually lead her to unimaginable wealth. Was that not appealing? The youth's expression grew colder as he regarded her, his demeanor seemingly questioning. "What exactly are your intentions towards me?" Confounded by his wary disposition, Qiao Lan furrowed her brow. Why did his reaction deviate so drastically from the original storyline? Shouldn't he be overflowing with gratitude towards his savior? Could it be that her role as the protagonist was diminished? "I mean you no harm," she asserted. The youth cast her a sidelong glance. I know. Otherwise you would have perished by now. That gaze was all too familiar to her. It was the look one gives to the feeble. Rather than anger, Qiao Lan laughed, crossing her arms. Oh, you speak as if you could eliminate me at this very moment. You possess great talent and strength. Yet how did you find yourself in such a dire predicament? In our current situation, we are evenly matched. Do not let your pride blind you. You. The boy was rendered speechless by Qiao Lan's retort, left to simmer in silence. Huh. The haughty little brat. I shall not be subdued by you. With a dismissive snort, Qiao Lan turned and walked away. She silently counted down in her heart. 3. Upon seeing that she was truly about to leave, Pei Yuan began to feel anxious. In his current state, he could hardly travel far, and he certainly did not wish to encounter Zhou Chuiwei again. As Qiao Lan reached the count of 2, a youthful voice behind her, tinged with urgency, exclaimed, Heh, even in such a predicament, you remained so proud. Noticing that Qiao Lan's steps did not falter, the youth grew desperate. Don't go. At that moment, Qiao Lan halted, turned around, and raised an eyebrow at him. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Upon hearing her words, Pei Yuan's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. I beg you, help me. Qiao Lan chuckled, her delight evident, and nodded in satisfaction. Ah, now that's more like it. Your sister will assist you right away. Sister? You vile woman, how dare you take advantage of me? Once my injuries have healed, the first thing I shall do is take your life. Oblivious to the brewing conflict, Qiao Lan cheerfully approached Pei Yuan, supporting him as they made their way out of the mountains. Fortuitously, they encountered no high-ranking beast along the way. After a day and night of travel, they successfully emerged from the mountains and arrived at Qiushui City. Upon entering the city, Qiao Lan sought out a respectable inn, noticing their tattered attire. The innkeeper's demeanor shifted instantly, revealing his disdain for the seemingly impoverished pair. Qiao Lan, perceptive to his thoughts, understood the principle that one should not judge by appearances, a truth that remains valid in any realm. Unperturbed, she produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and requested, Please prepare 2 rooms for us. Pei Yuan cast a surprised glance at the expressionless Qiao Lan. Noticing the girl's youth, he was astonished that she remained unperturbed by the innkeeper's contemptuous demeanor. Such a temperament was barely acceptable. Upon seeing the gleaming spirit stone, the innkeeper instantly donned a different facade, accepting the stone with a face full of obsequious smiles. I will make the arrangements for you right away. Here are the room keys for room 1 and room 2. Please take good care of them. Qiao Lan accepted the keys, and immediately a young attendant approached, respectfully gesturing, Esteemed guest, please follow me. Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor behind the attendant. Upon reaching their door, as the attendant turned to leave, Qiao Lan called out, Please prepare bathwater for us. Noticing the tattered state of their clothing, she produced a low-grade spirit stone and offered it to the attendant. Also, procure 2 sets of well-fitting garments for us. You may keep the remainder. 2 outfits cost but a few coins. 1 low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 spirit pearls. After purchasing the clothes, you would still have at least 80 spirit pearls. The attendant was somewhat incredulous, questioning if the remainder truly belonged to him. Really? Is that so? It was understandable that he doubted, for after working an entire year, he had only earned 50 spirit pearls. Qiao Lan nodded, affirming, Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed for you, as I wish for you to regard my affairs with importance. She was aware of the market prices and understood that to get things done, one must offer a reward. One could not expect the horse to run without feeding it grass. The attendant was ecstatic, taking the spirit stone with both hands. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. With that, he hurriedly departed. The efficiency of paying for services is indeed remarkable. In no time, both the steaming bathwater and the pristine new clothes were ready. Qiao Lan gazed at the inviting bathwater and the fresh attire, exclaiming, Money can indeed make the devil push the mill, it is not false. As she indulged in her bath, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Investment target. Pei Yuan. Investment item. A bucket of bathwater. Investment return. A plate of osmanthus cake. Ding! Investment target. Pei Yuan. Investment item. A piece of clothing. Investment return. A bomb talisman. Although the rewards were not as bountiful as before, they still promised a guaranteed profit. She could not afford to miss any investment opportunity. Hastily, she rose, donned her fresh garments, tidied her appearance, and made her way to Pei Yuan's door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Pei Yuan rose to open the door, only to be greeted by the melodious voice of the young girl. "Shall we go out for a meal together?" Pei Yuan nodded, descending the stairs alongside Qiao Lan. She reserved a private room and ordered a feast of dishes favored by the youth. As he heard each name of the dishes spoken by her lips, Pei Yuan was astonished. Were these all her favorites as well? Such a delightful coincidence, aligning perfectly with his own tastes. Having thoroughly studied the narrative, Qiao Lan was well aware of the youth's preferences. To ensure everything appeared natural, she shoved the menu into his hands, urging, "Order whatever you like. Eat your fill." She patted her chest in assurance, fearful that he might hesitate to order more out of concern for her finances. Pei Yuan's lips twitched as he cast her a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, "Are you a pig? Is this amount not sufficient for you?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan laughed in anger and cast him a cool glance. "I present you with two choices. 1. Leave this instant, or 2. Cease your incessant chatter and do not utter another word." The wounded and penniless youth, Pei Yuan, bowed his head and fell silent. Under the eaves, one must yield. "Humph. Vile woman, you shall regret this." The meal commenced in a tranquil manner and concluded in the same silence, with only the sound of two individuals savoring their food echoing in the private room. As the exquisite delicacies filled her stomach, Qiao Lan felt a wave of comfort wash over her. It is little wonder that those cultivators who had long since ceased eating still yearned for such spiritual cuisine. Ding. Investment target, Pei Yuan. Investment item, a table of exquisite delicacies. Investment return, 1 celestial tier spirit treasure. A celestial tier spirit treasure. Spirit treasures are classified into 6 grades: divine, immortal, celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and a divine the highest. In the original text, only the antagonist Pei Yuan possessed a half-step divine treasure. The 8 Desolate Map. Within the Eastern Desolate Domain, celestial tier spirit treasures are exceedingly rare, typically found only among the foremost sects and families. This mere cannon fodder has unexpectedly acquired a celestial tier spirit treasure. Amazing. Qiao Lan was overwhelmed with joy, almost wishing to take out the celestial tier spirit treasure to admire it. But with Pei Yuan present, she promptly quelled her thoughts. Regaining her composure, Qiao Lan spoke. "Come, I will take you to see a healer." Considering the time, the elders of the Xiantian sect would soon appear in Qiushui City. They could chance upon some fortune. Pei Yuan did not refuse, continuing to follow Qiao Lan with a lifeless expression. His injuries affected his meridians, rendering ordinary healers ineffective. However, he was now tormented by the sharp pain coursing through his meridians, leaving him with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Qiao Lan silently scoffed, resolving to overlook the antics of this insufferable brat today due to her good mood. According to the original text, Qiao Lan brought Pei Yuan to the Ping Inn clinic. "Doctor, could you please examine my brother's condition?" Qiao Lan spoke with a humble and courteous demeanor, embodying the role of a devoted sister. "How infuriating. That vile woman dares to take advantage of me again." Pei Yuan's expression visibly soured. She had never encountered an elder of the Xiantian sect, and the text provided scant details about Elder Shui Changchen of that sect. Just as she was about to inquire if the elderly man knew Elder Shui, he looked up, casting a glance at them, and calmly said, "Have a seat." Chapter 3. Inferior Fire Spiritual Root. Zhang Pei, possessing a medium-grade metal spiritual root. As the voice of the elder steward faded, the air around Zhang Pei was filled with congratulations and flattery. She was currently the only female disciple present to be assessed with a medium-grade spiritual root, which indeed warranted a sense of pride. Moreover, she was a relative of the inner sect disciple Wang Shan. Each of these facts was enough to inspire adoration from the majority of those present. Next, it was Qiao Lan's turn for evaluation. Like the others, she placed her palm upon the spiritual testing stone and channeled her spiritual energy into it. After a moment, the stone remained unresponsive. The elder steward gently prompted her to infuse more spiritual energy into the stone. Qiao Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could she claim that she had already begun channeling energy the moment she extended her hand, only for the stone to remain inert? Hadn't the system granted her a superior spiritual root? Why was there no reaction? As she pondered in confusion, the spirit testing stone finally reacted. A faint crimson glow flickered across the obsidian surface of the stone, reminiscent of a fleeting glimpse of a blooming night flower. The elder steward, encountering such an anomaly for the first time, believed his eyes were deceiving him and urged, "Try again." Reluctantly, Qiao Lan acquiesced to the elder's request and repeated the process. The result remained unchanged. This time, the elder was certain of his observation. His lips twitched, and the hairs of his mustache curled at the edges. Qiao Lan, you possess a low-grade fire spiritual root. Piun furrowed his brow upon hearing the result. Such poor aptitude? Considering her care towards him during their journey, he decided to offer her some additional guidance once they entered the Dantian Gong. A low-grade fire spiritual root? Qiao Lan herself was bewildered. Wasn't she promised a supreme spiritual root? How had she descended to the lowest tier? How could she possibly enter the inner sect now? Her grand ambitions were on the verge of crumbling. At that moment, Zhong Pei gracefully parted the throng of admirers surrounding her and approached Qiao Lan and Piun. She had also heard the result of Qiao Lan's test. However, the low-grade spiritual root posed no threat to her. Ignoring Qiao Lan beside Piun, she smiled sweetly and said, "Young man, we shall see each other often within the sect." Her exaggeratedly refined tone made Qiao Lan shudder. Confident in her prospects of becoming an inner disciple, Zhong Pei was undeterred. Yet, in Piun's eyes, her prideful standing held little value. To him, there was no fundamental distinction between high-grade and low-grade spiritual roots. Both were deemed inferior when compared to supreme spiritual roots. In pursuit of better investments, Qiao Lan proactively positioned herself in front of Piun, shielding him from the predatory gaze of Zhong Pei. "What brings you here?" Zhong Pei seethed, glaring at the impudent Qiao Lan who had disrupted her plans. "What a useless nuisance." "Step aside." "Useless?" Qiao Lan scoffed, acknowledging her current predicament but reminding herself of her system. Fortunes ebb and flow. Do not underestimate a young woman in her struggles. TSK, you are, after all, the top-ranked female disciple in the talent assessment. As soon as Qiao Lan's words fell, Zhong Pei's expression softened momentarily, only to revert to her proud demeanor. A fleeting glance seemed to convey, "At least you know your place." However, Qiao Lan's next remark shattered Zhong Pei's composure entirely. "Did you not notice that Piun is disinterested in you? Could you exhibit a modicum of modesty befitting a lady? Do not rush towards handsome men, considering your youth. I did not expect you to be in your fervent phase so soon." Qiao Lan ascended to the moral high ground, vehemently criticizing Zhong Pei's behavior. Zhong Pei's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and furious red, stammering, you, rendered speechless by indignation. Qiao Lan nonchalantly cleared her ears, casting a disdainful glance at the infuriated Zhong Pei. "Enough of your use. It is wise to recognize your place." Infuriated by Qiao Lan's cutting words, Zhong Pei lost her composure, drawing a spirit weapon to teach the insufferable Qiao Lan a lesson, only to be halted by Wang Shun's voice. "Cousin." Wang Shun strode to Zhong Pei's side, grasping her hand just as she was about to strike with her whip. "Cousin, cease this folly. We stand before the mountain gate. Such unruliness cannot be tolerated." "Brother." Zhong Pei was unwilling to accept this humiliation. It was the first time in her life that someone dared to disregard her dignity so brazenly, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed in public. She was determined to teach this insufferable woman a lesson to alleviate the anger brewing within her. As she sensed a few piercing gazes directed at her, Zhong Pei's spirit instinctively quivered, and she regained her composure. She shot a fierce glare at Qiao Lan, silently vowing that she would not let this go unpunished. Qiao Lan shrugged nonchalantly, then feigned a look of utter terror as she turned to Piun. "You wouldn't just stand by and let me come to harm, would you?" Piun's lips twitched. The faint semblance of goodwill he had felt towards this insufferable woman evaporated in an instant. Noticing Piun's silence, Qiao Lan pretended to be heartbroken and, with the corner of her garment, dabbed at non-existent tears, "Oh, no one cares for me, no one loves me. If I were to die, so be it. If I perish, I hope you might consider our shared journey and help retrieve my body, ensuring I have a proper resting place." As she whimpered, Qiao Lan stealthily observed Piun's reaction. With each word that dripped with self-pity, Piun's handsome brow furrowed deeper. An indescribable irritation surged within him. "Enough already. Why are you crying? Nothing has happened," he muttered. "Just because nothing has happened now doesn't mean it won't with me around. What could possibly happen to you?" he added, his tone filled with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan immediately ceased her feigned tears and beamed at Piun with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. "I knew you were the best." Piun thought to himself, "This insufferable woman changes her demeanor faster than one turns the pages of a book." The elder steward, with hair white as a crane yet possessing the youthful visage of a child, stood tall before the sect, his voice resonating powerfully and echoing throughout the base of the mountain. With the conclusion of the first round of spiritual root assessments, the next challenge awaited, the path to enlightenment. The rules for ascending the steps were as follows. First, no aid from any spiritual treasures or talismans would be permitted. Any breach of this rule would result in a lifetime ban from the Xiantian sect. Secondly, those who could ascend 30 steps would join the outer sect. Those who reached 60 steps would enter the inner sect, and those who surpassed 60 steps would have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the elders. As soon as the elders' words fell, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The disciples who had passed the first round were all eager to begin. Do you understand? The elder inquired. The participants for the second round replied in unison, we understand. The elder, satisfied, nodded and declared, the path to enlightenment manifests. In an instant, what was once a lush forest vanished, replaced by an endless staircase stretching into the horizon. The disciples, witnessing the grandeur of the path to enlightenment for the first time, were left in awe. As they stepped onto the staircase, those of mediocre talent instinctively felt their knees tremble. Chapter 4. Ascending to the summit, the number of disciples participating in the second round was fewer than 100. Before the disciples of average aptitude could even begin their ascent, many had already reached their limit. After barely ascending 2 steps, they were drenched in sweat. No matter how hard they tried, their legs felt as if they were laden with lead, refusing to rise. Once their spiritual energy was fully depleted, their bodies could not withstand the pressure of the energy on the path to enlightenment, and they were automatically expelled from the staircase. Is it truly so peculiar? They wondered. How can one fail after merely 2 steps? After catching her breath, the disciple began to explain, feeling the pressure of her pride. As she ascended the path to enlightenment, she felt as though an invisible force was compressing her entire being, compelling her to harness her spiritual energy to continue climbing. The other disciples echoed her sentiments, each scrambling to justify themselves. The elder, with his white hair and youthful visage, observed this scene with disappointment, shaking his head. The second trial of the path to enlightenment progressed at a pace even swifter than the first round. One by one, individuals were brought down from the staircase. When Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan began their ascent, only a handful remained ahead of them. Upon stepping onto the path, Qiao Lan anticipated a sensation of pressure. Yet to her surprise, it felt no different than walking on solid ground. She experienced not a trace of pressure or external force. Zhong Pei, having exerted all her spiritual energy, managed to ascend only to the 40th step. Looking up, she realized that very few exceeded her. Pleased with her accomplishment, her triumphant smile faltered when she noticed an unexpected individual standing beside her on the same level. Her expression twisted into disbelief and rage. How could this inferior spiritual root, deemed a waste, reach such heights? Qiao Lan shrugged, questioning the difficulty of the ascent. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wasn't her spiritual root classified as inferior fire? Indeed, the elder had just announced such. So why could this person, with seemingly inferior aptitude, ascend the path with such ease to over 40 steps? Doubts rippled through the onlookers. The elderly elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing a youthful visage, was witnessing such a situation for the first time. He understood the essence of the enlightenment steps better than anyone present. Cheating was an impossibility upon these steps. No matter how profound one's cultivation, it was futile. He stroked his beard, a smile of intrigue playing upon his lips. Zhong Pei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You must be cheating. There's no way you aren't." She reached out, attempting to grasp Qiao Lan, yet her spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, making it arduous even to raise her hand, let alone pull someone. Qiao Lan, perceiving her intentions, replied with a sly smile, "Do you wish to drag me down with you? Huh. I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Instead, allow me to assist you on your way." As her words fell, Qiao Lan extended a single finger towards Zhong Pei, gently tapping her chest. It seemed as though Zhong Pei had encountered a tremendous force, her body uncontrollably leaning backward. Thud, 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 ah. Zhong Pei's screams echoed as she tumbled down the enlightenment steps, rolling until she finally came to a halt on the first level. The elder, with his youthful appearance despite his age, raised an eyebrow and announced, "Zhong Pei's result is the first level of the enlightenment steps." This declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Heavens! How is it that she, who clearly ascended to the 40th step, only achieved the first level? Did you not see? By the force of impact, Zhong Pei should have been propelled entirely off the enlightenment steps, yet she merely rolled down to the first level. However, the discerning onlookers could clearly see that Zhong Pei had been pushed by Qiao Lan. Those who traversed the enlightenment steps knew the immense pressure that multiplied upon them. Even lifting a foot became a challenge, let alone using spiritual energy to attack another. Zhong Pei, being his cousin, could not be neglected by Wang Shan. He swiftly approached and assisted the fallen Zhong Pei to her feet, promptly offering her a healing elixir. After consuming the potion, it took a moment for Zhong Pei to feel revitalized. Qiao Lan cheated. Upon discovering that her own results had plummeted to the first level of enlightenment, Zhong Pei lost all semblance of reason, struggling to ascend the path of enlightenment, while Qiao Lan, with her seemingly inferior talent, traversed the steps with the ease of walking on flat ground. How could this be possible? Without the protection of spiritual treasures, she refused to believe it. Qiao Lan had to have cheated. Zhong Pei once again pointed accusingly at Qiao Lan, who was still climbing the steps. Impudence. The elder steward, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, proclaimed in a voice that resonated throughout the mountain gate. The path of enlightenment does not permit such insolence. Throughout history, only a select few have reached the summit of the path, individuals of extraordinary caliber. Though Zhong Pei felt a surge of discontent, she dared not act out in front of the elder, compelled to watch helplessly as Qiao Lan continued her ascent as if nothing were amiss. Fewer and fewer individuals remained on the path, and a dark silhouette surged ahead, far in the lead. Pei Yuan stood at the pinnacle of the path, hands clasped behind his back, when suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from above. The summit of the path was enveloped in a dazzling purple radiance, and the sudden release of pressure made those gathered at the mountain gate instinctively bow in submission, prostrating themselves on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of various elders within the mountain gate, who extended their senses to investigate. In the grand hall of the mountain gate sat two figures, one in green attire holding a white piece, and the other in white attire holding a black piece. It seems there are indeed promising talents this year, remarked the man in white, setting down his black piece. With so many disciples, do not dare to compete with me this time. The man in green replied calmly, brother, I concede. The thoughts of the man in the green attire are evidently not focused on the chessboard. Defeat holds no significance for him. His heart longs to soar to the mountain gate, yearning to immediately accept the one who has reached the pinnacle as his cherished disciple. He casts a wary glance at the man in white, asserting, we agreed that you would not compete with me this time. The man in white feigns innocence, replying, when have I ever contended with my senior brother? At this, the man in green finds himself at a loss for words. Memories of past experiences flash vividly in his mind, causing him deep anguish. As Pei Yuan stands at the top of the steps, preparing to descend, a petite figure appears beside him. He looks down to find Qiao Lan smiling brightly and waving at him. Hi. Suddenly, the purple light at the summit vanishes, replaced by a dazzling array of colors. The brilliance of this multicolored light is as intense as the previous purple hue. The onlookers are left in astonishment. This commotion even reaches the two individuals within the main hall of the mountain gate, prompting one to teleport to the foot of the enlightenment steps. Qiao Lan. She has also reached the summit, but she is merely a waste with a low-grade spiritual root. Even the Zhang brothers, with their superior spiritual roots, and Wu Qi have only managed to ascend to the 70th tier. Who exactly is Qiao Lan? The crowd gasps in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the men in green and white exchange frowns, their expressions clouded with uncertainty. Qiao Lan. That name sounds familiar. Is she not the direct disciple of that old rascal Qing Lan? The elder steward, with his hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, approaches the newcomer and bows respectfully. Sect Master, Xuan Yu Jinren. Chapter 5. Buy 1. Get 1 free. Sect Master Tai Zhengxiao nods slightly. Please announce the results. As soon as the words fell, two figures, one clad in blue and the other in white, vanished from the spot, as though they had never existed. Pei Yuan, Zhang Ziqian, Zhang Zizhong, Wu Qi. Qiao Lan, the direct disciple of the elder. Yang Wu, Zhao Si, entered the inner sect. Zhou Qi, Sun Chunyang. Zhong Pei entered the outer sect. The remaining disciples were merely miscellaneous outer disciples. Zhong Pei, filled with indignation yet helpless, followed the elder in charge towards the sect. As she departed, her fierce gaze remained fixed on Qiao Lan without wavering. Upon learning that she could become a direct disciple of the elder, Qiao Lan felt immense joy. Becoming the direct disciple of an elder would undoubtedly facilitate her future investments in various prodigies. She nudged Pei Yuan's arm with her elbow, inquiring, which elder do you intend to take as your master? This question had not crossed Pei Yuan's mind at all. In his previous life, he had acquired an unparalleled technique suitable for cultivating his thunder spirit root, along with insights from his past cultivation. Therefore, it mattered little to him which elder he chose to mentor him. Noting Pei Yuan's prolonged silence, she pressed on. Have you not yet made up your mind? Pei Yuan shook his head and replied candidly. It does not matter which elder I choose. Brother, are you serious? Qiao Lan's eyes twitched in disbelief. Is this truly the realm of geniuses? Just as she was about to speak further, an elder with a youthful appearance despite his white hair approached them, saying, Come along with this elder. The 6 of them followed the youthful-looking elder to the grand hall at the mountain gate. Elder Lucia, seeing Pei Yuan's eyes gleaming with anticipation, eagerly asked, Young friend Pei Yuan, have you decided whom you wish to take as your master? As soon as the words fell, the elders all turned their gazes toward Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan remained expressionless, displaying an air of composure in the presence of numerous powerful figures, which elevated the elders' regard for him even further, intensifying their desire to take him as a direct disciple. Tai Zhengxiao looked at Pei Yuan with eager eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. Pei Yuan, with an indifferent demeanor, unflinchingly replied, At present, I have not made up my mind. Upon hearing this, the eagerness in Tai Zhengxiao's eyes dimmed slightly, yet he felt reassured as he glanced at Xianyu. He still had a chance. The other elders were acutely aware that the sect master's acceptance of Pei Yuan as a direct disciple was inevitable. Their prospects seemed dim, and thus they turned their attention toward Zhang Ziqian, Zhang Zizhong, and Wu Qi, instinctively excluding Qiao Lan from their thoughts. After successfully becoming disciples, the 3 departed with their respective masters, leaving only Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan in the center of the grand hall. Throughout the proceedings, Qiao Lan had gone unacknowledged. Pei Yuan glanced at her, contemplating that with such a wretched woman's talent, she might be bullied wherever she went. Perhaps he should take her as a disciple too. With his presence, her life could be a little more comfortable. Unbeknownst to Pei Yuan, Qiao Lan was entirely unaware of his thoughts, her gaze flitting among the elders in the hall. Ultimately, it lingered on the figure of Master Xianyu. Master Xianyu, noticing Qiao Lan's focused gaze, observed the young girl's delicate features and bright, clear eyes, prompting him to voice his initial curiosity. Qiao Lan, what is your relationship with Qing Lan? Qiao Lan did not conceal her feelings. Her demeanor was open and sincere as she spoke directly. The disciple has recently withdrawn from the Qingxian sect and now has no ties with Master Qing Lan. Xianyu raised an eyebrow. But you are a direct disciple of Master Qing Lan. Why abandon such a distinguished identity and leave the sect? The moment the words left his lips, the entire assembly was taken aback, with even Pei Yuan casting astonished glances. After all, Zhou Chuiyue was a direct disciple of Master Qing Lan. Could it be that Qiao Lan had some connection with her? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Qiao Lan pinched the soft flesh of her thigh, her eyes instantly reddening, misty with tears, presenting a heart-wrenching sight that evoked sympathy. The disciple was unwilling, yet Master Qing Lan sought to forcibly seize. In my injured state, I could hardly withstand Master Qing Lan's oppressive force. Thus I willingly surrendered the 6 transmutation green lotus and requested to leave the sect. The 6 transmutation green lotus is a rare and precious treasure capable of enhancing the essence of one's spiritual roots. Whenever it appears in the world, it is invariably seized by numerous powerful factions. Smack! Xianyu slammed the table, exclaiming, that old scoundrel Qing Lan. How dare he shamelessly resort to such tactics against his own disciple? Pei Yuan's disdain for Qiao Lan had vanished, replaced by a sense of compassion. It turned out she, like him, was a victim of Zhou Chuiyue's machinations. Perhaps he should treat this wretched woman with more kindness from now on, he thought to himself. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Qiao Lan continued, I have heard that your renown is equal to that of Master Qing Lan, and your reputation may even surpass his. It is for this reason that I have come to seek refuge under your esteemed name. The words of Master Xuanyu were music to his ears. With a graceful flourish of his ample sleeves, he inquired, Given this, would Qiao Lan be willing to take me as her master? Upon the utterance of his words, the assembly erupted in astonishment. None anticipated that Master Xuanyu would accept a seemingly inept disciple. Yet, reflecting upon Qiao Lan's tribulations, everything began to make sense. Throughout the eastern wilderness, who was unaware of the fierce rivalry between Master Xuanyu and Master Qing Lan, the young girl had indeed arrived at the right place. Is that true? Qiao Lan exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise. She nodded vigorously, declaring her willingness to become his disciple. Master Xuanyu, satisfied with her response, acknowledged from this day forth. You shall be the 6th disciple under my tutelage. Ah? Qiao Lan grimaced. I am again the 6th. The very number seemed to haunt her. At that moment, Pei Yuan spoke up. Disciple Pei Yuan wishes to also take Master Xuanyu as his mentor. Qiao Lan gazed at Pei Yuan with heartfelt gratitude, thinking, brother, you truly possess integrity. The 6th position is yours. She then turned her eager gaze towards Master Xuanyu, surprised by the turn of events. Master Xuanyu cast an apologetic glance at his senior brother, yet ultimately acquiesced. After all, who would ever reject the prospect of nurturing talented disciples? It was rather remarkable that a young girl had prompted such an initiative to seek mentorship. The opportunity to cultivate gifted disciples lay before them, easily within reach. Yet they had failed to seize it, leaving only envy in their wake. The elders lamented, pounding their chests in despair, filled with regret. Taijin Shao was filled with regret. Wishing he had known it would come to this, he would have been willing to accept the useless disciple as his personal prodigy. A buy-one-get-one-free deal that would leave him with nothing to lose. Instead, he let Xianyu benefit immensely. Chapter 6. The Koi stepping out of the Grand Hall. Master Xianyu turned his gaze towards Pei Yuan, inquiring if he could fly independently on his sword. Disciple, you may, he replied. With that, a shimmering silver-white long sword appeared before Pei Yuan, who effortlessly leapt onto its blade, standing poised atop it. Suddenly, a jet-black long sword materialized beside Qiao Lan's feet, easily within reach. Master Xianyu stepped onto the dark sword first, addressing Qiao Lan. Come up, Shaoqi. All right. Qiao Lan promptly followed suit, stepping onto the sword's surface. The black sword began to ascend slowly, the magnificent mountain gate rapidly shrinking into a mere speck. Is this the sensation of flying on a sword? It's simply exhilarating. In her previous life, she had perished too soon and had only briefly traversed the fantastical realm, never experiencing such a thrill. Master Xianyu, mindful of Qiao Lan's feelings, flew at a leisurely pace. Understanding his kindness, she shared, Master, this is my first experience flying on a sword. Upon hearing this, a twinge of emotion stirred within Master Xianyu. Today, to be accepted as his personal disciple brought her immense joy. Encountering her master was the most fortunate event of her life. This was not mere flattery, but a heartfelt truth. Becoming the personal disciple of Master Xianyu, renowned in the Eastern Wilderness alongside Master Qiao Lan, marked the first step towards her successful venture. Could there be anything more joyous or fortunate than this? It is no wonder that there is a preference for female disciples. They are both obedient and charming, and importantly, they possess a thoughtful nature. In contrast, my female apprentices are simply exasperating. The affection that Master Xuanyu holds for Qiao Lan has only deepened. Not far away, Pei Yuan scoffed, a sycophant. With just a few words, Qiao Lan effortlessly enchanted Master Xuanyu, whose hearty laughter echoed repeatedly. Upon returning to Guanyang Peak, Master Xuanyu personally arranged accommodations for Qiao Lan, deliberately positioning her quarters in closest proximity to his own. This shall be your residence henceforth. Should you lack anything, do not hesitate to inform your master. Observing the pavilions and towers within the courtyard, Qiao Lan felt immense satisfaction. This treatment seemed excessively generous. Master, you are exceedingly kind to your disciple. I am utterly content, she remarked with a smile. Master Xuanyu observed the transformation in Qiao Lan's expression, noting how a mere courtyard could elicit such joy from the young girl. One could only imagine how difficult her previous life in Qing'an had been. His gaze upon Qiao Lan softened with greater affection, and he proceeded to extract several treasures from his storage ring. This is a soft tortoise shell, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the fusion stage. This is a marrow-cleansing pill, which can purify the channels and marrow. Keep this jade tablet safe. It contains 3 of my attacks. Remember to use it in times of peril. This is a teleportation talisman, capable of transporting you to any location within 18,000 miles. And here are 50,000 spirit stones. Feel free to spend them as you wish. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in Qiao Lan's eyes as she struggled to grasp the bounty bestowed upon her by her master. Is this what it feels like to have a master? The esteemed Qinglan Jinren is either in seclusion or on the path to seclusion, dedicating each day solely to cultivation, never bestowing upon his disciples even a trinket, let alone the treasures that one would only encounter in the original novels. Xianyu Jinren tenderly caressed Qiao Lan's head, saying, Little 7, devote yourself to your cultivation, for in time, all that you desire will come to you. Qiao Lan nodded earnestly, exclaiming, I have the finest master in the realm. Naturally, I shall have everything. You impudent girl. Xian Yu Jinren shook his head in resignation. However, master, do not emulate Qiao Lan Jinren, who only knows of cultivation day in and day out, never stepping beyond his door. I have yet to see his prowess advance remarkably. Qiao Lan pouted. Life is long, filled with poetry and distant horizons. Traversing countless worlds and witnessing the splendor of life is also part of existence. That is what life truly is. Traversing countless worlds, witnessing the splendor of life. Xian Yu Jinren murmured, repeatedly echoing these two phrases as he entered a profound state of contemplation, subsequently sitting cross-legged upon the ground. Master, what is happening? Qiao Lan exclaimed in shock, glancing anxiously at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan regarded Qiao Lan with a complex expression, saying, Master is experiencing enlightenment. Do not disturb him. It is extraordinary that a master of the fusion stage would attain enlightenment from this woman's few words. So it is enlightenment. Qiao Lan exhaled in relief, her eyes suddenly sparkling with brightness. Though she had never experienced enlightenment herself, having read extensively, she understood well how rare such an occurrence truly is. Now, both Master Xian Yu and Master Qiao Lan stand at an equal prowess, each firmly established in the mid-stage of the integration realm. Master Xian Yu has become my own mentor, and it is indeed fortuitous for her strength to surpass that of Master Qiao Lan, as it provides a certain assurance for her. Qiao Lan dragged 2 chairs from within the house, positioning them at a comfortable distance from Master Xian Yu, before settling into one and leisurely brewing tea while munching on sunflower seeds, her demeanor exuding contentment. Pei Yuan observed her with a twitching eye, uncertain whether to deem her carefree or simply unperturbed. Why are you standing there? Come sit. Let us eat while we safeguard our master, he urged. Qiao Lan even poured him a cup of tea, inviting him to taste. Her notion of safeguarding was indeed refreshingly simple. Given the circumstances, Pei Yuan accepted without resistance, taking a seat to savor the tea and the seeds. A slight smile graced his lips. This sensation was rather pleasant. As time flowed, the sun dipped below the horizon. The entire Guanyang peak was draped in a golden veil. A resounding laughter echoed through the air, startling Qiao Lan from her slumber, causing her to tumble from her chair. Upon rising, she beheld Master Xian Yu emanating a formidable surge of spiritual energy, his aura more pronounced than ever before. With joy, Qiao Lan dashed forward, exclaiming, Congratulations, Master. You have successfully advanced. Little 7, you truly are my lucky star. The path of cultivation often hinges upon fortuitous opportunities. Having been stuck in the mid-stage of integration for decades, he had not anticipated that a mere conversation with this young girl would bestow such enlightenment. If she is not a lucky star, then what could possibly be? Qiao Lan playfully stuck out her tongue. It's nothing, just what a disciple ought to do. What has transpired? Kai Zhengxiao's voice was filled with urgency. His presence felt even before he arrived. Shortly thereafter, a number of elders gathered before the courtyard gate. Xian Yu, you have advanced. Upon his arrival, Kai Zhengxiao immediately noticed the transformation of Master Xian Yu. I have not failed my mission. I have reached the later stage of integration. Master Xian Yu extended his hand, bringing Qiao Lan before the assembly, stating, Thanks to Shao Qi, I was granted the opportunity for enlightenment. Upon hearing this, the elders gazed at Qiao Lan in astonishment, their expressions turning envious. Aha! Kai Zhengxiao's laughter resonated brightly, congratulating his junior disciple on becoming the foremost individual in the Eastern Wilderness domain. The elders echoed in unison, congratulating Master Xian Yu on his status as the number 1 in the Eastern Wilderness. Ding! Assessing the qualifications of the investment target. Evaluating rewards for the investment target. What a delightful sound. Investment target. Name. Mo Chun age, 98 years spirit root, exceptional wind spirit root destiny. Blue-purple. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, pondering the significance of the blue and purple destiny. Investment event. Assisting Mo Chun in attaining enlightenment opportunity investment return. The host has been endowed with talents of Talisman Master, Chapter 7. The good fortune of Guanyang Peak in order to ascertain whether the system's so-called Talisman Master talent and exceptional spirit root were equally lackluster. Qiao Lan hastily purchased various tools for drawing talismans using spirit stones. Upon returning to her courtyard, she laid out all the items she had procured. Leaning over her desk, she took up a wolf hair brush and began to sketch the basic talisman designs onto the talisman paper. As the wolf hair brush touched the talisman paper, Qiao Lan felt a remarkable clarity in her mind, her focus entirely on the paper before her. The brush glided effortlessly, as if she had been born to inscribe talismans, as natural as the act of eating or drinking. In no time, she completed the wind talisman. Gazing at the freshly crafted symbol, Qiao Lan felt an exhilarating urge. She grasped the talisman and stepped into the courtyard, where the wind talisman danced in the breeze, poised between her fingers. In an instant, she found herself in Pei Yuan's courtyard. Who was there? Qiao Lan rose and waved at Pei Yuan, who was bathing. She offered an awkward smile and greeted, "Hi. Good evening." Upon recognizing Qiao Lan, Pei Yuan relaxed momentarily, but his expression darkened the next second. "Have you had enough?" Qiao Lan rolled her eyes and retorted, "What is there to see? You're still a work in progress." She considered herself a person of sound aesthetic judgment, after all. With a flick of her wrist and a swift incantation, she vanished from his sight, leaving Pei Yuan with a look of disbelief. Pei Yuan's eye twitched. What is not appealing? Qiao Lan. Hearing his furious voice behind her, Qiao Lan merely dug at her ears, surprised by the narcissism of the villainous boss. She spent the entire evening creating over 100 talismans, only to find herself dizzy and overwhelmed, unable to continue. As she gazed at the substantial stack of talismans on the table, she couldn't help but marvel. Is this what it means to possess the talent of a talisman master? The next day, at dawn, Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan were escorted by Master Xian Yu to the Hall of Transmission. From today onwards, both of you shall come to the Hall of Teachings daily for your studies. Should there be any uncertainties, you may seek guidance from the elders or come to me. Qiao Lan beamed with a sweet smile, responding gently, "Understood, Master." Xian Yu nodded, his gaze towards Qiao Lan increasingly affectionate, akin to that of a parent observing their child. "Yes, study diligently." Subsequently, Xian Yu turned his attention to the assembly of teaching elders, entrusting his 2 disciples to their care. We dare not. The elders exclaimed, their voices tinged with trepidation. Witnessing Xian Yu personally escorting his 2 cherished disciples to the Hall of Teachings. Those who had previously criticized Qiao Lan for her inferior spiritual root and her cultivation at the first level of spirit gathering, abandoned any thoughts of troublemaking. Observing Xian Yu's protective demeanor towards Qiao Lan, it became evident that the rumors were indeed true. He had attained enlightenment and advancement due to this young girl. The once dismissive elders now regarded Qiao Lan with a transformed perspective. In comparison to other personal disciples and inner sect members, Qiao Lan's cultivation was glaringly insufficient, making it impossible for the elders to overlook her. Elder Zhang Shou furrowed his brow, suggesting that perhaps she should be placed in classes with the outer sect disciples to avoid hindering the progress of others. Have you lost your mind? Qiao Baiqiang immediately retorted, his face a mask of disapproval. No matter her circumstances, Qiao Lan is still a direct disciple of Xian Yu. To put it bluntly, she is also the auspicious emblem of Guanyang Peak. On her very first day in the Hall of Teachings, you would have her attend classes with outer sect disciples? You are showing blatant disrespect towards Xian Yu. If you wish to court disaster, do not involve me. Su Su nodded in complete agreement with Qiao Baiqiang's words. Zhang Shou's gaze unconsciously fell upon Qiao Lan once more, his eyelids twitching, while his goatee curled in tandem with the muscular contractions of his face. He spread his hands, closed his eyes, wishing not to see, so as to avoid distress. He suggested they observe for themselves. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders turned their attention in that direction. Qiao Lan appeared utterly out of place among the group of disciples. The other disciples sat serenely on their cushions, diligently cultivating their minds and absorbing spiritual energy with every fleeting moment, while Qiao Lan persistently attempted to channel energy into her body, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Astonishingly, she could not even master the most fundamental technique of energy absorption. Qiao Baiqiang was aware of Qiao Lan's lack of aptitude, but witnessing her struggles in such a basic practice was nonetheless shocking. Su Su's expression also darkened considerably, rendering him silent. Observing the discomfort on the faces of the 2 elders, which resembled the agony of constipation, Zhang Shou's mood lightened significantly. The 3 unanimously decided that the other disciples should continue with the original teaching plan, while Qiao Lan would start from the very basics. Zhang Shou and Su Su distributed suitable spiritual techniques for each disciple's learning. However, Qiao Lan received the energy channeling technique and flame palm from Qiao Baiqiang. The elder feigned warmth as he offered words of comfort and encouragement. Study well. It's perfectly fine to take your time. Upon seeing the 3 characters of energy channeling technique, Qiao Lan realized that the elders had misunderstood her. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Elder Qiao." While the other disciples held jade slips in their hands, she alone possessed a technique transcribed on paper. In the Xiantian continent, techniques, and spiritual skills are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Only the lowest tier, the yellow rank, would be recorded on paper. Qiao Lan looked at the 2 manuals in her hands, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was no wonder the elders had misunderstood. Even she found herself perplexed. She had just engaged in meditation, clearly absorbing spiritual energy, which she successfully gathered within her body. However, the energy would vanish after circulating through her system, as if it had never existed. Gazing at her utterly empty dantian, Qiao Lan began to doubt whether the exceptional spiritual root bestowed upon her by the system was merely an empty title, a worthless fade. Faced with the futility of her cultivation, Qiao Lan ceased her struggles and idly browsed through the books in her hands. With remarkable speed, she perused the texts. And before long, she had finished both volumes. To her astonishment, the information she had just read seemed to manifest as vivid imagery in her mind. As she recalled the contents of the books, the details instantaneously surfaced in her consciousness. Had she truly finished so quickly? Jiao Bai looked at Qiao Lan in disbelief. With a serious expression, he advised her patiently, "It is not enough to simply read. You must comprehend and master the material." Qiao Lan politely smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder. I have memorized both texts." Jiao Bai regarded her with skepticism, casually flipping to a page in flame palm, specifically the 3rd technique. Upon hearing this, the answer immediately emerged in her mind, and Qiao Lan confidently articulated, "The 3rd technique of flame palm is the continuous flame palm." Not a word was amiss. Indeed, not a single word. Jiao Bai marveled, "You possess an incredible memory." Qiao Lan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. The ability to recall information at will could certainly be considered a form of eidetic memory. Upon witnessing her candid admission, a flicker of envy danced in Qiao Baiqiang's eyes, only for him to shake his head in regret as he recalled her prodigious talent. To his surprise, instead of declining, Qiao Baiqiang readily acquiesced to her suggestion. Even if the esteemed Xian Yuzhenren were to discover that Qiao Lan's cultivation progress was sluggish, they would bear no blame. Qiao Lan's proposal adeptly addressed the urgent concerns of the elders responsible for instruction. Chapter 8. Mutual Gifts of Introduction. Qiao Lan, holding the jade token bestowed by Qiao Baiqiang, made her way to the library pavilion. The elder guarding the entrance cast a brief glance at her before granting her passage. Qiao Lan found it astonishing that this elder, merely glancing at her, permitted her entry without scrutinizing the jade token. The library pavilion boasted 5 levels. The first level housed an assortment of miscellaneous works detailing the intriguing tales of the Tianjiao continent, along with foundational texts on yellow-grade techniques, spiritual arts, alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, and talisman crafting. The second level contained introductions to both common and rare secret realms, alongside techniques and spiritual arts, as well as advanced versions of alchemical, forging, taming, and talisman texts. The third level naturally held a more advanced collection of tomes. As for the fourth level, entry was reserved solely for the elders, while the fifth level was accessible only to the sect leader and the venerable Xian Yuzhenren. Qiao Lan had a clear objective. She entered today with the intention of mastering the art of talisman drawing. For her, the absence of spiritual roots was inconsequential, rendering her current state rather futile. It would be far more advantageous to acquire alternative skills. Just like alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers, talisman masters belong to a unique profession, one that promised swift financial rewards and represented the wealthiest demographic in this continent. Not everyone is destined to become a talisman master, an alchemist, a weaponsmith, or a beast tamer. The scarcity of practitioners in these esteemed professions is primarily due to their heavy reliance on innate talent. The threshold for entry is exceedingly high, and those devoid of such talent find themselves unable even to commence their journey. Consequently, individuals engaged in these specialized vocations are highly sought after in the Tianjiao continent, coveted by various powerful factions. Inside the library, the collection of books on talismans is rather limited. After an exhaustive search, Qiao Lan managed to locate only 5 volumes. One of these tomes delves into the origins of talismans and their application. After a cursory glance, she proceeded to the next book. This volume contained a compendium of low-tier talismans. Among them, she had already mastered several. However, upon encountering unfamiliar symbols, Qiao Lan could not resist the urge to take out her wolf hair brush and talisman paper, eagerly replicating the designs. The elder stationed outside maintained a vigilant awareness over the entire library. Not a single occurrence within its confines escaped his notice. Observing Qiao Lan, who was merely at the first layer of the gathering spirit realm, effortlessly crafting numerous talismans. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The symbols she inscribed flowed with remarkable smoothness and uniformity, immediately indicating their exceptional quality. How intriguing! How delightful! It has been quite some time since such an engaging talent has graced our sect. Qiao Lan remained engrossed in her talisman creation until her materials were exhausted, at which point she laid down her brush. Upon exiting the library, she found that dawn had broken, ushering in a new day. Who are you? Are you the new disciple of the master? They spoke in unison, and Qiao Lan detected a hint of impatience in their eyes. Anyone who appeared at the Guanyang Peak must undoubtedly belong to its ranks. The esteemed Master Xin Yu once confided in her that he harbored a disdain for outsiders entering the peak, the only individuals permitted to come and go freely. Aside from the revered master himself, were his disciples. Noting the other party's feigned ignorance, Qiao Lan's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. Is there something you need? Suddenly, a flash of crimson light streaked before her eyes. Instinctively, Qiao Lan reached out and grasped what turned out to be a fire spirit fruit. While not exceptionally rare, the fire spirit fruit was certainly valuable. For cultivators with a fire spirit root, particularly those in the gathering spirit realm, consuming this fruit could potentially elevate their cultivation by 1 or 2 minor realms, or at the very least, solidify their current level. I am Ming Yanli, ranked 5th among my peers, and this is a token of our introduction. No need for thanks, he proclaimed. At his words, Qiao Lan felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Just for a single fire spirit fruit, he assumed an air of superiority, presenting it as if bestowing a grand favor. What a typical, uninspired man. It was no wonder he fell prey to the sweet words of Zhou Chuwei in the original tale, utterly confused, only to be sold out while cheerfully counting her money, ultimately leading to a tragic misunderstanding that culminated in his public demise. Gathering spirit realm, first layer? Ming Yanli's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Among us brothers, who isn't a paragon of excellence? How could our master take on someone as inept as you as a personal disciple? Just as Qiao Lan was about to respond, she heard Ming Yanli, with a look of disdain, declare, with your current cultivation level, you should remain at Guanyang Peak to train diligently. Even if you do venture out, please do not disgrace our master's name as his personal disciple. I cannot afford such embarrassment. Qiao Lan was both amused and infuriated, retorting coolly, don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You are the weakest among our brothers, so what gives you the right to criticize me? You, Ming Yanli. Taken aback by the audacity of the newly arrived, seemingly inept junior sister who dared to retort him with such harsh words, could not contain his disdain. So what if I am the weakest? My prowess stands tall among the direct disciples of the other elders. Although his innate talent paled in comparison to that of several senior brothers, his qualifications and abilities were nonetheless commendable. Ming Yanli possessed a lucid understanding of his own worth. You lack the standing to be compared to me. Qiao Lan cast a frosty gaze at Ming Yanli, asserting, though I may currently be inferior to you in strength, remember, fortunes ebb and flow over the years. Do not underestimate a young girl and her struggles. Even before her presence was felt, the resonant voice of Master Xin Yu echoed with evident concern. In an instant, the smile that adorned Qiao Lan's face vanished, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her lips pressed tightly together in a stubborn attempt to withhold her sorrow. Upon reaching Qiao Lan's courtyard, Master Xin Yu witnessed this poignant scene. As soon as she spotted her beloved master, Qiao Lan rushed towards him, exclaiming, Master! Tears cascaded down like a suddenly released tap, soaking the fabric of Master Xin Yu's robes. Observing his young disciple weeping so heartbreakingly, Master Xin Yu felt utterly at a loss. Qiao Lan was indeed the first to throw herself into his embrace, crying so freely. Ming Yanli stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he discerned the expression of concern etched upon his master's face, feeling 1,000 cuts to his fragile ego. Who has wronged you? Master Xin Yu inquired, his voice laced with genuine worry. It was the first time he had witnessed Qiao Lan in such distress. She was not one to suffer indignities lightly, and her tears spoke of profound grievances. As Qiao Lan wiped away her tears, she stole a glance at the petrified Ming Yanli and timidly spoke, Master, no one is bullying me. The venerable Xin Yu was incensed, unleashing his ire upon Ming Yanli for the first time. Ming Yanli was taken aback, yet in Xin Yu's eyes, his bewildered reaction was an implicit admission. Observing this, Qiao Lan hastily grasped Xin Yu's sleeve, saying, Master, 5th senior brother truly did not bully me. He is right, my aptitude is woefully inadequate. Henceforth, when I venture outside, I shall never claim to be your disciple. lest I bring shame upon you and my senior brothers." Upon hearing this, Xian Yu's anger intensified, while Ming Yanli remained in a state of confusion. The newly arrived junior sister had the audacity to report him to Master in front of him. In his understanding, such grievances were typically aired in private. Meeting Qiao Lan's defiant gaze, Ming Yanli's fury flared, and he exclaimed, "Am I not speaking the truth?" Upon finally hearing the words she longed to hear from Ming Yanli, Qiao Lan's smile widened. "Yes, precisely. Speak more if you can." She silently cheered for Ming Yanli in her heart, pondering why Master would take a worthless disciple like her. "Silence," Xian Yu thundered. To speak so freely in his presence hinted at how much more scathing the words would be in front of Shaoqi. "You shall go to the water abyss and reflect upon your misdeeds. Only when you recognize your errors may you emerge. Master, you would punish your disciple by sending her to the water abyss for her sake." Ming Yanli's eyes reflected a sense of injury. The master had just consoled Qiao Lan, referring to himself as her teacher, yet without hesitation, he sternly reprimanded her, asserting his authority. At that moment, Ming Yanli gazed at Qiao Lan with eyes filled with envy and jealousy, envious of the affection and care she received from the master upon her arrival at Guanyang Peak. Shui Xingyuan, this punishment seemed excessively severe. Today, the senior brother had come specifically to present a gift to his junior. "Master, please do not be angry." Qiao Lan displayed the fire spirit fruit in her hand to Master Xian Yu, hoping to substantiate her claims. Upon seeing the fire spirit fruit in her palm, Master Xian Yu's demeanor softened slightly, though he still regarded her with disdain. As a senior brother, to offer merely a single fire spirit fruit as a greeting gift was indeed rather stingy. A voice of agreement echoed within Qiao Lan's heart, affirming that such behavior was indeed miserly. Ming Yanli looked incredulously at Master Xian Yu. A single fire spirit fruit had cost him the completion of 3 tasks. Hardly a trivial matter. During his youth, the gifts he received from his seniors were always various spiritual fruits and herbs. Yet he had never witnessed the master express any discontent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, casting a fierce glare at Qiao Lan, as if to say, "Your feigned kindness is unnecessary. I willingly accept the punishment." Chapter 9. It turns out, the useless one is myself. As Ming Yanli turned to leave for Shui Xingyuan, Qiao Lan called out, "Fifth senior brother, wait. What is it?" Ming Yanli halted, annoyance etched on his face as he turned to look at Qiao Lan. However, the next moment, he felt the weight of the master's piercing gaze upon him, causing his expression to stiffen as he averted his eyes. "Master, I have only recently arrived at the Xiantian sect and am still unfamiliar with my surroundings. I wish to descend the mountain to procure some items. May I request that elder brother will accompany me?" Noticing the furrowed brow of Master, Qiao Lan tugged gently at the sleeve of the esteemed Xuanyu Zhenren, appealingly stating, "Elder brother Wu speaks candidly and harbors no ill intentions towards me. His remarks are merely to encourage my diligent cultivation, lest I tarnish Master's illustrious reputation. His manner of expression may lead to misunderstandings." Qiao Lan turned to the dazed Ming Yanli, inquiring, "Elder brother, do you not agree with my sentiments?" Xuanyu Zhenren feigned exasperation, saying, "Enough, enough, do not shake so. You are making my head spin." "Splendid. Master has granted permission. I always knew you were the best, the finest in the world." Qiao Lan, with her sweet words flowing freely, elicited a joyful smile from Xuanyu Zhenren, whose hearty laughter resonated at the entrance of the courtyard. Ming Yanli stood in bewilderment. Is this truly the strict and solemn master he revered? Very well, I concede. You, with your honeyed tongue. Xuanyu Zhenren relented, while Qiao Lan beamed with innocence, replying, "Not at all, master. My words are but heartfelt truths. Purchase whatever you desire. My disciple cannot be underestimated." No sooner had Xuanyu Zhenren spoken than a storage bag appeared in Qiao Lan's hand. She opened it and gasped, 50,000 spirit stones, master. This is far too much, If you cannot spend it all, save it for next time. It will surely come in handy. After imparting some important reminders to Qiao Lan, Master Xian Yu took his leave. He had only just departed. Were it not for the original text, Qiao Lan would have begun to doubt the sanity of Ming Yanli. With a gaze filled with complexity, Ming Yanli looked at Qiao Lan, as if to say, "Do not presume that your plea on my behalf will earn you my gratitude." TSK. Qiao Lan shot him a disdainful glance and inquired, "How about my welcoming gift?" "Dear junior sister? Consider yourself enlightened." Ming Yanli gritted his teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws. The corners of Qiao Lan's eyes twitched. "You are not contemplating descending the mountain on a flying sword, are you? What other option do I have?" Qiao Lan rolled her eyes and began rummaging through her storage pouch. Ming Yanli impatiently urged, "Hurry up. Why does it take so long to step outside?" "Found it." Qiao Lan triumphantly produced a golden model resembling a ship from her pouch. Infusing her spiritual energy into the golden little vessel, it instantly expanded to the size of a traditional pleasure boat, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals with ease. Qiao Lan swiftly boarded the boat, and only after filling the spiritual stone compartment did she feel a sense of relief. While flying spiritual artifacts were indeed marvelous, they consumed an excessive amount of spiritual stones. Yet, given the opportunity to relive her life, she would not skimp on her own enjoyment. What of consuming spiritual stones? She was now a veritable little heiress, fully capable of affording such expenses. "This is the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the golden sailboat. Did your master give it to you?" Ming Yanli was so astonished that he nearly tumbled off his sword. He had initially been blown away by the 50,000 spiritual stones casually bestowed upon Qiao Lan by their master, but to learn that she had also received the golden sailboat was beyond his comprehension. "It wasn't a gift from our master, was it? Did I steal it, perhaps?" Qiao Lan curled her lips and beckoned him to enter, reminding him that every second wasted equated to a loss of spirit stones. Ming Yanli, for once, refrained from needling Qiao Lan with sharp words as he stepped onto the golden sail ship, taking in the surroundings. He had only had the fortune of boarding such a vessel once, a decade ago during his childhood. He could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. After 2 decades at Guanyang Peak, his master had never smiled warmly at him, offered him solace, nor bestowed upon him such a wealth of spirit stones and treasures. After a moment of awkward hesitation, he managed to ask, "What method have you employed to earn your master's favoritism?" Who wouldn't yearn for their master's affection? "I have longed for it for quite some time." Seeing that he was beginning to understand, Qiao Lan replied, "Haven't you ever heard that the child who cries gets the milk?" Ming Yanli grimaced, clearly unconvinced, and retorted, "Nonsense. Utterly absurd. I am a man. And as the saying goes, a man should not shed tears easily. How could I possibly cry?" Qiao Lan shook her head inwardly. This child had evidently not experienced the harshness of the world and remained naive. It was futile to elaborate further. The speed of the flying spirit tool was astonishing, far surpassing that of sword flight. In just a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the foot of the sect's mountain, reaching the bustling marketplace. With a clear objective in mind, Qiao Lan strode purposefully towards the Wanbao Pavilion. Ming Yanli intended to voice a reminder about her destination, but thought better of it upon recalling the spirit stones his master had gifted her before her departure. After all, she was far wealthier than he. There was no need for him to fret over her affairs. Upon the arrival of the guests, the esteemed shopkeeper Yin promptly approached, inquiring with curiosity, "Might I ask what brings you, esteemed friend?" Ming Yanli gestured towards Qiao Lan, clarifying, "It is she who wishes to make a purchase, not I." Yan's gaze shifted to Qiao Lan, and with a mere glance, he deduced her identity. Surely, this young friend must be the recently appointed 7th disciple of the esteemed Xiangyu. "Please, allow me to escort you within," he welcomed graciously. Impressed by the shopkeeper's keen insight, Qiao Lan expressed her admiration and directly stated her intention, "I seek materials for talisman paper and the crafting of talismans." Upon hearing this, Yan's expression turned intricate, and he cautiously inquired, "Are you a talisman master, young friend?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Qiao Lan did not shy away from revealing her identity as a talisman master. After all, Wanbage is the premier trading house of the Tianjin continent and the foremost intelligence organization. Letting its members know of her abilities would only facilitate her purchases. Ming Yanli and Yin, however, presumed Qiao Lan was jesting, dismissing her words lightly. Nevertheless, Yin did not falter in his hospitality and promptly led the two to the talisman section. As Qiao Lan surveyed the array of talisman materials, she waved her hand decisively. "This one, and this one too, and this wrap them all up for me." Ming Yanli's mouth twitched at the sight of such a grand order. "Do you think you can use all of this? Is it too much?" Qiao Lan retorted, pouting, "I find it insufficient." "Boasting," Ming Yanli bluntly countered, "just keep on bragging." "Hey, calling me a braggart? Open your eyes wide and behold," Qiao Lan exclaimed with a playful challenge. Qiao Lan casually retrieved a thick stack from her storage bag and exuberantly stuffed it into Ming Yanli's embrace, presenting it as a generous gift. Ming Yanli gazed in astonishment at the substantial collection of talismans, at least 100, wondering if she truly intended to give them all to him. Qiao Lan waved her hand dismissively, patting her chest with assurance, asserting that it was merely 100 talismans among comrades, and there was no need for formality. She would cover all of her senior brother's talismans from now on. Comrades, no need for formality. I will cover it all. Ming Yanli felt as though he had been struck by those words, for he had never encountered such sentiments, not even from his master or fellow disciples. A tumult of unfamiliar emotions surged within him, nearly overwhelming him, yet he found himself relishing this sensation. While Ming Yanli remained lost in thought, Manager Yin observed with focused intent, his attention entirely fixed on the talismans cradled in Ming Yanli's arms. Upon closer inspection, he noted the fluid brush strokes and balanced spiritual energy of the talismans, immediately discerning their extraordinary quality. Manager Yan's gaze shifted back to Qiao Lan, excitement radiating from him as he rubbed his hands together, inquiring if this young friend had any surplus talismans for sale and at what price. Eager to ascertain the quality of her own creations, Qiao Lan produced another stack of talismans for Manager Yin to examine, as she continued to extract them in thick bundles. Even the well-versed Manager Yin could not help but feel a flicker of surprise at such an impressive display. Upon receiving the talismans, Master Yin noticed that each one bore a fluid brushstroke, imbued with a balanced and abundant spirit energy, unmistakably crafted by the same hand. As he examined them further, his astonishment grew, transforming into delight as he cast an excited glance at Qiao Lan, raising the talismans in his hand, each a superior grade, capable of fetching 50 inferior spirit stones apiece. 50 inferior spirit stones. Ming Yanli was utterly astounded, unable to contain a gasp of disbelief. The market price for ordinary talismans generally hovers around 20 inferior spirit stones. He could scarcely fathom that Qiao Lan's creations commanded a price twice that. And given that Wanbao Pavilion would certainly set an even higher price for her talismans, it was beyond his expectations. Maintaining her composure, Qiao Lan appeared tranquil, though inwardly she was elated. She feigned nonchalance as she patted Ming Yanli's shoulder. Both he and Master Yin gazed at the small mountain of talismans before them, their eyes twitching in unison, only to hear Qiao Lan casually declare, "Not too many, not too few. Exactly 1,500, totaling 75,000 inferior spirit stones." As they exited Wanbao Pavilion, Ming Yanli finally comprehended that Qiao Lan was a talisman master of considerable rank. With a talisman master's ability to amass wealth, there was no longer any need for their mentor to provide spirit stones. Most importantly, the individual he had once doubted as a mere wastrel had now transformed into a talisman master. Reflecting on his past actions, Ming Yanli was filled with remorse. How could someone destined for a special profession possibly be a failure? It dawned on him that the true wastrel was, in fact, himself. Investment object. Name, Ming Yanli. Age, 20. Cultivation level, Linghai period. 11th layer spiritual root. Heavenly grade Earth spiritual root destiny. Blue investment amount. 100 talismans investment returns. 1 bottle of Qing Yuan Dan. 10 bottles of blood recovery pill. 10 bottles of spirit recovery pill. Chapter 10. The first gathering at Guanyang Peak. Upon returning to Guanyang Peak, Qiao Lan noticed that the sun was setting and, without the slightest hesitation, beckoned Ming Yanli. "Senior brother, come and lend a hand." She began to unpack the ingredients she had procured that afternoon from her storage bag, gesturing towards the items on the cutting board. "Assist me, will you?" Ming Yanli pointed to himself and then to the ingredients, stammering as he spoke. I. Qiao Lan shot him a glance, exclaiming, "What are you hesitating for? The sun is nearly down. Hurry up and be efficient." Ming Yanli was utterly perplexed. With the existence of the Bigodan, why was there a need for such exertion? In his memory, the meals at Xiantian's sect could only be described as barely edible. Eating was merely a means to sustain oneself. With the Bigodan, this fuss was entirely unnecessary. "Just wait until it's cooked. Don't eat any," he remarked. Ming Yanli rubbed his nose. Since he was already here, he might as well help out. "First, please remove the hairs from this meat, clean it thoroughly, and then bring it to me." At her words, Ming Yanli furrowed his brow, forming a frown, and under Qiao Lan's intense gaze, he rubbed his nose again and stepped outside, carrying the meat with purposeful strides. Qiao Lan began to cook in an organized manner. While on Blue Star, she was deeply influenced by the culture of Huagua and developed a profound love for Chinese cuisine. Good food must not be neglected. How to describe it? It is akin to the difference between bland Western fare and the exquisite mapo tofu, with a palate attuned to Huagua flavors. How could she allow her taste buds to suffer? The very thought of mapo tofu made her mouth water. The spices commonly used in the Tianjin continent were not as diverse as those on Blue Star, and many required Qiao Lan's meticulous preparation. Ming Yanli, adept and swift, soon had the meat processed and brought it inside, placing it into a basin. As Qiao Lan busied herself with selecting vegetables, she reminded Ming Yanli not to overlook anything. Ming Yanli, intrigued by the colorful contents of the basin, wondered about the array of red and green ingredients. These are seasonings. Once marinated, we can start grilling, she explained. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed grilled meat, and the craving was intense. Upon hearing the mention of grilling, a brief flicker of disdain crossed Ming Yanli's face, but as he glanced again at the vibrant seasonings, anticipation began to bubble within him. Noticing that the time was right, Qiao Lan prepared to grill the meat. After setting up the fire pit and the grill, she handed a brush and a container of oil to Ming Yanli. Senior brother, coat the meat with oil, and after every 2 or 3 minutes, flip it over. What does 2 or 3 minutes mean? This question from Ming Yanli momentarily stumped Qiao Lan, as she recalled that the Tianjin continent had no concept of seconds, minutes, or hours. After a brief pause, she decided. Then count to 150 before flipping the meat. Ming Yanli listened with a puzzled expression but reluctantly agreed. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes emanating from the kitchen. For those who practiced cultivation, their senses were heightened beyond that of ordinary mortals, and Ming Yanli couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. In the kitchen, Qiao Lan prepared all the dishes she longed to savor, determined to indulge herself splendidly. Upon emerging from the kitchen, she noticed the meat had been roasted to a golden hue. Fifth senior brother, could you kindly invite our master and Xiao Yuanyuan over? Ming Yanli nodded and promptly took out the sound transmission talisman to contact both Master Xin Yu and Pei Yuan. A sound transmission talisman? How had she overlooked such a useful item? She resolved to create 100 of them that very night. Just as the talisman extinguished, Master Xin Yu arrived in an instant. Master, you arrived so swiftly. The meat is nearly ready. Qiao Lan turned the meat while sprinkling on some soul seasoning, instantly enhancing the aroma with its exquisite essence. Little Seven, what are you doing? Master Xin Yu inquired, puzzled. Why, I'm preparing dinner. Today marks the first gathering for us at Guanyang Peak. What does a gathering entail? Both Master Xin Yu and Ming Yanli asked in unison. Qiao Lan stroked her chin, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Well, it is a way to enhance and exchange feelings. Yes, precisely, Qiao Lan concluded, satisfied with her explanation. Pei Yuan, who had just arrived, overheard her words. Initially indifferent to the concept of a gathering, he would come to realize by the end that such a gathering was indeed quite agreeable. For 15 years, Ming Yanli had dined alone, lacking an understanding of the joys of communal meals and the bonds they foster. Yet, when he shared his first meal with his esteemed master, he found the experience to be utterly delightful and refreshingly novel. The revered Xian Yu, observing Qiao Lan diligently grilling a piece of meat larger than her own frame, felt a warmth in his heart, especially since this was the first occasion a disciple had prepared a meal for him and invited him to join. He felt an unusual sense of contentment regarding his decision to take Qiao Lan as his female disciple. Qiao Lan cheerfully pulled out a chair, playfully gesturing for her master to sit. Once Xin Yu graciously settled down, she turned to the kitchen, bringing forth a myriad of dishes she had prepared. Unsure of her master's and senior brother's preferences, she had made a few dishes at random, playfully cautioning them not to be critical. In truth, she was well aware of their tastes, having gleaned their preferences from the script, and the table was laden with their favorites, hoping to impress them. Xin Yu, ever accommodating, admired the array of dishes that were not only visually appealing but also promised delightful flavors. This is stir-fried 5-spice rabbit meat. Do give it a try, master. And here is the steamed pork belly. In this dish, the fluffy jade cabbage. In no time, Qiao Lan had served her master all his favorite dishes. With an eager expression, she inquired, how does it taste? Ming Yanli and Pei Yuan exchanged glances, both looking towards Xin Yu with anticipation for his response. Qiao Lan, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Indeed, Qiao Lan's mood suddenly plummeted as she bitterly smiled. Recalling her time in Qingxian sect, I practiced my culinary skills diligently for so long, preparing a grand feast each time, only to find myself eating it all alone in the end. I once thought that it was because Shao Qi's cooking was unpalatable that no one wished to dine with her. Upon hearing this, Master Xin Yu felt a sharp pang in his heart, overwhelmed with compassion. No, Shao Qi's cooking is truly delightful. I relish it immensely. It is that old curmudgeon Qing Lan who lacks the appreciation and the fortune to enjoy such cuisine. None of this is Shao Qi's fault. Is that truly the case? Qiao Lan wiped away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, breaking into a smile. Indeed, she exclaimed. Then master, you must indulge a bit more. Upon learning of Qiao Lan's plight, both Pei Yuan and Ming Yanli felt a pang of discomfort. As they picked up their chopsticks, they resolved to finish their meals out of respect, yet the moment the food approached their lips, their intentions swiftly changed. How could they forego such delectable spiritual delicacies? Were the members of Qingxian's sect devoid of taste? Qiao Lan initially thought they had overcooked the barbecue this time, yet unexpectedly, the massive earth spirit pig was devoured by the three men. Watching them feast with satisfaction, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Qiao Lan's mouth. Ding! What a melodious and enchanting sound. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. Investment targets: Pei Yuan, Imo Chun, Yin Li. Investment: a sumptuous spiritual feast. Investment returns: a nameless. Low-tier cultivation technique. Chapter 11. It turned out that she was not incapable of advancement. She sat cross-legged on the mat and began to delve into the nameless low-tier cultivation technique imprinted in her mind. This technique not only lacked a rank but also bore no name. Could it truly be as unreliable as those extraordinary spiritual roots? Qiao Lan pursed her lips, feeling increasingly skeptical. Yet, inexplicably, a profound impulse compelled her to explore the nameless technique, and her body instinctively began to follow the prescribed methods. As Qiao Lan closed her eyes, her heart synchronized with the flow of spiritual energy. She could sense the energy fervently penetrating her skin, gradually coursing into her meridians, circulating through a minor cycle, then a major one, converging in her dantian. Second layer of spirit gathering stage. The breaking of the bottleneck filled Qiao Lan with elation. It turned out that she was not incapable of progression, she merely had yet to acquire a technique suited to her. Shortly thereafter, her aura continued to surge, seemingly on the verge of another advancement. Drawing from her recent experience, Qiao Lan completely relaxed her body and mind, allowing her thoughts to flow with the undulating spiritual energy. Third layer of spirit gathering stage. It was only at dawn that Qiao Lan opened her eyes, feeling rejuvenated, more invigorated than after a refreshing slumber. In the Law Transmission Hall. Yin Li, it has been quite some time since you last visited the Law Transmission Hall. What brings you here today? Yin Li slightly nodded to Elder Zhang Shou, explaining that he had come to observe the progress of his junior brothers and sisters in their studies. Zhang Shou cast a glance at Qiao Lan, who appeared conspicuously out of place in the classroom, and with a slight tug at the corners of his stiff lips, managed an awkward smile. Today marked the examination of their spiritual technique studies. Qiao Bai Mei surveyed the room, absorbing the expressions on the faces of his disciples. And finally his gaze settled on Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan, please come forward, he called. The summoned Pei Yuan walked to the front with an impassive expression. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, he swiftly formed a series of intricate hand gestures, his movements so rapid that they left the onlookers momentarily dazzled. A sphere of lightning materialized in his palm, expanding in size while crackling with electric energy. Go! Pei Yuan transformed his hand into a flat palm, directing the lightning sphere towards the doorway. It shot forth in a straight line, continuing until it reached the courtyard of the transmission hall. He then calmly uttered, "Explode." As his words faded, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the courtyard. Excellent, excellent. Qiao Bai Mei expressed profound satisfaction with Pei Yuan's performance. Noting how swiftly he had grasped the earth-tier technique, the thunder explosion technique, and commending him as a worthy disciple of Master Xian Yu. Upon hearing the elder's praise, the disciples collectively gasped, aware that the higher the grade of the spiritual technique, the more challenging it was to master, and they regarded Pei Yuan with newfound respect. Not bad at all, truly impressive. Qiao Lan nudged Pei Yuan with her elbow, and upon catching his gaze, she gave him two enthusiastic thumbs up. Pei Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the beaming Qiao Lan, coolly retorting with a single word, boring. This was not the first time he had received compliments. In his previous life, many had praised him, particularly Zhou Chuwei. Recalling those scenes, Pei Yuan felt a profound sense of revulsion. Yet this time, he sensed a peculiar satisfaction. Someone spoke up, questioning whether this was the might of a mutated thunder root. Is this merely a matter of power? It concerns the disparity of talent. Those who have been accepted as direct disciples by the esteemed Xian Yu Zhenren, which among them lacks the most exceptional aptitude? Hush, keep your voice down. There is indeed one exception. Outside the window, Elder Zhang Shou praised endlessly, remarking on the disciple of Xian Yu Zhenren, commending their talent and demeanor, predicting an extraordinary future. Pei Yuan's performance did not surprise Ming Yanli. His master, senior brother, second senior brother, and fourth senior brother all possessed mutated spiritual roots. No one understood better than he the terrifying potential of those endowed with such roots. Zhang Ziqian. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Ziqian promptly rose and strode forward. After bowing to Qiao Bai Mei, he swiftly formed a hand gesture, summoning the water cloud shield. A stream of water emerged from his hands, instantly enveloping him in a protective barrier. Quite commendable, Qiao Bai Mei nodded with satisfaction. But for the jewels and pearls, even amidst the elder's accolades, Zhang Ziqian felt no cause for elation. Though his face betrayed no emotion, the depths of his eyes revealed a palpable sense of disappointment. Next came Zhang Zizhong and Wu Qi, who stepped forward to demonstrate, followed by the inner disciples. Hu Chang. The named Hu Chang strode confidently before the assembly, his face composed, yet his restless gaze betrayed the tension and unease he felt in that moment. He possesses a middle-grade Earth Affinity Spirit root, and, having stepped on the tail of fate, managed to enter the inner sect, thus becoming a disciple of the Xiantian sect. His identity as an inner sect disciple fills him with pride, yet simultaneously serves as a source of profound insecurity. Drawing a deep breath, he meticulously performed the hand seals he had practiced countless times before. In a short while, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, rising before him. The successful emergence of the earthen wall filled Hu Chang with elation. He had succeeded. With eager anticipation, he cast a glance towards Elder Qiao Bai Mei, yearning to hear a word of commendation from his lips. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no change in Elder Qiao's expression, only the curt dismissal. "You may step down." The smile on his face froze, gradually fading away. His spirits plummeted. As he turned to leave, his gaze met Qiao Lan's, and the shadows within him surged to unfathomable depths. This individual, whose talent was evidently inferior to his own, had effortlessly become a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Xuanyu. How unjust the world seemed. Qiao Lan, taken aback by the intense stare, wore a look of bewilderment. The day's impromptu assessment had concluded, and it was hoped that those who had not yet grasped the material would practice diligently. "Elder Qiao, there are still those who have not been assessed." Hu Chang raised his hand to remind. The disciples seated below exchanged glances. Elder Qiao Bai Mei, somewhat irritated, directed a glare at Hu Chang. "Oh, and who, pray tell, has yet to participate in the assessment?" Seemingly oblivious to the irritation in Elder Qiao's tone, Hu Chang pointed at Qiao Lan and, in a self-assured manner, proclaimed, "The esteemed direct disciple of Master Xuanyu, Qiao Lan, has yet to undergo the assessment." The words direct disciple resonated with significance, and the atmosphere was thick with unspoken implications, drawing the attention of all present towards Qiao Lan. The other disciples wore expressions of eager anticipation as they looked at her. Caught in the act, Qiao Bai Mei could no longer feign ignorance and reluctantly called out, "Qiao Lan, please come forward." At this, Qiao Lan nodded, rising to her feet under the scrutinizing gazes of those ready to witness her embarrassment. With a nonchalant flick, she brushed away non-existent dust from her attire. Pei Yuan furrowed his brow, concern etched on his face as he glanced at Qiao Lan. As she stepped forward, his slightly parted lips pressed into a straight line. Approaching, Qiao Lan met the malicious gaze of Hu Chang, who smugly remarked, "If you haven't mastered it yet, you can come down now. Don't worry. As a direct disciple of Xianyu Zhenren, no one dares to mock you." As his words hung in the air, the expressions of the disciples morphed into a kaleidoscope of reactions. The aura surrounding Pei Yuan grew colder still. Outside, Ming Yanli's ire flared. Who was this person daring to bully his little junior sister so brazenly? As he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to intervene, he was halted by Elder Zhang Shou. "Yanli, isn't Elder Qiao inside? It's class time. It wouldn't be proper for you to barge in like that." Realizing it was not the right moment to storm in to defend his junior sister, Ming Yanli inquired, "Who is that fellow?" Zhang Shou, taken aback by Yanli's fierce protection of Qiao Lan, mentally lit a candle for Hu Chang. "His name is Hu Chang." Ming Yanli nodded, committing the name to memory. "Hu Chang, is it? I shall remember that." Meanwhile, Qiao Lan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she retorted, "Oh, how do you know I won't succeed? Is it necessary to state the obvious? You struggle even with the most basic techniques, let alone mastering the art of spirit skills." The words convey a stark reality. Yet each one drips with disdain for Qiao Lan. After expressing her true feelings, Hu Chang felt a considerable sense of relief. It was evident that she sought pleasure in belittling her. Thus, she could not be held accountable for her lack of courtesy. Qiao Lan regarded Hu Chang with a bemused smile, asking, "What if I were to master spirit skills?" To which Hu Chang retorted, "If you were to master spirit skills, the heavens themselves would rain crimson." Hu Chang found this notion utterly hilarious, unable to suppress her laughter. Soon, many disciples in the classroom joined in, chuckling at the exchange. Observing this, Ming Yanli could no longer contain himself. As he intended to support Qiao Lan, he witnessed her hands moving gracefully, swiftly forming seals. Flame palm technique. Go. Qiao Lan's palms ignited in flames, sending a series of fiery imprints soaring forth. As these imprints took flight, her concealed hand quickly formed another seal, causing several flame palms to erupt instantaneously. Bang! Bang! The fiery palms, seemingly sentient, hurtled toward Hu Chang and the mocking disciples, detonating before them amidst their startled cries. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Hu Chang and the other disciples, their faces charred and marred with varying degrees of injury. The inner disciples' garments were singed, their hair resembling a disheveled nest, wisps of smoke rising from their heads. Qiao Lan! Hu Chang shouted in furious outrage. Qiao Lan touched her nose, then shrugged innocently and said, "You cannot blame me. It was you who insisted on reminding Elder Qiao that I did not participate in the in-class test. I merely complied with your request. You all firmly believe that I am incapable of mastering spiritual techniques, and it is only natural that I struggle with control. This cannot be attributed to me." With wide, innocent eyes, Qiao Lan gazed up at Elder Qiao. The corners of Elder Qiao's mouth twitched. Her little antics had not escaped his notice. Had he not known the truth, he might have been deceived by the girl's seemingly innocent demeanor. He chose not to expose her, considering it a lesson for Hu Chang. Indeed, there was significant progress. It was quite normal for unexpected events to occur during the in-class test. Hu Chang was exceedingly dissatisfied with this explanation. Upon seeing Qiao Lan raise an eyebrow at him, his anger was reignited. Qiao Lan was being deliberate. Qiao Lan spread her hands wide, proclaiming, "Who in the entire Tianjin sect does not know that I, Qiao Lan, am a waste with inferior spiritual roots? Do not wrongfully accuse me." The term waste was emphasized heavily by Qiao Lan. Her words struck like a resounding slap to Hu Chang's face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing this, Qiao Baichi quickly interjected, "All right, enough. You all should go check on your injuries." With the elder's command, the group found it inappropriate to argue further and reluctantly prepared to leave. Hu Chang departed with great reluctance, casting a fierce glare at Qiao Lan as he exited. If glares could kill, Qiao Lan would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows at that moment. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow at him, her eyes glimmering with triumph, and even offered a playful gesture of triumph. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Chang became increasingly infuriated, resorting to stamping his feet vigorously in a futile attempt to vent his pent-up rage. Every gesture and movement of Qiao Lan was keenly observed by Pei Yuanjing, who smirked. This was indeed the obstinate woman he was familiar with, unyielding and ever resentful. Chapter 12. Advanced Spirit Gathering Array. Following this incident, Qiao Lan's reputation among the inner disciples polarized sharply. Some believed she was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, orchestrating her actions deliberately. Others regarded her as merely a talentless individual, attributing her ability to perform spiritual techniques to mere luck, deeming her inability to control them as entirely normal. Qiao Lan remained indifferent to the whispers surrounding her. Her sole interest lay in her cultivation and, if asked, her various investments. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, yet her progress in cultivation remained excruciatingly slow, with little to show for her efforts. Pondering over her predicament, she stroked her chin, contemplating where the fault lay. The Guanyang Peak, known as the most spiritually fertile ground within the Xintian sect, should have provided ample energy for her cultivation. Why, then, was her advancement so sluggish? With a sense of perplexity, Qiao Lan decided to visit the library in search of answers. As she opened the gate to her courtyard, she was met by a young man clad in green, adorned with a jade crown, standing before her with an air of impatience. Upon noticing her emergence, the man strode forward confidently, inquiring, "Are you the new disciple of the master?" Recognizing his identity, Qiao Lan's demeanor grew frosty, as she thought it prudent to inquire about his own background before answering. The man clad in blue, increasingly displeased, sank deeper into his irritation as he regarded Qiao Lan. His tone grew more impatient, as though he were merely fulfilling a task. "I am Shi Yan, the third disciple of Master Xianyu, sent by my esteemed teacher to present a token of greeting to the newly arrived junior sister." Upon learning that it was Master Xianyu's intention, Qiao Lan's expression softened slightly. "Greetings, third senior brother. I am Qiao Lan, the newly accepted disciple of our master." At her words, Xian's countenance remained unchanged. He promptly produced a box and thrust it into her embrace. "This is a welcome gift for junior sister." Without giving Qiao Lan a moment to react, he turned and hastily departed. As she observed Shi Yan's retreating figure, reminiscent of one fleeing from a plague, Qiao Lan touched her nose thoughtfully. Xian, the third disciple of Master Xianyu, was also the son of the Shi family head from the Eastern Wilderness and a skilled talisman master specializing in the art of talismans. In the original narrative, Xian had perished from exhaustion while crafting talismans for the heroine, Shou Chuwei, proving himself to be one of her most devoted admirers. Yet, upon their first encounter, Qiao Lan found it impossible to associate Xian with the image of a loyal hound. She opened the sandalwood box, revealing a stack of talismans, all of which were of low rank. Had she received such a gift upon her initial entry into the discipline, she would undoubtedly have been moved by this display of sincerity. However, at present, Qiao Lan felt no sense of genuine goodwill, only a semblance of perfunctory obligation. Compared to the abundant sincerity embodied in the spiritual fruits gifted by Ming Yin, this offering felt lacking. With a slight grimace, she reluctantly accepted the box and proceeded towards the library. Having thoroughly searched through all the talisman and formation books on the first floor without discovering the answers she sought, Qiao Lan ascended directly to the second floor. The collection of books pertaining to talismans and formations on the upper level was sparse, comprising merely a dozen or so volumes. Qiao Lan's reading speed was remarkably swift. She absorbed information with remarkable efficiency and soon found herself captivated by the spirit-gathering array. Following the methods detailed in the text, she mentally rehearsed the procedure, weaving intricate lines within her mind until the formation took shape. As if guided by an unseen force, she instinctively adjusted several key points of the array, becoming engrossed in its profound intricacies. Unbeknownst to her, a more complex and sophisticated formation began to crystallize in her consciousness. With the formation vividly manifesting in her mind, she commenced arranging the array, pouring forth thousands of spirit stones from her storage pouch, meticulously positioning them in designated locations. The setup of the formation felt as though it were second nature to her, an innate ability. Once activated, the array caused the spiritual energy within the room to swell, intensifying several-fold. She could distinctly sense the energy as it seemed to possess a will of its own, eagerly penetrating her being. Welcoming this influx, she absorbed it completely. The energy coursed through her skin, traversing her meridians in a grand circulation. After completing a full cycle, it converged within her dantian, the previously imperceptible spiritual energy. Under the influence of the spirit-gathering array, gradually coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting as a swirling vortex of energy surrounding her. Spiritual energy from all directions rushed eagerly into her body. In the fourth layer of the spirit-gathering realm, progressing to the fifth layer, the ascent continued unabated, advancing through two minor realms without pause. The sixth layer of the spirit-gathering realm, Xianyu, the esteemed master, sensed an anomaly and promptly ceased his cultivation, appearing at the entrance of Qiao Lan's courtyard. He was both astonished and elated upon detecting the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. Was this unusual occurrence the result of Qiao Lan's efforts? Tai Zhengxiao, perceiving the peculiarity, rushed over at once. He employed his spiritual sense to ascertain the situation inside the house and exclaimed in surprise, Qiao Lan has undergone a breakthrough. Yet, how can such a commotion arise from merely being in the spirit-gathering realm? Xian, naturally attuned to formations, also sensed the disturbance and soon arrived at the entrance of Qiao Lan's courtyard. To his astonishment, both the master and the sect leader were present. With utmost respect, he addressed them. Master, sect leader, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xian's expression was grave, though his eyes shimmered with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the master would regard that seemingly inept girl so highly, even going so far as to arrange a high-level spirit-gathering array specifically for her. Few within the Xiantian sect possessed the ability to set up such advanced formations. This privilege was typically reserved for the sect leader, the master, and the esteemed elders. How could Qiao Lan, deemed a waste, merit such treatment? Yes, master. I take my leave, Xian said, retreating. Once Xian had distanced himself, Tai Zhengxiao jested, you are rather partial, are you not? To go to such lengths for this girl as cultivation, even establishing a high-level spirit-gathering array for her, aren't you concerned that the other disciples will accuse you of favoritism? The formation was not arranged by me, came the reply. Tai Zhengxiao waved his hand dismissively, his expression conveying an unspoken understanding. Oh, there is no need for pretense in my presence. Your secret is safe with me. It truly wasn't me, Xian Yuzhenren reiterated. If not you, then who else at Guanyang Peak possesses the ability to set up a high-level spirit-gathering array? Tai Zhengxiao's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious countenance. Array masters were already a rare breed, and the emergence of one at Guanyang Peak would be a remarkable boon for the Xintian sect. Is it Pei Yuan? Xian Yu Jinren shook his head, stating that Pei Yuan lacked the talent for formations. Then it couldn't possibly be Qiao Lan, could it? Tai Zhengxiao's expression shifted like a painter's palette. Once Shaoqi completes her cultivation, we shall soon find out. The following day, as he examined the spirit vein, it felt as though the sky were collapsing. Chapter 13. A heavenly grade array master? When Qiao Lan opened her eyes, the morning light of the next day greeted her. The sight of the room strewn with spirit stone dust tugged painfully at her heart. That was a staggering 20,000 spirit stones, obliterated in a single night. Qiao Lan couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the spirit-gathering array. The aura was indeed rich, and she had successfully advanced to the 8th layer of the spirit-gathering realm after just one night of cultivation. This experience illuminated for her the necessity of copious amounts of spiritual energy for her advancement. Counting the meager remaining resources, she sighed once more. Spirit stones, she realized, were in high demand. She had once fancied herself a little wealthy, free from worries about spirit stones, only to discover that her cultivation was far more costly than she had anticipated. After preparing breakfast, Qiao Lan proceeded, as was her custom, to pay her respects to Xian Yu Jinren. Originally, there were no such customs at Guanyang Peak, but with the arrival of Qiao Lan, these customs emerged. Since Qiao Lan, had come to Guanyang Peak and had become the personal disciple of the esteemed Xian Yu, who treated her with such kindness, she felt an overwhelming need to express her gratitude. Thus, she carried a food box to the courtyard of Xian Yu. Brothers, are you all here? As Qiao Lan entered, she noticed Shi Yin, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan were present. She waved at them, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Master, did you sleep well last night? With the food box in hand, she plopped down directly across from Xian Yu, opening the box and setting the chopsticks and bowl for herself. Upon seeing her, Xian Yu's gaze softened, and he nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you have made progress. Qiao Lan replied, raising her thumb. Master is truly remarkable. With discerning eyes that see through all. You speak too frivolously, Xian Yu retorted, though inwardly, he felt quite pleased with her flattery. Master, try my crossing the bridge rice noodles, Qiao Lan said, placing a large soup bowl in front of Xian Yu. What is crossing the bridge rice noodle? Ming Yanli had approached them unnoticed, his eyes fixed eagerly on the steaming bowl of noodles. Seeing his ravenous expression, Qiao Lan quickly held the bowl behind her, her tone turning cautious. 5th senior brother. This is my breakfast. Little junior sister, I happen to have not had breakfast yet, and I have never tried crossing the bridge rice noodles. Why not let me have a taste? Ming Yanli looked at Qiao Lan with unabashed anticipation. Qiao Lan cradled the bowl of crossbridge rice noodles in her hands, shaking her head like a rattle drum, resolutely declaring, No. Share it with senior brother. I can hardly satisfy my own appetite. Ming Yanli employed various tactics of persuasion, yet Qiao Lan remained steadfast. His gaze wandered longingly towards Master Xian Yu, ultimately resting upon the remaining half bowl of rice noodles, swallowing hard. This was a token of filial respect from Shaoqi. Do not even entertain the thought. Master Xian Yu, with a cold indifference, shattered Ming Yanli's last glimmer of hope. Repeatedly rebuffed, Ming Yanli squatted in a corner, sullenly tracing circles on the ground. Since entering the Xintian sect, Shi Yin had never witnessed such a carefree side of his master. To him, Master Xian Yu had always been a formidable figure, stern and serious. It was a revelation that his master could also jest and possess such a genial disposition. Akin to a loving elder in an ordinary family, a surge of inexplicable emotions churned within Shi Yin, and his gaze towards Qiao Lan grew increasingly hostile, even tinged with a chill. How could a worthless individual so effortlessly win the affection of his master? Suddenly, Master Xian Yu received a transmission, retracting his playful demeanor. Addressing Qiao Lan, come with me to Tianyang Peak. Tianyang Peak belonged to the sect leader, Tai Jingxiao. Qiao Lan, perplexed yet obedient, followed closely behind Master Xian Yu to Tianyang Peak. Upon their arrival, they were met with the elongated face of Tai Jingxiao. Qiao Lan, who is responsible for setting up the high-level spirit-gathering formation. Confounded, Qiao Lan pondered. Isn't it merely a spirit-gathering formation? What could possibly be amiss? She scratched her head. It was I who arranged it. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Tai Jingxiao was both amused and enraged, stating that even your master, Xian Yu, would be unable to protect you from the consequences of your deceit. Qiao Lan, exasperated, spread her hands in surrender. insisting that it was indeed she who had arranged the spirit-gathering array and that she had not lied. With a sardonic smile, Tai Jingxiao retorted that he was unaware of when our Tianxian sect had produced a master arrayist of such caliber. The ranks of arrayists are classified as yellow, Xian, earth, and celestial, with celestial arrayists being exceedingly rare in the entire eastern wilderness region. What do you mean by heavenly grade? Qiao Lan blinked in confusion, clearly bewildered. She had merely made slight modifications to the yellow-grade spirit-gathering array. How could it possibly be classified as celestial? Do you still deny it? Who is truly the one who set the array? Qiao Lan sighed in resignation, realizing that no amount of explanation could suffice to clarify her position. If I arranged the array before your very eyes, it would substantiate my claims, but... Tai Jingxiao raised an eyebrow. But what? While I can set the array, the spirit stones required for the arrangement must come from the sect master. Upon hearing the mention of spirit stones, Tai Jingxiao acquiesced, inquiring how many would be needed. Qiao Lan held up 2 fingers, stating, 20,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones? She truly dared to make such a demand. Tai Jingxiao's lips twitched as he waved his sleeve, causing a pile of spirit stones to accumulate before Qiao Lan. He was eager to see what she would conjure. Let it be clear, I will only set the array. If any issues arise, or if we need to halt, you cannot hold me accountable. Qiao Lan fixed her gaze intently on Tai Jingxiao, her demeanor unmistakably indicating that she would not commence unless she received his consent. Tai Jingxiao's lips twitched again as he raised his hand, signaling his acquiescence. Very well. Qiao Lan promptly seized the spiritual stones and, guided by the array diagram in her mind, began to set up the formation. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, she executed the arrangement with remarkable speed, completing it in a mere quarter of an hour. Initially dismissive, Tai Jingxiao soon rose to his feet, his focus unwavering as he observed the formation process. The gaze of Master Xianyu remained fixed on Qiao Lan, filled with astonishment, admiration, and pride. As the gathering spirit formation activated, the spiritual energy within the room intensified. In the midst of Tai Jingxiao's astonishment, Qiao Lan trotted over to Master Xianyu, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and whispered playfully, Master, the sect leader has kindly provided us with spiritual stones for cultivation. We must not squander this opportunity. Despite her lowered voice, Tai Jingxiao, with his heightened senses as a cultivator, heard her clearly. Recalling the state of the spiritual vein from earlier that morning, he tensed up, exclaiming, Hurry! Quickly stop the formation. Qiao Lan shrugged, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. As a disciple, I can only arrange the formation, nothing else. Then how can we halt it? Tai Jingxiao inquired. Qiao Lan pointed at the spiritual stones laid out on the ground, explaining, Naturally, it will cease once these stones are exhausted. Ignoring Tai Jingxiao's frantic gestures, she plopped down beside Master Xianyu and began to meditate for her cultivation. This was an unmissable opportunity for advancement, and not a single moment could be wasted. After his emotions had somewhat stabilized, Tai Jingxiao noticed that the master and disciple were engaged in cultivation, which incited his anger momentarily. However, he soon joined their ranks in the pursuit of cultivation. The sound that resonated was truly enchanting. Investment target, Mo Chun, Tai Jingxiao. Investment item, Heavenly Stage Gathering Spirit Array. Investment return, Fire Attribute 10 points. Chapter 14. The Death Father Talisman. The spiritual stones gradually lost their luster, ultimately turning to ashes, marking the conclusion of the Gathering Spirit Array. Qiao Lan opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with brilliance. Although she did not achieve a breakthrough this time, she could distinctly feel her realm solidifying, which could be considered an unexpected gain. This was the first time Tai Jingxiao encountered such a potent gathering spirit array. And recalling the consumption from the previous night, he felt a pang of regret. Upon examining the sect master token, he noticed that the scale had only diminished slightly, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then regarded Qiao Lan with a gaze filled with complexity, inquiring if she could set up other formations. Qiao Lan shook her head, revealing that she was only capable of establishing the gathering spirit array. When did you learn this? Why had I never heard you mention it before? The thought of Xianqing sect potentially regretting releasing a formation genius filled Tai Jingxiao with a sense of secret satisfaction. Qiao Lan, having no intention of concealing the truth, recounted the entire process of her learning. Upon hearing this, both Xianyu Jinren and Tai Jingxiao regarded Qiao Lan as if she were a curious anomaly. Tai Jingxiao, astonished, stammered, You mean to say, you taught yourself and then mastered it? Qiao Lan felt no sense of unease and nodded. Indeed, is there a problem? Is this even the speech of a human? What issues could there be? There are indeed significant problems. Tai Jiao pressed his forehead. While others require at least 6 months to 3 or 4 years to even grasp the threshold of formation, she, on the other hand, comprehended it in just an afternoon and could even arrange formations. As if that were not enough, she managed to set up a heavenly tier gathering spirit array. Without the permission of the sect leader, you are henceforth prohibited from independently establishing a heavenly tier gathering spirit array. Qiao Lan was taken aback. How can that be? Without the gathering spirit array, how am I to cultivate? Why? Simply because the gathering spirit array you set up depleted 1/10 of the sect's spiritual vein overnight. Not to mention the spiritual energy loss incurred earlier. At this rate, in just a few days, the sect's spiritual vein would inevitably be entirely exhausted. Noticing Tai Zhangxiao's pained expression, Qiao Lan, feeling guilty, touched her nose and, covering her mouth, lowered her voice to inquire, "Master, what does the sect leader mean by this? Is it possible that I am to compensate for the spiritual stones?" The corner of Tai Zhangxiao's eye twitched. Did she think covering her mouth would render him deaf? Real Master Xianyu chuckled. The sect has gained a genius formation master. The sect leader is overjoyed and would never ask Little Seven to compensate. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan sighed with relief, grateful that she was not required to repay anything. She returned to the library, perusing talismans and formation books while contemplating. If she could not arrange formations, what about talismans? What if she transferred the gathering spirit array onto a talisman? What effect might that produce? The idea had just emerged, and a vague outline began to take shape in Qiao Lan's mind. She promptly retrieved her wolf hairbrush and talisman paper, meticulously transcribing the lines that danced within her thoughts. The indistinct form gradually crystallized, revealing the overall contour of the talisman in her consciousness. With renewed inspiration, Qiao Lan lifted her brush, as if guided by divine intervention, allowing it to flow effortlessly across the paper, culminating in the creation of a brand new talisman. However, the precise effects of this talisman remained a mystery to her. Holding the freshly crafted talisman delicately between her fingertips, she felt a surge of spiritual energy from all directions pouring into her being. The energy instinctively flowed into her meridians, which absorbed it subconsciously, circulating through a small cycle, followed by a larger one, ultimately converging in her dantian. Although the outcome did not rival that of a spirit-gathering array, Qiao Lan was nonetheless astounded by the results. When utilizing this talisman, even without any conscious effort, her body would engage in cultivation autonomously, akin to the indulgence of a soothing oil massage, requiring only to recline and relish the experience. Subsequently, Qiao Lan resumed her artistic endeavor, crafting one talisman after another until a sharp sensation pierced her head, prompting her to cease. That evening, she affixed several new talismans onto herself, mirroring the previous day's experience. The spiritual energy flowed into her without the need for active cultivation, enveloping her like a warm spring bath, an exquisite comfort that lulled her into slumber in the blink of an eye. Awakening at dawn, Qiao Lan stretched luxuriously and could not help but exclaim, "This is simply too delightful." After preparing breakfast, she eagerly made her way to the courtyard of Master Xianyu. Seeing the other senior brothers present, Qiao Lan set down her food container and retrieved the talismans she had newly crafted yesterday from her storage bag, distributing 10 to each person. As Xian caught sight of the talismans, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed his face. However, once he discerned the true nature of the talismans, that disdain vanished, replaced by a complex expression. Ming Yanli was well aware that whenever Qiao Lan took action, it was invariably something of great value. What kind of talisman was this? He had never encountered it before. Qiao Lan swallowed a bite of her Zilong Bao and paused before casually stating, "Let us call it the SBA talisman." "What? The Dead Dad talisman? What is that?" Ming Yanli inquired, astonished, as he curiously toyed with the talisman in his hand. Qiao Lan continued to savor her Zilong Bao, mumbling indistinctly, "You'll know once you stick it on yourself." Though he did not catch every word clearly, Ming Yanli, trusting Qiao Lan, promptly affixed one of the talismans to his body. Pei Yuan, Shi Yin, and Master Xianyu observed with keen curiosity, eager to see Ming Yanli's reaction. As soon as the talisman adhered to him, Ming Yanli felt spiritual energy flooding into his body from all directions, as if it were free of charge. He did not need to harness the energy himself. It surged into his meridians with a will of its own, ultimately converging in his dantian. Upon realizing the talisman's effect, Ming Yanli opened his eyes wide in astonishment and exclaimed, This. Why is the spiritual energy automatically drilling into my body? In response to Ming Yanli's shock, Qiao Lan remained unfazed, her demeanor notably calm. The SBA talisman is designed for cultivation, so naturally, the spiritual energy will seek to enter your body. What? Shi Yin exclaimed in astonishment, immediately affixing the talisman to himself. His experience mirrored that of Ming Yanli's words, and he gazed at Qiao Lan in shock. Where did you obtain this talisman? Qiao Lan pouted slightly. Of course, I drew it myself. You are a talisman master? Both Xin Yu and Pei Yuan in unison queried. Indeed, is there a problem? Qiao Lan blinked innocently at the crowd. This talisman is of your own creation? Shi Yin could not suppress his curiosity. The Shi family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Eastern Wilderness, was renowned for their talismans and formations. As the son of the Shi family head, he had seen much in his life. Yet this was the first time he encountered a death talisman. Qiao Lan nodded again, tilting her head. Is there an issue? Shi Yin took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. It dawned upon him that the waste he had belittled was, in fact, a prodigy in talisman crafting, possessing a talent that surpassed his own. His gaze towards Qiao Lan transformed entirely. Just moments ago, Pei Yuan had also employed a death talisman, initially believing Ming Yanli's reaction to be exaggerated. However, upon using it himself, he was astounded by the talisman's efficacy. It turned out that this seemingly insufferable woman was not a waste after all. Ding! What a melodious sound. Investment targets: Pei Yuan, Mo Chun, Ming Yanli, Shi Yin. Investment items: 10 SBA talismans for each. Investment returns: defensive attribute 10 points. Chapter 15. Transforming into teacher Qiao Xinyu. What delightful news has you smiling so joyfully? The junior disciple has always been inscrutable in his emotions, yet today he exhibited an unusual demeanor. Tai Jingxiao inquired, perplexed. Master Xinyu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a hint of pride in his tone. Today, I received a delightful trinket, nothing of great significance. What trinket could elate you so? Tai Jingxiao's curiosity was piqued at the mention of a trinket. Observing his intrigued expression, Master Xinyu nonchalantly produced a talisman and handed it to him. Here, this is my disciple Qiao Lan's humble gift to me. Upon receiving the talisman, Tai Jingxiao noted its fluid brushwork and harmonious spiritual energy, immediately recognizing it as anything but ordinary. Qiao Lan could indeed craft talismans. He was a talisman master? Master Xinyu glanced at the astonished Tai Jingxiao, his tone laced with disdain and pride evident in his gaze. Is it so surprising that talismans and formations are interconnected? After witnessing Qiao Lan's innate talent, Tai Jingxiao was engulfed in regret over his earlier misjudgment, lamenting the loss of 2 prodigious disciples, which allowed Master Xinyu to reap such a remarkable advantage. Even now, the thought still pained him deeply. This talisman, I have never encountered before. What is its efficacy? Master Xinyu feigned profundity as he replied. My senior brother shall discover its power by affixing the talisman to himself. Upon hearing this, Tai Jingxiao followed his instruction and applied the talisman to his body. Before long, spiritual energy surged from all directions into him, requiring no effort on his part. His meridians and dantian absorbed the energy autonomously. This talisman, it's astonishingly powerful. Tai Jingxiao stammered in shock. Master Xinyu was thoroughly pleased with his reaction. What is the name of this talisman? This talisman is referred to as the Death Father Talisman. Upon receiving an urgent summons from Tai Jingxiao, Elder Zhang Yi hastily made his way over. Sect leader. Master Xinyu. Tai Jingxiao was not in the mood for pleasantries and immediately presented the Death Father Talisman for Zhang Yi's inspection. What do you think of this talisman? Zhang Yi took the talisman in hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Where did this talisman come from, sect leader? It is simply marvelous. This talisman possesses the ability to gather spiritual energy. Can you replicate it? This was the foremost concern of Tai Jingxiao, if this talisman could be mass-produced. The overall strength of the Tianjiao sect would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Elder Zhang Ye's expression grew serious. This was a high-level talisman, and without the proper techniques, imitating such a talisman would prove to be quite challenging. I will attempt it, albeit with difficulty. As soon as he spoke, Elder Zhang Yi retrieved his talisman-making tools. He scrutinized the Death Father talisman for an extended period before he began to draw. On his first attempt, as he made the first curve, his spiritual power faltered, causing the talisman paper to spontaneously combust into ashes. Zhang Yi took another piece of talisman paper, determined to try again. This time, he managed to persevere a bit longer. But halfway through, he encountered a mishap. After expending dozens of pieces of talisman paper, Zhang Yi finally succeeded in replicating the Death Father talisman. Exhausted from the excessive expenditure of mental energy, His face was pale, but upon seeing the successful talisman, a smile broke across his features. Tai Zhengxiao, unable to contain his excitement, immediately attempted to activate the freshly crafted talisman by affixing it to himself. Spiritual energy continued to surge towards his body from all directions. Yet the intensity of the energy was merely a third of that of the original Death Father talisman. Regarding this outcome, Tai Zhengxiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing his reaction, Zhang Yu could not help but inquire, how effective was it? Tai Zhengxiao shook his head, stating that it could only achieve 30% of the desired effect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi did not appear disheartened. His eyes remained bright, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Tai Zhengxiao. Might I ask who crafted this talisman, and would they be willing to impart their knowledge to me? Tai Zhengxiao turned to Master Xianyu, inquiring, what is your opinion? Master Xianyu responded, this Dead Father talisman is an original creation of Shaoqi. Whether to share it or not is entirely at Shaoqi's discretion. It cannot be coerced. The protectiveness of Master Xianyu was unmistakable, and his stance was resolute. Tai Zhengxiao hesitated momentarily, conceding, of course, the wishes of the disciple must take precedence. Just after concluding her lesson in the transmission hall, Qiao Lan received a message from Master Xianyu and made her way to the main hall of the mountain gate. Zheng Yi and the others had been waiting with bated breath, their eyes fixed eagerly on the entrance. When Qiao Lan entered, Zheng Yi was momentarily stunned. Master, sect leader. Elder Zheng, Qiao Lan greeted politely. Impatiently, Tai Zhengxiao spoke up. The Dead Father talisman, are you willing to share it with Elder Zheng Yi? Instinctively, Qiao Lan glanced at Master Xianyu, who asserted with authority, it is entirely up to your own will. No one can compel you. Hearing this, warmth filled Qiao Lan's heart, and her smile brightened as she nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Teaching the elder the talisman is certainly permissible. She would not let such a splendid opportunity for investment slip by. Qiao Lan stroked her chin, lost in thought for a moment, causing the entire hall to fall into a hushed silence. Tai Zhengxiao and Zheng Yi instinctively held their breath, gazing at her with eager anticipation. It is indeed an honor to teach Elder Zheng how to draw the SBA talisman. Of course, I can assist, she replied. However, Tai Zhengxiao's heart nearly leapt from his throat. But what if, she continued, since teaching one person is akin to teaching two, we invite second senior brother to join us for mutual learning? Her eyes were filled with inquiry as she glanced towards Master Xianyu. The master nodded slightly in approval. Subsequently, he formed a hand gesture and conveyed a message to Shi Yin. In less than a quarter of an hour, Shi Yin arrived. Upon entering the grand hall, he spotted Qiao Lan and paused momentarily before bowing. Master, sect leader, Elder Zheng. Excellent. Everyone is here. We may commence, Qiao Lan declared. Given Shi Yin's fervent obsession with talismans and formations, she did not need to inquire further to know he would be eager to learn. She approached the low table, neatly laying out blank talisman paper, a wolf hair brush, and the necessary materials for drawing talismans. She then took out a SBA talisman, preparing to explain its intricacies. Yet, just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shi Yin still standing there, seemingly dazed. Senior brother, come over here. She beckoned. Shi Yin stepped forward, and upon seeing the items on the table, he inquired in confusion, what is this for? Of course, it is to explain the SBA talisman. Qiao Lan replied nonchalantly. What? You are actually willing to share the method of drawing the Death Father talisman with us? Shi Yin exclaimed, utterly astonished and bewildered by Qiao Lan's willingness to do so. Qiao Lan tilted her head to gaze at him. You are my senior brother, one of our own. Why can't you tell me? What? Shi Yin had never anticipated such a response from her. One of our own? Growing up among the 8 great families, she had been accustomed to the intricacies of deceit from a young age. Even the closest of kin would never divulge their unique talismans and formations to their own clan members. Moreover, how could she share such secrets with a stranger she had only just met? Tai Zhengxiao and Elder Zheng Yi were equally astonished by her words. They had not expected Qiao Lan's willingness to teach them the talisman drawing techniques to stem from such pure and noble intentions. Having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions, their hearts warmed at her sincerity. Master Xianyu looked at Qiao Lan with increasingly gentle affection. He had indeed not misjudged her character. After Qiao Lan's patient explanations, Shi Yin and Elder Zheng Yi were finally able to grasp the fundamentals of drawing the SBA talisman, though none could achieve results as remarkable as Qiao Lan's. Ding. What a delightful sound. Investment target. Shi Yin, Zheng Yi. Investment item. Teaching SBA talisman. Investment return. Fire attribute, 5 points. Chapter 16. The contest for quotas in the main hall of the sect. The atmosphere was tense. This time, the Haiyu secret realm has been unusually restrictive, with the quota suddenly reduced to just 60 disciples below the spirit transformation realm. What are your thoughts? Tai Jingxiao's words fell like droplets in a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the previously quiet hall into a frenzy. How does the sect leader intend to allocate the quotas for this decade's Haiyu secret realm? Elder Zhao He from the inner sect inquired. Traditionally, the inner sect would receive 70% of the quota, with 10% allocated to direct disciples, and the remaining 20% designated for the outer sect. However, this time, the quotas are exceedingly scarce. Merely the direct disciples of the various elders would consume 30 to 40% of the total. Consequently, the number of slots available for the inner disciples is quite limited. Tai Zhixiao found himself in a predicament regarding this matter, prompting him to bring it forth for public discussion, seeking collective wisdom. By presenting this issue openly, the sect leader was undoubtedly soliciting opinions from everyone. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense, and a brief silence enveloped the grand hall. Lin Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully and proposed that those disciples who had previously participated in the trials of the Haiyu secret realm should relinquish their opportunities to those who had not yet had the chance. How does everyone feel about this suggestion? With a wry smile, Sun Jintian responded, fully aware that Elder Lin had only taken on disciples in the past decade. If Lin's proposal were to be upheld, his 3 disciples would effortlessly secure their quotas, an enticing thought indeed. However, if Lin Hai's criteria were applied, he would end up with not a single slot. Recognizing his intentions had been laid bare, Lin Hai merely chuckled and remarked that opportunities should be afforded to the younger generation brimming with potential. The other elders, unable to remain silent, began to voice their opinions. Certainly, opportunities should be granted to the more talented disciples. But if that is your stance, then what of the outer sect disciples? Should they not receive any quotas, allowing all slots to be filled by the inner sect? That would be unreasonable, as there are indeed many promising candidates in the outer sect as well. Observing the chaotic scene within the sect's grand hall, Tai Zhixiao rubbed his temples in exasperation. At that moment, Master Xianyu spoke, his deep and authoritative voice silencing the once boisterous hall. I require 4 slots. Upon finishing his statement, Master Xianyu swept his sleeve and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Master, requesting 4 slots is rather excessive, isn't it? One person voiced, quickly followed by a second and a third, all echoing the sentiment. After all, Master Xianyu's eldest disciple, Jin Che, barely in his 20s, had already reached the spirit transformation realm, far surpassing the limits of the Sea Moon secret realm. His second disciple, Song Choshan, was currently in seclusion, striving to become a 4th-grade alchemist. For alchemists, the trials of the secret realm were optional and of little significance. The 6th disciple, Pei Yuan, possessed extraordinary talent but was still quite young. The 7th disciple, Qiao Lan, had mediocre qualifications, having just joined the sect without any notable contributions or exceptional gifts. When all factors were considered, many believed that 2 to 3 slots for Master Xianyu in the Sea Moon secret realm would suffice, for it was undeniably excessive. Tai Jingxiao was well aware of the crowd's thoughts and observed them with a cold gaze. Master Xianyu had made significant contributions to the Tianjiao sect. Thus, his request for 4 slots was undoubtedly justified. I, as the sect leader, have acquiesced. There is no need for further discussion, he declared. Seeing the sect leader's position, the assembly fell silent. After an intense afternoon of deliberations, it was ultimately concluded with a distribution of 15 slots for the core disciples, 35 for the inner sect, and 10 for the outer sect, bringing the discussions to a close. That very afternoon, Master Xianyu informed Qiao Lan about the Sea Moon secret realm trials. The Sea Moon secret realm trials? The name had not been mentioned in the original text. With only 5 days remaining until the opening of the Sea Moon secret realm, Qiao Lan resolved to dedicate this time to crafting more talismans for unforeseen circumstances. Ever since that lesson on drawing SBA talismans, Xian's attitude towards her had undergone a complete transformation. He no longer regarded her with disdain and indifference, but instead with admiration and, well, affection. Xian frequently expressed his discontent with the rudimentary materials and tools she used for talisman crafting, inviting her multiple times to his courtyard to create talismans at her leisure. Qiao Lan, not one to refuse, found herself captivated during her first visit to Xian's courtyard. The abundance of materials available for talisman crafting was astonishing, and she learned a great deal under his guidance. As their interaction deepened, her progress flourished, leading her to invent a variety of peculiar talismans. With this enriched exchange, Qian began to take Qiao Lan's innate talent for talismans seriously. He had always considered himself a prodigy in the arts of talismans and formations. Yet compared to Qiao Lan's abilities, he felt like a mere novice. For 5 consecutive days, Qiao Lan remained engrossed in creating talismans at Qian's place. Observing the towering pile of talismans on the table, Qian's eyes and mouth twitched simultaneously. She had produced in 5 days the equivalent of what he had accomplished over several years. Was she even human? Qiao Lan rubbed her throbbing temples and applied several SBA talismans to herself before finally feeling some relief. She squinted and murmured, "Senior brother, I need to catch up on my sleep. Please remember to wake me when dawn breaks." No sooner had she finished speaking than she lay down on the bed, her hands resting peacefully on her abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. Qian. The following day, early in the morning, Master Xianyu summoned everyone together. Regarding the upcoming trial in the Sea Moon Secret Realm, he urged them to act within their capabilities, emphasizing the utmost importance of their lives. Do you all understand? The crowd nodded in unison, acknowledging their master's words. The disciples were aware of Master Xianyu's double standards, particularly in regard to Qian, but they never anticipated such a degree of discrepancy. They vowed to safeguard their junior brothers and sisters diligently. Master Xianyu nodded with satisfaction, his gaze softening as it fell upon the yawning Qiao Lan. "Shaoqi, did you not sleep well last night?" Qiao Lan shook her head in denial. Subsequently, she retrieved a thick stack of talismans from her storage pouch and presented it to Master Xianyu. "Master, please take good care of yourself in my absence." Pei Yuan, Ming Yan, and Shi Yan had long since grown accustomed to Qiao Lan's habit of producing extensive stacks of talismans at any moment. However, the unknowing Master Xianyu was both touched and pained upon seeing the thick bundle of SBA talismans. "Shaoqi, you still have plenty of talismans left for your master. Crafting these is no easy task. Keep them for yourself," he responded gently. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan vehemently shook her head, akin to a rattle drum. "Master, I have many disciples to look after. There is no need to worry about me lacking." To assure Master Xianyu of her sincerity, Qiao Lan produced yet another stack of talismans. "Third senior brother, this is for you. Fifth senior brother, this is for you. Yuan, this is for you." After distributing the talismans, Qiao Lan finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest as she grinned. "From now on, I shall take full responsibility for the talismans at Guanyang Peak." Qiao Lan was elated by the smooth progress of her investment plan, unaware that her actions had stirred a tempest in the hearts of several individuals. Xianyu, the esteemed master, lamented the folly of the old man Qing Lan, exclaiming how fortunate he was to have such a devoted disciple. Qian mused that Qiao Lan was the first person, apart from his mother, to treat him with such kindness, making him feel no longer alone. Ming Yanli wept softly, touched by the warmth of familial bonds. Pei Yuan remarked that the once despised woman seemed increasingly endearing. Considering her kindness towards him, perhaps it was time to abandon the moniker of Stinky Woman. Chapter 17. The opening of the Sea Moon Secret Realm before the mountain gates of the sect. A throng of people gathered, bustling with excitement. The disciples fortunate enough to secure a spot for the Secret Realm trial stood orderly in the center of the square. As Qiao Lan entered, she instantly became the center of attention, drawing gazes from all directions. The elders, upon her arrival, exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Qiao Lan, perplexed, touched her nose. As a few individuals joined the ranks of her fellow disciples, the intensity of the glances directed at her grew increasingly hostile, accompanied by a cacophony of whispered remarks. Is it possible that Qiao Lan, with such mediocre aptitude, managed to attain a spot in the Secret Realm trial? How fortunate she must be, being the direct disciple of Master Xianyu. Humph, let us see if her luck will ensure her safe return from this opportunity. When it comes time to form teams, we must avoid hers. I certainly do not wish to be a hindrance. Indeed, you are correct. Though her voice was barely audible, she had cultivated her powers to the 8th level of spirit gathering, allowing her to hear the words of others with remarkable clarity, especially those of the 3 individuals from Guanyang Peak. Xian, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan wore expressions of deep discontent. This trial in the Sea Moon Secret Realm comprised a total of 60 participants, led by 6 disciples: Xian, Chang Qingqing, Miao Jincheng, Luo Chengkai, El Hanwen, and Dong Weizhang. Elder Su Su continued, requesting the leading disciples to step forward. The named disciples promptly approached the stage, where the roster of team members was to be announced. Elder Su Su glanced at the list and proclaimed, for Dong Weizhang's team, Those whose names are called should immediately position themselves behind their respective leaders. Yang Jing, Wang Qiujuan, Gu. The disciples, upon hearing their names, eagerly moved to stand behind Dong Weijiang. As the fifth team was assembled, Zhong Pei's countenance grew increasingly grim, having not heard her name called. Next, the team leader Shi Yin was announced. The three individuals yet to be named stepped behind Shi Yin, Zhang Ziqian, and Zhang Zizhong. Upon hearing their names, the twin brothers approached with polite greetings. Hu Chan. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar face. Upon hearing his name, Hu Chang felt a wave of despair. Being in the same team as Qiao Lan felt akin to walking into a lion's den. With trepidation, he made his way forward, keeping his head bowed, not daring to lift it. With no connections to rely on, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Having fought hard to secure a spot in the trial, he could not afford to relinquish it. Zhong Pei. Wang Shun raised an eyebrow at Qiao Lan, realizing that it was indeed a familiar gathering. Zhong Pei glared fiercely at Qiao Lan, poised to speak, but was swiftly hushed by Wang Shun's low murmur. Cousin, restraint is essential. Following her elder cousin's gaze, Zhong Pei met the stern scrutiny of the elder, her simmering anger abruptly extinguished as she fell silent, retreating behind Wang Shun to escape the elder's formidable glare. Moments later, a colossal golden silhouette materialized above the square, and Elder Su Su's voice resonated. The Sea Moon's secret realm commences. Almost immediately, a grand crimson door emerged amidst the golden aura, slowly creaking open. 6 teams entered the crimson threshold in an orderly fashion. As soon as they stepped through, Qiao Lan and her companions were engulfed by darkness, which lingered for about a quarter of an hour before dissipating. They found themselves surrounded by endless yellow sands, a desolate expanse devoid of anything but grains of sand. Wasn't this supposed to be a trial within a secret realm? Why did they arrive in a desert, with nothing but the scorching sand around them? It was unbearably hot. This was hardly a suitable place for humans. Zhong Pei lamented in profound disappointment, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just moments after their arrival, complaints began to echo, and Shi Yin, visibly displeased, cast a cold glance at the cousin duo. If you wish to abandon this trial, no one will stop you. You may simply shatter your jade token and depart. Wang Shun quickly pulled Zhong Pei to the back of the group, attempting to diminish their visibility. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the heat of the day intensified. Qiao Lan gazed up at the sun overhead, her brow furrowed in confusion. Had we not traversed over an hour's journey? Why did the sun remain stationary in the sky, seemingly indifferent to our plight? The group, upon hearing her words, halted in their tracks and looked skyward. Ming Yanli suggested, could it be that we are ensnared within a formation? Both Qiao Lan and Shi Yin shook their heads. It was evidently not a formation. Qiao Lan offered an alternative perspective, proposing it might be an illusionary array. Just as the two deliberated their strategy, the yellow sand beneath their feet shifted, suddenly becoming soft and treacherous. Pei Yuan swiftly unsheathed his sword, frowning as he warned, "We cannot wield our swords here." He then grasped Qiao Lan's arm, pulling her back. Alas, Hu Chang had not retreated in time, and half of his body was now engulfed by the sand. Panic-stricken, he flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to find a foothold to extricate himself, only to realize the descent was accelerating. "Help! Senior brothers, please save me. Do not abandon me." Ming Yanli recalled this individual. Hu Chang had previously humiliated the junior sister in the law hall, a grudge that lingered in his memory. His expression remained impassive, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Pei Yuan mirrored his demeanor, as the area of sinking sand expanded. Just as the others prepared to retreat, Qiao Lan called out to Hu Chang, "Do not struggle. The more you resist, the faster the sand will engulf you. Be patient." Hearing her voice, Hu Chang, driven by instinct for survival, unconsciously complied, raising his hands above his head and striving to remain still. As anticipated, his descent slowed significantly. Ming Yanli and Pei Yuan exchanged bewildered glances at Qiao Lan, with Ming Yanli stepping forward to grasp her arm, exclaiming, "It's dangerous over there. Why venture into such peril?" Qiao Lan was well aware of the danger. She possessed no martyr's heart. Her sole desire was to ensure the smooth progression of her investment plan. Thus she spoke, casting him a reassuring glance. "Senior brother, rest assured, I am well aware of my own capabilities." Ming Yanli, cognizant of her cunning schemes, chose not to voice further objections. Qiao Lan took a couple of steps forward, then with a graceful flick of her wrist, a crystal-clear umbrella materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she opened the umbrella, directing it toward Hu Chang, and it soared above his head, finally coming to a halt. "Retract," Qiao Lan commanded. Yet, The umbrella remained poised above Hu Chang's head, unchanged. Suddenly, Zhong Pei could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, "I thought it was some extraordinary treasure, but it turns out to be as useless as its master." Chapter 18. Without morality, she cannot be kidnapped. Zhong Pei's mocking remark elicited no response from the crowd. All eyes were fixated on the exquisite umbrella. Zhang Ziqian stared wide-eyed at this. This is a celestial tier spiritual treasure. In the Eastern Wilderness, spiritual treasures are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Celestial tier artisans are few and far between, mostly aligned with the most formidable factions. The circulation of celestial tier spiritual treasures is exceedingly rare. Any that appear at auction are fervently sought after by various powers, commanding astronomical bids. What? Zhang Pei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this worthless individual possibly possess a heavenly tier spiritual treasure? As her words echoed in the air, she felt the menacing gazes of the 3 from Guanyang Peak fix upon her. Overwhelmed by their murderous stares, Zhang Pei instinctively shrank back, seeking refuge behind Wang Shun. The astute Shi Yin spoke in a grave tone, confirming that it was indeed a heavenly tier spiritual treasure. Upon hearing Shi Yan's affirmation, the crowd turned their envious eyes toward Qiao Lan. Whispers of the affection shown by Xian Yuzhenren toward Qiao Lan were substantiated before their very eyes. The tales had proven true, and perhaps even understated. Zhong Pei glared furiously at Qiao Lan, her gaze filled with insatiable greed for the heavenly tier treasure. Why wasn't the Bai Yun Ling Long umbrella effective? Puzzled, Qiao Lan attempted it several more times. It remained visually appealing yet utterly useless. With a hint of disdain, she pouted and rummaged through her storage pouch, retrieving another heavenly tier treasure to cast aside. Xin Bing Net, go. Qian Huan Ling Luo Ruler, go. Zi Xiaopan, go. Xing Hipakong Ring, go. The crowd was initially taken aback as Qiao Lan produced yet another heavenly tier treasure, marveling at how doting Xian Yuzhenren was toward her. However, as she continued to unveil successive treasures, their expressions dulled into a state of numbness. This was no longer mere affection. Xian Yuzhenren treated Qiao Lan as if she were his very lifeblood. Qiao Lan's display dramatically elevated her status in the eyes of Xian Yuzhenren. The brothers Zhang Zizhong and Zhang Ziqian gazed at Qiao Lan. Their previous disdain transformed into admiration and respect. In this moment, Wang Shun's heart pounded like a drum, filled with trepidation and self-reproach, fearing that Qiao Lan might seek retribution against him. Zhong Pei's gaze towards Qiao Lan was ignited with the flames of envy and jealousy, wishing she could eliminate Qiao Lan to take her place. Among the trio from Guanyang Peak, only Pei Yuan maintained his usual impassive demeanor, while Shi Yin and Ming Yanli were consumed by envy. Despite being cherished by his prominent family, Shi Yin, born into one of the 8 great families, possessed merely 2 heavenly grade spiritual treasures, a stark contrast to Qiao Lan's casual possession of 6 or 7. Furthermore, acquiring heavenly grade spiritual treasures is not solely reliant on having spirit stones, as they came to recognize the favoritism that Master Xian Yu showed towards Qiao Lan. Shi Yin and Ming Yanli found themselves devoid of jealousy, instead wholeheartedly agreeing with Master Xian Yu's actions. Observing Qiao Lan surrounded by such a multitude of heavenly grade spiritual treasures provided them with a sense of security regarding her safety. However, when they saw the heavenly grade treasures proving ineffective, Qiao Lan's brows furrowed even tighter as she rummaged through her storage bag. The onlookers, intrigued, directed their collective gaze towards her, wondering what she would produce next. After considerable effort, Qiao Lan finally extracted a talisman. This talisman was a modified version of a flying talisman she had developed a couple of days prior, yet it had not been tested in flight. Just as she prepared to conduct the trial, Shi Yin, upon recognizing the nature of the talisman, immediately interjected, "Junior sister, do not." However, he realized it too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiao Lan's feet had already left the ground. In the blink of an eye, she soared above Hu Chang. Upon seeing Qiao Lan's sudden arrival, Hu Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not help but rub his eyes, and when he opened them again, realizing this was no illusion, tears filled his eyes. Qiao Lan leaned down and grasped Hu Chang's collar, pulling upward with all her might. When she found she could not lift him, she furrowed her brow, questioning, "You don't seem to weigh much." Fearing unforeseen circumstances, she swiftly summoned her spiritual energy and tugged at his collar again, this time successfully extracting him from the sand. As his feet finally touched the ground, Hu Chang could not contain himself and clung to Qiao Lan's legs, weeping loudly. It was the first time someone had sobbed so fervently while holding onto her legs. And it was a man, no less. Yet, the more she struggled, the tighter he held on. Observing this, the three brothers from Guanyang Peak could not help but burst into laughter. You dare to laugh? Come and help me, Qiao Lan exclaimed loudly. We're coming, we're coming. Ming Yanli stifled his laughter as he approached. With a cultivation level superior to Hu Chang's, he effortlessly pried him away. This should suffice, right? Qiao Lan shot him a sidelong glance, turning her face away with a haughty snort. This is more like it. Ding. What a melodious and enchanting sound. Investment in progress. Calculation of investment returns underway. Investment subject. Hu Chang age, 18 spiritual root. Medium grade earth spiritual root destiny. Blue-green investment. Rescue Hu Chang from the sandpit return. 1 point in fire attribute. Another person with a dual-colored destiny? Just 1 point, though. It is better than nothing. Qiao Lan found herself somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from behind. Wang Shun recalled what Qiao Lan had mentioned earlier and hurriedly exclaimed, Cousin, do not struggle. Remain still. Your cousin will find a way to save you. Feeling Wang Shun's intense gaze, Qiao Lan curled her lip, showing no intention of taking action. She was not the Virgin Mary, after all, someone who saves everyone. Junior sister Qiao, you wouldn't just stand by and watch, would you? Upon hearing others call her junior sister Qiao, Ming Yanli was the first to object. Who is your junior sister? Our little junior sister from Guanyang Peak is not to be addressed by you. Shi Yin nodded in agreement with Ming Yanli's words. Wang Shun's smile froze upon his face. They were all disciples of the same sect, so why the need for hostility? Observing the sudden change in expression of the Guanyang Peak disciples, Wang Shun tactfully shifted the conversation. As disciples of the same sect, surely the senior brothers of Guanyang Peak would not stand by and do nothing, right? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. If one seeks assistance, one ought to exhibit the proper demeanor of a supplicant. How audacious it was for this individual to resort to moral coercion. Apologies, but she possessed no morals to be bound by. Chapter 19. The absence of the moon. Observing Qiao Lan's detached demeanor, as if the unfolding events bore no consequence to her, Wang Shun turned to Shi Yin for assistance. Captain. Shi Yin, sensing Qiao Lan's disdain for the siblings, interjected directly. As you can see, there appears to be some form of restriction here. One cannot wield a sword, and employing spiritual energy proves futile. Regrettably, I am unable to assist. However, just moments ago, Qiao Lan utilized a flying talisman to rescue Hu Chang. Why can she not extend the same assistance to my cousin? Wang Shun inquired. Aware of the past grievances between Qiao Lan and Hu Chang, if she could overlook her conflicts with Hu Chang, surely she could set aside her animosity towards them. The blunt-minded Ming Yanli could no longer tolerate the situation and remarked with a sneer, Do you consider flying talismans to be as common as cabbages? I trust you are aware of their worth in spiritual stones. As if struck by a revelation, Ming Yanli's disdainful gaze shifted to Wang Shun, now laced with contempt. You are a disciple of the inner sect. Surely, during your trials in the secret realm, you would have procured some talismans for your journey. Are you attempting to shamelessly take my junior sister's talisman without compensation? Upon hearing this, the others began to regard Wang Shun with similar scorn. Faced with the exposure of his true intentions, Wang Shun's face flushed crimson. After all, Master Xin Yu dotes on Qiao Lan. What harm would it cause to use one of her talismans? How petty. Subsequently, he retrieved a flying talisman from his storage bag. Though he feigned composure, his heart bled at the thought. A flying talisman is indeed a high-grade talisman, purchased for 200 spiritual stones. In a month, an inner sect disciple could only receive a meager 100 low-grade spirit stones from the sect. He would have to complete several sect tasks just to exchange for a single flying talisman. Wang Shun, suppressing his anguish, activated the talisman. After a while, the talisman took effect, yet there was no result. Panic swept over him, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. How could this be? Why couldn't he fly? Ming Yanli jested. You didn't buy a counterfeit, did you? Impossible. Wang Shun exclaimed, his eyes reddening with agitation. This talisman was obtained through my tasks in the sect. It cannot be fake. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew serious. Ming Yanli ceased his teasing, pondering, then why is it ineffective? Zhang Ziqian added, indeed. How is it that Qiao Lan's flying talisman works? Shi Yin rested his chin on his palm, deep in thought, and after a moment of silence, he replied solemnly. It's not entirely impossible. He recalled that Qiao Lan had modified her flying talisman. He had even compared the two and confirmed their differences. Qiao Lan scoffed. thinking that an ordinary flying talisman could never be compared to her exclusive modified version. Such a notion was an affront to her talisman. Realizing that only Qiao Lan could save Zhang Pei, Wang Shun, disregarding his pride and dignity, earnestly pleaded, "Qiao Lan, I implore you, please help my cousin." Seeing that Qiao Lan remained unmoved, Wang Shun was reminded that if something were to happen to Zhang Pei, the Zhong family would undoubtedly retaliate against the Wang family. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, he knelt before Qiao Lan. At the very moment his knee was about to touch the ground, a silken cord unexpectedly ensnared his arm, lifting him entirely upright. A man's knees are said to rest upon gold. One bows to heaven, to earth, and to one's parents. But why should I kneel? Qiao Lan harbored no inclination for others to prostrate themselves before her. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those present turned towards Qiao Lan, imbued with a myriad of complexities. In the Xiantian continent, strength reigns supreme. The weak bow before the strong, and such deference is considered mild. Given Qiao Lan's formidable backing, her humility and lack of arrogance were regarded as exceptionally rare virtues. Wang Shun was equally astonished by Qiao Lan's actions, his disbelief palpable as he exclaimed, "Are you willing to save my cousin?" "Ah, I never agreed to rescue your cousin." Upon hearing this, Wang Shun's demeanor visibly soured. If Zhong Pei were to perish, what would become of his family? However, I can sell you a flight talisman. Wang Shun's dimmed eyes instantly brightened. "All right, I'll buy it. How much spirit stones?" Qiao Lan extended a single finger. 100 spirit stones? Such a bargain. She truly is a benevolent soul, Wang Shun mused, promptly reaching for the spirit stones. Qiao Lan rolled her eyes in disdain. "What delusions are you entertaining? It's 1,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing the price of 1,000 spirit stones, Wang Shun's entire body stiffened. What? He was willing to kneel, yet found the price exorbitant? Qiao Lan, in a moment of reconsideration, appeared to withdraw the talisman. Observing this, Wang Shun grew anxious and quickly interjected, "I am willing to buy it. I am willing to buy it." He seemed to fear that Qiao Lan might have a change of heart, promptly revealing all his possessions. When Qiao Lan witnessed him emptying his storage pouch, she finally believed that he was genuinely impoverished, not merely pretending. Wang Shun examined the talisman in his hand and glanced at Qiao Lan. She immediately grasped his intention, a refund for a useless item. With her assurance, Wang Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Had he spent all his wealth on a worthless talisman, despair would have consumed him. He swiftly activated the talisman. And to his astonishment, his feet lifted off the ground, propelling his body into the air. "The little junior sister's talisman is indeed extraordinary," Ming Yanli exclaimed. Qiao Lan scoffed, remarking that he ought to consider who had crafted this talisman. "Thank you, cousin. I clearly witnessed her taking advantage of the situation, raising the price in the process. Why express gratitude to a scoundrel who profits from misfortune? She is a lady from a prestigious family, while Hu Chang has neither background nor strength." Zhang Pei expressed her indignation, clearly displeased with the differential treatment Qiao Lan received. "Enough," Wang Shun admonished loudly, then bowed deeply to the crowd from Guanyang Peak. "My younger cousin is still young and naive. I will ensure she is closely supervised in the future. I hope all the senior brothers and sisters can forgive her rudeness this time." Zhang Ziqian and Zhang Zizhong, the twin brothers, along with Hu Chang, felt a profound sympathy for Wang Shun, relieved that such a troublesome cousin was not their own. Noticing that Wang Shun had shown some awareness, the expressions of the three brothers softened slightly. Zhang Pei, dissatisfied with Wang Shun's submissiveness and eager to voice her thoughts, was abruptly silenced as he cast a spell to whisk her away. The team set off once more, and shortly after their departure, the sand beneath their feet began to stir. Drawing from their previous experience, Xiyin promptly called out, "Spread out." At the same moment, both Xiyin and Pei Yuan grasped one of Qiao Lan's arms and retreated. The sand rippled like waves on a lake, and suddenly, a multitude of scorpion-like creatures erupted from the ground. "This is bad. It's a swarm of red sand scorpions." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned grave. The red sand scorpion is a second-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the late stage of gathering spirit. While a solitary red sand scorpion poses little threat, a swarm rivaling the peak of the spirit sea realm is indeed formidable. "Everyone, retreat at full speed." Qiao Lan frowned. She had yet to unleash her power. How could they retreat now? "Senior brother, watch me." Qiao Lan produced a thick stack of talismans and scattered them towards the swarm as if they were mere water. While others typically threw talismans one by one, Qiao Lan's method transformed the scene entirely, as though she were liberally pouring forth not talismans, but water. Boom, boom, boom. How many talismans does this person possess? It seems Master Xin Yu is exceedingly wealthy. Zhang Pei's gaze towards Qiao Lan shifted from envy to outright resentment. The disciples of Guanyang Peak had long since become accustomed to Qiao Lan casually producing a stack of talismans. Once the clouds of yellow sand settled, Qiao Lan approached the battlefield, observing that the swarm of red sand scorpions had been obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash. She clapped her hands, nodding in satisfaction. Having rescued so many, the system's rewards should be substantial. Qiao Lan eagerly awaited the system's calculation of her rewards, but after a considerable wait, there was still no sign of activity. What is going on? Where are the rewards? Is the system malfunctioning? Chapter 20. Just a false sun. After an indeterminate duration of travel, the sun remained unwaveringly perched above, casting a relentless glare. At this juncture, Qiao Lan found herself both weary and famished. Zhang Pei had long since been engulfed in frustration, her complaints echoing incessantly throughout their journey, while Wang Shan, in his exasperation, attempted repeatedly to interject and offer reminders, all to little avail. Noticing that Qiao Lan was nearing her limits, Qian halted his steps and raised his hand, signaling for a moment of respite. Qiao Lan glanced around, discerning a lack of any shaded spot suitable for resting. Consequently, she produced the exquisite Biyun Linglong umbrella and tossed it into the air, its canopy expanding majestically, casting an ever-growing shadow upon the ground below. She stepped beneath its shelter and retrieved a table and chairs from her storage pouch, beckoning to her companions, "Senior brothers, come quickly." The others were taken aback by Qiao Lan's extravagant display, utilizing the celestial-grade treasure, the Biyun Linglong umbrella, as a mere sunshade. However, once beneath its shaded refuge and feeling the refreshing coolness, they could not help but feel envious. Who would not wish for the esteemed title of the foremost individual in the eastern wilderness to belong to their own master, who lavished such affection upon them? Little junior sister, are you here for training or merely for leisure? You even brought tables and chairs. Hu Chang exclaimed, astonished by her actions. Do you not find these items cumbersome? He had diligently saved spirit stones for an extended period, investing 500 spirit stones in a storage pouch that could barely accommodate 2 square meters. To him, the space within a storage pouch was as precious as gold, and to fill it with ordinary furniture seemed excessively lavish. Unfazed, Qiao Lan even expressed her dissatisfaction with the scant items she had packed, feeling they were insufficient and lacking in variety. Not at all. The storage pouch my master bestowed upon me is only just being tapped into. Her subtle display of wealth was undeniably striking. The expressions of the crowd had long since become numb, filled only with envy. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Lan produced a resplendent object that resembled both a pot and a box. She lifted the lid and arranged a plethora of dishes upon the table, which soon became entirely covered by the exquisite cuisine. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to suddenly find the pills in their hands less appealing. You used a belling box to store food? Qian exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. That was a treasure capable of preserving the spiritual essence of various rare materials to the utmost degree, yet here it was, repurposed by Qiao Lan as a mere vessel for storing meals. The crowd, upon hearing this, stared at Qiao Lan with astonished eyes. Sensing their shock, Qiao Lan shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and replied, "Is there a problem with that? I searched long and hard to find a suitable spiritual treasure for my master's storeroom for preserving food. This secret realm trial lasted for a month. A whole month. If she were to subsist solely on the pills, it would be more torturous than death itself. She couldn't compromise her own stomach, no matter the circumstances." Qiao Lan picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, and the others from Guanyang Peak quickly joined in. Noticing that the rest were still hesitant to pick up their utensils, Qiao Lan frowned and urged, "Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold and lose its flavor." Zhang Ziqian, Zhang Zizhong, the twin brothers, and Hu Chang pointed to themselves, asking, "Is there enough for us too? Can we eat as well?" Looking at the table laden with over 30 dishes, Qiao Lan was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself how absurd their questions were. If there were not enough for you, would I have gone to the trouble of bringing out so much? Thank you for the hospitality. We shall not be courteous any longer. The twin brothers and Hu Chang picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. As the first morsel touched their lips, the rich spiritual essence within the dish left all three momentarily stunned. "This is spiritual delicacy," Hu Chang exclaimed in astonishment. As a humble cultivator without any influential background, he had exerted every ounce of effort just to step into the inner sect. The simplest spiritual delicacies were worth dozens, if not hundreds, of spirit stones, an expense far beyond his means. Embarrassed by his financial constraints, Hu Chang set down his bowl. At that moment, Qiao Lan's voice rang out. We are all part of the same team. We need to eat to have the strength for our journey. Hurry and eat, so you won't hold everyone back. Initially reluctant to continue eating, the twin brothers, upon hearing her words, shed their hesitations and resumed their meal. However, to Hu Chang, it seemed as though Qiao Lan was merely trying to uphold his ridiculous pride, causing his eyes to redden with unshed tears. He silently resolved to make a determination that would ultimately bring him solace throughout his life. Humph, how pretentious and falsely benevolent. Zhong Pei found Qiao Lan's facade of kindness and her attempts to curry favor utterly repugnant. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Qiao Lan remarked, I didn't invite you. You're being overly dramatic. You. Wang Shun, sensing that Miss Zhong Pei's temper was flaring up again, quickly pulled her away. Feeling the chill of several icy glares directed at him from behind, he instinctively quickened his pace. Cousin, what are you doing? Let go of me. Ding. What a melodious sound. It turned out that the system was still operational and had not malfunctioned. Qiao Lan's heart, which had been in suspense, finally found peace. Investment targets: Pei Yuan, Xian, Mingyan Li, Zhangzi Qian, Zhangzi Zhong. Hu Chang investment item: a sumptuous feast of spiritual delicacies. Investment return: 1 point of defense. It was only then that Qiao Lan comprehended the situation. When encountering the group of red sand scorpions, the system had remained unresponsive because they had not faced any trouble or peril. Thus, her intervention had been akin to a free performance. After reflecting on the sequence of events, having satiated her hunger, she produced a bed and addressed her senior brothers. Please ensure my safety. Allow me to rest for a while. Without awaiting their reactions, she affixed several SBA talismans to herself, reclined, and crossed her hands over her navel, effortlessly slipping into slumber, appearing remarkably serene. The members of Guanyang Peak were no longer astonished by her ability to fall asleep in an instant. They had grown immune to it. However, the others were left astounded by her actions. To not only store a bed in her spatial pouch, but also to be able to fall asleep so swiftly in such an unknown environment. The level of trust among those from Guanyang Peak was truly enviable. When Qiao Lan awakened, the sun still shone brightly overhead. This was rather peculiar. This is an illusion array, Pei Yuan declared with certainty. In his previous life, he had traversed various secret realms, and this was not his first encounter with such an array. Yet, surrounded by the endless yellow sand, there appeared to be no anomalies. Nor had he discovered the array's focal point. Xian's tone was filled with doubt. He understood illusion arrays, knowing that each required a focal point to function. Yet there were no signs of one in their vicinity. The focal point is there. The crowd followed Qiao Lan's pointed direction and discovered that she was indicating the sun. Are you suggesting that the focal point is the sun? How could that be possible? Zhang Pei vehemently denied it, her tone and demeanor vehemently condemning Qiao Lan's absurdity. Qiao Lan, however, offered her no glance, her gaze fixed firmly on the sun, a smirk playing at her lips. How can we know unless we try? Just as the onlookers were about to inquire about her intentions, Qiao Lan had already embarked on her course of action. She produced stack after stack of talismans, hurling them at the sun, and the air was filled with the sound of explosions. It's merely a false sun. I refuse to believe I cannot obliterate it. Chapter 21. Ensnared in nightmares as the cacophony of explosions ceased, the sky abruptly darkened, rendering visibility non-existent. You truly brought down the sun. Qiao Lan had not anticipated that her attempt would inadvertently shatter the formation. Where are we now? Zhong Pei anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Before long, a faint breeze brushed past her, and gradually, the area regained a semblance of light, allowing them to discern their surroundings. They found themselves amidst trees, the moonlight filtering through the branches and casting delicate patterns on the ground. Finally, we're out. This is much more comfortable. Hu Chang stretched languidly, exclaiming, Who goes there? The most formidable among them, Xian, was the first to notice movement not far away. The crowd turned to look, observing a hazy figure approaching them. As it drew closer, Hu Chang recognized the individuals, Guo Chao and Chu Hao, disciples of the inner sect. Upon realizing Hu Chang knew the newcomers, the group's wariness lessened somewhat. Dear brothers, we have encountered an attack from demonic beasts and are gravely injured. Could you please lend us your assistance? 2 individuals clad in the attire of outer disciples leaned on each other, their steps faltering as they approached. Upon noticing the visible claw marks on their bodies, with blood flowing profusely and staining large areas, Shi Yan swiftly produced a vial of healing elixir and handed it to them. This is a hemostatic pill. Consume it at once. The two immediately accepted the elixir, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. However, the moment they lifted their heads, their eyes suddenly radiated an eerie green light, which swiftly materialized, enveloping everyone present. Bang! The crowd collapsed one after another. The inner disciples, Hu Chao and Chu Hao, vanished from sight, gradually transforming into a shadowy figure that emanated a chilling laughter, cackling, cackle, cackle. When Qiao Lan opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a familiar setting and realized she was at the Xianqing sect. Was she not supposed to be undergoing trials in the Highway secret realm? How had she arrived at the Xianqing sect? This was the newly accepted disciple of her master, Zhou Chuiyue. Unfazed by her surroundings, Zhou Chuiyue greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I am the newly accepted disciple of our esteemed master. And from this day forth, I shall be your little junior sister. I look forward to your guidance. Welcome, little junior sister. The usually stoic eldest brother, Qiyu, upon meeting Zhou Chuiyue for the first time, seemed quite fond of her, promptly presenting her with a cherished treasure as a token of their first meeting. The second brother, Qiao Bai, also immediately took out his painstakingly crafted spiritual treasure, offering it to Zhou Chuiyue as a welcoming gift. The third senior brother, Fan Hongzhuang, was equally unyielding, presenting her with his most treasured possession. The fourth senior brother, Yin Hao, a talisman master, bestowed upon her high-level talismans. The fifth senior brother, the alchemist Renbu Yuan, generously offered her third-grade elixirs as if they were worthless. Observing how effortlessly Zhou Chuiyue garnered the affection of her senior brothers upon her arrival at the Qingxian sect, one could not help but feel that claiming indifference was a mere pretense. Qiao Lan's heart ached momentarily, just a fleeting pang. Qiyu cast a discontented glance at Qiao Lan. Little six, where is your welcome gift? As soon as the words left his lips, the other senior brothers turned their disapproving gazes upon her, their eyes sharp as blades, as if she were their sworn enemy. Qiao Lan let out a cold snort, finding the illusion rather clumsy. Seeing her senior brothers sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in agony, she furrowed her brows and gently patted their faces, attempting to awaken them, yet to no avail. Pei Yuan, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. If you surrender the divine artifact, I shall persuade them not to take your life, Zhou Chuiyue implored. Feigning concern for Pei Yuan, you well know that is my life as treasure. Should a forced bond occur, I would suffer a backlash. At best, my cultivation would regress. At worst, I would perish. Pei Yuan's eyes blazed crimson as he beheld Zhou Chuiyue, yet his body involuntarily voiced his thoughts. This was reminiscent of the moment he was besieged and had his divine artifact taken. Pei Yuan, what is your life compared to a regression in cultivation? Zhou Chuiyue insisted. Zhou Chuiyue's eyes were red and swollen, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. With an expression of deep reluctance, she threw herself into Pei Yuan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother Pei Yuan, I cannot bear to lose you. I simply cannot. Rest assured, my dear Yuer, I shall always remain by your side. We shall never be apart. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Familiar faces reappeared before Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan, if you do not surrender the divine artifact, we shall kill Zhou Chuiyue immediately. Jiang Sui, his dear brother, was currently gripping Zhou Chuiyue's throat. Brother Pei Yuan, do not worry about me. You must flee. Zhou Chuiyue prepared herself for death, her face resolute. No. Pei Yuan's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a desperate roar. Just as he was about to break their fateful bond, he heard a voice calling, Xiao Yuan, wake up, please. Do not speak such ill omens. Qian scolded sharply. The dispelling talismans proved utterly ineffective. Qiao Lan had exhausted all conceivable methods, and if no solution emerged soon, Pei Yuan might never awaken. In her moment of despair, Qiao Lan retrieved a small knife from her storage pouch. Closing her eyes, she clenched her jaw and drew a cut across her finger, allowing her blood to drip into Pei Yuan's mouth. Junior sister, what are you doing? Ming Yanli exclaimed in shock. After witnessing Qiao Lan administer several drops of blood, he excitedly noted, his eyelids are moving. Xiao Lu is awakening. Seeing Qiao Lan's pale face, Shi Yan's expression grew complicated as he quickly produced a blood-replenishing pill. Take this immediately. Thank you, third senior brother. Pei Yuan opened his eyes, transitioning from a state of utter confusion to gradually perceiving his surroundings. He slowly sat up and noticed Qiao Lan, Shi Yan, and Ming Yanli beside him, causing his body to instinctively relax. He pressed his forehead and rubbed his aching head, pondering, What has happened to me? We just fell victim to the nightmarish beast's nightmare technique. How are you feeling now? Qian inquired with concern. Realizing it was merely a nightmare, Pei Yuan exhaled in relief and shook his head, saying, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Qiao Lan then produced several disruption talismans, expertly tossing them at the others. Before long, the remaining companions awakened, sitting up slowly with pale faces. Ding! What a melodious and enchanting sound. Investment target. Pei Yuan, Qian, Mingyan Li, Zhangzi Qian, Zhangzi Zhong, Huchang, Wang Shun, Zhong Pei. Investment event. Disruption of nightmare technique. Investment return. 5 points of defense. Chapter 22. The beast tide approaches, the earth cracks. As dawn broke, the team, having rested for the night, prepared to set off once more. The forest was predominantly inhabited by first and second-tier low-level spirit beasts. Qiao Lan intended to test her skills. But to her surprise, the third and fourth-tier spirit beasts avoided them entirely. Help! Is anyone there? Qian frowned, hearing someone calling for assistance ahead. Recalling the previous encounter with the nightmarish beast, Hu Chang, still apprehensive, suggested, perhaps we should ignore it. It could be another illusion created by a monstrous beast. Qiao Lan chuckled softly. Nightmarish beasts only emerge at night. During the day, they are merely humans, not monsters. Do not worry. Hu Chang's expression remained strained. Very well. I shall heed your words. The crowd followed the sound, only to discover 3 individuals lying on the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. It was Chang Qingqing. Qian swiftly approached, checking their pulses before producing medicinal pills for them to consume. However, after waiting in vain, the blood continued to flow unabated. How could this be? I distinctly provided them with blood-replenishing and hemostatic pills. As the individuals' breaths grew increasingly feeble, the expressions of the onlookers turned grave. After all, casualties were an inevitable part of the secret realm trials, and in such harsh conditions, one could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Qiao Lan also retrieved some medicinal pills from her storage pouch. Zhang Pei, expecting something miraculous, rolled her eyes in disdain upon seeing the pill bottles. I thought you might produce something truly life-saving, but it turns out you two have merely blood-stanching and blood-replenishing pills. What a vain display, utterly fruitless. Though Zhang Pei's words were harsh, they bore an element of truth. The others remained silent, save for those from Guanyang Peak, who believed Qiao Lan's actions must have a purpose. Ming Yanli shot Zhang Pei a cold, piercing glare. Silence. Zhang Pei recoiled slightly, retreating behind Wang Shun, pouting. What else with the hostility? Can't a person speak the truth? These are exceptional pills. Qian's exclamation drew the attention of the crowd. In Qiao Lan's hand lay several plump, lustrous pills, each adorned with 5 distinctly visible pill patterns. Typically, the elixirs exchanged within the sect are predominantly of moderate quality, possessing efficacy that is merely half of that of the supreme-grade potions. Supreme-grade elixirs are scarcely circulated in the world. Whenever they do occasionally surface, they are met with frenzied competition among the masses. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Lan administered the elixirs to the 3 individuals, and shortly thereafter, their wounds visibly ceased bleeding and began to exhibit signs of healing. Truly, these are supreme-grade elixirs. The twin brothers could not help but express their admiration. More so, they were deeply moved by Qiao Lan's willingness to offer such precious potions during a time of peril for the sect's disciples. This noble spirit left them in awe. They could not help but revere Qiao Lan's righteousness and broad-mindedness. Zhang Pei stood frozen in astonishment. Ding! What a melodious sound. Investment target. Chang Qingqing, Xiong Jing. Wei Qinyang. Investment item. Supreme blood replenishing pill. Supreme hemostatic pill. Investment return. A basket of fire spirit fruits. Qiao Lan's lips twitched. A basket of fire spirit fruits? When did the system become so miserly? In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 gradually regained consciousness. As Chang Qingqing opened her eyes, she saw Qian and exclaimed with delight, "Senior brother Shi." Qian nodded slightly, asking, "How do you feel now?" Upon hearing this, Chang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She looked down to see her wounds had already healed, incredulously raising her gaze to Qian. "Did you save us, senior brother?" "Thank you." Qian raised his hand to directly interrupt her words, saying, "Oh, there's no need for thanks. It was not I who saved you, if gratitude is due. It should be directed towards junior sister. She is the one who saved you." Chang Qingqing, Xiong Jing, and Wei Qinyang turned their gazes towards Qiao Lan, expressions of astonishment and shock adorning their faces. They were acutely aware of the severity of their injuries. The swift recovery they had experienced could only be attributed to Qiao Lan's use of a precious remedy. The three approached her in unison, bowing deeply in gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon them. If ever there is a need for us in the future, we shall not hesitate to brave any peril. What is this? I did not save you for your thanks. Please, rise. Qiao Lan insisted, feeling a sense of embarrassment at the notion that her actions were perceived as noble. Her intent was purely transactional, an investment rather than an act of altruism. Upon hearing her words, the others regarded her with even greater respect, believing her to embody the virtue of bestowing kindness without expectation of reward. It was indeed a delightful misunderstanding. Qiao Lan stiffly managed a smile, awkward yet courteous. Shi Yin inquired, "What of the others in your group?" With a heavy heart. Chang Qingqing lowered her head in remorse. "It is all my fault, senior sister. This is not your doing," Wei Qinyan quickly interjected to console her. "It is our own inadequacy that led us to this plight." Xiong Jing nodded in agreement. "Before we set out, we had all agreed to share the spoils of the vermilion sand and red grass equally after you refined them into elixirs. Since we accepted the risks together, why should you bear the blame alone?" Zhang Ziqian then asked, "So the injuries you sustained were inflicted by the guardian beast of the spiritual herbs?" Wei Chenyan confirmed, "Indeed. We were attacked by a fourth-tiered Songyan leopard. It is utterly ridiculous. The fourth-tiered Songyan leopard possesses the cultivation equivalent to a late-stage spiritual sea practitioner, merely a step away from the spirit transformation realm. How dare you? This is simply preposterous." Shi Yin unreservedly reprimanded them. The three individuals lowered their heads, filled with profound regret for their momentary impulsiveness. Just as they were preparing to search for their lost disciples, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying. Qiao Lan frowned. Could this be an impending earthquake? The roars of beasts echoed continuously, startling even the birds in the forest, sending them soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, Qiao Lan swiftly produced a flying spiritual artifact, only to realize, upon channeling her spiritual energy, that flying was prohibited in this area. Not far away, dust billowed as Pei Yuan exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a beast tide." He immediately grasped Qiao Lan's arm. Xian urged, "Quick, disperse." Before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively seized Qiao Lan's other arm. The trio retreated together, with Ming Yanli closely following. The group was scattered by the onslaught of the beast tide. Soon thereafter the ground quaked violently. With no safe place to land within the forbidden flying realm of the secret domain, Qiao Lan and her companions found themselves in a relatively open area, supporting each other to maintain their balance. Yet, the ground beneath them rapidly developed cracks resembling a spider's web. They had no choice but to swiftly relocate to a flat, unaffected surface. However, just as they landed, the ground suddenly fractured, the crevices widening perilously. They had no time to change direction. Without any points of support, the four plummeted into the unfathomable abyss below. Chapter 23. The Nine Nether Ice Fog-Devouring Python. The uncontrollable descent, coupled with the surrounding darkness that rendered visibility non-existent, instilled a profound sense of unease in Qiao Lan. "Senior brother, are you there?" "Yes." The howling wind filled her ears, yet after 3 consecutive responses, she discerned their presence. Promptly, she retrieved her exquisite Baiyunling long umbrella, unfurling it and raising it above her head, significantly alleviating her plummet. In one hand, she gripped the umbrella, while the other clutched a luminous night pearl. The radiance emitted by the pearl illuminated the positions of the 3 individuals, while her other hand was not idle. She summoned the Qian Huan Luo Ling ruler. In an instant, the ruler elongated. "Quick, seize the ruler." Upon seeing it, Pei Yuan immediately channeled his spiritual energy, performing a swift maneuver to grasp the ruler with his outstretched hand. Xiang and Ming Yanli, witnessing this, also harnessed their spiritual energy to approach the ruler and grasp it firmly. Pei Yuan remarked, "We are surrounded by earthen walls, and flying is prohibited. We can only await our landing." It was unclear how long they had been descending, but Qiao Lan felt her hands growing numb. "When will this end?" "I see a light." Ming Yanli's revelation brought joy to the group. Qiao Lan immediately glanced downward, spotting tiny white points of light, a beacon of hope ahead. And her hands were finally on the verge of liberation. As the white points expanded, the spiritual energy in the air became increasingly potent. Just before they landed, she beheld the ground strewn with milky white crystal stones, leaving no place to step. "These are top-grade spiritual stones." Pei Yuan never anticipated encountering such treasures within the secret realm of the eastern wilderness. "What are these top-grade spiritual stones?" The astonishment of Shi Yin rendered him nearly speechless. One piece of middle-grade spirit stone equates to 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, while one piece of high-grade spirit stone equals 100 pieces of middle-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, 100 high-grade spirit stones are worth a single piece of top-grade spirit stone. This unexpected delight left Ming Yanli in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Are we about to strike it rich?" However, Qiao Lan and the others were not dazzled by the sight of the top-grade spirit stones. They pressed onward. How could there be such an extensive grove of seven-star bamboo? Having read the entire text, Qiao Lan was well aware of the value and utility of seven-star bamboo. It is a precious material for crafting artifacts, and even a short segment could incite a frenzy at an auction, fetching astronomical prices. This illustrates the rarity and value of seven-star bamboo. Upon traversing the grove, they encountered a chilly pond emanating a frosty mist, surrounded by numerous spirit plants brimming with spiritual energy. Even Pei Yuan, known for his impassive demeanor, exhibited an unusual expression of shock. How could there be purple lotus grass, purple falling wood, aurora fruit, illusory pure ice lotus? How could the illusory pure ice lotus be here? Is it not a sacred object of that place? Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan's expression grew grave, shedding the earlier lightness. The illusory pure ice lotus was not supposed to appear here according to the original text. Rather, had the plot advanced prematurely? Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan's minds were in turmoil, while Ming Yanli was exhilarated as if he had struck the jackpot. Just as Ming Yanli prepared to harvest the purple lotus grass, a silver figure suddenly emerged from the icy pond, glinting with silver light. And a fierce attack was poised to strike Ming Yanli. Ming Yanli suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground. "Senior brother, Xiao Si." Pei Yuan swiftly stepped forward, pulling the incapacitated Ming Yanli behind him, his gaze fixed warily upon the colossal creature before them, his pupils constricting. This was the nine-nether ice, fog-devouring python. "What?" Qiao Lan looked up at the towering creature, its silver-white scales glimmering with a cold radiance, its emerald vertical pupils fixated on them, flicking its blood-red tongue with an overwhelming sense of pressure. How could this legendary divine beast appear here? Shi Yin could hardly believe his eyes. This was a being of myth, a divine creature capable of ending their lives in an instant without breaking a sweat. Pei Yuan and Shi Yin instinctively shielded Qiao Lan behind them. "Senior, we have trespassed here by accident and did not intend any harm. We shall leave immediately." Shi Yin spoke, observing the divine beast's reaction while cautiously moving towards the exit. "Humans, you have disturbed my tranquil cultivation. You shall pay the price." The divine beast spoke with a chilling tone, its coldness palpable. Shi Yin recalled that Xiao Si had intended to touch the rare treasures, which had provoked the creature. Thus, he added, "Senior, we stumbled into this place and harbor no desire for your treasures. Had you harbored any such intentions, you would have met your demise the moment you set foot here." Pei Yuan narrowed his eyes. To the divine beast, they were mere ants, easily extinguishable with a flick of its finger. Why then did it speak so much? Just as Pei Yuan pondered this, in an instant, the devouring python launched its attack. The speed was overwhelming. They shoved Qiao Lan outward. Bang! Before she could react, she was thrust out of the bamboo grove. Immediately, a series of explosions erupted. Boom! Bang! That was a divine beast. Neither Shi Yin nor Pei Yuan stood a chance against such a formidable opponent. Qiao Lan picked herself up from the ground and took 2 steps forward, only to halt in her tracks. What could she possibly do to help? Would she merely hinder their efforts? For the first time, she loathed her own weakness. Retreating to her original position, she gazed up at the passage above, staring for a long time. Her eyes, once filled with confusion, then turmoil and struggle, finally transformed into clarity and resolve. Qiao Lan turned and raced back inside. Bang! "Xiaolu, you were right. The sky-devouring python was gravely injured, yet even in such a state, it remained a divine beast, an entity beyond their capacity to resist." Shi Yin lay on the ground, bloodied and barely breathing. Pei Yuan fared little better, clinging to life by sheer will. He propped himself up with his sword, knees bent, blood streaming from his body, yet he maintained an upright posture. Was he destined to perish here today? He had yet to exact his vengeance. To die like this was unacceptable. The nine-nether ice fog sky-devouring python stirred again. Seeing its tail whip towards him, Pei Yuan despairingly closed his eyes, powerless to await the arrival of death. "No!" A woman's voice suddenly rang out. Pei Yuan opened his eyes to see Qiao Lan standing protectively in front of him. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away, but it was too late. The silver light drew ever closer. His eyes widened in horror, his voice filled with anguish. Qiao Lan, no. Chapter 24. Everyone advances, except her understanding that her efforts were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Qiao Lan nonetheless exerted herself to block the impending strike. However, the anticipated pain and the sensation of being flung away never materialized. After a prolonged moment of waiting, the attack still had not descended upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by a colossal serpent's head. Qiao Lan leaped several steps back, her face a mask of vigilance as she regarded the devouring python. What are you? What do you want? It was a well-known fact that she harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. This devouring python was certainly taking an unconventional approach, seemingly intent on frightening her to death. Are you afraid of me? The devouring python tilted its head, its vertical pupils reflecting a profound confusion. Isn't that an obvious question? You are enormous. Qiao Lan's words remained unfinished as she watched the gargantuan creature, which towered like a skyscraper, shrink before her very eyes, halting only when it matched her height. Is this satisfactory? Qiao Lan was left speechless. The devouring python inched closer once more, prompting Qiao Lan to hold her breath, unable to even glance in its direction. The chilling, damp sensation of its moist tongue brushed against her face, leaving her frozen in place. She had just been licked by the devouring python. Oh no. She felt tainted. The devouring python seemed to revel in her scent, affectionately nuzzling her neck with its head. Sensing that the creature harbored no malice, Qiao Lan finally dared to open her eyes and gaze upon the now smaller, yet still imposing, serpent. Despite its diminutive size, it was still a python. And Qiao Lan could not shake her trepidation. With a tentative voice, she ventured, "You won't harm me, will you?" "Of course not." The sky-devouring python extended its tongue to gently lick her cheek. Qiao Lan remarked, "This python behaves like a dog, licking people without restraint." Realizing that the python meant her no harm, she hurried to pay Yuan's side. Seeing him lying on the ground, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, Qiao Lan swiftly retrieved various elixirs, forcing them into his mouth one after another. After administering the potions to all three individuals, her furrowed brows relaxed slightly. However, as time passed, their breaths grew even weaker. How could this be? Why were the elixirs ineffective? These were top-tier potions. Humph. Such inferior elixirs dare to dispel my icy aura? Qiao Lan remarked coolly. You seem rather proud. Sensing her low spirits, the sky-devouring python coiled itself tighter. Just as Qiao Lan was on the verge of despair, the python weakly spoke. The vein on her forehead throbbed as she exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The python tightened its coils even more, replying, "You didn't ask." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Lan forced a smile, though it was stiff. Upon hearing that it could assist, the python immediately rose, striding confidently toward the trio. It draped its tail over each of them, causing the frost that enveloped them to vanish in an instant. Qiao Lan's lips twitched, her arms trembled, yet she persevered and raised her hand to stroke the python's head. The sensation was smooth, contrasting with her expectation of a cold, sticky texture. Is this truly a divine beast? The sky-devouring python relished her gentle touch. As the chilling aura dissipated, Qiao Lan administered elixirs to the three individuals, who awoke languidly within mere moments. At last, you have awakened. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's exclamation of delight, the trio felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Am I not dead? One questioned. Nonsense. I am perfectly alive. Why would I be dead? Pei Yuan, sitting upright, caught sight of the silver figure beside Qiao Lan. His pupils widened in shock, and he swiftly grasped the sword from the ground, pointing it at the sky-devouring python. Qiao Lan, run? Ah, little Yuan, you misunderstand. Qiao Lan quickly gestured, positioning herself in front of the python. It has not harmed me. It is a divine beast. If it wished to cause me harm, would I still be standing here before you? The sky-devouring python narrowed its eyes, flicking its tongue, for it had been ages since any human dared to point a sword at it. The three struggled to rise, remaining exceedingly vigilant towards the python, noticing their unsteady movements. Qiao Lan frowned. Are your injuries not healed? Shi Yin shook his head. There are still some internal injuries, but it is nothing serious. Pathetic. The sky-devouring python swayed its tail, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. Shi Yin, Ming Yinli, Pei Yuan. Had they just been belittled? Qiao Lan nodded. It seems so. Well, they could not refute this for the moment, but as the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. How do we depart from here? Qiao Lan surveyed the surroundings. still unable to discern a path to leave. Are you truly leaving so soon? The python's tone bore a hint of urgency. Do you not fancy these treasures? Qiao Lan, astonished, pointed at herself and asked, Are these not all your possessions? Are you truly giving them to me? The sky-devouring python nodded, affirming, Indeed, all of it is yours. Qiao Lan, Xian, Pei Yuan. Ming Yanli, overwhelmed by the blow, lamented, Is this truly fair? I haven't even touched them, and yet I nearly faced your wrath. The sky-devouring python cast a disdainful glance in his direction, as if to say, You dare to compare yourself to her? Seemingly understanding the python's gaze, Ming Yanli retreated to a corner, drawing circles in solitude, encapsulating his own wounded world. What will you do now that I have taken everything? Qiao Lan inquired uncertainly. The sky-devouring python addressed the trio, saying, The cold pool can heal your internal injuries. After stating this, he curled his tail around the hem of Qiao Lan's garment and began to unveil his treasures. These are merely the tip of the iceberg from my collection. Qiao Lan could distinctly perceive the pride in his tone. So, may I take these spirit stones? She asked. Of course, he replied. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Qiao Lan gathered the exquisite spirit stones into her storage pouch. After securing the precious stones, she beheld a lengthy passageway. Pointing towards it, she inquired, Can we leave through there? The sky-devouring python nodded, confirming, That is the only way out. Once again, the duo arrived at the 7 Stars bamboo grove. After ensuring it was permissible to take some, Qiao Lan wielded her machete and commenced the task of harvesting bamboo. Unlike the spirit stones, the 7 Stars bamboo could not be simply stored in her pouch. It required either uprooting or cutting to be collected. After wielding the machete for an extended period, Qiao Lan found no trace at the base of the 7 Stars bamboo, causing her eyes to twitch in frustration. The heavenly devouring python kindly suggested that it would be prudent to excavate the bamboo. Qiao Lan retorted, Why didn't you mention that sooner? You're not charming at all. Diligently, Qiao Lan toiled for quite a while, managing to unearth only a small patch of the bamboo. I can't do this anymore. I'm at my limit. After applying several SBA talismans, she felt a slight improvement. The heavenly devouring python observed Qiao Lan sprawled on the ground, then glanced at the hoe beside her. Using its tail, it grasped the hoe and mimicked her movements, beginning to dig into the earth. Truly, as a divine beast, it was remarkably swifter in its bamboo excavation than I. Once Qiao Lan had rested sufficiently, she looked at the towering stacks of bamboo nearby and gave a thumbs up in admiration. The heavenly devouring python, upon receiving her praise, worked even more energetically. In no time, yet another impressive mound of bamboo was amassed. Qiao Lan exclaimed, Wow, you're doing splendidly. Absolutely fantastic. Receiving her commendation once more, the entire body of the python swayed with delight. Qiao Lan noted how much this serpent relished compliments. Realizing that flattery could yield free labor, she immediately entered into a mode of incessant praise. Before long, the heavenly devouring python was utterly enraptured by her effusive accolades. After finishing one bamboo stalk, it was promptly stored in Qiao Lan's storage bag. In a brief moment, the entire bamboo grove had been excavated. Little Tun Tun, you're truly remarkable. Qiao Lan once again raised her thumb in approval. The python's cheeks appeared to blush with a faint hue, and its tail curled around the hem of her garment as it moved forward. Under the guidance of the devouring serpent, Qiao Lan gathered all that she could into her storage pouch, not forgetting the illuminescent pure ice lotus. She gazed in astonishment at the devouring serpent, questioning how this could be possible. Why not? The devouring serpent retorted. Because it is a sacred artifact of that place. Qiao Lan struggled to articulate her thoughts when suddenly a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the cold pond. Xian, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan were enveloped in a torrent of spiritual power, their auras rising with an unmistakable intensity. Qiao Lan exclaimed in delight. They are about to advance. The devouring serpent, exhibiting a human-like understanding, urged her, Hurry and collect the illuminescent pure ice lotus. After several prompts, Qiao Lan approached the lotus, and as she reached out to pluck it, a droplet of water, akin to an arrow, grazed her fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the heart of the lotus, its vibrant crimson hue vanishing in an instant. Immediately, the illuminescent pure ice lotus disappeared, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Qiao Lan's being. A flicker of understanding flashed in the devouring serpent's eyes. You should immerse yourself in the energy as well. No sooner had the devouring serpent's words left its mouth than Qiao Lan was thrust into the icy waters of the pond by its tail. The frigid water made her shiver involuntarily, prompting her to summon her spiritual energy to fend off the chill. Do not resist. Absorb the spiritual energy within, the devouring serpent instructed. Heeding its advice, Qiao Lan followed suit. The energy she absorbed was cold, yet after circulating it for 2 cycles, her discomfort gradually dissipated. The spiritual energy in the pond proved to be even more potent than that within her gathering array, a realization that filled her with astonishment. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into her body, and just as her breath began to subtly rise, the urgent voice of Pei Yuan reached her ears, warning that the place was about to collapse and urging her to leave immediately. Reluctantly, Qiao Lan had to withdraw from her cultivation and exit the cold pool. As the 3 of them ran out, a beam of silver light descended upon Qiao Lan. Having successfully escaped, and once again gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, the 4 of them could not help but exhale in relief. Haha. Shi Yan laughed heartily, congratulating Xiao Si and Xiao Lu on their advancement. Pei Yuan nodded at Shi Yan, expressing his congratulations as well. What? You all advanced? Qiao Lan exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Shi Yan nodded, stating, yes. I have reached the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm. Ming Yanli cheerfully affirmed, I have advanced to the late stage of the spirit sea realm. Pei Yuan added, I have reached the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm. Qiao Lan felt disheartened, realizing that everyone had advanced, except for her. Chapter 25. The Collapse of the Secret Realm. The trial concludes prematurely in the Hall of the Mountain Gate. Tai Zhengxiao, who was practicing with the SBA talisman, suddenly opened his eyes. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, a key shimmering with a verdant glow appeared before him. Tai Zhengxiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, wondering if something had gone awry in the secret realm. Suddenly, a slight crack appeared on the key, followed by numerous fissures spreading like a spider's web. This is not good. Tai Zhengxiao let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the Hall of the Mountain Gate, reappearing in the square outside. By the time he arrived, a considerable number of elders and disciples had already gathered in the square. He observed that the formation in the center of the square was showing signs of failure. How long has this situation persisted? Upon the arrival of Tai Zhengxiao, the elders bowed to him. Zhongzhu. No need for formalities. Tai Zhengxiao raised his hand, subsequently placing both hands behind his back, his expression grave. Where's Zheng Yi? I am here. I am here. Zheng Yi rushed through the crowd, his demeanor flustered, barely managing to adjust his slightly disheveled attire before speaking directly. What? That is unacceptable. The elite disciples of our sect are to enter the secret realm for trial. With the sect competition approaching, we cannot afford to lose them here. Indeed. What shall we do? Upon hearing the news, the elders wore expressions of distress, unsure of how to proceed. Tai Zhengxiao took out a voice transmission talisman. Xianyu, come swiftly. Xianyu Zhenren has arrived. The voices of the elders brimmed with anticipation. In a fleeting moment, Xianyu Zhenren appeared beside Tai Zhengxiao. Xixiao. Xianyu Zhenren's gaze immediately fell upon the formation, quickly grasping the urgency of the situation. Is there a solution, Zheng Yi? There is, but... Zheng Ye's eyes occasionally darted towards Tai Zhengxiao, hesitating, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Tai Zhengxiao furrowed his brow. What time is it? Speak freely. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi closed his eyes, steeling himself, gritting his teeth. It requires the cooperation of both the sect leader and Xianyu Zhenren, along with a substantial amount of premium spirit stones. Tai Zhengxiao's eyes widened, his voice trembling. How substantial are we speaking? 1,000 pieces. What? Tai Zhengxiao and the elders collectively gasped. 1,000 premium spirit stones equate to 100,000 superior spirit stones. This is akin to hollowing out the sect. An elder, struck with astonishment, spoke the truth. His beloved disciple, Shao Qi, was amidst it all. No amount of spirit stones could rival the importance of his pupil. Tai Zhengxiao closed his eyes briefly and promptly arranged a rescue. At that moment, the Sea Moon's secret realm trembled violently. The ground cracked, leaving no safe foothold. Pei Yuan's expression grew grave. This was dire. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse. This realm had existed within the Tianjiao sect for 4 to 5 centuries. How could it suddenly fracture? Xian was perplexed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed from not far away. They turned towards the sound and beheld a disciple clinging to a tree trunk as an entire tree plummeted into the crevice, which then sealed shut. The 4 of them watched in horror. Pei Yuan immediately summoned his sword, yet was unable to wield it. Little junior sister, if you cannot control the sword, Why do you bring out the flying spirit tool? Ming Yanli was puzzled by Qiao Lan's seemingly redundant action. At this juncture, they could only hope for a miracle. Qiao Lan infused spiritual energy into the flying spirit tool, initially harboring little hope. Yet to her surprise, the tool transformed. It took flight. It soared into the air. Ming Yanli's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at the flying spirit tool. Xian was equally astonished. Pei Yuan remained silent. Suddenly realizing that something extraordinary was occurring with Qiao Lan, everything began to make sense. Qiao Lan leaped onto the flying spirit tool and beckoned to them, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." They came. Soon after, Xian and Pei Yuan also leaped aboard. Before Xian and Pei Yuan had the opportunity to admire the interior of the flying spirit vessel, they were suddenly alerted by faint cries for help. "I hear Wuchang's voice." "I heard it too." Qiao Lan nodded, urging, "What are we waiting for? We must go and rescue him." Clinging tightly to the tree trunk, Wuchang spotted the golden flying spirit vessel approaching his direction and realized that Qiao Lan had come to his aid. "Senior Shi, Junior Sister Qiao, I'm here." Naturally, Qiao Lan and the others heard his desperate cries. Shortly thereafter, a rope appeared before Wuchang. Without hesitation, he grasped it and began to ascend, while those above pulled him upward. Having narrowly escaped death, Wuchang immediately clung to Qiao Lan's leg, sobbing uncontrollably, "I thought I was going to die. Boo-hoo. I'm alive. I'm alive. How wonderful it is to live. I truly thank you. You saved me once again." Seeing the snot threatening to drip from his nose, Qiao Lan frowned, exclaiming, "Please don't cling to my leg. Let go of me." Pei Yuan, witnessing this familiar scene, couldn't he help but smile faintly. Xian chuckled openly, while Ming Yanli teased, "It was I who exerted effort to pull you up just now. Why do you only thank Junior Sister Qiao?" Upon hearing this, Wuchang ceased his weeping, released Qiao Lan's leg, and with a bashful face, clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you all for saving my life. In the future," he was interrupted. There's no need for such formalities about life-saving grace. Let's get to work." Ming Yanli cast a bundle of hemp rope at his feet, implying he knew what to do. With the aid of the flying spiritual artifact, within half an hour, numerous lives were rescued, nearly filling the entire vessel. Some individuals were even suspended in midair, bound by ropes. Qiao Lan should have explicitly stated her reluctance to assist me instead of humiliating me by leaving me dangling here. Zhang Pei was exceedingly displeased. The coarse, unyielding ropes chafed her skin until it turned red. "Do you not have ears? Haven't you heard that we are overcrowded? Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Someone kindly rescued you, and you should be grateful to have a spot to occupy, yet you still dare to be choosy. If you do not wish to remain here, then by all means, descend. Or, like Senior Sister Qiao, showcase your prowess by producing a flying artifact. Indeed, you are correct. If you possess the capability, why not summon a flying artifact to save others? If you lack the means, do not grumble about the treatment you receive. Is this truly the time to quibble over conditions? Being alive is a blessing in itself, yet you dare to complain. What a foolish predicament. Faced with such relentless rebuke, Zhang Pei's face flushed a deep crimson, and she turned to Wang Shun for assistance, hoping he would advocate for her. However, she found him deliberately turning away, refusing to meet her gaze. This only fueled her frustration, leaving her feeling powerless. At that moment, the entire space trembled. The sky transitioned abruptly from blue to gray, and even the air seemed to quiver. Zhang Pei instinctively tightened her grip on the hemp rope, momentarily disregarding the discomfort it caused. Heavens, how could the sky be fracturing? Oh, I do not wish to perish yet. The atmosphere within the flying artifact grew palpably tense and oppressive. Immediately, the flying spiritual instrument suspended in midair was not spared, swayed by various forces, unable to maintain its balance, nor withstand the fluctuations of the magnetic field within the secret realm. The rifts in the sky grew larger, and where the fissures widened, debris plummeted to the ground, instantly reduced to powder. In that moment, Qiao Lan profoundly grasped the meaning of an apocalyptic scenario. As she witnessed the shrinking of space in the imminent collision of the flying instrument with the unknown darkness, a surge of desperation swept over her. At that critical juncture, the disciple tags of her students emitted a luminous green glow, enveloping everyone in radiant light. When Qiao Lan opened her eyes once more, the earlier chaos and impending doom had vanished. The familiar surroundings revealed that she was back in the sect's entrance square. The sounds of celebration and joy resonated in her ears. Soon, The square was filled with voices of overwhelming relief and gratitude, affecting all present. Master Xian Yu's gaze immediately locked onto Qiao Lan in the crowd. Seeing her safe, his anxious heart found solace. The total number of participants was quickly tallied. Elder Su Su reported that among the 60 participants, 21 were unaccounted for, 28 were severely injured, and 15 sustained minor injuries. The distinction between the missing and those declared dead was negligible. Upon hearing these figures, the crowd collectively gasped. The casualty rate was alarmingly high. Elder Su Su's expression softened with relief as he congratulated Master Xian Yu. Truly, as expected of Master Xian Yu's direct disciple. Not a single casualty in the team led by Shi Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. The crowd began to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Master Xian Yu, exclaiming, "Master Xian Yu educates with unparalleled skill. Indeed, the esteemed Master Xian Yu truly deserves his reputation as the foremost figure in the Eastern wilderness. Such remarkable abilities render us utterly incapable of comparison." Yet, Master Xian Yu, seemingly disinterested in such flattery, conveyed a message to his disciples and promptly vanished from sight. How wonderful it would be! Qiao Lan pouted, resembling a child wronged, and clung to Master Xian Yu's arm. "Master, you have no idea what we encountered in the secret realm." Master Xian Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Qiao Lan animatedly recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm, her expressions vivid and lively. However, just as she was about to narrate the occurrences in the fissure, a voice echoed in her mind, that of the devouring serpent. What you witnessed must remain a secret. Chapter 26. Mere empty titles. Better left unacknowledged. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qiao Lan raised her left hand towards the serpent, which had taken the form of a bracelet. "You may descend now." The devouring serpent transformed into a figure of her height. Qiao Lan was perplexed, unaware of when it had coiled around her wrist. "The illusory light pure ice lotus recognizes you as its master, hence I followed. But I have no knowledge of the ice lotus's whereabouts." This was the source of Qiao Lan's confusion, as she was entirely oblivious to the existence of the illusory light pure ice lotus. The devouring serpent urged, "Look within your dantian." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan immediately focused on her dantian, discovering to her astonishment that the illusory light pure ice lotus had taken root above it. The lotus seemed to sense her gaze, its leaves swaying gently as if to greet her. "Qiao Lan, how could the illusory light pure ice lotus be within my dantian?" "Tunshin Meng, your root is the chaotic spirit root." A conversation seemingly unrelated yet profound. Observing Tunshin Meng's unwavering demeanor, Qiao Lan felt a twinge of caution. What connection did this have to her spiritual root? The illusory light pure ice lotus only acknowledges those with a chaotic spirit root as its master. Tunshin Meng flicked its tongue, sensing her wariness, and spoke again. "I am injured and require the lotus seeds of the illusory light pure ice lotus for my recovery." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan's brow furrowed even deeper. The illusory light pure ice lotus had been mentioned in the original text, albeit briefly. She understood the significance of the ice lotus. She was astonished that such a sacred artifact from that realm could manifest in such a lowly secret domain, and why it would recognize a mere individual like her as its master. The questions in her heart remained unanswered. Tunshin Meng nodded, then transformed into a streak of flowing light, taking the form of a silver bracelet upon Qiao Lan's wrist. The trial in the Haiwest secret realm concluded prematurely, resulting in significant losses for the Xiantian sect. Not only had several elite disciples perished, but they had also lost 1,000 premium spirit stones. Most importantly, they were deprived of a secret realm for disciples' trials. The absence of such a trial ground could not be compensated with any number of spirit stones. Tai Jingxiao lamented deeply, while Qiao Lan, who had profited immensely, counted the premium spirit stones until her hands ached, exclaiming, "I've struck it rich." A fortnight later, in the task hall, "I have heard much about this secret realm trial. Many disciples were gravely injured, and numerous individuals have gone missing. Zhong Pei, you truly are remarkable." Confronted with their flattery and praise, Zhong Pei arrogantly lifted her chin. "Naturally, for my talent is evident, and what's more, I have a cousin within the inner circle. I have also heard that this time, Jie Qiao Lan has exerted considerable effort to rescue so many disciples." Zhong Pei, as the party involved, is the rumor true? Upon hearing this, Zhong Pei's expression instantly soured. Recalling all that Qiao Lan had done to her, she seethed with indignation. "Humph. It is merely a hollow reputation bestowed upon her by others due to her status as a direct disciple of Xin Yuzhenren. Without personal strength, no amount of assistance can guarantee one's survival unscathed. Zhang Pei attributed the entire merit of emerging from the secret realm unscathed solely to herself. At this moment, Hu Chang, who was perusing the tasks, took offense at her words. Frowning, he approached Zhang Pei and mocked. Oh, so Qiao's contributions are mere empty accolades? As a fellow team member, how could I be unaware? Did Qiao not save you from the sand trap and rescue you from the cataclysm? How could you possibly have survived solely with your cultivation at the 3rd level of spirit gathering? It is nothing short of a tremendous joke. Zhang Pei, your audacity is truly astounding. Not only do you fail to express gratitude for Qiao's life-saving assistance, but you also dare to slander her in public. How shameless and ignorant you are. Have you no conscience left? Hu Chang's words immediately attracted the attention of those nearby, who turned to look. Feeling the scornful gazes around her, Zhang Pei's face flushed crimson as she pointed angrily at Hu Chang and retorted. What is so great about Qiao Lan that you favor her so? You are nothing but her lapdog. How could you speak up for her like that? You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you? Nonsense. Silence. Hu Chang was taken aback by Zhang Pei's shamelessness, as she deliberately twisted the nature of their relationship, causing his face to flush with anger. He truly despised his own ineptitude in articulating a retort to defend Qiao Lan. Just as he was racking his brain to formulate a response, a languid voice interjected. Oh, since you refuse to acknowledge my rescue or express gratitude, I must kindly ask you to settle the cost of the flight. The flying spirit tool consumed a total of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, which divides to an individual share of 615 spirit stones. The total for you and your cousin amounts to 1,030 spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Qiao Lan approached Zhang Pei, extending her hand. The crowd gasped upon hearing the staggering amount of spirit stones. Their gazes towards Qiao Lan transformed. What is a flight ticket? Upon Qiao Lan's arrival, Zhang Pei's complexion shifted between hues of green and white. Qiao Lan shrugged. Didn't you claim that I was merely a figurehead? Very well, I shall concede to that. Indeed, I am but a figurehead. Kindly settle the fare for the use of the flying spirit tool. 1,030 spirit stones was no trifling sum. Even she could not produce it readily. Zhang Pei seethed. Why do you only demand spirit stones from me and not from others? This is extortion, pure and simple. Qiao Lan found herself both amused and infuriated by such outrageous claims. Casting her a cool glance, she replied, merely a title, one I can forego. Spirit stones, however, hold greater significance, do they not? Zhang Pei was momentarily rendered speechless by her words. Her pride compelled her to muster the courage to stamp her foot in frustration. What was merely 1,030 spirit stones to boast about? With a dismissive remark, she forcefully pushed her way through the crowd and fled in disgrace. Witnessing Zhang Pei's reaction, the onlookers were left with no doubts and began to salute Qiao Lan. Sister Qiao, what righteousness? Junior Sister Qiao, what righteousness? Qiao Lan, with an indifferent demeanor, waved her hand dismissively, deeming it all mere empty fame, as she effortlessly turned the tide of public opinion. Hu Chang's gaze towards Qiao Lan grew ever more admiring. Sensing Hu Chang's fervent stare, Qiao Lan nodded slightly in acknowledgement before proceeding with her senior brothers into the mission hall. Surveying the available tasks, they found only assignments to gather spirit plants or hunt low-tier spirit beasts. Such trivial tasks failed to satisfy Xian, who deemed them excessively simplistic and ineffective for any meaningful training. Qiao Lan's keen eyes caught sight of a task notification tucked away in a corner. Ghostly disturbances in Yangla village. Successful exorcism yields 2,000 sect points. What do you all think? Pei Yuan remained expressionless. To him, all tasks were indistinguishable, and he had no objections. Ming Yanli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A ghost? How fascinating. I agree. Xian nodded in assent. The gaze of the duty disciple remained fixed upon them. It was inevitable, as the direct disciples were prominent figures within the sect, making it difficult to overlook them. Brothers, this task requires a team of 5 to be accepted. The diligent disciple, with a kind-hearted intention to foster familiarity and goodwill, approached with enthusiasm as he saw an opportunity. Hu Chang stepped forward and, with a self-recommendatory tone, inquired, Brothers, may I be of service? Chapter 27. The absence of problems is the greatest problem. Xian, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan had just witnessed Hu Chang's defense of Qiao Lan, forming a favorable impression of him. They turned their attention to Qiao Lan, awaiting her judgment. Raising an eyebrow at his earnest demeanor, Qiao Lan was amused and replied, Why not? Really? Hu Chang, merely wishing to seize an opportunity, was taken aback by Qiao Lan's affirmative response. As a mere outer sect disciple, the chance to team up with core disciples for tasks felt like a fortuitous windfall, leaving him dazed and elated by such unexpected happiness. Qiao Lan nodded, prompting Hu Chang to bow deeply to the group, declaring, "I will certainly perform to the best of my abilities. Enough with the formalities, it's getting late. We should set off now to reach our destination before nightfall." Qiao Lan gestured for Hu Chang to follow her. Upon arriving at the Mountain Gate Plaza, Qiao Lan produced a flying spiritual artifact, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The shimmering silver artifact appeared before everyone in an instant. "TSK, our master truly shows favoritism. All the good things are reserved for the junior sister," Ming Yanli lamented, a hint of envy in his tone, though it was fleeting. "Well, even if I gave it to you, you must have enough spirit stones to sustain its use," Shi Yan retorted without mercy. Ming Yanli, rubbing his nose, realized that his momentary envy was futile. How could he possibly compete with the financial resources of the Talisman Master's junior sister? Even if bestowed upon him, he would not be able to fully utilize it. The flying artifact was a reward bestowed upon her by the system for rescuing individuals in the secret realm. It was mistakenly believed by her senior brothers to be a gift from their master, which was fortuitous. "Are we taking this to Yongla village? Aren't we using swords?" Hu Chang was astonished by the luxurious mode of transport that Qiao Lan had procured. Ming Yanli patted his shoulder. "Just get accustomed to it. Our junior sister is indeed extravagant." By evening, Qiao Lan and her companions arrived at Futong town. She led them directly to a tea house, which was bustling with patrons during meal times. After surveying the establishment, they settled into a corner table. "Dear guests, what would you like to order?" The waiter, noticing their distinguished demeanor, recognized them as affluent patrons and treated them with utmost respect. 3 jin of marinated beef, 5 treasures of fresh vegetables. Qiao Lan ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath. The waiter's smile widened. "Certainly, your dishes will be served shortly. Have you heard? Yongla village next door is rumored to be haunted again. Is the rumor true?" "Alas, it has been circulating for quite some time. It cannot be false. They say when the ghostly woman cries, the chickens and ducks in the neighboring village perish overnight, leaving no trace. This instilled fear among the inhabitants of nearby villages, many of whom contemplated relocating. Yet, it's merely the death of poultry. It seems this ghostly woman poses no real threat. Is that so? For ordinary people lacking in cultivation, chickens and ducks are their livelihoods. They could be exchanged for numerous spirit pearls." The waiter placed the drinks on the table. "Esteemed guest, here's the osmanthus wine you requested." Qiao Lan picked up the osmanthus wine from the table and approached the neighboring table, smiling. "I hope I am not being too forward in disturbing you all. I have a profound interest in the peculiar tales of the world and would love to hear a delightful story. Allow me to treat you to some wine. I hope you will not take offense." The 4 individuals at the table, initially displeased by the interruption, softened their expressions upon seeing Qiao Lan offer them drinks. Their demeanor became noticeably more cordial. Upon their acceptance, Qiao Lan inquired, "May I ask, esteemed gentlemen, is it only poultry and livestock that have suffered in the nearby village rumored to be haunted?" The middle-aged man in gray nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It is reported that there have been no missing persons or casualties. Only the livestock have borne the brunt of this misfortune. Is it true that only the cries of a female ghost have emerged from Yongla village? Has no one ventured to investigate the situation in Yongla or the surrounding villages?" Qiao Lan questioned, perplexed. "They have investigated. How could they not? It is precisely because no clear explanation has been found that this matter has become a mystery," he replied. Curious, Qiao Lan asked, "What kind of place is Yongla village? Are there no elderly or children? Are they not afraid?" "Oh, Yongla village is notoriously known as the bachelor village. The entire settlement is comprised solely of single men, leaving no room for women or children," the man explained. The revelation astonished Qiao Lan. Is it truly possible for such a phenomenon to exist? You clearly hail from a family of privilege and cannot fathom the plight of the impoverished. Actually, he continued, Yongla village was not always such a place. 3 decades prior, there were women among the villagers. However, they found the village too destitute and left. Over time, this led to a situation where no woman would willingly marry into Yongla village. Qiao Lan nodded, seemingly understanding, and placed several bottles of osmanthus wine on the table, expressing her gratitude to the elder brothers for their enlightenment. A modest gift, not meant as a token of respect. No need for such formality. Hu Chang gazed at Qiao Lan with admiration. marveling at her ability to uncover so much valuable information in such a brief moment. The following morning, the group arrived at Yongla village. As soon as Qiao Lan stepped into the village, she sensed something peculiar. It was said that Yongla village was a bachelor village, with no women having appeared for 30 years. Yet upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of numerous young men. "Who are you? What brings you to our village?" A middle-aged man clad in coarse clothing approached them, his expression wary as he scrutinized Qiao Lan and her companions. "We are disciples of the Xuantian Gong, sent by our sect to investigate the reports of hauntings in Yongla village," Shi Yin explained politely with a slight bow. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression momentarily froze before he returned the gesture, saying, "Ah, I see, esteemed visitors from Zhenyangong, my apologies. I am the village head, Lu Changshu." "Oh, so you are village head Lu?" Shi Yin continued. "Might you guide us on a tour of the village?" Lu Changshu smiled and replied, "Of course, please follow me." He elaborated as they walked. "Our village is small, with a permanent population of fewer than 100, primarily subsisting on the cultivation of grains and fishing." Lu Changshu led the group through the village, which comprised merely a couple dozen households, and soon they had completed their tour. Xiao Lan's gaze swept around, and indeed, as the village chief had mentioned, she casually remarked, "I have heard that Yongla village is famously known as a village of bachelors. At first, I assumed it was populated solely by elderly men, yet I am astonished to find so many young and robust males here." Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes darkened slightly, and with a feigned sorrow, he sighed. "Our Yongla village is indeed a true bachelor village. Most of the young people here are abandoned infants and orphans. Otherwise, Yongla village would have long ceased to exist." Ming Yanli poured himself a cup of tea and observed, "I see no issues with Yongla village. In such a vibrant place, how could there possibly be female ghosts?" Pei Yuan remained expressionless and silent. Shi Yin sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Hu Chang looked around in bewilderment, utterly confused. Noticing the silence among the group, Ming Yanli turned to Qiao Lan and inquired, "What are your thoughts, junior sister?" Qiao Lan smiled enigmatically, her eyes glinting with interest. "No issues at all is indeed the greatest issue." Chapter 28. Spatial Array. As the night grew dim, Qiao Lan and her companions stealthily returned to Yongla village. As if in a realm devoid of human presence, their whereabouts undetectable. A quarter of an hour earlier, Hu Chang remarked, "Dressed like this, are we truly going to infiltrate Yongla village at night? This seems rather inappropriate. Shouldn't we at least change into dark clothing?" He expressed confusion. "Isn't such a covert operation meant to be discreet and unnoticed? We should blend seamlessly with the night." Qiao Lan scoffed. "What an outdated notion. Times are advancing, my young friend." After speaking, she retrieved several system rebate talismans from her storage bag, distributing one to each person. This was an invisibility talisman, effective for the duration of a single incense stick. They were to regroup at the village entrance after that time. Shi Yin accepted the talisman, lamenting her own inadequacy. A standard invisibility talisman that lasts half a tea session is already considered exceptional, yet the talismans crafted by junior sister are truly extraordinary. "What? You drew this talisman? You are a talisman master," Hu Chang exclaimed, utterly astonished. Ming Yanli patted Hu Chang on the shoulder, affirming, "Indeed. Our junior sister is a prodigious talisman master. By the way, brother, your jaw is about to hit the ground. Do pick it up." What had he been doing all this time? He had harbored jealousy towards Qiao Lan for her perceived lack of talent, targeting her simply for being a disciple of Master Xianyu. He had even gone so far as to slander and provoke her, questioning Master Xianyu's discerning eye in selecting disciples. To be a talisman master requires an exceptionally rare talent. What right did he have to question her? It appeared that the true underachiever was none other than himself. Qiao Lan touched her nose, thinking to herself, yet another beautiful misunderstanding. After utilizing the invisibility talisman, the group boldly entered Yongla village. The moment they stepped into the village, Qiao Lan was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Ordinary people, lacking any cultivation, typically led lives dictated by the rising and setting sun. Yet here they were, at the hour of the rat, still cooking rather than resting, an anomaly indeed. Qiao Lan extended her spiritual awareness, eager to ascertain the current situation within the village. However, as her awareness spread, she sensed an invisible barrier that thwarted her probing. She was not the only one to notice this peculiarity. The others exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. Clearly, this village harbored secrets. Why is it that those imprisoned tools can feast on spirit rice, while we are relegated to consuming the mundane, lifeless grains? The murmurs, though not loud, were sufficiently clear for Qiao Lan and the others to hear as they approached. Lower your voice. If you want to risk your life, don't drag me into it. Luan Yo glanced around, eager to dissociate himself, fearful of being implicated. Oh, spare me. Don't think I'm unaware. You've indulged in spirit rice more than once, so why pretend to be innocent before me? Lu Hu scoffed at his hypocrisy, disdainful of his disingenuous demeanor. Luan Yo, caught out, did not react with anger but instead spoke earnestly. Some matters are best kept private. If we turn a blind eye, we can manage just fine. Why bring it to light? If the elders discover it, our lives could be at stake. Elders? At this, Lu Hu dismissed the concern. The elders visit scarcely once a month. If you don't mention it, and I don't either, what could they possibly uncover? This reasoning caused Luan Yo to waver. Sensing the opportunity, Lu Hu continued, we are merely ordinary individuals lacking cultivation and potential, destined for a lifespan of no more than a century. Consuming a bit more spirit rice could enhance our physical condition and perhaps even extend our lives. With a stroke of luck, we might even cultivate ourselves. We could leave this Yonla village and explore the world beyond. The prospect of possible cultivation thoroughly swayed Luan Yo. Very well, but this matter must remain between us. No third party must ever know. Lu Hu nodded in agreement. That goes without saying. Reaching a consensus, Lu Hu decided to store away the remaining half of the bag of spirit rice, reserving it for future enhancements to their meals. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hu and Luan Yo emerged from the kitchen, laden with provisions, and made their way toward the fields of the village, closely followed by Qiao Lan and the others. They soon arrived at the innermost plot of land, where Lu Hu and Luan Yo turned a corner and vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, a chilling sound of a woman's wail echoed, only to dissipate almost immediately. Where had they gone? How could they vanish into thin air? Ming Yanli hurried into the fields, yet found nothing amiss. Shi Yin furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was the work of a formation. However, he felt no fluctuations indicative of such. Pei Yuan's gaze deepened, as this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had encountered before. This is a spatial formation, he realized. Suddenly, the voice of the swallowing sky python resonated in Qiao Lan's mind. How could a spatial formation manifest here? Qiao Lan was taken aback. Spatial formations are of celestial tier. And how could such a formation exist in a low-level plane, particularly in an ordinary village? The swallowing sky python also found this perplexing. Qiao Lan turned to the others, declaring, Pei Yuan and I will remain here to keep watch. You all should investigate elsewhere. Once the talismans expire, let us reconvene at the village entrance. The group nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent to Qiao Lan's words. The two maintained their vigil in the fields for a quarter of an hour when Lu Hu and Luan Yo reappeared, once again carrying empty trays. At the moment of their reemergence, the sound of a woman's crying could be distinctly heard. Dragging the two individuals to a secluded spot, Pei Yuan observed Qiao Lan fervently rummaging through their garments. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, his brows laden with indignation as he rarely indulged in lengthy discourse, exclaiming, What are you doing, young lady? It is most improper for a woman to strip a man of his clothing. Qiao Lan, undeterred by Pei Yuan's vexation, proceeded to divest Lu Hu of his attire, donning it herself, while simultaneously placing a pill into her mouth. At the moment Pei Yuan beheld Qiao Lan turning around, all remnants of her former self seemed to vanish, and he swiftly comprehended her intentions. Noting his hesitation, she pressed Lu Hu's face and thrust Luan Yo's clothing into his hands, commanding, What are you still dawdling for? Change your clothes. Pei Yuan regarded the garments in his hands, his disdain palpable, yet he patiently donned them, subsequently swallowing the disguise pill offered by Qiao Lan. Furthermore, Qiao Lan handed him one of the two jade tokens she had recently discovered, pondering if these two individuals, devoid of any cultivation, were indeed the keys to entering the formation. Pei Yuan, ever succinct, would ascertain the truth with but a trial. The duo once again traversed the fields, following the path previously taken by Lu Hu and Luan Yo. Upon reaching a corner that appeared to be a stone wall, Qiao Lan extended her hand, only for it to pass through the wall as if it were mere air. Indeed, the jade token served as the key to the formation. Upon crossing through the stone barrier, Qiao Lan was taken aback by the sight before her. A corridor stretched endlessly ahead, flanked by barred enclosures resembling prison cells. Within these confines, women were imprisoned, most of them heavily pregnant, their vacant eyes devoid of life, sitting listlessly on the ground in tattered garments. A woman adorned in resplendent attire, yet possessing the strength to weep, unmistakably appears to have been recently captured. Within the innermost cell, a lady clad in a crimson silk gown furrows her brows in annoyance at the incessant sobbing, exclaiming, "Weep, weep, weep. What is there to cry about? Can tears resolve our dilemmas? Here, even our spiritual power is rendered useless. Am I to perish without the solace of tears?" The woman in blue grows increasingly despondent, her cries escalating in volume. "Perish? I shall not succumb. My sister will undoubtedly come to rescue me," asserts the woman in red with unwavering conviction. Is it truly possible that the realm of this narrative also harbors the vile practices of human trafficking and surrogacy? Such abhorrent acts are not mentioned in the original text. Lu Hu and Luan Niu exchanged glances before stepping away from the formation. At the village entrance, upon spotting Lu Hu and Luan Niu approaching, Ming Yanli exclaimed, "Alas, we have been discovered." Just as he prepared to make his escape, a familiar voice called from behind, "Senior brother, it is I, Junior." "Junior sister?" Qiao Lan nodded and recounted the events she had witnessed. "Sha Yuan and I will remain in the village to gather information. At the opportune moment, we shall coordinate efforts to rescue those women." The following day, based on Qiao Lan's observations, the village appeared to function like any ordinary settlement during daylight hours. With each individual fulfilling their duties, exuding an air of normalcy, yet an underlying strangeness pervaded the atmosphere. Throughout 2 days of scrutiny, it became evident that the villagers scarcely interacted. The only occasion they congregated was during mealtimes. The village comprises around 60 to 70 inhabitants, sharing meals from a communal pot, with only a handful of individuals responsible for cooking daily, among them Lu Hu and Luan Niu. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. In the evening, as mealtime approached, observing the villagers swaying unsteadily on the ground, Lu Hu clapped his hands, signaling success. He promptly produced a sound transmission talisman to notify his brothers. Qiao Lan swiftly approached the village chief, reaching out to search him, uncovering a piece of jade and a set of keys. Soon, Shi Yin and the others arrived, and Qiao Lan raised the keys in her hand, instructing Ming Yan Li and Hu Chong, "Bind these people for me, third senior brother, and I shall rescue the captives." Shi Yin nodded, immediately following Qiao Lan's lead. As they traversed the spatial array, despite having heard Qiao Lan's descriptions, Shi Yin felt a jolt to his heart upon witnessing the scene before him. Those individuals were utterly inhumane. The captives in the cell trembled at the sight of Qiao Lan and her companions, stammering, You are here to save us?" Qiao Lan nodded, hurrying forward to attempt unlocking the iron bars with the keys. Unfortunately, with so many keys, she had to patiently try each one. The captives, having been confined for so long, were momentarily speechless, frozen in place at the sight of her. When Qiao Lan finally opened the bars to let them out, they wondered if they were dreaming. Utilizing the village chief's jade token, she successfully facilitated their escape from the spatial array, only for the jade token in her hand to disintegrate into dust in an instant. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Master After 20 Years. "I have finally seen the light of day again." The woman's eyes regained their sparkle upon encountering the long-lost moonlight, and she couldn't help but feel her eyes welling with tears. The atmosphere swiftly enveloped everyone, many embracing one another in tears, while some faces bore no trace of joy, their eyes filled with fear and confusion about the future. Qiao Lan inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am Chu Lingo from the flowing immortal sect of the Western Wilderness. While participating in a sect trial, I was swept away by a beast tide, became lost in a maze, and upon awakening, found myself here. I hail from the Northern Wilderness, Lu Yin of the Lu family. I was sold here by my stepfather. The reasons for everyone's arrival varied widely. Ultimately, none were by choice. All were compelled to come here. Wake up, village chief La." Upon hearing Qiao Lan's command, Hu Chong swiftly picked up a basin and splashed water onto the chief. Awakened by the sudden dousing, village chief Lu opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "It's you." As he attempted to rise, he found himself struggling to break free. "What are you doing? Let me go." A heavily pregnant woman rushed forward, gripping the chief's neck with a fierce intensity, her expression twisted with rage. "It's you, it's all your fault. Why did you assist those people in their tyranny? Why?" The chief, gasping for breath, turned pale, his face reddening as though he might suffocate at any moment. Qiao Lan frowned, urging, "Quick, pull her away. We cannot let the chief die." Hu Chong immediately stepped forward to restrain the woman, but her heightened emotions and her condition made it difficult for him to intervene effectively. Seeing this, Ming Yanli quickly joined in to help and managed to pull the woman away. The chief gasped for air, struggling to recover from the ordeal. "Do you still refuse to speak the truth?" The village chief, realizing that the situation had been exposed, appeared despondent, his posture slightly hunched. The esteemed guests observed that the inhabitants of Yongla village were merely ordinary individuals devoid of any cultivation. Our sole responsibility is to oversee these people, delivering meals daily and notifying the authorities when someone is in labor. Beyond that, we truly know nothing. Who is this authority you speak of? The village chief shook his head, expressing his ignorance. All he could reveal was that this figure donned a black robe and concealed their face, rendering it impossible to discern their physique or countenance, let alone their gender. The authority instructed us to comply with their directives, assuring that as long as we adhered to their wishes, the villagers would want for nothing. The authorities' power is unfathomable, and as mere mortals, we are powerless to resist or halt their will. We can only acquiesce, ultimately leading a life of mere survival. Ming Yanli furrowed her brow, questioning. Then why do you not seek assistance from the major sects? What do you understand? I have pleaded for aid from the great sects, but to what avail? Village Chief Lu suddenly became agitated, retorting loudly. Each time the esteemed guests visited, they would merely stroll through the village, discover nothing, and depart, only for it to devolve into rumors, dismissed as mere figments of our imagination. The repeated futility of these attempts led you to acknowledge the inscrutable nature of the cloaked figure, torn between offending this authority and maintaining a life free from want. Over time, you have grown numb. The comfort of a life without want has devoured your conscience. Qiao Lan continued the village chief's lament, speaking in a subdued tone. The village chief seemed to have all his strength sapped, leaning against a post with his eyes closed. He too was tormented day and night by the reproach of his own conscience, enduring profound anguish. On one side lies the commands of the adults, and on the other, the livelihood issues of the village. As the village chief, he finds himself devoid of options. Qiao Lan inquires, how can the spiritual constraints on them be lifted? I do not know, Village Chief Lu replies, shaking his head. They were unable to use their spiritual powers upon their arrival. Suddenly, a voice echoes in her mind. The ominous tone of the devouring python warns, someone is coming, flee. Without hesitation, Qiao Lan conjures her flying spiritual artifact, urging, someone is approaching, we must leave at once. Upon hearing her words, panic ensues among the crowd, spiraling into chaos as they jostle towards the flying artifact. Do not push. Let the pregnant women board first, Ming Yanli commands, stepping forward to restore order. Even Pei Yuan and Shi Yin join in, their stern expressions casting an imposing aura that instills fear in the crowd, compelling them to queue obediently to board the flying artifact. Once everyone is boarded, Qiao Lan turns her gaze towards the village chief Lu, who sits slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with complexity. Junior sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, Ming Yanli urges. Village Chief Lu watches helplessly as the flying artifact drifts away, a sense of relief washing over her. Her lips move, and she finally whispers the words, I am sorry. Ripples form in the air as a dark figure suddenly materializes before Village Chief Lu. She gasps, Master. The rough voice, devoid of discernible emotion, inquires, who dares to speak? Master, I do not know. She stammers. When I awoke, I found myself bound. Please, Master, save us. If one cannot discern even a human, what use are you? The figure cloaked in black, with wide sleeves billowing, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a raging inferno. Alas, just moments ago, the jovial village leader was engulfed by emerald flames, his anguished cry barely escaping his lips before he was reduced to nothing but ashes. The world has lost Yongla village. Yongla village is ablaze. Ming Yanli exclaimed in shock. Hu Chang furrowed her brow. Such madness from the so-called gentleman was beyond comprehension. Those who assist tyranny deserve their fate. A voice of indignation rose, for this scene barely scratched the surface of their years of suffering. What does death matter? Can it erase the harm inflicted upon us? Yi Hong caressed her belly, swollen with life for 6 or 7 months, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Suddenly, the flying spirit artifact jolted, causing the powerless women to tumble to the ground. Pei Yuan announced, that person is pursuing us. I will go out to confront him. You must flee first. No, as the senior brother, I shall be the one to go. Shi Yin immediately interjected. Senior brother, your cultivation is the highest, yet you are a talisman practitioner. Shi Yin raised his hand, silencing further debate. I will go. You must ensure the safety of our junior sister. Third senior brother. Qiao Lan pressed her brow, positioning herself before him. It is not yet time to reach a dead end. None of you are to go. Qiao Lan produced a stack of talismans, readying herself at the window. That person's cultivation is at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. You stand no chance. The voice of the sky-devouring python echoed once more in her mind. With no chance of victory, she could only fight back. But where was that person? Behind you. This flying spiritual tool is of decent quality. It should withstand an assault for a while. Qiao Lan frowned. What? This is a celestial-grade spiritual treasure. And it can only endure for a short time? Such rubbish, yet you treat it as a treasure. Qiao Lan was momentarily taken aback by the remark. The cloaked figure could produce a celestial spatial formation. Surely, a celestial spiritual treasure would hold more significance. As the flying spiritual tool came under attack again, Qiao Lan swiftly retrieved a flying talisman and launched herself into the air, hurling all the talismans she held toward the cloaked figure. The figure, thinking it was something of consequence, scoffed upon realizing they were merely talismans of lower rank. What could such trifles do against him? Qiao Lan then produced a gale talisman, her speed suddenly surging like a streak of light as she darted around to the back of the cloaked figure, affixing a bundle of talismans to his back. Let you experience the weight of the 1,000-gene talisman. With that, she immediately distanced herself, observing the cloaked figure descending. Qiao Lan promptly applied a stack of gale talismans to her flying spiritual tool. Unsure of the talisman's efficacy on the spiritual tool, she had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse as a living one. Back within the flying spiritual tool, Qiao Lan could distinctly feel its speed increase significantly, though the consumption of spirit stones was multiplying rapidly. Without hesitation, she retrieved a mountain of spirit stones from her storage pouch and addressed Ming Yanli and Hu Chang earnestly. I appreciate your assistance, senior brothers. Not a problem, leave it to me, Ming Yanli assured, thumping his chest in confidence. Hu Chang was utterly astonished upon encountering such an abundance of spirit stones, stammering in disbelief. Package it on me. Senior brother, quickly request assistance from the sect. As you rushed out just now, I had already sent out distress signals to both the sect and the Shi family, and I have even communicated with our master, Qiao Lan affirmed, giving Shi Yin a thumbs up, acknowledging his thoroughness. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as the flying spirit tool trembled violently, plummeting rapidly downwards. There was not just one opponent. The newcomers were cultivators of the spirit infant realm. The warning from the sky-swallowing python sent Qiao Lan's heart plummeting. How many are approaching us? One, she replied. Qiao Lan's mind raced. There was only a single adversary. If they could hold out until their master arrived, they would be safe. The most prudent strategy was to delay. She hastily distributed her ample stock of talismans to Shi Yin, Ming Yanli, Pei Yuan, and Hu Chang, urging, "You must buy me at least 15 minutes. I am counting on you, senior brothers." Though they were unaware of Qiao Lan's intentions, they instinctively trusted her and nodded in agreement. Hu Chang thumped his chest, declaring, "Even if it costs me my life, I shall surely see it through." "What are you talking about, risking your life?" Qiao Lan retorted, rolling her eyes in disapproval. "Do you not understand the concept of strategy? Charging recklessly when you know you cannot win is merely foolishness. Do you comprehend?" Hu Chang scratched his head, perplexed by her words. Qiao Lan had not expected him to grasp her reasoning. She knew relying on her senior brothers was a sound decision. Time was of the essence, and Qiao Lan refrained from further conversation. She surveyed her surroundings while deftly handling the spirit stones. The woman in red understood Qiao Lan's intentions and promptly stepped forward, offering assistance as a fellow formation practitioner. Without raising her gaze, Qiao Lan continued to manipulate the spirit stones, seemingly engrossed in her own world. The woman in red furrowed her brow. The thin spiritual energy in the area indicated it was not a prosperous place. One could hardly expect someone from such humble origins to conjure formidable formations. Displeased by Qiao Lan's demeanor, she bit back her irritation, stating, "This is urgent." Interrupting her, Qiao Lan shot her a glance, clearly annoyed. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 30. Formation within formation. Third senior brother, be careful. Ming Yanli swiftly moved to Shi Yan's side, attempting to evade the assault from the dark-clad assailants. The disparity in their cultivation levels was glaring. Half of Ming Yanli's body was struck, leaving him grievously injured. Shi Yan, knocked to the ground, turned to witness this harrowing scene, his eyes instantly reddening. Little Wu. Without hesitation, Shi Yan rushed to Ming Yanli's side, shoving all the medicinal pills into his mouth. "Little Wu, you will be fine. You will be fine. You insignificant ants, mere mayflies attempting to shake a tree." The masked assailant materialized before the three. Pei Yuan grasped his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Shi Yin and Ming Yanli. Third senior brother. You take fifth senior brother and retreat. I will handle this. Shi Yin gazed at the figure before him, not particularly imposing yet embodying the strength of a mountain, shielding them from harm. As he looked down at the critically injured Ming Yanli in his arms, he questioned, You wish to leave? Have you sought my permission? A masked figure clad in black raised his hand, preparing to strike towards Shi Yin, declaring, Your opponent is me. Pei Yuan, adorned with wind and flight talismans, barely managed to match the speed of the masked assailant, his attack clashing against the adversary's sword, which instantly disintegrated into fine powder. The cloaked figure sneered, You seek death. The assault did not cease. It continued its descent towards Pei Yuan's chest. His pupils constricted as another talisman fell into his hand, and in an instant, his purple silhouette vanished from the spot. The masked figure scoffed, dismissing Pei Yuan's efforts as mere parlor tricks unworthy of consideration in the face of overwhelming power. Feeling a surge of spiritual energy behind him, Pei Yuan realized it was too late to evade. The masked figure materialized behind him in an instant, delivering a forceful strike to his back. Pei Yuan was sent flying, his body crashing against a sturdy tree trunk, which splintered upon impact. He collided with several more trees before landing heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. The black figure, akin to a specter, reappeared beside Pei Yuan without granting him a moment's respite, launching another kick aimed at his heart. Pei Yuan's body soared through the air like a soccer ball. Without time for contemplation, Shi Yin swiftly rushed towards Pei Yuan. Should the ghostly masked figure approach them silently once more, Shi Yin's pupils contracted, the pain coursing through his body rendering him unable to react. Was this to be his end? There were so many things left undone. Dying here felt profoundly tragic. In despair, Shi Yin closed his eyes. Stop. A clear, melodious female voice resonated through the forest, capturing the attention of the masked figure. Are you not in search of those pregnant women? I can guide you to them, but you must spare my senior brother. The masked figure in black retorted. You lack the privilege to negotiate. Oh, is that so? Qiao Lan arched an eyebrow, exuding confidence. I have just utilized a teleportation array to relocate them all. Without my assistance, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to locate those you seek in a short span of time. Upon hearing this, the cloaked assailant extended his consciousness, confirming the absence of the women's presence. Now regarding Qiao Lan with a more focused gaze, his androgynous voice betrayed a hint of skepticism, tinged with amusement. In a place like the Eastern Wasteland, someone dares to employ a teleportation array? It was not unwarranted for the masked figure to harbor such thoughts, as the mastery of formations and talismans in the Eastern Wasteland was indeed the weakest among the 5 realms. Qiao Lan, undeterred, countered, their essence has vanished, has it not? You may ponder this at your leisure. For now, I shall tend to my 2 senior brothers' wounds. She hastened to the sides of Shi Yin and Pei Yuan, discovering their injuries were grave yet not life-threatening, prompting a sigh of relief as she swiftly administered medicinal pills into their mouths. You will take me to find them immediately, and do not dare to play tricks. The black-clad figure issued a menacing warning. We are at such a disparity in strength. Injured as we are, what tricks could we possibly employ? You seem to lack confidence in your own abilities. Qiao Lan cast a sidelong glance at the masked figure, curling her lip in disdain. You, do not resort to mere words. Take me to them at once, or I shall not hesitate to end your life. Qiao Lan's eyes darted about, and with deliberate nonchalance, she stretched her neck and declared, rather than be threatened by you, living in constant fear, it would be preferable for you to end my life now. The sooner I die, the sooner I can reincarnate, and in 18 years, I shall emerge as a formidable individual once more. The cloaked figure in black sensed an unexpected shift in the atmosphere. The corners of the mask twitched violently as it retorted, Aren't you afraid of death? It was the first time the masked man had encountered someone like Qiao Lan, leaving him somewhat flustered. As he felt the rising tide of anger within the dark-clad figure, Qiao Lan wisely chose to retreat. I am not unwilling to assist you in finding someone. Once my senior brother awakens, I will take you to him. Do not assume I am unaware of your stalling tactics, the masked man replied, his patience wearing thin. I can still find the person I seek even if I eliminate you. With her large, tearful eyes brimming with fear, Qiao Lan gulped and pleaded. Please do not kill me. I will take you there immediately. Shi Yin, though not gravely injured, soon regained the strength to rise after consuming a medicinal pill. Qiao Lan helped Pei Yuan to his feet, her concern evident. Are you all right? Upon opening his eyes and spotting Qiao Lan, Pei Yuan instantly relaxed. his breath still weak but significantly improved from his previous near-death state. He touched the soft armor on his chest. Had it not been for Qiao Lan donning this protective gear, he would have succumbed to the masked man's lethal assaults and already been a lifeless corpse. Sensing the presence of the cloaked figure, Pei Yuan's pupils constricted as he eyed the intruder warily. "Qiao, you must leave at once." Qiao Lan shook her head, asserting, "He won't harm us for the moment. Allow me to help you up first." Pei Yuan was puzzled, yet upon meeting Qiao Lan's gaze, a flicker of understanding dawned upon her, and she instinctively draped her arm over Qiao Lan's shoulder. They had traversed an unknown distance when the masked figure clad in black sensed something amiss. "You are taking a detour." However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. The figures of Qiao Lan and her companions had vanished, and the surroundings transformed entirely. Qiao Lan's expression turned grave, hoping that this entrapment could be prolonged until their master arrived. "How did you accomplish this? When did you set up this formation? I was completely unaware of it." Moreover, the two formations had gone unnoticed by the masked assailant, a testament to her superior mastery of the art. It was hardly the moment for this young lady to seek answers. She lifted her gaze and inquired, "Did you consume the elixir I provided? Has your spiritual energy been restored?" "I did, yet I see no effect. My spiritual energy remains depleted." This aspect perplexed her even more. Though the elixir given by Qiao Lan was of modest grade, it should have been effective. Why, then, did it yield no results? Just as Qiao Lan grappled with her confusion, a series of resounding explosions echoed in succession. Bang! Bang! As the dust settled, the figure of the masked man emerged clearly before them. "This is bad. The masked man has breached the formation." No sooner had the words left her lips than the women, whose earlier calm had been restored, were plunged back into panic, their cries rising in waves. Duan Miaohua furrowed her brows tightly, unable to contain herself, and shouted, "What are you crying for? What is there to weep about? Is there not still another formation?" Her outburst indeed brought about a sudden silence. Qiao Lan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." "Duan Miaohua, is it possible to be praised even when one is angry?" The corners of Duan Miaohua's lips lifted, experiencing a rather peculiar sensation, and she found Qiao Lan increasingly agreeable. The cloaked figure produced a compass, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards Qiao Lan and her companions. "Little mouse, there is no escape for you." A green palm print surged forth, hurtling directly towards Qiao Lan's group. The masked man furrowed his brow. Having exerted 80% of his strength, yet he could not breach the formation even a fraction. However, within the confines of the formation, Qiao Lan observed clearly that the barrier resembled a spider's web, susceptible to a mere strike that could effortlessly dismantle the enchantment. Just as the cloaked figure was poised to strike again, a distant voice resonated, "Which rogue dares to harm the disciples of Xuantian Gong?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan's anxious heart finally found solace. "Master, little junior sister, the master has arrived. We are saved." The masked man swiftly withdrew, vanishing from his position in an instant. In a mere blink, the esteemed Xuanyu Jinren materialized before them. The members of Guanyang Peak promptly approached Xuanyu Jinren, who, upon seeing that Qiao Lan was unharmed and the others merely sustained minor injuries, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You have done well." Rarely hearing praise from their master, Ming Yanli bashfully scratched his head. It was nothing, really. Xuanyu Jinren's gaze shifted to the group of expectant mothers, prompting Qiao Lan to inquire, "Master, why has the elixir I administered to them not restored their spiritual energy?" "It is not due to the elixir, but rather a secret method, an unprecedented technique," he replied. Chapter 33, Rebirth Cultivation Spell. After a thorough investigation, Master Xianyu reached a conclusion, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon noticing this, Qiao Lan quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. "Master, what should we do about these individuals?" To her surprise, the haughty young lady was rather familiar. Qiao Lan touched her nose, pondering if she could claim that the formation resided within her mind, and whether she was crafting it based solely on her thoughts. Were the two formations particularly challenging? Qiao Lan herself was uncertain of their levels. In that urgent moment, the two formations had simply emerged in her mind. Qiao Lan mused. Could she honestly assert her ignorance regarding their difficulty? Upon returning to Xiantian's sect, everyone was assigned accommodations on a peak within the outer sect. Tai Jingxiao and several elders had been awaiting them for quite some time, and Elder Xue Changchun, who had just emerged from seclusion, was also summoned. As Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan stepped through the door, they spotted Elder Xue Changchun. Qiao Lan froze for a moment. Though she had anticipated that the healer from the Ping'an Medical Hall was not an ordinary individual, Pei Yuan was also taken aback, realizing that the person they had saved was indeed an elder of Xintian's sect. Xiaoqi, please recount everything you witnessed that day in meticulous detail. Qiao Lan nodded, yes, master. Thus, she began her account, detailing every aspect. After grasping the full context, Elder Su Su expressed his indignation, exclaiming, these people are utterly deranged. Indeed, absolutely disregarding humanity. Tai Zhengxiao interjected, Zheng Yi, Shui Changchun, you two examine these young ladies and discern why their spiritual power remains unresolved. Is there a problem? Shui Changchun shook his head, stating that he would soon channel spiritual energy into her body, urging her to relax and resist not. Frowning, Shui Changchun infused more spiritual energy, only to discover that it converged in the lower abdomen rather than the dantian. This revelation astonished him. He briefly shared his findings with the others. Zhang Yi then spoke, noting that there were no traces of any formation or talismans on the two young women. If not caused by drugs, the only possibility was a secret method or incantation. Sect Master, the head of the Shi family has arrived, a disciple announced. Tai Zhengxiao waved his wide sleeves, inviting him in. Shortly after, a man dressed in a dark, elegant robe and adorned with a jade crown entered. Shi Zongguang nodded solemnly, stating that Yin'er had already informed him of the situation, and they were here for this matter. After a thorough examination, his conclusions aligned closely with Zheng Ye's. However, he noted that the fetus within the woman was not only absorbing spiritual energy, but also devouring her spiritual roots. Even if the incantation were to be undone, it would be irreversible. Yet, should the child be born safely, its spiritual root aptitude would likely surpass that of its mother. I believe I have encountered this incantation in an ancient text, he exclaimed. Is there a way to counter it? This incantation is known as the rebirth cultivation spell, which uses the flesh and blood of a woman with excellent spiritual root aptitude but low cultivation as a vessel. The day her fruit ripens will also be the day she fades away. Duan Miahua's expression turned grave. This was indeed an ancient forbidden spell. Who could be behind this? Hearing this, Lu Yinyan stumbled, and Hu Chang swiftly caught her. How could this be happening? Is there still hope for me? Duan Miaoyin cast an apologetic glance at the nearly distraught Lu Yinyan, expressing her regret. The ancient text in question was merely a fragment, and the sole method it recorded for preserving one's life was through abortion. After the abortion, can I still cultivate? Lu Yinyan's face was etched with sorrow as Duan Miaohua turned her gaze away. The hall echoed with Lu Yinyan's heart-wrenching cries. Ah, it's all your fault. Why don't you just die? She pounded on her belly, which had swelled for 8 months, her sudden action startling those nearby. Hu Chang, closest to her, quickly embraced her from behind, restraining her flailing arms. Blood. She is bleeding. Elder Shui Changchun swiftly approached, feeling for her pulse, his expression grave. This is dire. She is about to give birth. He shook his head, knowing that given her current physical state, forcing an abortion would only hasten her demise. No, kill him for me. Lu Yinyan grasped Shui Changchun's hand fiercely. Please, help me end his life. I would rather die than let this abomination continue to exist. But the innocent child is blameless. Shui Changchun averted his gaze, unable to bear the anguish. Please, help me. Kill. Lu Yinyan shut her eyes stubbornly, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. As Qiao Lan prepared to place a pill in her mouth, Shui Changchun's weary voice interjected. It is futile. Any pill ingested will merely nourish the fetus. What shall we do then? Are we to stand by and watch her perish? Qiao Lan could hardly believe that there were no alternatives to this matter. As expected, barely had Shui Changsuan's words faded when Lu Yinyan took her last breath. Lu Chang spoke heavily, declaring that she was gone. Duan Miaohua collapsed onto the ground, covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Qiao Lan, burdened with sorrow, averted her gaze. What would become of the child she carried within? Someone ventured to inquire. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Let us adhere to the deceased's wishes. No. The innocent child must not suffer. Soon, a debate erupted among the attendees. Rising to his feet, Shui Changchun proclaimed, I shall first deliver the child. Whether it lives or dies, let fate decide. Hu Chang cradled Lu Yinyan and followed Shui Changchun into the side chamber. Just as the assembly remained embroiled in their dispute, the sound of an infant's wail resonated from within the chamber, silencing the crowd. Chapter 34. The proud young lady. A few inquisitive elders quickly gathered around, one of whom gasped in astonishment. This. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a look of uncertainty. Tai Jingxiao furrowed his brow. What has happened to the child? The sect leader should see for himself. The elders shook their heads, making way for him. As the assembly beheld the child's appearance, gasps of surprise escaped their lips. Tai Jingxiao exclaimed in disbelief. This child is imbued with abundant spiritual energy from birth. Such talent is surely unparalleled. The esteemed Master Xian, you produced a pitch-black spirit testing stone, gently placing the child's tiny palm upon it. In a moment, the stone was enveloped in a blaze of crimson light, the glow intensifying until it illuminated the entire hall. This is an extraordinary fire spirit root. Su Su was astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief at the test result, rather than elation. A sense of foreboding churned within Qiao Lan's heart. Master, should this child stay or leave? As soon as the words escaped her lips, silence enveloped the grand hall. The elders, who had previously advocated for his departure, now bowed their heads in contemplation. This child is indeed a prodigy with an exceptional spirit root. A rarity among thousands. Such a talent would be a grave loss if extinguished. What are your thoughts, Xianyu? Tai Jingxiao inquired, turning to the esteemed Xianyu Zhenren. Xianyu Zhenren paused thoughtfully before shifting his gaze to Qiao Lan. Xiaoqi, what is your perspective? Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their attention to Qiao Lan. Taken aback that Xianyu Zhenren would solicit the opinion of this seemingly inconsequential disciple, the head of the Shi family was astonished at Xianyu Zhenren's apparent regard for his newly accepted disciple, scrutinizing Qiao Lan closely. Aside from her striking appearance, he could discern no remarkable traits. Qiao Lan stepped forward, her demeanor serious as she articulated, "Disciple believes this matter is of great significance." Xianyu Zhenren raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with affection, eager to hear more. With a grave expression, Qiao Lan elaborated, "I have discerned two potential outcomes. First, those cloaked figures are abducting women of decent aptitude from various locales, disregarding their will, employing secretive methods to bear children for their benefactors, thereby engaging in a nefarious trade of human trafficking and surrogacy." Xianyu Zhenren nodded in understanding. And the second? The second outcome involves artificially cultivating an army with spirit roots surpassing the heavenly grade, aiming for global domination. This concern weighed heavily on Qiao Lan's mind. The essence of power is violence. Once an army is formed, a battalion composed of individuals with either innate or exceptional spiritual roots will be invincible. As soon as Qiao Lan articulated her conclusion, the audience erupted in astonishment. Her words were not mere alarmism. Any entity capable of committing such heinous acts must be driven by immense profits, whether in pursuit of wealth or power, without exception. Yet, what perplexed her most was the absence of any mention of such a significant matter in the original text. Pei Yuan displayed a look of bewilderment. If this was indeed an army, it would have emerged in the previous life to vie for supremacy in the world. One could only imagine that the truth behind it might be even more sinister than Qiao Lan anticipated. Her reasoning held merit. It would be prudent for the child to remain within the sect for the time being. No one opposed Tai Jingxiao's decision. The matter of sorcery would be disclosed to those women, while the decision regarding the child's fate would rest with them. As for those from sect families, they were to be registered, and the sect leader would dispatch someone to notify them. Upon Qiao Lan's arrival, people flocked to her. She succinctly recounted the matter of sorcery to the gathering and conveyed the sect's stance. The situation was thus laid bare. The choice was theirs to make. However, upon observing the despondence on many faces, she could not help but speak again. What I truly wish to convey is that as long as one lives, there exists hope. In death, there is nothing to be gained. Is that truly so? Will there really be hope? If one cannot cultivate, what hope remains in life? Indeed, with no hope of cultivation, what can we aspire to? In the courtyard, a somber atmosphere enveloped everyone. Duan Miaohua, affected by the melancholic ambience, could not help but redden her eyes. Ming Yanli, unaccustomed to such a scene, furrowed his brows tighter, as if twisted like a pretzel. Pei Yuan remained expressionless, betraying no emotion. What good is self-pity in such circumstances? Do you see? Qiao Lan pointed towards the heights of the back mountain, and as the crowd followed her gaze, they beheld the sheer cliffs of another peak. You see, those wishing for death can simply ascend the mountain, close their eyes, kick their legs, and no one will concern themselves with your fate. With Qiao Lan's outburst, the weeping women ceased their cries, eyes wide with fear, hesitant to speak. But we cannot cultivate, and our families will abandon us. Without a place to stand, how can we survive in this world? Qiao Lan, amused yet infuriated, fixed her gaze on the woman who had just spoken, enunciating each word. If you have given up on yourself, by what right do you expect others to hold on? Upon hearing this, the woman dared not meet Qiao Lan's eyes any longer, hastily lowering her head. There is always hope in life, in death, one truly returns to dust. I have said all that needs to be said. Those wishing for death need not speak to me. After finishing her words, Qiao Lan turned to leave. And just as she crossed the threshold, a resolute voice called from behind, "Please, Miss Qiao, I beg you to help me. I wish to terminate this pregnancy." With the first person expressing their stance, soon followed by the second, the third. "I too. I wish to terminate this pregnancy," echoed the sentiments. "Me as well." "Me too." Qiao Lan halted and addressed Ming Yanli. "Please, could you take note of this?" Ming Yanli nodded, retrieving paper and pen as he ventured inside. Qiao Lan's peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Linger, caressing her belly that appeared 4 to 5 months along, murmuring, "It cannot be. My family will never forsake me. They will surely find a way to restore everything to its former state." "What are you following me for?" Qiao Lan exclaimed with a scoff. "You've been pampered too much." Duan Miaohua crossed her arms defiantly. "If I do not indulge myself, why should I expect others to indulge me?" This sentiment seemed oddly familiar yet peculiar. The corners of Qiao Lan's mouth twitched. "I shall arrange accommodations for you." "Really? That is unnecessary. I can stay with you." Duan Miaohua replied, her expression one of condescension, as if granting a favor. Qiao Lan chuckled. "Did you not declare that you never share a dwelling with others? However, I find you somewhat agreeable. I could make an exception." "Then I am truly grateful, though there is no need for such a sacrifice," she responded. Qiao Lan continued forward, deliberately avoiding any glance at the proud young lady. "Hey, do not walk away. Wait for me." Duan Miaohua hurried to catch up with Qiao Lan. "You still haven't told me how you arranged that formation." Chapter 35, The Barren Eastern Wasteland. To my astonishment, even in this desolate land of the Eastern Wasteland, one can find a prodigy of talismanic formations such as yourself, and your culinary skills are remarkably exquisite. Is the Eastern Wasteland truly a barren land? Upon hearing these words, Ming Yanli instantly erupted in indignation. Having been raised among the 8 great families, he was well aware of certain truths, and his expression turned grave, leaving him speechless. The reincarnated Pei Yuan, seemingly unfazed, continued to leisurely savor his meal. "Which of my statements is not grounded in reality? In the Tianjiao continent, the Eastern Wasteland ranks at the bottom. Is this not a widely acknowledged fact?" Duan Miaohua smirked and cast a sidelong glance at Ming Yanli, resuming her feast on the roasted chicken leg. Although this was indeed the case, hearing someone label her homeland as the weakest was still quite irksome. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Duan Miaohua quickly recognized her misstep and sought to amend her words. Despite being at the bottom, it still produced talents. And there was no need for excessive self-deprecation. After all, there is Qiao Lan, who is of the same age as I am. Her mastery of talismanic formations is not inferior to that of the other prodigies from the central continent, though she does fall slightly short when compared to my elder sister. "Hiki." Qiao Lan covered her face, exclaiming, "Please stop. Your incessant chatter is stifling my appetite." Unfazed, Duan Miaohua blinked innocently, only to meet the fierce gazes of Ming Yanli and Shi Yan. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. Shi Yan and Ming Yanli each seized one of her arms, declaring, "Since you have finished your meal, we shall no longer keep you here." They then proceeded to shut the door. "How could you treat me in such a manner?" At that moment, Pei Yuan set down her bowl and chopsticks, unusually engaging in an elaborate discourse. She was not mistaken. If one wished to avoid being looked down upon, one must diligently cultivate their skills and dazzle them at the grand competition of the 5 domains. Upon hearing about the grand competition, Qiao Lan suddenly recalled the timeline ahead. In just 6 months, the Eastern Wilderness domain would host its own grand competition, where the top 3 factions would represent the Eastern Wilderness in the centennial grand competition of the 5 domains. The higher the rank achieved in this competition, the greater the access to superior resources and the enhanced influence of the respective factions. She must go to the central continent, where countless prodigies abound, facilitating her grand investment plans. Ming Yanli clenched his fist, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I shall strive to cultivate diligently and dazzle those people." 3 days later, families from the sect began to arrive at the Xiantian sect in response to the sect's summons. Finally, Chu Linger awaited the arrival of her father and brother. "Father, brother, you have finally come." After enduring countless hardships, seeing her family again, all the pent-up grievances and sorrow burst forth in tears. Chu Ji's fleeting dissatisfaction vanished. Very well. You shall depart with me now. Yes, father. Chu Linger wiped her tears and boarded the flying spirit vessel. Once the vessel departed from the territory of the Xiantian sect, Chu Ji finally spoke. Did you witness how they cast spells upon you? At these words, Chu Linger was momentarily taken aback. Upon their first reunion, instead of inquiring about her well-being, her father questioned her regarding the sorcery, igniting a sense of foreboding within her heart. Chu Linger shook her head, stating that she had not been awake before being confined. Oh, I see, Chu Jiman said, lowering his gaze, obscuring the emotions within his eyes. Chu Yi smiled and remarked, Sister, you have suffered greatly. Now is the time to recuperate. Father, brother, is there a way to break this curse? Chu Lingo urgently sought answers. Her eyes fixed on the two, missing no subtle change in their expressions. Chu Jiman's response did little to reassure her. Instead, it deepened her anxiety. In less than 4 months, this abomination would be born. Perhaps, father and brother could summon a physician to eliminate this wretched spawn. Absolutely not. How could that be? The intense reactions from the father and son finally made her realize that they had not come to rescue her. It was a matter of survival between her and the abomination. Sister, do not fret. Brother and father will certainly find a way to protect both you and your child. Chui attempted to comfort her. No. Chu Linger suddenly stood up, shaking her head vehemently. I do not want this abomination to live. I want it dead. Father, brother, you must restore my cultivation abilities. Chu Yi sighed and feigned difficulty, saying, the child is innocent. Your offspring is also my dear nephew. No, this is not my child. Chu Linger retorted loudly. Chu Jiman's expression hardened. He insisted, this is not up for debate. The child must remain with me. The Lucian sect, being a second-rate sect in the Western Wasteland, had recently shown signs of slipping from that status. He could not allow the ancestral legacy to perish under his watch. This child, with its extraordinary spiritual roots, was a timely blessing for him. If the sect manages to cultivate an extraordinary genius in the coming decade, the status of the Lucian sect in the Western Wilderness will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. A daughter with a damaged foundation, juxtaposed with a burgeoning prodigy, would compel the sect leader to favor the latter. In the pursuit of restoring the sect's former glory, sacrificing a daughter seems a trivial matter. Chu Jiman, instead, perceives this transaction as exceedingly advantageous. Chu Linger cannot fathom that her father and brother, who have cherished her since childhood, would so readily relinquish her in the name of self-interest. She cannot accept this. She beats her abdomen in desperation, crying out, this is not real. None of this is true. Someone stop her, prevent her from harming the child. Chu Jiman exclaimed in anger. Chui swiftly seized a rope, binding the emotionally shattered Chu Linger. You cannot treat me this way. I am your daughter. Chu Linger cried in despair, closing her eyes, only to recall her sister's parting words. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. Do not hold your father and brother in too high regard. At that time, she had naively retorted, do not worry, my father and brother would never harm me. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaoyan, recently brought from the southern wilderness by the Hong family, found herself unceremoniously delivered to a basement. The basement was isolated by a formation, rendering it devoid of any external assistance. A sense of foreboding enveloped her as she pondered. Father, why have you brought me here? Such a splendid, nurturing environment for a supreme spirit root must naturally benefit our family, Hong Quan remarked, shedding his facade of paternal affection, gazing at Hong Xiaoyan with satisfaction as if she were a precious treasure. Dear daughter, indulge yourself. This shall be regarded as your remarkable contribution to the family, and it will not be in vain for your journey through this world. A black elixir was forcefully placed into her mouth, dissolving instantly and leaving Hong Xiaoyan no time to react. Suddenly, her limbs grew weak, causing her to collapse to the ground, while an intense burning sensation ignited in her lower abdomen, wide-eyed with disbelief at her father's betrayal. You actually drugged me. Hong Quan ignored her protests and called out to the door, come in. As his words echoed, the younger generation of the Hong family entered, approaching Hong Xiaoyan. Hong Quan stepped out of the room, closing the door, which muffled her fragmented cries. Chapter 36, Superior Domain. Inferior Domain at the Grand Hall of the Xiantian sect. The sect leader announced, 25 women have successfully undergone termination, including 3 with superior spiritual roots, 10 with intermediate roots, 8 with inferior roots, and 2 without any roots. Many expressed a desire to remain in the Xiantian sect to continue their cultivation, while those without roots wished to stay in the town at the foot of the mountain. Elder Su Su inquired, Is it possible to reverse the damage to their spiritual roots? If so, retaining them would be a significant asset to the sect. Elder Shui Changchun shook his head, stating, under the current circumstances, ordinary spiritual herbs cannot reverse the damage. However, with rare heavenly materials, the outcome is uncertain. Xianyu. Tai Zhenshao turned to Xianyu. What is your perspective? Since they have come to our Xiantian sect, it signifies a connection, if they wish to stay. Let them do so, as a gesture of benevolence and closure. The elders nodded in agreement upon hearing this. How should we arrange for the women capable of cultivation? This year, the elders who had not yet received disciples focused their attention on the 3 female cultivators with superior spiritual roots, each harboring the desire to take them as apprentices. Naturally, Tai Zhenshao discerned the intentions of the elders. Those with inferior spiritual roots would become miscellaneous disciples. Those with intermediate spiritual roots would enter the outer sect, and those with superior spiritual roots would join the inner sect. Tai Zhenshao, with a grave expression, cautioned. The masked figures represent an unknown force. The female cultivators they have abducted are scattered across the 5 continents. We must remain vigilant and remind the disciples within the sect to exercise extreme caution during their outings. Indeed. Is this the standard of the foremost family in the eastern wilderness region's talismanic formations? It appears to be rather unimpressive, Duan Miaohua remarked. Shi Yin retorted sharply. With such limited skills, how dare you act as if you are the elder brother? Your talent pales in comparison to mine. What audacity allows you to speak so boldly before me? Shi Yin was amused by her confidence. Duan Miaohua, lowering her gaze and pouting, wondered, is my talent truly that lacking? Suddenly sensing her sorrow, Shi Yin raised an eyebrow, realizing that she was not the only one who had voiced such sentiments. This revelation left Shi Yin, accustomed to Duan Miaohua's vivacity, momentarily speechless. After a while, a sound as delicate as a mosquito's buzz filled the room. I possess a twin sister, who is indeed remarkable. From a young age, she exhibited extraordinary talent, effortlessly mastering various talismans and formations, her aptitude for cultivation standing out prominently. She is a celebrated genius, renowned throughout the central continent, and a source of pride for our family. As for me, Shi Yin's gaze remained fixed upon the girl before her. When the girl spoke of her sister, her eyes sparkled with admiration, yet when she turned to herself, her expression was one of dismay. Meanwhile, I am merely beginning my journey by learning the most fundamental fire-igniting talisman. To be candid, it took me over half a month to grasp it. My sister has ascended to the spirit infant realm, whilst I am still in the spirit sea realm. Shi Yin shook her head in denial, insisting, no, you are wonderful, truly exceptional. As fellow scions of distinguished families, she could deeply empathize. From the moment of their birth, they have been subjected to relentless comparisons. Growing up in such an environment, one inevitably begins to compare oneself as well, constantly seeking to validate one's worth through various comparisons. I do not offer you consolation. I speak the truth. I, too, was groomed as a prodigy by my family from a young age. I pride myself on possessing the finest talent in the eastern wilderness. Duan Miaohua, initially in tears, burst into laughter, exclaiming, goodness, you are rather self-absorbed. Shi Yin chuckled, shaking her head. However, since encountering my junior sister and witnessing her astonishing talents, I have come to realize how ludicrous my previous notions were. Duan Miaohua patted her shoulder and remarked, Qiao Lan's talent indeed took me by surprise, but how many Qiao Lans can there be in this world? Do not underestimate yourself too harshly. Indeed, how many individuals like Qiao Lan can exist in this world, just as how rare is a genius akin to your sister. I must confess, I have found solace in your words. What sister, what genius? The curious Qiao Lan inquired as she approached. We were just discussing your prodigious talent in array talismans. Qiao Lan touched her nose, asserting that it was not her innate gift, but rather the formidable capabilities of the system at play. Just in time, I have been struggling to draw that SBA talisman. It flows with such difficulty. What could possibly be the issue? Duan Miaohua examined her talisman, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet it still felt amiss. Qiao Lan nodded, noting that the SBA talisman is currently the simplest of all. Are you even human? Despite sharing the same essence, why is there such a stark disparity? Duan Miaohua exclaimed, gazing skyward. What disparity could be so pronounced? A melodious female voice chimed from behind. Duan Miaoyin pointed at her nose, teasing her for her mischievous ways, suggesting she might regret it later. If you lack the ability, refrain from wandering about, causing your parents distress as they search the world for you. The youth crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Duan Miaohua flared up, asserting, I never asked you to come find me. Humph, do not flatter yourself. I am merely accompanying my sister, not seeking you out. Duan Jiai's gaze fell upon the unfinished talisman on the table, dismissing it with a wave. Am I not speaking the truth? In every 5 domains competition, the Eastern Wilderness domain has never made it past the first round, being eliminated entirely. Would you not classify that as a lower-tier domain? A normal person would never permit outsiders to disparage their home in their presence. The expression on Shi Yan's face darkened as he abruptly stood up, preparing to speak, when he heard Qiao Lan's mocking voice. Is this truly the esteemed domain you speak of? Such rudeness and lack of upbringing. Did your parents not teach you the importance of civility when visiting others? Chapter 37. Killing is but a matter of striking the head. How then can one extinguish the heart's desires? You. Duan Jiai was taken aback by Qiao Lan's words, his face flushing with anger. Humph, merely a worthless being from the gathering spirit realm. Duan Jiai dismissed Qiao Lan entirely. In fact, he held the entire Eastern Wilderness in contempt. Duan Miaohua, with good intentions, reminded him that she eagerly anticipated Qiao Lan utilizing her talents in talismanic formations to deliver a proper lesson to this scoundrel. Dear brother, being young, he can be a bit unruly. Please do not take offense. Not being of the same family, one should not enter the same door. However, to be insulted as worthless without showing some form of retaliation does not align with Qiao Lan's principles. The Duan family is renowned in the central continent for their expertise in talismanic formations. Defeating him in his area of pride would indeed be quite amusing. What? Duan Jiai could hardly believe his ears, pointing at himself in disbelief. You dare to say my talisman skills are merely superficial? Is that not the case? Qiao Lan retorted without hesitation. I am curious to see just how exceptional your talisman skills can be. Seeing her opponent so enraged, Qiao Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. TSK, I wouldn't bully a child. What are you laughing at? What is there to find amusing? Qiao Lan shook her head. Boys of this age are easily provoked. I am inclined to have you experience the sensation of being defeated by what you so dismissively term the inferior domain. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. How can one extinguish the heart and desires of another? Very well, I shall ensure that you concede with complete satisfaction. Even Tai Zhengxiao has arrived. Zhongju. Tai Zhengxiao waved his hand, indicating that he was merely observing and need not be considered. He recognized Qiao Lan's extraordinary talent in talismanic formations. Yet he was also quite curious to see how she would measure up against the prodigies of the central continent. Choose the terms of the duel as you wish. I have already agreed, declared Duan Jiai, entirely dismissive of Qiao Lan. Elder Zheng, would you be willing to propose the topics for this contest? Elder Zheng Yi nodded, certainly. Shall we proceed with the standard talisman competition format? Qiao Lan shook her head, considering that the participants had traveled a great distance from the central continent. Moreover, they claimed to represent the superior domain. To set a competition of insufficient intensity would be rather disrespectful. Then, let the materials for this contest be provided by this elder. Elder Zheng announced as he retrieved the materials and tools necessary for talisman drawing from his storage pouch, placing them upon the stage for both participants to select freely. Using identical materials is essential to truly reflect the skill of the talisman masters, a default rule in every talisman competition. The competition consists of 3 rounds, with the first round focusing on explosive talismans. The explosive talisman, a low-tier talisman, is a fundamental element that every talisman master must learn. After preparing the materials, Duan Jiai picked up the wolf hairbrush and began to draw on the talisman paper. His strokes flowing with grace as his spiritual energy evenly infused the paper through the brush's tip. Alas, it would be splendid if our sect could boast such prodigies. I am uncertain, for I have only just received the news. Hearing the murmurs of the elders, Duan Miaohua nudged her companion, Shi Yan, and, covering her mouth, whispered, Isn't Qiao Lan a disciple of your Xuantiang sect? How is it that the elders of your sect are unaware of her prowess in talisman, crafting, and formations? Shi Yan's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Lan, who had only recently joined the sect, not even half a year ago. To his knowledge, this seemed to be the case. And he nodded in agreement. Perhaps she had studied talismans at the Xinqing sect. Within a mere quarter of an hour, both completed the explosive talisman almost simultaneously. Upon learning that Qiao Lan had also finished, Duan Jiai raised an eyebrow. Taken aback by her ability to match his speed, she possessed some talent. When Elder Zheng Yi beheld their talismans, he promptly declared, in the first round, Qiao Lan prevails. What? How can this be possible? Duan Jiai swiftly approached. snatching the talisman from Zheng Ye's grasp. The elders outside the arena gasped at this outcome. Surely, I did not mishear. You did not mishear. It is Qiao Lan who has triumphed. Did they not all claim that Qiao Lan was a waste with inferior spiritual roots? When did she become a talisman master? Humph. It is merely a rudimentary talisman. Surely, you must have practiced countless times to achieve this level. The next round will surely be different. In the next round, we will have the Thunder Talisman. With Elder Zheng Ye's announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is there a problem? Duan Jiai's expression turned serious, followed by a confident declaration. Naturally, I have no issues. Qiao Lan gave a slight nod to the elder. The second round of the competition commenced. Duan Miaohua, known for her aloofness towards outsiders, was, as her sister, well aware of her true nature. It seems you harbor quite an admiration for her? Oh. Duan Miaohua vividly recounted the tale of how Qiao Lan came to their rescue. Aside from my sister, Qiao Lan possesses not only exceptional talent, but is also the most courageous and resourceful woman I have ever encountered. If you speak as such, Ai is surely in for a challenge this time. Duan Miaoyin looked at Qiao Lan with curiosity, making a mental note of her name. Shi Yin spotted Pei Yuan and Ming Yanli approaching. Why have you only just arrived? Brother, you could have been more considerate. My junior sister is competing, and yet you failed to inform me. I had to learn this from others. Ming Yanli expressed his discontent. What stage are we at now? What is the situation? Shi Yin briefly updated the two on the events. Need it be said? Naturally, my junior sister shall prevail. What of the people from Zhongzhou? Are they truly impressive? Ming Yanli held an unwavering faith in Qiao Lan. Pei Yuan nodded in agreement, finding it rare to support his words. To him, Qiao Lan was indeed on par with, if not superior to, those from Zhongzhou. The Thunder Talisman Qiao Lan created was few in number, to be precise. She had only sketched it once, during her time in the library while perusing the talisman texts. That cannot be. Just moments ago, Elder Zheng inquired, and she affirmed she had no issues. I perceive that Qiao Lan is merely putting on a facade, unwilling to appear overly defeated. Ming Yanli, upon hearing the words of the elders, rolled up his sleeves, indignantly questioning the nonsensical ramblings of these old men. They were oblivious to the fact that their junior disciple possessed the skill to draw talismans. Why engage with them at all? Meanwhile, Qiao Lan, in the throes of concentration, finally unearthed the technique for the Thunder Talisman after much searching and began to inscribe it. What? How could her speed have suddenly increased so dramatically? Could it be that she was merely grasping at straws, drawing haphazardly? Alas, it was certainly more impressive than submitting a blank sheet. Ming Yanli, listening to the elder's remarks, felt the veins on his forehead throb, silently repeating to himself, "They are fools. Engaging with fools will only make you one as well." When he turned to look at Qiao Lan, the haughty smile on his face faltered. In such a brief span, how could she possibly complete it? Qiao Lan, not sparing him a glance, directed her attention towards Zheng Yi, inviting Elder Zheng to judge her work. Zheng Yi approached with a slight nod, scrutinizing the two talismans in his hands. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the hand holding the talismans began to tremble involuntarily. Duan Jiai, growing impatient with Zheng Ye's prolonged silence, seized the two talismans for himself. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? This is impossible. You accomplished this in merely half the time I took. How could that be? Duan Jiai's reaction was ample evidence of the contest's outcome, his face reflecting as much astonishment as his own. What? Qiao Lan has actually triumphed. When did our sect produce a genius talisman master? How could I have been unaware of this? Xian Yu Zhenren has been exceptionally discreet. Yet, what could be more exhilarating than witnessing the Eastern wilderness, typically lacking in talisman expertise, conquer the renowned talisman prodigies of the central continent? Zheng Yi was brimming with excitement, declaring, in the second match, Qiao Lan prevails. Several brothers from Guanyang Peak approached Qiao Lan, with Ming Yanli giving a thumbs up. Junior sister, you truly bring honor to Guanyang Peak. Shi Yin nodded, his smile reaching his eyes, genuinely delighted. Junior sister, splendid performance. Pei Yuan rarely allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips, reflecting his current good spirits. Chapter 38. Is this what you desire? Duan Jiai looked up, astonished as he gazed at Qiao Lan. How did you accomplish this? How did you manage to draw the Thunder Talisman so adeptly in such a brief period? Qiao Lan shrugged, spreading her hands nonchalantly. Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? What do you mean by having hands? Listen, is that even a reasonable statement? If it were that simple, everyone on the Tianjiao continent would be a talisman master. Qiao Lan feigned innocence. I am not deceiving you. It truly is a matter of having hands. Heh. Now you understand that there are greater heights beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals. Perhaps you should lower your gaze from your lofty perch. Duan Yaohua chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable admiration for Qiao Lan. Humph, it was merely a single defeat in a contest. It does not imply that she surpasses me. Duan Yaoyin had just observed the thunder rune painted by Qiao Lan. Within the same time frame, she felt confident that she could replicate the thunder rune, yet she lacked the assurance to produce it with the same quality and swiftness as Qiao Lan. To her, it was evident that Qiao Lan was deliberately underperforming. Her capabilities far exceeded this. Indeed, we shall have the opportunity to meet again, Qiao Lan acknowledged. Considering the imperative of participating in the upcoming 5 Domains Grand Tournament next year, Duan Yaoyin presented a jade pendant to Qiao Lan, stating, "Should you require assistance in Central Continent, do not hesitate to reach out." "Then I shall not be polite," Qiao Lan replied. Accepting the pendant and stowing it in her storage bag, "I eagerly anticipate our encounter at the 5 Domains Grand Tournament," Duan Yaoyin declared, her tone gravely earnest. A stark contrast to her earlier haughtiness upon their first meeting. Qiao Lan smiled. "I too am greatly looking forward to it." Upon hearing this, Ming Yanli immediately ceased his playful banter, his expression turning unusually serious. To master both runes and formations while possessing such formidable cultivation, are these truly the prodigies of Central Continent? Qiao Lan remained silent, fully aware after reading the entire text that this was merely the beginning. Far more formidable individuals had yet to make their entrance. Pei Yuan's gaze suddenly grew distant, as if his thoughts had wandered far away, his expression abruptly transforming into one of icy and bloodthirsty resolve. "Soon, we shall meet." For over half a month, Qiao Lan had not encountered the 3 individuals again. During midday, while dining with Master Xianyu, the trio appeared as if they had coordinated their return from seclusion. "Junior sister, the squirrel mandarin fish is truly delectable. Is there any more?" Ming Yanli gazed longingly at Qiao Lan, hoping for a morsel. Qiao Lan retrieved 2 more plates of squirrel mandarin fish from her storage bag and placed them before him, saying, "Here, this is all there is. Why has everyone emerged from seclusion today?" Qiao Lan rested her chin on her hand, observing the others devour their food ravenously. Ming Yanli had not even managed to spit out the bones in his mouth, clearly overwhelmed. Pei Yuan set down his chopsticks. Asserting that mere practice was devoid of meaning, practical experience would yield far superior results. Little 6 is correct. Endless training serves no purpose. It is time for you all to leave the sect and gain experience in the world. Xianyu Zhenren strongly concurred with Pei Yuan's sentiment, suggesting they tidy up today and set off early tomorrow morning. Qiao Lan blinked in surprise, pointing to herself. "What about me, master?" Little 7, of course, suddenly. Xianyu Zhenren's expression turned grave as he waved his robe, vanishing in an instant. Qiao Lan was left dumbfounded, bewildered by the turn of events. Perhaps master received an urgent message from the sect leader, prompting such haste, Shi Yin speculated. Having finally satisfied his hunger, Ming Yanli set down his bowl and picked up a cloth to wipe the grease from his mouth. "Shall we go take a look?" At the Mountain Gate Hall, disciples carried 2 stretchers into the main chamber. "Sect leader, something is amiss. You must come quickly." Tai Zhengxiao swiftly approached the stretchers, where he found Li Kuei lying in tattered clothes, his face ashen. Jinzhou was drenched in blood, the color of his garments unrecognizable, barely clinging to life. His breath faint as if he might cease to exist at any moment. As Li Kuei opened his eyes and instinctively grasped Tai Zhengxiao's sleeve, he gasped. "Sect leader, please save senior brother." Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The elders, having received the urgent message, swiftly arrived in the hall. When Xianyu Zhenren arrived, he beheld his beloved disciple lying on a stretcher, barely clinging to life, his eyes wide with despair. "Jin She, Shao Si." Upon catching sight of Lu Qingfeng, he swiftly seized him as one would a chick and brought him before his disciple, urging, "Quickly save them." At over 5 centuries old and having only just reached the spirit transformation realm, Lu Qingfeng was ill-prepared for Xianyu Zhenren's rude treatment. Li Kuei's injuries were merely superficial. With a few days of rest, he would recover. Upon hearing this, Xianyu Zhenren's expression softened slightly. But what of his primary disciple? Lu Qifeng, a 3rd-grade alchemist, displayed a troubled countenance, averting his gaze from the terrifying scrutiny of his master. "I apologize, but my skills are inadequate. I am powerless to assist." "What of Xue Changqun? Surely he can save Chair." Xianyu Zhenren turned to Tai Zhengxiao, pleading, "Senior brother, please summon Xue Changqun." Tai Zhengxiao's face darkened. Elder Shui is in seclusion, striving to break through to the 6th grade of alchemy. He cannot be disturbed. The greatest taboo for an alchemist is to be interrupted during the refining process, especially at such a critical juncture. If disturbed at this vital moment, the consequences could be dire: light injuries to one's essence or a complete failure in the breakthrough. At worst, it could harm one's mental faculties, leading to regression and an inability to refine or advance. Jin Che was the leading figure of the new generation of Xiantian sect, while Shui Changchun was the sect's most esteemed alchemist. To Tai Zhengxiao, they were akin to the palm and back of his hand, placing him in a dilemma. What? Xian Yu Zhenren staggered back 2 steps, a look of sorrow overtaking his features. Is there truly no other way? Yet, there were indeed alternatives. Lu Qingfeng's sudden utterance instilled hope in everyone present. What method? The crowd inquired eagerly. The 5th grade Qingyuan Dan. What? Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in astonishment. The difficulty of refining a 5th grade elixir rivals that of a 6th grade pill. The sect must be. Yet, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Master Xian Yu was not willing to concede. I shall set forth the Changchun sect at once. The Changchun sect, renowned for its alchemists, held a prominent position among the top forces in the eastern wilderness. It was certain they possessed the 5th grade Qingyuan Dan. However, Lu Chengfeng shook his head. Jin Che's condition had reached its limit, and he feared that Master Xian Yu might not return in time. Is this what you seek? Suddenly, an uncertain female voice resonated within the grand hall. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, where they beheld Qiao Lan shaking a white elixir vial in her hand. Is this what you seek? Chapter 39. His little junior sister is worthy of the world. Upon recognizing Qiao Lan, the crowd displayed expressions of disappointment. However, Master Xian Yu understood that Qiao Lan would not make baseless claims. In a flash, he appeared before her. Is it true? Qiao Lan nodded and promptly poured the elixir into her palm, the fragrance of the pill instantly enveloping the entire hall. Master, is this the one? Master Xian Yu was momentarily stunned, gazing into her palm, where a smooth, brown elixir lay quietly, adorned with 5 distinctly visible pill patterns. This is the supreme Qingyuan Dan. Jin Che is saved. Lu Chengfeng, drawn by the aroma, exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the appearance of the elixir. He had never encountered a 5th grade supreme elixir in his entire life. Lu Chengfeng yearned to reach out and touch the exquisite pill. Yet the urgency of the situation forced him to abandon that thought. Upon hearing that Qiao Lan had produced the supreme Qingyuan Dan, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Master Xian Yu furrowed his brow, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Shaoqi, are you truly willing to bestow this elixir upon your master? The supreme elixir was exceedingly precious. Even if she were reluctant, he would not hold it against her. Of course I am willing. Moreover, it is my senior brother's life that is at stake. No matter how valuable the elixir, it cannot surpass the importance of his existence. Qiao Lan declared with an air of certainty, as if the supreme Qingyuan Dan were as she described. Indeed, she was eager to assist. In the original storyline, Master Xian Yu descended the mountain in search of an elixir and fortuitously encountered the heroine, Zhou Chuiyue, who happened to possess a Qingyuan Dan. This fortuitous meeting alleviated Master Xian Yu's pressing dilemma and saved Jinja's life. From that moment on, Jinja cherished the debt of gratitude, making various sacrifices for Zhou Chuiyue, ultimately leading to his tragic demise while attempting to save her. Thus, Qiao Lan was determined to prevent Master Xian Yu from descending the mountain to avert a similar tragedy. Having witnessed countless betrayals for the sake of personal gain, even among close kin, Master Xian Yu was deeply moved by Qiao Lan's sincerity. Shaoqi, I did not misjudge you. He accepted the elixir and administered it to Jinja. Before long, Jinja's breath visibly strengthened. Lu Qingfeng, come quickly and check on Zhe. Summoned. Lu Qingfeng hurried to assess Jinja's condition. The supreme elixir truly lived up to its reputation. The injuries along Jinja's meridians and the damage to his internal organs had nearly mended, and he would awaken within moments. Upon hearing this, the members of Guanyang Peak collectively sighed in relief, their hearts warmed by the delightful tidings. How commendable was Qiao Lan to so readily offer such a rare elixir for the sake of saving a life. This individual possesses a profound sense of righteousness and is destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Indeed, such a future seems inevitable. How discerning is the esteemed Xian Yu. For he has chosen his disciples wisely, we cannot help but feel envious. For the first time, Xian Yu appeared remarkably patient. listening to the various praises from his followers without a hint of annoyance, even finding their words rather pleasing. Qiao Lan approached Li Kuei and inquired, "Elder Liu, why has fourth senior brother not yet awakened?" "It's merely superficial injuries. He will naturally regain consciousness after a few days of rest," Lu Chengfeng patiently explained. In the original narrative, Qiao Lan recalled that Jin Zhe had suffered wounds from the guardian beast while gathering materials for Li Kuei's weapon forging. Li Kuei felt immense guilt over this, harboring the matter of Qiao Lan saving Jin Zhe deep within his heart, ultimately leading to his own demise from exhaustion in his efforts to forge a weapon for her. With a sigh, Qiao Lan retrieved a pill from her storage and placed it into Li Kuei's mouth. A supreme-grade elixir, yet another supreme-grade elixir. Lu Chengfeng was utterly astonished by Qiao Lan's actions, his words faltering. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, glancing quizzically at the petrified Lu Chengfeng. "Is there something amiss?" All the elixirs in her storage bag were of the highest quality. During the recent incident in the solitary village, the system had rewarded her with a substantial number of elixirs, and her current stock was quite abundant. A mere one or two elixirs held no significance for her, especially since she was not using them without purpose. What could possibly be wrong? Upon hearing those words, Lu Chengfeng felt an overwhelming desire to perish on the spot. Was this truly human discourse? Li Kuei soon regained consciousness. The first thing he did was search for Jin Zhe. Where was the eldest senior brother? How was he? "Fourth senior brother, you are awake," Ming Yanli exclaimed joyfully. "The eldest senior brother is fine. He will awaken shortly. Little four, you have just recovered from your injuries. Do not move about recklessly. Lie down and rest for a while," Xian urged, assisting the dazed Li Kuei onto a stretcher. "Eldest senior brother, is everything all right?" Li Kuei inquired once more, fearing that this moment might merely be a dream, and upon awakening, he would be met with distressing news. Qiao Lan reached out and playfully pinched the soft flesh of his arm, her big, watery eyes brimming with innocence as she asked, "Fourth senior brother, does it hurt?" Seeing the unfamiliar face of Qiao Lan addressing him as senior brother, Li Kuei nodded absent-mindedly. "It hurts." "That's right, it should hurt. You are not dreaming," Qiao Lan teased, winking playfully while offering a kind reminder. Ming Yanli quickly added, "Indeed, senior brother, you are not dreaming. It is thanks to our junior sister's rare Qingyuan pill that the eldest senior brother's life was spared." Li Kuei looked perplexed. "Junior sister?" "Yes. This is Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan," Ming Yanli said, pulling Pei Yuan closer for further introduction. "She is the newly accepted direct disciple of our master." Qiao Lan waved her hand in self-introduction. "Hello, fourth senior brother. I am the little seventh, Qiao Lan." Pei Yuan remained expressionless, greeting him with a simple, "Hello, fourth senior brother. I am Pei Yuan." As for Li Kuei, he could hardly bring himself to speak. "Greetings, I am Li Kuei, the fourth in rank." Li Kuei gazed at Qiao Lan with profound gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks for her willingness to offer the precious elixir to save their elder brother. He vowed that should there be any need for his assistance in the future, he would exert every effort without hesitation. The value of such a rare elixir was not lost on Li Kuei, and he felt immensely fortunate that his junior sister was willing to part with it. Simultaneously, he resolved in his heart to treat her with utmost kindness henceforth. "Your words are too kind, elder brother. We are all family. The elixir is merely a material possession, and cannot be compared to the lives of my brothers." Qiao Lan's words stirred a tempest of emotions within Li Kuei, reinforcing his belief that his decision had been profoundly justified. His junior sister was truly worthy of admiration. The elder brother has awakened. The sounds of surprise from the banquet drew the attention of all present as the members of Guanyang Peak gathered around. "Master Xianyu, how do you feel?" he asked with concern. "Elder brother, you have finally awakened." Jin She opened his eyes to the familiar surroundings and the caring gaze of his master, feeling no pain whatsoever. "Disciple is still alive?" "Of course, elder brother. You are very much alive and well." Ding! What a melodious and enchanting sound. Investment target detection in progress. Investment rebate verification in progress. Investment target, Jin Zhe, Li Kuei. Investment, 5-tier supreme, Qin Yuan Dan. Ages, 22, 20. Cultivation, 9th layer of transformation spirit realm. 3rd layer of transformation spirit realm. Spiritual roots, supreme mutated wind spiritual root. Supreme gold spiritual root. Destiny, purple, purple. Investment rebate, activation of alchemist talent, 20 points inward attribute. Chapter 40. A gathering at Guanyang Peak. He cast a gaze towards Qiao Lan, filled with complexity. "Thank you." Throughout his life, Apart from his master, the esteemed Xianyu, Qiao Lan was the first person who did not hold his past failures against him. We're all family. There's no need for you to be so formal, senior brother. Qiao Lan's smile radiated warmth, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant light. Under such sincere and fervent scrutiny, Jinja felt his very soul quiver with intensity. He retrieved his treasures from his storage bag and placed them into her arms. Little junior sister, all of this is for you. Liuli you spring water. Ming Yanli's eyes widened in astonishment, then he pouted. I once asked senior brother for some spring water, and he wouldn't give me even a drop. Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Do you really think you can compare yourself to the little junior sister? If it were me, I wouldn't give you any either. Senior brother. Ming Yanli feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest. You no longer love me. Xian facepalmed. Enough already. The group was increasingly amused by Ming Yanli's theatrical antics. Brother, these gifts are far too precious. Qiao Lan attempted to decline. But before she could finish her sentence, Jinja interrupted. We are all family, and besides, they also include a gift for our first meeting. Qiao Lan was rendered speechless. Having mentioned the meeting gift again made it even more difficult to refuse. Very well. Jinja then produced a sword of deep purple hue and presented it to Pei Yuan. This is a lightning-attributed spirit sword I acquired in a certain secret realm. Knowing that you possess a mutated lightning spirit root, it is only fitting that I bestow it upon you as a token for our introduction. The sword shimmered with a radiant purple light, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. Pei Yuan was taken aback. For me? He had not anticipated being included in such generosity. Jinja nodded, affirming, we are all family. Hearing those familiar words, Pei Yuan no longer hesitated and accepted the spirit sword with both hands. How could I miss out on giving gifts to my junior brothers and sisters? Li Kuei interjected, simultaneously offering his own spirit artifacts to Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan. I don't have anything particularly impressive to present, so I can only offer the spirit artifacts I crafted myself as a gesture for our first encounter. Please don't think poorly of them. He was a prince of the Yin kingdom in the mortal realm, a position that placed him atop the societal hierarchy. Yet here, his previously esteemed lineage seemed trivial. Brother, you are far too modest. Ming Yanli scoffed, unhesitatingly tearing down the pretense. The third senior brother I once knew was never this humble. Li Kuei shot a cool glance at Ming Yanli, retorting, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Third senior brother. Ming Yanli enveloped Shi Yin in a tight embrace, lamenting, my fourth senior brother is fierce. There is no love left. Boo-hoo. The corners of Shi Yan's eyes twitched as he raised his hand, attempting to pry Ming Yanli away. But to his surprise, Ming Yanli clung even tighter. Unable to endure any longer, he gritted his teeth and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Let go. Ming Yanli, sensing the gravity of the situation, relented. All right. I shall graciously accept the meeting gifts from both the first and fourth senior brothers. Subsequently, Qiao Lan produced a stack of talismans and thrust them into the hands of the two men, proclaiming, this is a token of appreciation from your little junior sister. I hope my senior brothers will not find it lacking. While others typically measured talismans by the piece, Qiao Lan quantified them by the stack. A peculiarity that the likes of Xianyu Zhenren, Shi Yin, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan had long grown accustomed to. However, Jinja and Li Kuei were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Just accept them, senior brothers. My little junior sister is a prodigious talisman master, and she has an abundance. Ming Yanli promptly attempted to clarify for the two. Yet even so, this seemed excessive. How many years would it take to complete such a volume? I cannot accept this, Li Kuei responded, shaking his head vigorously, his entire being radiating refusal. As a refiner, he was well aware of the challenges faced by those in specialized professions, and upon learning that Qiao Lan was a talisman master, he felt an even deeper empathy. Shi Yin sighed, expressing his own inadequacy. Little junior sister, in a single evening, you can accomplish what takes me 3 years. This is your heartfelt offering, fourth junior. Please accept it. What? Li Kuei stood frozen in shock. Jinja's expression toward Qiao Lan grew increasingly complex, yet he nodded and stated, then I shall not be polite. He gathered all the talismans into his storage bag. Ming Yanli gently nudged Qiao Lan, suggesting that such a splendid day ought to be celebrated with a feast. You are absolutely right, senior brother. I shall prepare for the gathering immediately, Qiao Lan affirmed, nodding as she dashed towards the door. Little junior sister. Allow me to assist you. Ming Yanli promptly followed her, striding outside with enthusiasm. What is this gathering all about? Jinzhou inquired, perplexed. You shall soon find out. Su Yan replied with an eager smile. Observing this scene, Li Kuei's eye twitched in disbelief as he stammered. You have actually used Master S spirit box to serve the dishes. Qiao Lan turned to the esteemed Xuanyu Jinren, asking, Master, is that inappropriate? Since it was bestowed upon you by your master, little Qi may use it as she pleases, came the gentle reply. Master. This was the first time Li Kuei had witnessed such warmth and kindness from his master, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Ming Yanli patted Li Kuei on the shoulder, saying, Fourth senior brother, you'll soon grow accustomed to this. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite spirit delicacies, each tailored to the preferences of those present by Qiao Lan. With all the dishes served, it was time to commence the banquet. Qiao Lan swiftly approached Xuanyu Jinren, urging, Master, as the elder, please take your seat first. Indeed, Xuanyu Jinren nodded, making his way to the honored position at the table. Ming Yanli, brimming with impatience, urged the others, what are you all waiting for? Hurry, take your seats. I am eager to begin. Jin Zhe and Li Kuei settled into their places, gazing at the splendid array of dishes with expressions of bewilderment. Su Yan, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan all looked toward Xuanyu Jinren, only picking up their chopsticks once their master began to eat. Isn't there the pill of abstinence? Why must the junior sister exert herself to prepare such an elaborate feast? As a prince, he has indulged in a variety of exquisite delicacies since childhood. However, since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has not partaken of any ordinary food. Alas, fourth senior brother, you simply do not understand. One taste reveals all. Ming Yanli's gaze was fixated solely on the plate of squirrel fish before him, promptly transferring the entire fish into his bowl. In response, Li Kuei, ever gracious, placed a piece of meat into his mouth. The texture was tender yet remarkably chewy, and the spiritual essence enveloping the meat flowed into his stomach, subsequently permeating his limbs and bones with an exquisite comfort. He widened his eyes. This was a spiritual delicacy. Moreover, this dish was more abundant in spiritual energy than any he had previously encountered, and it was far more conducive to his body's absorption. Observing the familiar expression on his face, Ming Yanli raised an eyebrow and remarked, Delicious, isn't it? Delicious. Li Kuei nodded earnestly. Suddenly, a male voice called out from outside. What is that delightful aroma? Chapter 41. Alchemy for Amusement, Supreme Spirit Supplement Pill Second Senior Brother. The group set down their chopsticks and turned towards the door. Moments later, a young man clad in gray robes entered. The gray-clad figure inclined his head slightly. Master, senior brother. Master Xianyu nodded in acknowledgement. Second senior brother has emerged from seclusion. Please, take a seat. Ming Yanli adjusted a chair, creating space for him. What is the occasion? Song Chongshan inquired as he settled at the table, perplexed by the spread before him. Why, it is a feast. Coincidentally, second senior brother has emerged from seclusion. And at last, our observation peak is fully assembled. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The esteemed Master Xianyu gazed fondly at his disciples, who were joyfully gathered together for a meal, a scene that warmed his heart. The once desolate Guanyang Peak had finally been imbued with warmth, all thanks to Shaoqi's efforts. The master's gaze softened further as it fell upon Qiao Lan. Sensing the shift in his master's demeanor, Song Chongshan followed his gaze and beheld an unfamiliar face. Upon meeting the inquisitive eyes of Song Chongshan, Qiao Lan smiled gently and said, Greetings, second senior brother. I am Qiao Lan, the new disciple of our master. Immediately, she nudged Pei Yuan, who understood her cue and chimed in, Greetings, second senior brother. I am Pei Yuan, also a new disciple of our master. Song Chongshan nodded slightly, introducing himself. I am Song Chongshan, the second disciple under our master. As soon as he finished speaking, he retrieved 2 bottles of elixirs from his storage pouch and, using his spiritual energy, presented them before the 2 newcomers. These are gifts from your senior brother to commemorate your meeting. The inherent pride of an alchemist subtly surfaced in this moment. Nonetheless, the 2 accepted the elixirs graciously, expressing their gratitude. Having faced a setback in his breakthrough, Song Chongshan felt no appetite. He rose and bowed to Master Xianyu, stating, Master, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Master Xianyu nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. Following this, Song Chongshan offered a bow to Jin Che before turning to depart. Once Song Chongshan was out of sight, Ming Yanli quietly inquired, Second senior brother, could it be that you experienced a failure in your breakthrough? Shi Yin frowned, pondering that their second senior brother, still in his 20s, had already attained the status of a third-grade alchemist. Such extraordinary talent seemed to be inappropriately rushed. It is not entirely the fault of the second brother. With the impending grand competition of the Eastern Wilderness, achieving a breakthrough to the fourth tier of alchemy before the event would indeed be more prudent. Jin Che comprehended the anxiety of the second and fourth brothers, for alchemy and artifact crafting are not the strong suits of the Xintian sect. Their opponents are none other than the Changchun sect and Lingbao sect, who specialize in these arts. The first communal feast at Guanyang Peak has drawn to a close. Early the next morning, Qiao Lan made her way to the library, diligently perusing the alchemical texts on the first, second, and third floors throughout the morning. The elder guarding the library was well aware of her endeavors. He shook his head with a bemused smile, reflecting on the insatiable nature of human desire. Upon exiting the library, Qiao Lan headed straight to the Baibao Hall within the sect. Disciples have the opportunity to exchange the points or spirit stones earned through tasks for the cultivation resources, elixirs, talismans, and spiritual treasures they require. Junior sister Qiao Lan, you have come. The disciple on duty greeted her with great enthusiasm. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qiao Lan proceeded directly to the spiritual herb section. Could you please prepare 100 portions of each of these herbs for me? The disciple, momentarily taken aback by her request, soon chuckled. Ah? Junior sister Qiao Lan is here to assist senior brother Chongshan in acquiring herbs. I will package them for you right away. Has the news of the second brother's emergence from seclusion spread so rapidly? Perhaps it is for the best, sparing her the trouble of explanations. Shortly, the herbs were all neatly packaged. Will you be exchanging with points or spirit stones, junior sister? Qiao Lan replied, spirit stones. That will be a total of 8,655 spirit stones. With a graceful sweep of her long sleeves, the spirit stones materialized upon the table. Before them lay a grand table adorned with resplendent spirit stones, causing the attending disciple to swallow hard. It was his first encounter with such a bountiful display of spirit stones. Truly, one could not underestimate the wealth of an alchemist. Junior sister, what brings you out of the sect? Qiao Lan answered candidly, I am here to purchase an alchemy furnace. What? Junior sister, you can refine pills? Ming Yanli exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Qiao Lan sheepishly rubbed her nose, just dabbling for fun. Hearing this, Ming Yanli sighed in relief. It was merely a hobby. Why would she venture down the mountain for a furnace when she could simply borrow one from the second senior brother's courtyard, which would undoubtedly be superior to any available outside? Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then she hesitated, pondering the peculiarities that every alchemist harbored. Perhaps it was not quite appropriate. No sooner had Ming Yanli spoken than he vanished from her sight. Upon returning to the courtyard, it wasn't long before Ming Yanli reappeared, bringing with him a furnace of considerable quality. Fear not, junior sister, the second senior brother possesses a storeroom filled with alchemy furnaces, he assured her, patting his chest. Moreover, I asked for his permission before taking it, so you can confidently use it. At this, Qiao Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Junior sister, this hardly appears to be a mere pastime, Ming Yanli remarked, gazing at the scattered spirit herbs, unsure of where to step. Ignoring him, Qiao Lan continued her meticulous sorting of the various ingredients for the restorative pill. Once she had organized the materials, she ignited the alchemy furnace with a fire-igniting talisman, carefully adjusting it to the desired temperature. With a decisive gesture, she cast all the prepared ingredients into the furnace. Ming Yanli stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless at Qiao Lan's actions. Is this what the junior sister refers to as alchemy? Surely, it cannot simply be the burning of spiritual herbs. The thought that Qiao Lan yearns to be wealthier than the sect restored her inner tranquility. As long as the junior sister finds joy in it, let the flames burn. In her mind, the steps of alchemy unfolded automatically. She followed these steps, releasing her spiritual energy to envelop all the spiritual herbs within the cauldron, while simultaneously refining 56 varieties of herbs. Under the influence of her spiritual force, the herbs gradually transformed, and the fragrant aroma of the medicine wafted from the cauldron. Ming Yanli was left dumbfounded upon catching a whiff of the medicinal scent. Is this truly possible? Time ticked away, and the 56 herbs were simultaneously refined by Qiao Lan, extracting their essence. Subsequently, she combined the essence of the 56 varieties using her spiritual energy, which continuously pressed and merged them together. Boom! The cauldron emitted a resonant hum, and a smile graced Qiao Lan's face as she extinguished the flames and lifted the lid. The fragrance of the elixir surged forth, filling the room with its delightful aroma. Has it succeeded? Ming Yanli immediately leaped to Qiao Lan's side. Qiao Lan placed the elixirs from the cauldron onto a plate. Junior sister, didn't you say this was merely for fun? Ming Yanli pointed at the perfectly round and plump elixirs, each imprinted with 5 golden patterns. What you call just for fun resulted in 25 supreme spirit replenishing pills from a single batch. Is this even humanly possible? Junior sister, is there anything you cannot accomplish? Chapter 42. The blessing of heaven. With her initial success, Qiao Lan persisted, pouring each precious herb into the cauldron for alchemy. Ming Yanli stared in astonishment as Qiao Lan completed one furnace after another. The prepared vials were insufficient to contain the elixirs, necessitating the use of basins instead. The basins brimmed with exquisite elixirs marked by 5 intricate patterns, leaving Ming Yanli in a state of shock. His senior brother was renowned as a genius alchemist. Yet his success rate and the quality of his elixirs paled in comparison to that of his junior sister. She was the true prodigy, fully absorbed in her alchemical pursuits. Qiao Lan paid no heed to Ming Yanli's remarks. She skillfully crafted various first-tier elixirs, such as blood-replenishing elixirs, spirit-replenishing elixirs, hemostatic elixirs, and spirit-fortifying elixirs. As her gaze fell upon 2 portions of the essential herbs for the bone-reviving elixir laid on the table, she was inspired to attempt the creation of a second-tier elixir. Sensing her mental energy was still robust, Qiao Lan promptly set to work, pouring the herbs for the bone-reviving elixir into the cauldron. Though Ming Yanli lacked knowledge in alchemy, he understood that a greater quantity of herbs resulted in higher-quality elixirs. It was evident that the amount of herbs Qiao Lan had just added was significantly greater than before. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that his junior sister was attempting to concoct a second-tier elixir? This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him dazed and his mind buzzing. Was she truly human? The bone-reviving elixir required a staggering total of 101 herbs, nearly double that of a first-tier elixir. As Qiao Lan refined the 89 medicinal herbs, she began to feel a subtle strain. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, and ultimately falling to the ground. Sensing the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy within the alchemical furnace, Ming Yanli's gaze turned toward Qiao Lan. Observing her pale complexion and the perspiration dotting her brow, his heart tightened with concern, and he instinctively held his breath, fearful of disturbing her. Upon successfully refining the 101st herb, Qiao Lan felt as though the very essence of her spiritual energy had been drained. She hastily seized a handful of restorative pills from a nearby basin and consumed them. The pills dissolved instantly, replenishing her energy to 50%. This sufficient vitality enabled her to merge the essences of the herbs. Qiao Lan swiftly intensified her mental acuity, enveloping the essence within the furnace and exerting pressure upon it with her mind. Under the force of her concentration, the essence gradually diminished in size, transforming into a denser, translucent green orb. In the very moment the elixir was perfected, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qiao Lan. The vibrant light enveloped her, and she squinted in delight. Her depleted mental and spiritual energies swiftly surged back to their zenith. Every cell in her body seemed to open wide, absorbing the energy of the celestial radiance. Realizing the significance of this phenomenon, Qiao Lan quickly pulled the stunned Ming Yanli beneath the luminous glow. What are you waiting for? Absorb it, she urged, before immersing herself in her cultivation once more. Ming Yanli's eyelid twitched. Was it truly so simple to partake in the fabled blessings of the celestial path? As the onlookers at Guanyang Peak beheld the magnificent spectacle of the sky adorned with vibrant hues of dawn, they flocked to Qiao Lan's courtyard. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of Qiao Lan and Ming Yanli, eyes closed, immersed in their cultivation beneath the resplendent colors. Even the erudite Xianyu Zhenren was rendered utterly astonished. Recognizing this as a blessing from the heavenly Tao, Pei Yuan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone receiving such divine favor. To his surprise, the seemingly unassuming Qiao Lan had been graced by this celestial blessing. Qian sighed, remarking that it was hardly surprising for the younger sister to be at the center of such extraordinary events. A fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the courtyard. Is someone concocting elixirs here? Song Chongshan mused, scanning the surroundings. His gaze fell upon 2 pots of elixirs beside Qiao Lan, and his pupils dilated in shock. Supreme-grade elixirs. Following Song Chongshan's line of sight, the others beheld the 2 pots filled with precious concoctions. Li Kuei's eyes twitched. Were supreme-grade elixirs so commonplace in the hands of the younger sister that they did not even warrant a proper vial? As silence enveloped them, the realization dawned. Was the younger sister an alchemist? Jinshe spoke up. recalling that Ming Yanli had grown up alongside him in Xintian sect and was not known for alchemical prowess. What? The younger sister is not merely a talisman and formation practitioner, but also an alchemist? Li Kuei's heart raced at this revelation, nearly stopping in disbelief. Xian Yuzhenren finally unveiled the truth, stating that the elixirs were crafted by Shaoqi and that he could sense her spiritual energy within them. At this revelation, Song Chongshan staggered back 2 steps, utterly flabbergasted. What? The newly arrived younger sister is capable of producing supreme-grade elixirs? A master alchemist capable of refining superior quality elixirs must possess innate talents that surpass those of his peers. What has he accomplished previously? Presenting mediocre first to third-tier elixirs as tokens of greeting is utterly absurd. Little Five's aura began to surge. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. A smile graced Jin Shei's lips, his tone laced with evident delight. The resplendent rainbow light lingered for a full 2 hours before dissipating completely. At the moment the brilliance faded, Ming Yanli's spiritual energy surged dramatically, transforming the tempest of his aura into tangible force. Little Five had successfully ascended to the first tier of the spirit transformation realm. Li Kuei gasped in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, as Ming Yanli's spiritual energy gradually calmed, he slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at his hands, the profound energy within him incessantly reminded him that this was all indeed real. I have successfully ascended to the spirit crystal realm. He suddenly embraced Qiao Lan tightly, exclaiming, "Junior sister, I am immensely grateful to you. My success in ascending to the spirit transformation realm is entirely due to your efforts." Just as Qiao Lan, still dazed from just waking, heard Ming Yanli's fervent words, she felt a surge of happiness for him, responding, "Congratulations, senior brother." Once Ming Yanli's excitement subsided and his emotion steadied, Master Xin Yu finally spoke. What exactly transpired just now? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Ming Yanli, having just regained his composure, became animated once more, vividly recounting the events in their entirety. So, this happened, and that happened. Xian's eyes twitched, as though regarding Qiao Lan as a peculiar creature. So, are you saying that junior sister casually practiced and became a second-tier alchemist? Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan touched her nose. Realizing she had successfully concocted a second-grade bone-nourishing pill, which should qualify her as a second-grade alchemist, wouldn't it? It seems so. Hearing this, Pei Yuan, who was usually expressionless, exhibited a crack in his demeanor, his lips twitching incessantly. What does it seem so even mean? Can such a thing invoke extraordinary phenomena? Can it garner the blessings of the heavenly Tao? The others were rendered speechless, shocked by Qiao Lan's words. How did you manage to achieve such exceptional quality in every single pill? Song Chongshan was captivated by the array of exquisite pills, crouching beside the cauldron to observe the contents within. Chapter 43, Imposter. Thus. This way, that way. Qiao Lan generously shared her insights on alchemy, stating, "And that is how it is." Song Chongshan regarded her with a complex expression. "Are you saying you poured all the spiritual herbs into the cauldron and refined them simultaneously?" "Indeed." Qiao Lan nodded with sincerity, convinced that her approach was entirely justified. Typically, alchemists refine each herb individually, unaware that her words stirred a tempest within Song Chongshan. He took a deep breath and asked, "May I observe your alchemy process?" He understood that his request was rather abrupt, as every alchemist possesses their unique methods and may not wish to be scrutinized. He quickly added, "If you find it intrusive, then disregard it." "Very well." Qiao Lan readily agreed, as she still possessed a supply of raw bone elixirs. She decided to refine them today and procure a fresh batch of medicinal herbs tomorrow. "What?" Song Chongshan did not anticipate her swift acquiescence. "You need not feel pressured. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose." With a hiss, the ignition talisman ignited, and Qiao Lan cast the burning captive into the bottom of the alchemical furnace. "No pressure. We are all family. Do not stand on ceremony." Noticing that the temperature within the furnace had reached an optimal level, Qiao Lan promptly tossed all the necessary herbs into it. "You truly are adept at simultaneous refining." "Of course." Without further ado, Qiao Lan divided her spiritual energy into 101 parts, enveloping each herb. Song Chongshan immediately sensed the extraordinary magnitude of Qiao Lan's spiritual power, which surpassed his own. It was no wonder she could refine 101 herbs simultaneously. Once the refining of the herbs was complete, Qiao Lan concentrated her spiritual energy, and the fragrant aroma of the elixirs instantly filled the room. "Junior sister, this is a success." Before long, the furnace emitted a resonant hum. signaling the successful creation of the elixirs. As Qiao Lan lifted the lid of the furnace, the onlookers gathered around, and they were rendered speechless as she retrieved 30 plump and lustrous pills from the furnace. 30 supreme raw bone elixirs, Xian exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the room, nearly causing the roof to lift with the force of his astonishment. Witnessing Qiao Lan's alchemical process, the crowd seemed to comprehend why the heavens had bestowed their blessings. Song Chongshan stared at Qiao Lan in utter astonishment, then shifted his gaze to the exquisite elixir adorned with 5 intricate patterns resting in the plate, momentarily frozen in place. Qiao Lan generously distributed the refined elixirs to everyone present, exclaiming, "This is the fruit of my inaugural alchemical endeavor. I implore the esteemed masters to graciously accept it." "What? You managed to concoct a second-tier elixir on your very first attempt?" Song Chongshan was utterly flabbergasted by this revelation. Qiao Lan nodded, tilting her head inquisitively as she regarded him. "Is there something amiss? Is there a problem? Listen. Is this even a coherent utterance?" Song Chongshan reflected on his own past failures during seclusion, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears as he crouched in a corner, weeping profusely in circles. Qiao Lan, witnessing this, felt a surge of confusion, glancing towards the others, uncertain if she had misspoken, casting a pleading look for assistance. The usually reticent Jinja, rarely inclined to speak, broke his silence. "He just withdrawn. He has those days every month, so don't mind him." Ding! What a melodious sound it was. Calculating investment objects. Calculating returns. Investment object. Ming Yanli investment. Blessing of the Heavenly Tao. 51st tier exquisite elixirs investment return. Fire attribute 5. Investment object. Emo Chun, Jinja, Song Chongshan, Li Kuei. Pei Yuan investment. 51st tier exquisite elixirs investment return. Defense attribute 5 points. Would attribute 20 points. The following morning, the group once again gathered in the courtyard of the esteemed Xian Yuzhenren. Qiao Lan arrived once more with breakfast. Ever since they had tasted her exquisite culinary creations, the discerning Jin Jie and Li Kuei, who were not typically swayed by mere appetites, could not resist picking up their chopsticks. Song Chongshan initially presumed it to be merely a simple meal, but upon realizing it was brought by Qiao Lan, he graciously joined in. The moment the osmanthus cake touched his palate, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, mingled with the rich fragrance of osmanthus. The experience was nothing short of astonishing. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Where can one procure such a delicacy?" he inquired. Ming Yanli interjected, "Second senior brother, these breakfasts are all meticulously crafted by junior sister herself. They cannot be found elsewhere." "You can also prepare exquisite delicacies?" Song Chongshan asked, astonished, turning his gaze toward Qiao Lan. She nonchalantly nodded in affirmation. "Junior sister, is there anything you cannot do?" Song Chongshan posed the question that lingered on everyone's lips. Qiao Lan, stroking her chin, pondered seriously. "There are indeed many things I am not adept at, such as refining tools, swordsmanship, and beast taming." "All right, enough. Stop," Ming Yanli interjected. Unable to contain himself, "Junior sister, I implore you to leave some opportunities for others. If you truly possess such versatility, how are we to survive?" Li Kuei chimed in. Exactly. In just a few short days, Qiao Lan had once again elevated the collective perception of her prodigious talents among the inhabitants of Guangyang Peak. Following the breakfast, Master Xian Yu spoke solemnly. "It is time to venture forth and undergo rigorous training. As your master, I hope that by the time of the grand competition in the Eastern Wilderness, all of you will have made significant advancements in your cultivation." Xian nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed their plan, albeit delayed in recent days. It was time to put it back on the agenda. Ming Yanli, who had just broken through to the spirit transformation stage, was eager to solidify his cultivation through practical experience, and immediately inquired, "When do we depart?" "Master, what about the disciple?" Qiao Lan blinked her large, watery eyes, gazing at the esteemed Xian Yu. Shao Qi had yet to break through to the spirit sea realm and should remain in the sect for more stable cultivation. Upon hearing Xian Yu's words, the others nodded in agreement. That simply won't do. Qiao Lan's demeanor shifted dramatically. The thought of remaining in the sect alone was unbearable, as it would hinder her investments. She could not stay behind. "Master." Qiao Lan strode confidently to Xian Yu's side, linking her arm with his and shaking it gently. "Master, one must endure trials to grow. I refuse to be a sheltered flower. Besides, with the protective spiritual treasure you bestowed upon me and the safeguarding of my senior brothers, I shall surely return unscathed." Seeing that Xianyu remained unmoved, Qiao Lan persisted with her gentle persuasion. Master, please grant my request. Under the onslaught of Qiao Lan's charm, Xianyu finally relented. All right, no more shaking. You're making my head spin. I won't let go unless you agree today. Master, Qiao Lan's soft threat sounded like a playful coaxing to Xianyu. He could only shake his head in resignation. Fine, I concede. I shall grant your wish. Oh. Master has agreed. The disciple knows that the master is the best in the world. Qiao Lan did not forget to plant a heavy kiss on the face of the Xianyu Zhenren, leaving behind a mark of saliva. Surprisingly, Xianyu Zhenren did not take offense, nor showed any disdain. Instead, he gazed at Qiao Lan with a loving and indulgent expression, shaking his head gently. Oh, you are already a grown lady, yet you remain so unrestrained. Humph. With the master around, in the presence of the master, the disciple can remain forever young. Xianyu Zhenren did not deny this, lightly pinching her cheek, and admonished, on this journey of training, life comes first. Do not act recklessly, should any danger arise. Be sure to inform me promptly. Witnessing this scene, Jin Jie, Song Chongshan, and Li Kuei were momentarily petrified in place. Is this truly the stern and serious master? The one before them, with a warm and affectionate smile, could not possibly be an impostor, could he? Chapter 44. The ferocious crimson flame lion in the Qianlong mountain range. It is said that dragons once roamed these mountains a millennium ago, hence the name. The third-tier earth-shattering bear is just right for me to practice my skills. A third-tier beast possesses strength equivalent to the Linghai realm of human cultivators. Ming Yanli, eager to prove himself after recently advancing, dashed towards the earth-shattering bear as soon as he finished speaking. Little junior sister, do not mind him. I will take you to explore the surrounding spirit plants. Song Chongshan, having witnessed Qiao Lan's ability to refine superior-grade elixirs during her first alchemy attempt and her swift rise to a second-tier alchemist, had completely reversed his attitude towards her. He even gifted her his cherished compendium of herbs and formulas. Qiao Lan nodded without refusal and walked towards Ling Ji alongside Song Chongshan. Pei Yuan, observing this, trailed behind the two, their attention wholly captivated by Ling Ji, while he silently surveyed his surroundings. The group of 7 thus journeyed from the outskirts of the mountains into its inner sanctum. Jin furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance, where a skirmish was unfolding. Senior brother, shall we take a look? Inquired Ming Yanli, who had always relished the thrill of excitement. Jin shook his head, advising against unnecessary involvement while out in the world. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and began to walk in the opposite direction. However, the combatants seemed aware of their presence and rapidly approached their direction. Xintian sect, senior brother Jin, save me. I am Duanmu Hong, disciple of the Beast Tamer sect. Upon spotting a familiar figure, Duanmu Heng's eyes lit up as if he had finally discovered a lifeline. Hearing the calls from behind, the members of Guanyang Peak halted their steps. Duanmu Hong, Qiao Lan recalled having heard this name, though little was known about the individual. What has transpired? With the other party revealing their identity, Jin Jia, as the foremost disciple of the esteemed Master Xianyu, could not turn a blind eye. A fierce roar, reminiscent of a lion, echoed from nearby, hurtling towards them. Jin Jia's expression tightened. You have indeed provoked a 5th-grade Crimson Flame beast. The 5th-grade demon beast was equivalent to a human cultivator at the spirit infant stage. The group, upon hearing this, turned to Duanmu Hong with shock evident in their eyes. Du Ning absent-mindedly touched his nose, his voice involuntarily dwindling. I merely wished to attempt the contract. Yet I never anticipated. XYN was left speechless, taken aback that the contract had also failed, and the Crimson Flame Lion had gone berserk. Du Ning nodded emphatically, affirming XYN's words. Even if your senior brother Mo Chi N were present, he would be unable to forge a contract with the 5th-grade Crimson Flame Lion. How could you be so deluded? Ming Ynl curled his lips, spilling the harsh truth. Hearing the sarcastic remarks, Du Ning wanted to retort, but the words were all too factual. He lowered his head, enveloped in a sense of helplessness and despair. The disciples of the beast-taming sect felt a pang in their hearts upon hearing this. Now is not the time for blame. We must depart from here swiftly. With that, XYN turned to JNG. JNG nodded in agreement. Retreat. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the crowd on Gu New York and Peak summoned their Gale talismans. Du Ning, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. Senior brothers, we have exhausted our talismans. Is there any way we can? Time was of the essence. Qiao Lan wasted no words, accurately affixing 5 talismans onto the disciples of the beast-taming sect. What are you lingering for? Hurry and leave. Qiao Lan was perplexed. Why linger during such a critical moment? After urging them on, she took flight from the spot. The speed of a 5th-grade demon beast was not something they could easily shake off, and soon the crimson flame lion loomed over them, unable to contain herself. Qiao Lan inquired, "What exactly did you do to the crimson flame lion that it pursues us so relentlessly?" The beasts within the mountains possess a formidable sense of territoriality. The blazing lion has relentlessly pursued them across several mountain peaks, an occurrence quite extraordinary. Duan Muheng raised his neck, stating, "We discovered that the lioness is giving birth, seeking to take advantage of her vulnerability to contract the cubs. What have you done? Is the lioness's delivery not proceeding smoothly?" Qiao Lan expressed disbelief, asserting that the male lion could not possibly chase them this far based solely on these events. Duan Muheng quickly gestured. When we arrived, the lioness was already on the brink of death, her life hanging by a thread, but that is not my concern. With a cold snort, Qiao Lan speculated that something had gone awry with the lioness, causing the male lion to vent his fury upon them. "Junior sister, what shall we do?" Ming Yanli inquired, his tone imbued with trust in Qiao Lan. Despite their numerous talismans, they could not withstand the pursuit of a 5th-tier beast. The onlookers from Guanyang Peak turned their gazes towards Qiao Lan. Duan Muheng found the reactions of the Tian Jiao from Xiantian sect perplexing. Their scrutinizing and questioning looks towards Qiao Lan were evident. After all, in his eyes, Qiao Lan was merely an ordinary disciple of average talent, not someone of significant prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Lan resolved, "We should scatter, especially the members of the beast-taming sect. All 5 must disperse." Jinja nodded, agreeing to proceed as the junior sister suggested. The others followed suit, nodding in agreement. "Little Yuan, stay at the rear with me. Senior brothers, you go ahead." Upon hearing this, Jinja furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Qiao Lan. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will be fine," Qiao Lan confidently assured, patting her chest. Xian was aware of her cunning nature. "Senior brother, let us depart. Junior sister will be fine," she urged. Ming Yanli concurred, and upon witnessing this, Jinja relented, advising, "You must take care of yourself." Subsequently, the group divided into 5 teams, each sprinting in different directions. Qiao Lan retrieved spirit stones and began to arrange a formation. "Do you need assistance?" Pei Yuan inquired, gripping his sword and keeping his gaze fixed on the direction of the Crimson Flame Savage Lion. "No need. It is merely a confinement array, and I shall complete it swiftly," Qiao Lan replied, methodically manipulating the spirit stones at her side. Soon, she had successfully set up the formation. Observing her increasing speed, Pei Yuan was taken aback. The roar grew closer, and in the blink of an eye, the size of an African elephant, the Crimson Flame Savage Lion materialized before Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan. Upon noticing the lion's blood-red eyes, Qiao Lan sensed something was amiss. "What has happened to the Crimson Flame Savage Lion?" she questioned. "It has gone berserk," Pei Yuan explained. "When a magical beast becomes frenzied, it is typically due to a life-threatening situation or a profoundly tragic event." The Crimson Flame Savage Lion locked eyes with Qiao Lan, momentarily frozen in place as the crimson hue in its gaze gradually faded, giving way to clarity and profound sorrow. "The frenzy has dissipated," Pei Yuan remarked in astonishment. The lion ceased its furious roars, now emitting a mournful whimper. Qiao Lan appeared to perceive a plea for help within the lion's eyes. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she asked, "Do you wish for my assistance?" Chapter 45. Is 80,000 spirit stones a substantial amount? The Crimson Flame Savage Lion, displaying a remarkably human-like gesture, nodded, hope igniting in its enormous eyes. Pei Yuan stared in astonishment at Qiao Lan. Could it be that the red flame mad lion would relinquish its furious state in the presence of Qiao Lan? Strangely, it seemed to harbor an inexplicable trust in her, even seeking her assistance. Throughout history, fierce beasts have harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Yet, in the depths of her subconscious, Qiao Lan believed that the red flame mad lion would not inflict harm upon her, though caution remained prudent. Pei Yuan resolutely declared, "I shall accompany you." Qiao Lan nodded in agreement, and together they approached the red flame mad lion, which gestured for them to mount its back. They complied without hesitation, leaping onto the lion's powerful frame. Shortly thereafter, the majestic beast led them into a cavern where a pungent metallic scent assaulted their senses. In a shadowy corner, Qiao Lan beheld the lifeless form of a female lion. As she drew nearer, she noticed the creature's body was marred by deep claw marks. Blood oozing from its wounds, evidence that the mother lion had perished not long ago. Her gaze fell upon the lioness's swollen belly, and a voice echoed in her mind, that of the devouring python, revealing that the cubs within were still alive. A cesarean could yet save them. What? Qiao Lan stumbled, nearly losing her balance. But Pei Yuan swiftly caught her. The thought of this blossoming young lady performing such a grim task upon a beast was shocking. The red flame-mad lion approached the carcass of the mother, nuzzling its massive head against her body, emitting a mournful whine. Despite the turmoil within her heart, Qiao Lan relayed the words of the devouring python to the red flame-mad lion. The cubs still lived within their mother, and now was the time to act to save them. The lion lifted its head, nodding in acknowledgement, and cleared a path for her. Qiao Lan crouched beside the lioness and gently caressed her round belly. Then, she retrieved the dagger that Li Kuei had gifted her from her spatial pouch. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, and with resolute determination, made a long incision across the belly of the mother and her cubs. Qiao Lan reached inside and carefully extracted 3 fiery lion cubs. After ensuring that no one was left behind, she presented the 3 little creatures before the fiery lion. The fiery lion, upon seeing the cubs still with closed eyes, affectionately licked their tiny heads. Subsequently, he nudged the 3 little ones toward Qiao Lan's embrace. Confused, she gazed at him, questioning his intentions. What are you trying to do? A fleeting look of farewell flashed in the fiery lion's eyes. He wishes to entrust his children to you. The voice of the sky-swallowing python reverberated once more. Qiao Lan widened her eyes in disbelief, pointing at herself. Your father is still here. Why would you entrust your children to me? They are your offspring. You must shoulder the responsibilities of a father and care for your own. The fiery lion shook his head, staring mournfully at the lifeless body of the lioness for a long moment before departing the cave. Seeing this, Qiao Lan immediately cradled the cubs and rushed after him. Where are you going? Are you abandoning your children? He is going to avenge the lioness. The sky-swallowing python provided a reasonable explanation. Qiao Lan stood in stunned silence. Why seek revenge when he has children to care for? By the time Qiao Lan exited the cave, the fiery lion had vanished without a trace. Moments later, the sound of an eagle's cry echoed through the valley, followed by thunderous roars of lions. This is bad. The fiery lion truly is gone to seek vengeance, Qiao Lan exclaimed in alarm. As the crimson flame lion emerged from its frenzied state, it charged forward with unwavering determination, seeking vengeance in its weakened condition. Such reckless resolve was truly unfathomable. Alas, it seemed the crimson flame lion was prepared to meet its end alongside its foes. The earlier act of entrusting the child to her was merely a gesture of legacy. Qiao Lan felt a swell of emotion, grappling with the unworthiness of having earned the crimson flame lion's trust to the extent of receiving its offspring. Another presence loomed, equally formidable as the crimson flame lion, and their venture would only lead to certain demise. Pei Yuan, seemingly discerning Qiao Lan's intentions, laid bare the harsh reality. A sigh escaped Qiao Lan's lips. How could she be unaware? Yet, the thought of passively witnessing the crimson flame lion's demise stirred her conscience. She had never anticipated that such a myth, love, could flourish even among beasts. It struck a chord deep within her. You are too late. The crimson flame lion has already self-destructed. As the words of the sky-swallowing python resonated, a cataclysmic explosion echoed through the gorge. No, Qiao Lan stumbled back, bracing herself against the rocky wall of the cave, her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Once the remnants of the explosion subsided, Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan ventured into the gorge. Amidst the debris and fallen trees, the original visage of the landscape lay obscured, and the crimson flame lion had been reduced to mere dust, entirely vanished from existence. The poignant scene weighed heavily on Qiao Lan's heart, as the little creature in her arms seemed to sense the absence of the crimson flame lion, restlessly nuzzling against her. Lacking experience in caring for young ones, Qiao Lan felt utterly at a loss as she observed the 3 tiny beings. The little ones began to emit soft whimpers, prompting Qiao Lan to panic. What could possibly be troubling them? Pei Yuan, lacking any experience in raising young creatures, had never formed a bond with any magical beast in his previous life and was uncertain how to interact with them. Could it be that they are hungry? Qiao Lan mused as she comforted the little creature nestled in her arms, her brow furrowed. Why not inquire with those from the Beastmaster sect? Pei Yuan's suggestion proved to be remarkably timely. Qiao Lan promptly sent a message to her senior brothers, and within the span of a single incense stick, 5 of them arrived at her side. Junior sister, when did you manage to acquire so many young magical beasts? Ming Yanli inquired, reaching out to playfully tease the adorable little creature. This is a cub of the crimson flame lion, Duanmu Heng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he hurried over to Qiao Lan, his gaze intensely focused on the young creatures in her embrace. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Beast Master sect exchanged envious glances. How could the cubs of a crimson flame lion be in your possession? Oh, that is obvious. They must be hungry. Qiao Lan replied with a hint of amusement. But what will you use to feed them? Duanmu Heng pressed, his confidence surfacing as he answered, naturally. It would be spirit liquid or the milk of a fire attribute mother beast. Qiao Lan nodded in agreement, and then retrieved spirit liquid from her storage pouch to offer the little ones. As they eagerly opened their mouths and gulped down the liquid, a smile graced Qiao Lan's face. Miss Qiao, might I inquire if you would be willing to sell me one of the crimson flame lion cubs? Duanmu Heng asked cautiously. His eyes filled with longing. I will not sell, Qiao Lan stated firmly without a moment's hesitation. At her words, Duanmu Heng grew anxious, declaring, I am willing to pay 80,000 spirit stones for a cub of the crimson flame lion. The mention of such a sum caused gasps of astonishment to ripple through the onlookers. Are you suggesting to strike her with spirit stones? Qiao Lan finally lifted her eyelids and glanced at Duanmu Heng. Is 80,000 spirit stones considered a large sum? Chapter 46. The fiery lion transforms into the fiery dragon lion. Is 80,000 spirit stones a considerable amount? Qiao Lan's rhetorical question left the beast-taming sect members momentarily speechless. Wasn't 80,000 spirit stones substantial? The disciples of the beast-taming sect regarded Qiao Lan with disdain and contempt. Duanmu Heng was momentarily taken aback, then sincerely inquired, How many spirit stones do you desire? I will gladly purchase them from you. He was in dire need of a high-tier contracted beast. Seeing Qiao Lan remain silent, Duanmu Heng grew anxious. Would 100,000 spirit stones suffice? Please sell me a young fiery lion. For others, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable amount. But for Qiao Lan, who possessed tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, it was utterly negligible. The disciples of the beast-taming sect gasped at the mention of 100,000 spirit stones. Though the young fiery lion was precious, 5,000 or 6,000 spirit stones would be the appropriate price. 100,000 was a fortune beyond reason. The disciples of the beast-taming sect regarded Qiao Lan with increasing displeasure, as if condemning her for her exorbitant demands. The expressions of the members from Guanyang Peak also soured, and the atmosphere grew tense. At this moment, however, Qiao Lan merely smiled, exuding a casual and languid demeanor. It seems I never agreed to sell the young fiery lion to your esteemed sect from the very beginning. As her words fell, the disciples of the beast-taming sect became indignant, suspecting Qiao Lan of attempting to raise her price further. A young fiery lion is worth no more than 50 or 60,000 spirit stones in the market. Our senior brother's offer of 100,000 spirit stones is already an exorbitant price. Do not be ungrateful and greedy. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect all shared a similar sentiment. Qiao Lan possessed 3 young crimson flame lions, and selling one was entirely justifiable. For maintaining spirit beasts necessitated considerable financial resources. Given her obscurity, how many spirit stones and rare materials could she possibly have to nurture these beasts? Thus, they were even more convinced that Qiao Lan was oblivious to her situation, attempting to exploit the opportunity by brazenly inflating the price. Duanmu Heng's focus was solely on the cubs. He failed to notice any impropriety in the attitudes of his fellow disciples. Meanwhile, the members of the Guanyang Peak were already seething with indignation. Ming Yanli could no longer restrain himself. Was 100,000 spirit stones truly excessive? My junior sister does not lack for such trifles. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect were clearly incredulous at this assertion. After all, she was merely an obscure disciple with limited cultivation. How could she possibly produce 100,000 spirit stones? Ridiculous. Indeed, our senior brother's willingness to offer such a sum for the young Crimson Flame Lions was already a generous concession to the Tianshu sect. Do not overstep your bounds. Silence. Duanmu Heng bellowed, admonishing the Tianshu sect's disciples not to be disrespectful. He then bowed to Jin Che and the others, saying, Brothers, I sincerely wish to purchase. I implore you to assist me. As professionals in a unique vocation, Song Chongshan, Shiyan, and Li Kuei understood that Duanmu Heng was already being exceedingly polite. The Beastmaster profession was highly esteemed throughout the Xintian continent, conferring a sense of pride. However, their disdain for the condescending attitude towards their junior sister did not sit well with them, and their gazes towards Duanmu Heng turned considerably icy. Had the other party not been a disciple of the Beastmaster sect's leader, they would have certainly taught them a lesson. Tian Jiao spoke in a deep voice, asserting that the young beast belonged to his junior sister, and whether she was willing to sell it was entirely at her discretion. His words undoubtedly struck a blow to the members of the Beastmaster sect, leaving them perplexed as to why the esteemed disciple of Xianyu, the revered master, would show such respect to a seemingly inconsequential student. Duanmu Heng glanced at Qiao Lan, his eyes brimming with longing. Qiao Lan smiled, disregarding the onlookers from the Beastmaster sect, and placed the fiery little lion cubs into the arms of Song Chongshan, Xian, and Li Kuei. Junior sister, what are you doing? Song Chongshan exclaimed in surprise. Qiao Lan waved her hand dismissively. Seniors, I shall not keep these cubs. I entrust them to you, for I have complete faith in you. This way, I can also honor the dying wishes of the fiery little lion. Moreover, I am quite impoverished and unable to care for them. Consider this a means to alleviate my burden. The notion of a junior sister being impoverished was utterly laughable. The corners of the eyes and mouths of the six from Guanyang Peak twitched in disbelief, had they not been aware of her prodigious talents. They might have believed her words. Xian, having spent considerably more time with Qiao Lan than Song Chongshan and Li Kuei, quickly grasped her intention and nodded solemnly. We shall accept the young beasts, and we shall not fail the trust placed in us by our junior sister. He then promptly forged a bond with the cubs, and a golden magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Two golden beams of light simultaneously entered the foreheads of Xian and the cubs. Satisfied, Qiao Lan nodded approvingly and urged Song Chongshan and Li Kuei, Seniors, what are you waiting for? The contract? Do you not fancy these two little ones? Upon witnessing the sorrowful expression on Qiao Lan's face, a wave of panic washed over him. It's not that I dislike you, junior sister. You've misunderstood. After clarifying his stance, the two of them immediately forged a pact with the young creature without further ado. Once the agreement was established, the three of them were suddenly struck with astonishment, gazing incredulously at Qiao Lan. Junior sister, this is not merely a crimson flame lion, but a crimson flame dragon lion. Upon hearing Li Kuei's exclamation, the members of the Beastmaster sect were momentarily petrified in disbelief. The distinction between the crimson flame lion and the crimson flame dragon lion, differing by just a single character, bore an immense disparity in significance. An adult crimson flame lion is classified as a fifth-tier beast, while the crimson flame dragon lion, possessing dragon lineage, holds the potential to evolve into a divine beast once its bloodline awakens. The members of the Beastmaster sect regarded Qiao Lan with astonishment. Even a crimson flame lion is a rarity, and she had so casually offered it. Envy glimmered in their eyes. If they were among her chosen, would they too be granted such fortune? The young beast was indeed a crimson flame dragon lion, as the swallowing heaven python had informed Qiao Lan upon her rescue of the creature. At that time, she was puzzled by how two crimson flame lions could produce three crimson flame dragon lions. The swallowing heaven python clarified, this is a phenomenon of ancestral reversion. Enlightened, Qiao Lan immediately contemplated entrusting the three cubs to her senior brothers. Firstly, all three senior brothers were cultivators of specialized professions, accompanied by spirit beasts, which would serve as a considerable advantage. Particularly, the second senior brother, Song Chongshan, and the fourth senior brother, Li Kuei, one a pill master and the other a weapon master, would find their strength greatly enhanced with the addition of the beast fire from the crimson flame dragon lion. Moreover, both of my senior brothers possess considerable financial resources and will treat the young beast with the utmost care, thus honoring the dying wishes of the crimson flame mad lion. Furthermore, when one possesses something valuable, it is only natural to extend generosity to one's kin. Xian quickly grasped Qiao Lan's intentions. Yet upon discovering that he had contracted the crimson flame dragon lion, his eyes were filled with profound emotion as he gazed at Qiao Lan. As he beheld Song Chongshan and Li Kuei with red-rimmed eyes, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly poignant. Unable to resist, Qiao Lan gently patted their shoulders with a radiant smile, saying, Dear brothers, this is not a gift without strings attached. In the future, when there are elixirs and spiritual artifacts, do remember to think of your little junior sister first. Li Kuei wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Absolutely. From now on, whatever I possess shall also belong to my little junior sister. Song Chongshan, lowering his gaze, reflected on the fact that his little junior sister's alchemical talents surpassed his own. And she could indeed produce top-tier elixirs. Would she even regard his elixirs with any interest? Qian, perceiving Song Chongshan's despondent mood, patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Second brother, little junior sister has declared that we are family. The third brother was right. We are indeed family, so why draw such clear lines?" Qiao Lan nodded in strong agreement with Qian's words. Having been raised in a prestigious family, Song Chongshan was accustomed to the fickleness of human emotions and the ugliness of human nature. Even his own parents had not treated him with the warmth that little junior sister had shown. A novel and comforting feeling enveloped his heart. The last time Qiao Lan willingly offered the precious Qingyuan pill to save him had already left Tian Jiao astounded. Yet today's events made Tian Jiao realize that she truly regarded them as family, which was why she selflessly treated them with genuine kindness without harboring any thoughts of loss. Pei Yuan maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet warmth flowed in his eyes. Ming Yanli cast a gaze filled with envy. Though much of it stemmed from his joy for the three senior brothers who had successfully contracted the Crimson Flame Dragon Alliance. With the addition of these three formidable creatures, the overall strength of Guanyang Peak was undoubtedly enhanced, providing the three senior brothers with vital support for their protection. Duanmu Hung observed the tender scene among the members of Guanyang Peak, his eyes brimming with admiration and longing. How wonderful it would be if their own faction, the Beastmaster sect, could foster such unity and camaraderie. Then, perhaps his senior brother would not be languishing in bed, gravely injured due to his sake. Duanmu Hung lowered his gaze in self-reproach, enveloped by a shroud of sorrow. Ding! What a delightful and enchanting sound. Investment object verification in progress. Calculating investment returns. Investment object, Song Chongshan, Qian, Li Kuei. Investment, Crimson Flame Dragon Lion. Investment returns, fire attribute 10 points, wood attribute 20 points. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, still uncertain of the utility of fire and wood attributes. What purpose do these attribute points serve? Chapter 47, no longer repeating past mistakes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the entire Qianlong mountain range was bathed in a golden glow. Shall we enjoy some barbecue tonight? Ming Yanli was the first to raise both hands in agreement, subsequently retrieving the spoils from his storage bag and placing them before Qiao Lan. There lay a third-tier Earth-Shatter Bear, a fourth-tier Fa-Tooth Boar, and a fourth-tier Phantom Dancer Snake. Qiao Lan's lips twitched. One bear would suffice for our feast. Let us store the other beast carcasses for our next meal. Ming Yin nodded in acknowledgement, collecting the corpses of other demon beasts into his storage bag. He then hoisted the massive earthquaking bear and moved away, deftly performing the task of bleeding it out. Once the blood had completely drained and the fur meticulously removed, he presented it to Qiao Lan. Due to the bear's considerable size, roasting it posed a challenge. Qiao Lan, wielding a knife, skillfully divided the bear into manageable chunks. The others were not idle either. Jinshe and Pei Yuan proactively gathered firewood. Having witnessed Qiao Lan's meat roasting expertise, Qian took the initiative to collect stones to facilitate the construction of the grill, prompting Li Kuei to lend a hand as well. Song Chongshan, too, was engaged, mimicking Qiao Lan's technique to prepare the bear's meat. What purpose does this serve, junior sister? He inquired. Qiao Lan pointed to a bowl, explaining. This contains ginger and Sichuan peppercorns, which can eliminate the gamey taste of the meat and enhance its flavor. So this is Sichuan pepper, Song Chongshan mused. In the Xiantian continent, the variety of seasonings was rather limited, and Sichuan pepper was ubiquitous. He had always believed it to be mere wild grass. Unaware of its culinary potential, he too began to marinate the meat, emulating Qiao Lan's movements. Once all preparations were completed, the grill was assembled, and the fire was kindled. Qiao Lan was ready to skewer the meat and commence roasting. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect observed them, each engaged in their respective tasks, radiating a harmonious camaraderie that elicited envious glances. In their sect, the hierarchy was rigidly enforced. Ordinary disciples were typically relegated to menial tasks, while favored disciples assumed a position of superiority, merely overseeing the efforts of their juniors. This day, however, the actions of the group from Guanyang Peak shattered their preconceived notions. It became evident that not all favored disciples conformed to such stereotypes. Much like the senior disciples of the Xiantian sect, everyone was diligently engaged in the simple act of roasting meat, devoid of any air of superiority. Duanmu Hung felt a deep sense of envy. Within the lineage of the sect leader, it was merely he and his senior brother who relied on each other. While the other disciples coveted the position of the young sect master, akin to venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the forest. Upon catching a whiff, Duan involuntarily swallowed. "Senior brother, do you still have any fasting pills?" "I've run out." "Senior brother, so have I." "I too." They all lowered their heads in shame. The fasting pills were consumable items, and for this mission, they had spent 100 spirit stones to procure an entire large vial of them. They had not anticipated that the duration of this task would exceed their expectations, leaving them woefully unprepared. Seeing this, Duan felt a profound sense of guilt, as it was indeed his fault that they had been delayed for so long and had yet to complete their mission. No need to return the favor. He distributed the few remaining fasting pills among the group. Although their voices were barely audible, Qiao Lan heard them distinctly. She beckoned to her fellow disciples from the Beastmaster sect, saying, "Brothers from the Beastmaster sect, come and join us for a meal." The members of the Beastmaster sect were momentarily taken aback. Observing the scant number of fasting pills, Duan nonetheless led his disciples over. Upon their arrival, Qiao Lan unhesitatingly shared the skewered meat with them. The members of the Beastmaster sect gazed at the oversized roasted meat in their hands, their expressions frozen in astonishment. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from above, belonging to Qiao Lan, who cheerfully assured them, "If it's not enough, there's plenty more. Don't hesitate to indulge." With a casual wave of her hand, she dismissed any reservations. Qiao Lan, puzzled, turned around to find the disciples of the Beastmaster sect devouring the roasted meat with tears streaming down their faces, murmuring, "So delicious, truly delightful." A twitch of her lips betrayed her disbelief. After all, it was merely roasted meat, surely not exquisite enough to evoke tears. Unbeknownst to her, the sentiments harbored by the disciples were worlds apart from her thoughts, especially for Duan, who experienced pure, unadulterated kindness for the first time, not based on his status, but directed towards him as an individual. The other disciples, too, felt the warmth of being treated as equals, untouched by their status as ordinary disciples. This sensation was both foreign and profoundly moving for them. As the members of the Beastmaster sect were overwhelmed with emotion, and as the peak of Guanyang praised her benevolent heart, they remained unaware that Qiao Lan had, through this simple meal, garnered immense goodwill. Ding! What a delightful and melodious sound. After a satisfying meal, nightfall descended. Jinji declared, "It's getting late, let us rest here." The others nodded in agreement. Qiao Lan and Ming Yanli began to set up their tents, prompting the others to come forward to assist. With the bond forged over a shared meal, Duan ventured, "Brother Jin, may we rest together tonight?" Jinji nodded in affirmation, not declining the request. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. All of them bore injuries, and with the presence of their senior brothers from the Shantian sect, they could finally enjoy a restful night. Once the tents were erected, Qiao Lan sprinkled a circle of white and earthy yellow powder around each tent. She calculated the days, realizing that the secret realm was about to open. This time, she was determined to venture down the mountain, solely to gain entry into that secret realm. In the original tale, it was within that realm that Zhou Chuiwei rescued several senior brothers, thereby becoming a devoted follower. She must prevent that from happening. Qiao Lan's gaze fell once more upon Duan, and she recalled that it was he who had been gravely injured in the secret realm and was saved by Zhou Chuiwei. His senior brother, Mo Qian, was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Zhou Chuiwei, becoming another of her loyal admirers. Noticing her gaze, Duan inquired with curiosity, "Is something the matter? Why hasn't your senior brother accompanied you this time?" She only knew that Mo Qian cared deeply for this junior brother. The rest had been hastily glossed over by the author, leaving her in ignorance. Upon hearing his words, Duan's eyes fell, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. "My senior brother was gravely injured while helping me contract the nether purple fox, and he has also been afflicted by its fire poison." Qiao Lan furrowed her brows, acknowledging that these brothers were indeed cut from the same cloth, recklessly challenging formidable beasts far beyond their capabilities. "And what now? My purpose in coming to the Qianlong Mountains is twofold: to find the dragon chanting flower that can cure the fire poison for my senior brother, and to contract my destined spiritual beast. Remaining in the Qianlong Mountains in your current state would be tantamount to courting death." Zhou spoke the truth, and Duan smiled wryly, realizing that the timeline had indeed aligned. Zhou nodded in understanding and then continued, "In that case, we shall escort you out of the Qianlong Mountains." As her words fell, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhou. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect were initially astonished. their expressions gradually shifting to delight. The members of Guanyang Peak briefly displayed surprise, which quickly faded, returning to their usual demeanor. Their junior sister was quite resourceful. Her actions surely had a purpose. Chapter 48. A Profitable Venture. Why? Duanmu Heng was taken aback, not expecting such kindness from the direct disciple of the Xianyu master. Is that not favorable? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow in retort. If you have no need for it, then let us forget my suggestion. Duanmu Heng, flustered, waved his hands in denial, glancing at the others from Guanyang Peak. No, that is not what I meant. Then it is decided. Time was of the essence. Everyone should rest well. The members of Guanyang Peak nodded and made their way toward the tents. Duanmu Heng was left in a daze. Aren't we keeping watch tonight? What if demon beasts attack? Did you not see how our junior sister set up the formation earlier? With the formation in place, what need is there for a night watch? Ming Yanli scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the oblivious Duanmu Heng. What? She is a formation master. Duanmu Heng stared at Qiao Lan in disbelief, having assumed she was merely an ordinary disciple accompanying the direct disciple of the Xianyu master on a sect mission. A few individuals shared a closer bond, which led them to extend exceptional care towards her. Ming Yanli expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Duanmu Heng's scrutinizing gaze upon Qiao Lan, promptly shielding her behind him to block his view. What kind of gaze is that? If you continue to look at my junior sister in such a manner, do not blame me for being impolite. Ah, so you are the newly accepted direct disciple of the esteemed Xianyu Zhenren. With only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, he had not considered this aspect at all. However, when paired with an array master, the situation transformed entirely. Ming Yanli waved dismissively, lacking any sense of discernment. He then took Qiao Lan by the hand and strode towards the tent. You all should rest as well. Yes, senior brother. After 2 consecutive days of travel, they had encountered both excitement and danger. As they spent more time together, Duanmu Heng grew increasingly fond of the camaraderie among the disciples of Guanyang Peak, wishing for such harmony and unity among his own brothers. As they approached the outskirts of the Qianlong mountain range, the number of cultivators they encountered began to rise. How curious, what could be happening? Why are there so many cultivators in the Qianlong mountain range? Nearby, a cultivator clad in gray, upon overhearing Ming Yanli's words and noticing their distinguished demeanor, spoke up. Fellow cultivators, it seems you are unaware that there is an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead, indicating the emergence of a secret realm. Is that so? Do you happen to know when this secret realm will open? It is said that it will open in just a couple of days. Ming Yanli clasped his hands in gratitude towards the gray-clad cultivator. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Upon hearing that the secret realm was about to open, Duanmu Heng's eyes sparkled with hope. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he might discover a medicinal herb within the realm that could cure his senior brother. If the secret realm has truly been unlocked as stated in the original text, could she not seize all the treasures before Zhou Qiyue, leading the disciples of Guanyang Peak to the path of immense wealth? Little junior sister, what do you think? Qiao Lan's eyes gleamed with golden light. How could one possibly forego such an extraordinary opportunity for trial? Of course, she must venture into the secret realm. It is no jest. In the original narrative, Zhou Qiyue rescued countless souls within this realm, garnering innumerable loyal followers. Not only did she acquire a spirit stone mine, but also a rare fire spirit crystal, alongside a plethora of extraordinary treasures along the way. This exemplifies Zhou Qiyue's remarkable fortune, earning her the esteemed title of Fortune Girl. Determined to alter the destinies of her senior brothers, how could she, aware of the treasures, merely stand by and watch Zhou Qiyue return triumphantly, laden with abundance? All those treasures rightfully belong to her. She desires them all. 2 days swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, the periphery of the Qianlong mountain range teemed with people. A voice rang out in astonishment. The secret realm has opened. Before their eyes, a golden aura of spiritual energy manifested in the air, with the barrier of spiritual energy at its center growing increasingly transparent until it vanished entirely. Witnessing this, the crowd surged into the secret realm. As Qiao Lan stepped into the golden aura, she felt a dizzying whirl. Once she regained her footing, she found herself enveloped in swirling mist. Holding her breath, Qiao Lan promptly retrieved a mask from her spatial storage and donned it, distributing additional masks to her fellow disciples of Guanyang Peak. Little junior sister, what is this? This is a mask that can filter out most harmful gases in the air, she explained, as Song Chongsha nodded in a mix of understanding and confusion. As Duanmu Heng entered, he soon felt a constriction in his breathing. Observing that several individuals near Guanyang Peak seemed unaffected, he understood the remarkable utility of masks. He turned to Qiao Shimi and inquired, "Could you sell us a few masks?" Before long, he found himself in possession of 6 masks. "How many spirit stones?" he asked. Qiao Lan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "This is hardly worth anything. Consider it a gift." Momentarily taken aback, Duanmu Hung expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. No need for thanks," she replied. Immediately, Duanmu Hung distributed the masks among the other disciples. Once they donned the masks, they felt a significant improvement in their breathing. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened considerably. Many cultivators, having inhaled an excess of toxins from the fog, lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. Noticing Qiao Lan and her companions, who navigated the mist with ease while wearing their masks, some approached them with a query. "Might you have any spare masks for sale?" "Masks? I have plenty," Qiao Lan replied, nodding. "However, there aren't too many left." The inquirer's face brightened as he asked, "Could you sell us a few masks?" "Certainly. They are 10 spirit stones each." After much contemplation, Qiao Lan settled on this price, recognizing the minimal cost of the masks. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly produced spirit stones and offered them to her, anxious that she might change her mind. "Here are 50 spirit stones. We would like 5 masks." Qiao Lan handed over the 5 masks. "Thank you, fellow cultivator," he said, accepting the masks with delight before departing. With the first customer secured, it was only a matter of time before others followed suit. Soon, a multitude surged forth, clamoring for masks. "Friend, I require 3 masks. Friend, I need 5 masks. Friend, I desire 10 masks." Observing the overwhelming crowd, Qiao Lan called out to maintain order, urging, "Do not panic, please queue patiently." Ming Yanli watched as she continuously retrieved masks from her storage bag, his lips twitching. Hadn't the junior sister just declared there were not many left? Shi Yin patted his shoulder, saying, "From beginning to end, our junior sister's measure of quantity differs from ours. When she says not many left, it is not the same as when we say it." In hardly any time at all, she had sold 132 masks, earning a staggering 1,320 spirit stones. This venture was incredibly lucrative. As Qiao Lan joyfully counted her spirit stones, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Esteemed friend, we require 5 masks." Chapter 49. I never force sales, even in ashes. She would recognize that voice. Yinhao. The crowd from Guanyang Peak turned to look, their expressions suddenly turning cold, and their gazes shifted to Qiao Lan with concern. 200 spirit stones each. Qiao Lan turned to face Yinhao, raising her right hand to indicate 2. Zhou Chuyue furrowed her brow, questioning, "You just sold those individuals' masks for only 10 spirit stones. Why do we have to pay 200 spirit stones?" The moment Pei Yuan caught sight of Zhou Chuyue, his eyes turned crimson, a surge of bloodlust rising within him as the impulse to snap her neck welled up. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that this was not the opportune moment for vengeance. He opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. "The future is long. The items belong to me. I shall sell them for as many spirit stones as I desire, and I have no obligation for you to purchase them." Fan Hongzhuang has always been known for his fiery temper. We are the direct disciples of the esteemed Qinxian sect's master Qiao Lan, so do not underestimate our status. The oppressive aura of mid-stage transformation surged towards the crowd on Guanyang Peak. Jin Che raised his hand and effortlessly dissipated the pressure, a scoff laced with mockery escaping his lips. "Is that all there is? It seems that the direct disciples of Master Qiao Lan are indeed arrogant and oppressive, which has opened our eyes." The pressure was easily dispelled, indicating that his cultivation must surpass that of Fan Hongzhuang, whose face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. A simmering urge to retaliate brewing within him. This was an affront. Revealing one's identity should have commanded respect. Observing this, Zhou Chue quickly intervened, grasping Fan Hongzhuang's arm. "Senior brother, do not act rashly. Let us not waste time here." Hearing her gentle voice, a semblance of reason returned to Fan Hongzhuang, and he patted her hand reassuringly. "Indeed, you are right, junior sister." Qiao Lan, witnessing this exchange, could not help but feel a sense of irony. Fan Hongzhuang, a physical cultivator blessed with extraordinary talent and an earth-type spirit root, had been taken as the 3rd disciple by Master Qiao Lan. His explosive strength and formidable defense were impressive. Yet he bore a fatal flaw. His emotions were exceedingly volatile. In moments of emotional instability, he resorted to violence as an outlet. Qiao Lan had often fallen victim to Fan Hongzhuang's aggressive outbursts, suffering numerous fractures and finding herself unable to rise from the ground. Every time Fan Hongzhuang innocently remarked, "Little junior sister, my elder brother has stated that your delicate frame cannot withstand it. Engaging in sparring could injure you. Why must you insist on challenging me?" It is well known that physical cultivators often lack the finesse to temper their strength, leading everyone to believe that she was overestimating her capabilities, thus bringing about her own misfortune, and she could hardly blame others for it. After a few instances, seeing that the crowd rallied to condemn her, Fan Hongzhuang began to brazenly escalate his actions. Whenever he lost control of his emotions, he would seek her out for sparring, treating her like a mere punching bag while incessantly taunting, "Little junior sister, why are you becoming weaker? Have you been neglecting your training lately? As your elder brother, it is my duty to guide you. Little junior sister, rise. Do not think that by lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, I will spare you." She yearned to resist, yet no one would believe her words. Just moments ago, Fan Hongzhuang's evident emotional instability had been soothed by Zhou Chui's mere phrases, revealing a stark imbalance. Qiao Lan could only feel derision, grateful that she had escaped her torment and embarked on a new chapter in her life. "Elder brother, let us depart." Tian Jiao nodded, and as the group began to leave, Zhou Chui's voice called out from behind, "Wait, we are willing to buy?" Zhou Chui clenched her teeth, struggling to articulate her words. Qiao Lan halted, casting a sidelong glance at them, feeling troubled yet resolute, for she never forced anyone into a transaction. No pressure. Zhou Chui possessed a naturally cheerful demeanor, yet at this moment, the smile on her face felt as rigid as a mask. Uttering those 3 words was more distressing than swallowing a fly. "Given your earnestness, I shall graciously acquiesce to your request," Zhou Lan declared with feigned magnanimity. Yu Yinhao's expression darkened as he prepared to unleash his frustration, only to be halted by Zhou Chui. "Fourth senior brother." Zhou Chui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her head shaking in a pitiful manner. Sighing heavily, Yinhao reluctantly produced a spirit stone and tossed it towards Zhou Lan, gritting his teeth as he said, "Here, catch this spirit stone." Jin Zhou, sensing the tension, reached out to catch the storage bag, ensuring its integrity before handing it to Zhou Lan. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhou Lan expressed her gratitude. Jin Zhou shook his head, dismissing her appreciation. Yinhao had not anticipated that his earlier aggression would yield negligible harm, for he witnessed his opponent effortlessly neutralizing his attack, causing his expression to darken further. Receiving the mask, Yinhao glared fiercely at them, flicked his sleeve dismissively, and declared, "We are leaving." Once Zhou Chui and her companions had distanced themselves, Ming Yanli spoke up in indignation. It was truly a wise decision for junior sister to leave Qixin's sect. What kind of people are these? These 2 have been her senior brothers for over a decade, yet they cannot even heed her voice. How utterly unconcerned they are for her. Xiang cast a worried glance at Zhou Lan, anxious that she might be saddened by the actions of these 2. "Junior sister, are you all right?" he inquired. "Indeed, junior sister, do not be disheartened. You still have us." Qiao Lan felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her heart, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring, as she gazed into the concerned eyes of her companions. "I shall not allow myself to be saddened by those unworthy of my tears. Rest assured, my senior brothers." The members of the Beast Master sect stood by, utterly astonished, particularly Duan Mu Hong, who stared in disbelief at Qiao Lan. How could she possibly be the direct disciple of the esteemed Qinglan Zhenren? And now, she was also recognized as a direct disciple of Shen Yu Zhenren? What had transpired to lead to such bewildering revelations? He was left in a state of shock by this astonishing turn of events. After surveying her surroundings and confirming her position, Qiao Lan proceeded according to the designated path in the script. Within half an hour, the group emerged from the mist. However, upon their exit, a sudden gust of fierce wind assailed them. Qiao Lan, having anticipated this, swiftly applied several thousand gene talismans onto her companions from Guanyang Peak as if they were of no consequence. In an instant, each individual found themselves adorned with multiple talismans, their bodies becoming exceedingly heavy, weighing as much as 10,000 gene, rendering them impervious to the force of the wind. The members of Guanyang Peak stood resolutely in place, unmoving, while the others from the Beastmaster sect were caught off guard and swept away by the gale. Once the wind subsided, Qiao Lan formed a hand gesture and dispelled the effects of the 1,000 gene talismans. What manner of talisman is this, capable of withstanding such a fierce wind? Li Kuei inquired curiously, examining the talisman in his hand. The peculiar and innovative talismans crafted by our junior sister are numerous, This is merely the tip of the iceberg. You shall learn more in due time, Shi Yin replied, feigning mystery, though his eyes betrayed a sense of admiration and respect for her. Quickly, we must depart, Qiao Lan urged, recalling the unfolding of events in the original narrative. It may be too late, far too late. Boom, boom. Chapter 50. The fated encounter with the ghost-faced poison spider. Before Qiao Lan could react, she was pulled away from the danger zone by Jin Che. As the dust settled, the true form of the peril was revealed. Oh no, it is the ghost-faced poison spider. Qiao Lan's expression turned grave. In the original text, when Zhou Xingyue and the others emerged from the misty forest, they were immediately besieged by the ghost-faced poison spider. The fierce wind just now had momentarily led her to believe the plot was deviating, causing her to overlook the existence of the spider. As she gazed at the swarming, ghost-faced poison spiders not far away, a shiver ran down her spine. In the original narrative, Zhou Chuiyue and her companions suffered greatly under the onslaught of the ghost-faced poison spider, enduring injuries and poison while sacrificing immensely to break through the encirclement, leaving Zhou Chuiyue unscathed. Since acquiring the water elemental root, Zhou Chuiyue had focused on healing arts and auxiliary techniques. She had become the prized companion of the Qingxian sect, with everyone eager to team up with her for missions. Although they were deeply grateful for her contributions, they had forgotten that it was to protect Zhou Chuiyue that they had sustained their wounds. Instinctively, Jin Che shielded everyone behind him, with Ming Yanli and Pei Yuan standing on either side, forming a protective circle around Qiao Lan. Witnessing her comrades rally to protect her, warmth flooded Qiao Lan's heart. Yet, in an instant, her gaze towards the ghost-faced poison spider turned icy. Her mind raced, contemplating feasible strategies, for she was determined to shield her senior brothers from any harm. Before she could devise a solution, the phantom venom spider sprang into action. Its speed was astonishingly swift, prompting Pei Yuan to immediately channel his thunderous spiritual energy into a violet lightning net, which he cast towards the creature. Upon seeing the purple net, Qiao Lan involuntarily envisioned a series of intricate lines in her mind. She swiftly produced talisman paper and a wolf hair brush, beginning to inscribe talismans in accordance with the patterns that had materialized in her thoughts. As her brush touched the paper, the lines in her mind sharpened, transforming from mere vague outlines into vivid clarity. In this moment of peril, she remained focused on her task, prompting Shi Yin to intone gravely, "Protect the junior sister." In a brief span, the violet lightning net expended its energy, failing to restrain the phantom venom spider for long. The creature launched another assault, spewing forth strands of black silk towards the group. The airborne black threads emitted a sinister, purplish smoke. Jin Che swiftly unleashed a flurry of sword energy, which collided with the incoming threads, reducing them to mere dust in an instant. However, at that moment, the phantom venom spider loomed perilously close, mere inches from Qiao Lan. As it opened its gaping maw to strike, the others were consumed by panic. "No, junior sister, quickly, evade." The spider's speed was overwhelming, leaving them no time to intervene. In this critical juncture, the final stroke of the talisman was completed, and Qiao Lan hurled it towards the phantom venom spider. The talisman, upon its release, rapidly expanded into a golden net, ensnaring the creature in place. Witnessing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Qiao Lan continued her work, her speed in crafting the talismans markedly increasing. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the talisman, Jinja immediately spoke up, urging to buy time. Yes, the 6 individuals, with Qiao Lan as their focal point, engaged in a tactical retreat, striving to prolong their endurance. Fortunately, Qiao Lan had prepared a talisman, which she promptly cast towards them. The moment the talisman was unleashed, it ensnared a ghost-faced venomous creature. In the span of half an hour, through their collaboration, they managed to capture dozens of these ghost-faced monstrosities. Just as Jinja lifted his sword, poised to eliminate these foes, Qiao Lan interjected, "Master brother, hold on." Jinja halted, perplexed, turning to her in inquiry. "Why? These ghost-faced venomous creatures have yet to encounter their destined one. They cannot simply perish like this." A glint of cunning sparkled in Qiao Lan's eyes, her smile tinged with mischief. There is indeed a clever purpose behind it. Recognizing her penchant for crafty schemes, Jinja refrained from further questioning, sheathing his sword with a nod. "Very well." Qiao Lan then led the group onward. "Junior sister, what type of talisman did you draw just now? It managed to confine the ghost-faced venomous creature for such an extended period." Huan Yin inquired with curiosity. The others, equally intrigued, leaned in to hear Qiao Lan's explanation. This talisman is known as the Binding Immortal Talisman, akin to a disposable version of the Binding Immortal Rope. However, my cultivation is insufficient. The talisman I crafted can only restrain the ghost-faced venomous creature for half an hour. Were I to attain the spiritual sea realm, I could bind even creatures of the 7th or 8th rank. At her words, the group collectively inhaled sharply, astonished. Li Kuei was so astonished that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Even the celestial-grade binding rope struggled to restrain a 6th-level beast, let alone ensnare a 7th or 8th level creature. Little junior sister, what peculiar thoughts occupy your mind? Ming Yanli couldn't help but exclaim. The others nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. After half an hour, the golden binding rope indeed vanished in accordance with Qiao Lan's assertion, granting freedom to each of the ghost-faced venomous spiders. Just as they were preparing to pursue Qiao Lan and her companions by scent, a group of individuals emerged from the mist. Sensing the arrival of fresh prey, the ghost-faced venomous spiders disregarded Qiao Lan and charged towards the newcomers. Suddenly, an onslaught from all directions caught everyone off guard, leaving them no time to prepare, and they were swiftly knocked aside. Fan Hongzhuang, whose physical cultivation far exceeded that of ordinary practitioners, was sent sprawling but soon rose, as if unscathed, promptly rushing to Zhou Chuyue's side. Little junior sister, are you all right? Zhou Chuyue, dazed and pale, bore a pitiful appearance that stirred sympathy in those around her. Senior brother, it hurts so much. Upon hearing this, the others, disregarding their own injuries, rushed to Zhou Chuyue's side, all wearing expressions of deep concern. Yin Hao, clutching his injured arm, appeared flustered and pained. Little junior sister, where are you hurt? With the support of Fan Hongzhuang, Zhou Chuyue feigned strength and stood up unsteadily. Her eyes red yet resolute as she shook her head. Senior brother, I am fine. Be careful. As she witnessed the ghastly maw of the ghost-faced venomous spider poised to devour Yin Hao, Zhou Chuyue's pupils constricted, and she instinctively pushed him away. Fan Hongzhuang immediately shielded Zhou Chuyue behind him, intercepting the impending attack. Although most of the assault was mitigated, a gash was still inflicted on his arm by the spider's fangs. In an instant, the area around the wound turned an ominous black, the blood that flowed out as dark as ink. This is bad. Third senior brother has been poisoned. At that moment, Fan Hongzhuang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, waving his hand dismissively. Junior sister, I am truly fine. I can endure. However, before he could finish his words, his robust form collapsed to the ground like a small mountain. The crowd gasped, Senior brother. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan led her companions to a lush valley. Jin Jie surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. The spiritual energy here appeared significantly denser than in other areas. There must be something valuable beneath this ground. How could the spiritual energy not be rich? Qiao Lan scanned her surroundings and approached a rock face, exploring it with her hands. Junior sister, this is merely an ordinary rock wall. There is nothing here. What are you looking for? Before Ming Yanli could finish his sentence, Qiao Lan's figure vanished in an instant. Junior sister. Chapter 51. Everyone advances passing through the stone wall. Darkness enveloped her. She took out a luminous pearl and beheld an endless corridor stretching ahead. The scene before her mirrored the descriptions in the narrative, affirming that she had indeed arrived at the right place. As Qiao Lan turned to feel the stone wall, Ming Yanli soon materialized before her. Junior sister, are you unharmed? He inquired. Qiao Lan shook her head, replying, I am fine. Shortly thereafter, Pei Yuan entered as well. Upon seeing that Qiao Lan was unscathed, the tension in his expression eased somewhat. Following him, Jinxia, Li Kuei, Shi Yin, and Song Chongshan all made their entrance. Their collective relief was palpable upon confirming Qiao Lan's well-being. Where are we? Ming Yanli asked, glancing around in bewilderment. Qiao Lan gestured towards a narrow passageway that could accommodate only 2 individuals walking side by side. Senior brother, let us descend and investigate. Jinxia nodded, taking the lead. The group instinctively arranged themselves, placing Qiao Lan in the center. Surrounded by her senior brothers, she felt an overwhelming sense of protection. Her heart warmed even as she remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After an undetermined length of time, they finally spotted a scattering of light points, akin to tiny sesame seeds, prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon exiting the passage, Jinxia halted in astonishment, his pupils contracting at the sight before him. Elder brother, why have you stopped? Ming Yanli queried, joining him and also freezing in place. How can there be so many spirit stones? Isn't a spirit stone mine supposed to yield fewer? Qiao Lan's lips curled into a slight smile, recalling how Zhou Chuiyue had discovered this spirit stone mine. Engaging in extensive transactions and winning the hearts of many, this endeavor had propelled the Qiao Lan sect to unprecedented heights, securing first place in the Eastern Wilderness Domain competition and etching Zhou Chuiyue's name into the annals of the entire region. Later, upon arriving at Zhongzhou, one's cultivation was commendable, specializing in healing techniques. With the augmentation of spirit stones, they garnered the admiration of various prodigies, sailing through their journey with ease. This is an overwhelming abundance. Nearly all are of superior and extraordinary quality. The quantity surpasses that found in the sect's spiritual veins. Typically, the spirit stones within the sect are of average to above average quality. Nothing can compare to this place. In the original text, Zhou Chuiyue, constrained by the limited capacity of her storage space, was unable to transport all the spirit stones. Those she managed to carry along would suffice for her lavish expenditures in the upper realm. Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Brothers, why are you standing there in daze? Let us gather the spirit stones. Ming Yanli, while cheerfully collecting spirit stones into his storage pouch, exclaimed, with so many spirit stones, I'm bound to strike it rich. In an instant, his jovial demeanor shifted. Gazing at the seemingly endless spirit stones, his smile vanished, replaced by a frown. There are still so many spirit stones, yet my storage pouch is already full, observing the vast quantity of spirit stones that could not be taken away. Ming Yanli felt a pang of regret. I feel the same. My storage pouch is also at its limit. Li Kuei furrowed his brow. Although his storage pouch was not of the highest grade, its capacity exceeded that of typical pouches by more than tenfold. I too, as Qiao Lan joyfully gathered spirit stones. She turned to them. Brothers, I have some space. Having just finished collecting a bag of spirit stones, Qiao Lan approached the 6 individuals and retrieved a stack of storage bags from her own. She distributed them one by one, saying, Brothers, if this is insufficient, I have more. The group stared at the 10 storage bags in their hands, their lips twitching involuntarily. Ming Yanli, feeling stiff all over, asked, Junior sister, how many storage bags did you actually bring? About 300 or 400, I suppose, Qiao Lan replied, mindful of the existence of the spirit stone mine. She had prepared the storage bags long before leaving the sect. At that time, she had cleared out the stock at Wanbao Pavilion, and manager Yin had worked overnight to source supplies from various locations, allowing Qiao Lan to depart with satisfaction. Seeing Qiao Lan casually mention such a staggering number, the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! Which reputable family would venture out with 300 or 400 storage bags in tow? How many spirit stones are those worth? Only their little junior sister could afford to be so extravagant and unconventional. It was precisely this unconventionality that bestowed upon them wealth rivaling nations. Junior sister, do you have any more storage bags? Ming Yanli cheerfully approached Qiao Lan, reaching out for more bags. With a complex expression, Qiao Lan glanced at the remaining mid-grade spirit stones and regretfully shook her head, saying, There are none left. They are all filled. What? Have all 400 storage bags been filled? The group was taken aback by Ming Yanli's exclamation, realizing that this spirit stone mine was far more extensive than they had initially imagined. Li Kuei furrowed his brow and asked, Then, what shall we do with these mid-grade spirit stones? Remaining here would indeed be a lamentable waste. Calculating the time, it seems that Zhou Chuiyue will not arrive for a while yet. A faint smile graced Qiao Lan's lips. Since we have come this far, everything shall belong to us. Not a single fragment of spirit stone shall be granted to Zhou Chuiyue. Approaching the mound of mid-grade spirit stones, Qiao Lan extracted a portion to set up a formation. Once the array was properly arranged, she gestured to the others, urging, fellow disciples, seize this opportunity to cultivate. Let us not squander such a splendid chance. This is a high-tier spirit-gathering array, Shi Yin exclaimed, immediately grasping Qiao Lan's intention. Nodding in affirmation, Qiao Lan ceased further discourse, settling onto the ground to commence her cultivation. Observing this, the others promptly followed suit, seating themselves to engage in their own training. The spirit-gathering array fashioned from mid-grade spirit stones proved significantly more effective than that created from low-grade stones, as every cell in Qiao Lan's body hungrily absorbed the spiritual energy permeating the air. Even the devouring serpent coiled around her wrist was taken aback. Despite absorbing such a vast quantity of spiritual energy, a breakthrough had yet to occur. Truly remarkable. At this very moment, outside the misty forest, the ground lay strewn with the remnants of the ghost-faced venomous spiders, presenting a chilling sight. Little junior sister, you must cease channeling more spiritual power. Your body cannot withstand it. Yin Howard in haste, hastily feeding the few remaining spirit-replenishing pills to Shou Chuwei. Healing techniques inherently consume more spiritual power than ordinary methods, and the meager amount provided by mid-grade spirit-replenishing pills was but a drop in the bucket. Before long, Shou Chuwei had exhausted them entirely. No, my senior brother poisoned himself to save me. I cannot abandon him. Shou Chuwei's complexion turned pale, her lips gradually losing color, yet her eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Witnessing her condition, Yin Hao felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. And upon seeing the desolation fade from Fan Hongzhuang's face, he exclaimed, "Junior sister, the poison has been cured." At those words, Shou Chuwei could no longer hold on. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. "Junior sister." Yin Hao swiftly caught the unconscious Shou Chuwei in his arms. When Shou Chuwei awoke, it was already the following morning. "Junior sister, you have finally awakened," Fan Hongzhuang exclaimed with joy, then lowered his head in remorse. "If only I had possessed greater strength. You would not have fainted while saving me." Shou Chuwei sat up, saying, "Senior brother, do not blame yourself. Had you not stepped forward at that moment, I would surely have perished. It is I who should express my gratitude to you." Hearing this, Fan Hongzhuang shyly scratched his head, admitting, "I am not articulate enough to win an argument with junior sister. Whatever you say is what it is." After regaining some spiritual energy, Shou Chuwei produced various healing elixirs to distribute to the two brothers. "Junior sister, these are far too precious. I cannot accept them. You should keep them for yourself," Fan Hongzhuang insisted. "He is right. Junior sister, please keep them for yourself." Yin Hao nodded in agreement. "Both of my senior brothers have yet to fully recover, and the secret realm is fraught with danger. I have already lost several companions. I cannot afford to lose you as well." Shou Chuwei wept, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms drenched by rain, as though she might weep herself into a state of breathlessness, evoking a profound ache within the hearts of the two onlookers. "All right, little junior sister, please do not cry. Would it suffice if your senior brother accepted it?" Fan Hongzhuang and Yin Hao received the elixirs and, under her watchful gaze, consumed them. After a brief period of recuperation, the trio set forth once more, with Shou Chuwei leading the way towards the location indicated by the compass. However, upon their arrival, she was rendered speechless by the sight of the valley strewn with the remnants of collapsed walls. "What is this? The compass never errs. There must be treasures here." Yet, confronted with the disorderly scene before her, it was hard to believe any treasures could possibly exist. At that moment, Qiao Lan and her companions emerged from another direction of the valley. "Oh, little junior sister, this formation is indeed remarkably effective. Had it not been for this formation, I would not have advanced so swiftly." Song Chongshan had lingered in the initial stage of spirit transformation for an entire year, believing that a breakthrough would require at least 3 to 5 years. To his astonishment, he had ascended to the third layer of spirit transformation while meditating within the spirit gathering array. The array's efficacy astounded Jinja, who felt himself on the cusp of reaching the spirit infant realm. When the opportune moment arose, he would undoubtedly elevate himself to that esteemed level, positioning him as the foremost among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Yet, the joy in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a distant and frosty demeanor. What a waste to leave the spirit stones unutilized. They ought to serve a purpose. Qiao Lan was exceedingly pleased with the results of the spirit gathering array, having ascended from the 8th layer of spirit gathering to the 1st layer of the spirit sea. Indeed, there is nothing more joyous than the collective advancement of all. Ming Yanli was exceedingly pleased with the situation, feeling that he could consume an entire cow given the sumptuous barbecue tonight. What a delightful sound it was. As the cultivators arrived, they spotted Qiao Lan and her companions emerging from the valley and approached them with inquiries. "Dear friends, might we inquire what transpired within the valley to incite such a commotion?" Calculating the time, they surmised it was nearly their turn. Qiao Lan, with a face full of envy, replied, "Not long ago, my senior brothers and I passed through the valley and witnessed a group excavating spirit stones. However, the stones there were rather peculiar, appearing entirely milky white." "What? Milky white spirit stones? Are you certain you did not mistake them?" The voice of the cultivator clad in black rose several octaves. Qiao Lan, feeling intimidated, took several steps back, seeking refuge behind Ming Yanli to shield herself from the fierce gaze of the black-clad cultivator. Understanding the unspoken concern, Ming Yanli immediately positioned himself before Qiao Lan, concealing his aura. "You have frightened my junior sister. She is timid. so please do not intimidate her. Qiao Lan tightly grasped Ming Yanli's sleeve, revealing a pair of misty, large eyes, and nodded timidly. Indeed, indeed. The black-clad cultivator had not anticipated the timidity of those brave enough to venture into the secret realm, which instantly diminished their wariness. His tone softened somewhat, affirming the little girl's earlier words. With a bashful nod, Qiao Lan expressed her apprehension, while Ming Yanli, with a sigh tinged with regret and unwillingness, mused that if their strength were just a tad greater, perhaps they could contend for a share of the spoils. The black-clad cultivator cast a disdainful glance at Qiao Lan and her companions, realizing that their strongest member was merely at the spirit sea stage, while the others were nothing more than weaklings at the spirit gathering stage. His eyes were filled with scorn. Subsequently, his demeanor shifted. Gone was the earlier politeness, replaced by impatience as he waved his hand dismissively, stating that they should leave at once. As the figures of the black-clad cultivators faded from view, Qiao Lan turned to Ming Yanli and high-fived him. Fifth senior brother, splendid performance. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. Meanwhile, Fan Hongzhuang and Yen Hao, under Zhou Qiyue's persistent insistence, began to sift through the shards of broken stone. The entire ruin had been thoroughly searched, leaving Fan Hongzhuang covered in dust and dirt. Junior sister, we have scoured every inch beneath the ruins. There is truly nothing here. Indeed, junior sister, we found nothing at all, Yen Hao spoke, puzzled by Zhou Qiyue's unwavering certainty. Zhou Qiyue's beautiful brows furrowed tightly in confusion. How could there be nothing? What could possibly have gone amiss? The compass had never revealed any disclosures. When the dark-clad monk arrived in the valley, he beheld 3 individuals seemingly excavating the earth, further corroborating what Qiao Lan and the others had just stated. In a swift motion, he approached Zhou Qiyue, demanding the precious spirit stones without delay. Yen Hao, perplexed, gazed at the newcomer, inquiring about the coveted spirit stones. Brother, do you see them feigning ignorance? It would be more gratifying to take action. The dark-clad monk, not pausing to ponder, realized that on the entire Xintian continent, few could resist the allure of the precious spirit stones. Thus, he nodded and gestured, brothers, advance. Instantly, Zhou Qiyue and the others found themselves encircled. Zhou Qiyue, taken aback, hastily attempted to explain, my good sir, you are mistaken. We truly possess no precious spirit stones. At that moment, Zhou Qiyue's self-proclaimed beauty bore no effect. The dark-clad monk coldly retorted, spare me your prattle. Whether you have them or not shall soon be revealed. Brothers, search them. Observing this, Fan Hongzhuang's temper flared, declaring, I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Qing Lan Jinren. Do you dare to act so audaciously? The dark-clad monk hesitated for a moment, for the name of Qing Lan Jinren was known throughout the eastern wilderness. Contemplating this, he began to reconsider. Seeing his reaction, Fan Hongzhuang regained his haughty demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, in the next breath, a younger subordinate interjected, brother, we are in a secret realm. Even Qing Lan Jinren's reach is limited here. Moreover, those are precious spirit stones. The dark-clad monk's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing the truth in his subordinate's words. The allure of the precious spirit stones was indeed immense for itinerant cultivators like them. Enough talk, brothers, advance. The news spread rapidly among the cultivators in the valley. They were all aware of the emergence of a rare spirit stone mine, now collapsed due to excavation. Junior sister, why would you speak to them in such a manner? Ming Yanli pondered, though he understood that aligning with his junior sister's intentions was undoubtedly wise. You foolishly ask. The plan is to lure everyone into the valley, diverting their attention and wasting their time, which would significantly enhance our chances of discovering other precious materials. Li Kuei confidently asserted, wearing an expression that suggested he was quite clever, eagerly awaiting praise from Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan thought to herself, what a beautiful misunderstanding. How could she admit to knowing that Zhou Qiyue would be there and thus intentionally cause her trouble? With reluctance, she raised her thumb to Li Kuei, forcing a somewhat strained smile. Fourth senior brother, you truly excel. Your imagination is so vivid that you could easily become a screenwriter. With this lovely misunderstanding, the group continued on their journey. As they proceeded southward from the valley, just as described in the text, they encountered a clear stream, approximately 2 meters wide. Look at all these spirit plants, exclaimed Song Chongshan, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed towards the south, where an abundance of rare spirit plants thrived, each over 1,000 years old. The allure of these precious plants was irresistible to every alchemist. When he noticed that there were no guarding beasts nearby, his enthusiasm surged. Everyone, come quickly and harvest the spirit plants. Qiao Lan had indeed brought them here to gather these plants, and without hesitation, she produced the spirit preservation box. The preservation box for spiritual medicine is designed to retain the essence and efficacy of the elixirs to the greatest extent possible. The members of Guanyang Peak eagerly rolled up their sleeves, joining the ranks of those excavating spiritual herbs. Xiao, beware. The leaves of the thorny glass herb are toxic. Eldest senior brother, the essence of the phoenix tail golden flower is concentrated in its roots. Handle it with care. Xiao. The most crucial part of the 9-heron black gold chrysanthemum is its flower. As Qiao Lan listened attentively to Song Chongshan's explanations of various medicinal properties, she skillfully wielded her hoe. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they collected a vast array of spiritual herbs. Subsequently, Qiao Lan led the group to their next destination. Boom, boom. A thunderous sound erupted nearby, capturing the attention of several individuals. Jinja furrowed her brows, her expression grave. The air was thick with the presence of numerous fierce beasts, their auras formidable. Could it be a beast tide? No, it's not a beast tide, Jinja replied, shaking her head solemnly. Following her gaze, Qiao Lan realized that they were near the site where Zhou Chunyue had once contracted a divine beast egg. Why would there be any abnormalities at this moment? Chapter 53, Annihilation Sister, what should we do? A girl clad in the uniform of Liuli's sect, her body smeared with blood and her face devoid of color, exclaimed in panic. The one addressed as Sister, Mu Tingxue, was hardly in a better state. Though her attire bore no visible blood, her disheveled hair and the dust on her face spoke volumes of her distress. Had she not been wearing the heavenly tier defensive attire, she might have already succumbed to the claws of the beasts. Sister, where exactly are we? Will we ever be able to escape? Mu Tingxue surveyed the surrounding area warily, eyeing the predatory beasts with unease. As they passed this place, seemingly nothing was amiss. Yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves encircled by mid to high-tier demonic beasts. The number of these beasts continued to swell, including many of lower tier. Surrounded by layers of these creatures, retreat was impossible, and evasion was futile. Mu Tingxue, treating her dire situation as a last resort, gazed upon the highest-ranking beast among them, the white ape titan, and spoke with sincere respect. Esteemed elder, I have inadvertently wandered into this place without any intention to offend. I humbly ask for your understanding. The towering white ape titan, more colossal than ancient trees, regarded her with a human-like disdain in its eyes, as if mocking her naivety. Observing that the beasts merely encircled them without launching an attack, Mu Tingxue felt a glimmer of hope. Could Mu Tingxue truly be this innocent? The hidden Ming Yanli's voice echoed softly. Is she really Mu Tingxue? Qiao Lan's gaze fell upon the disheveled woman who still shielded her disciple with unwavering resolve. Mu Tingxue was the young master of the Liuli sect. In the original text, Mu Tingxue harbored deep affections for Situ Liyun, one of the twin prodigies of the eastern wilderness, yet Situ Liyun's heart belonged solely to the protagonist, Zhou Chunyue. In the throes of infatuation, Mu Tingxue audaciously stole the sect's treasured artifact, hoping to elicit even a smile from Situ Liyun, only for him to promptly gift it to Zhou Chunyue. The Liuli sect, bereft of its cherished artifact, suffered grievously, ultimately fading into obscurity within the eastern wilderness in less than a decade. Strangely, upon learning of this betrayal, Mu Tingxue bore no resentment towards Situ Liyun. Rather, on her journey to the central continent, she sacrificed herself to save him. Such a tragic tale it was. Love-stricken folly is truly a perilous affliction. Mu Tingxue, the foremost talent of the younger generation in the Liuli sect, possesses the innate water spiritual root. Yet, instead of pursuing her cultivation path, she has suffered such a fate for a man unworthy of her devotion. Boom. The ground trembled, and the leaves rustled in response to the violent quakes. At that moment, the surrounding demonic beasts seemed to sense impending danger. Their attention diverted from Mu Tingxue and her companions. The earth shook even more violently, toppling Mu Tingxue and her companions to the ground in disarray. In that instant, Qiao Lan felt a force pulling her from behind, as if countless tentacles had ensnared her, dragging her backward with irresistible strength. She was powerless to resist, too late to mount a defense. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled into the darkness. Qiao Lan produced a luminous pearl, casting her gaze around. She found herself in a cavern that appeared to stretch endlessly. The cave contained a bed and chairs, all thickly coated in dust, indicating a long abandonment. However, upon the bed lay an egg, remarkably large, akin to that of an ostrich, with a pristine jade-green shell. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this egg had hatched prematurely, thus attracting the gathering of demonic beasts. Frowning, she noted the discrepancy with the original narrative. Zhou Chuiwe had not contracted this egg within a cavern. Suddenly, the voice of the sky-swallowing python echoed in her mind. She had come here for the divine beast, and it was imperative that she establish a contract. She could not let Zhou Chuiwe benefit from her efforts without consequence. At the moment a droplet of crimson blood fell upon the eggshell, it vanished instantaneously. The azure glow upon the shell intensified, and soon, a fissure appeared, rapidly spreading into a web of cracks. From within the eggshell emerged a small, fluffy white head, which began to nibble at the shell with enthusiasm. The cavern was filled with the delightful crunching sounds of the little creature devouring the shell. Once the shell was consumed, the small being, resembling a playful tiger, approached Qiao Lan, its sparkling eyes brimming with affection and dependency. Mother, Qiao Lan, unable to resist the allure of such an adorable, fuzzy creature, scooped the little one into her arms, gently stroking its head. Do you have a name? The little white tiger, gazing up with its innocent blue eyes, replied, No. May I give you a name then? The small creature nodded eagerly, its head bobbing like a garlic clove, its voice sweet and cheerful. Yes, yes. Seeing the little one so joyful, Qiao Lan found herself in a quandary, for she was not adept at naming. As she stroked her chin and pondered, under the expectant gaze of the small creature, she finally declared, You are entirely Snow White. Shall I call you Little Bai? It shares a name with my new home's Little Bai, which is both fitting and memorable. At this, the serpent coiled around her wrist paused momentarily, a look of perplexity crossing its face, displaying such a surprisingly human-like expression. As the little white tiger emerged from its shell, it ingested a fragment of the eggshell, awakening a modicum of ancestral memories. It blinked its eyes and disdainfully remarked, Mother, this name lacks both grandeur and charm. How can it possibly convey my formidable prowess? Qiao Lan was momentarily speechless. In the original narrative, the white tiger exuded an air of aloofness beside Zhou Chuiwe, a stark contrast to the lively and proud little creature before her. What about calling you Xiongba? The little white tiger suggested, gazing at Qiao Lan with hopeful anticipation. However, Qiao Lan promptly shook her head in disapproval. No, if I were to utter that name, an image of a certain little son would involuntarily surface in my mind. That is simply too off-putting. Besides, I have never liked that name. The little white tiger exhaled in relief. What on earth was Xiongba? Such a straightforward name was utterly pedestrian. Then how about calling me Mieba? It proposed. Qiao Lan blinked, her eyes shimmering with expectation as she turned to the little white tiger. The little white tiger hesitated, thinking, Mieba is rather simplistic. Yet it is certainly a vast improvement over Xiongba. Having realized the limitations of Qiao Lan's naming skills, the little white tiger relinquished its hopes, agreeing reluctantly to avoid the potential for even more ludicrous names. Qiao Lan surveyed their surroundings and stated, We must take our leave. My senior brother is waiting for us outside. How shall we depart from this place? Mother, we cannot leave just yet, the little white tiger asserted, pointing toward the cabinet to indicate that Qiao Lan should investigate that direction. Approaching the cabinet, Qiao Lan examined it closely, yet found no indication of anything amiss. Before her stood merely an ordinary cabinet. Thanos leapt from her embrace, extending his claw to rest upon the cabinet, illuminating the entire cavern with a radiant golden light. Chapter 54. Speak of the devil, and he appears. As the golden light dissipated, the cabinet vanished from sight, revealing an expansive, fog-laden space that stretched endlessly before her. In this vast expanse stood a dim, tower-like structure, devoid of any surrounding features. With no distractions, Qiao Lan approached the tower. Previously unnoticed, now standing before it. She found herself unable to see its pinnacle, obscured by the gray mist that clouded her vision, leaving only a massive shadow discernible through the haze. Mother, let us enter swiftly, Thanos urged, pointing with his furry little claw towards the entrance. Qiao Lan cradled Thanos as they approached the door, but despite their efforts to push, it remained obstinately shut. Why can't we open the door? She wondered aloud. Thanos tilted his head, seemingly contemplating the reason. Perhaps you could try dripping some blood, Mother? Nodding in agreement, Qiao Lan let a drop of blood fall upon the door. In an instant, the vivid red droplet vanished as it touched the surface. Suddenly, a connection formed in her mind. This tower was known as the Nine Heavens Tower, a spatial artifact. All artifacts possess a spirit. Yet the spirit of the Nine Heavens Tower seemed particularly feeble. Before long, the door creaked open of its own accord, allowing Qiao Lan to glimpse the true nature of the tower within. The interior mirrored the exterior, shrouded in the same gray mist. In the entire space, there existed only a stone table, upon which rested 2 jade tablets. These tablets served as a method on the Tianjiao continent for recording martial arts, spiritual skills, and literature. The jade tablets embedded within the divine artifact are undoubtedly extraordinary treasures. Qiao Lan lifted 2 jade tablets to her forehead, and in an instant, they transformed into 2 streams of luminescence that merged into her brow. Immediately, a sensation of pressure enveloped her mind, as the contents of the tablets surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming her consciousness. As the discomfort gradually subsided, Qiao Lan's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Upon completion of the information intake, 2 lines of golden script manifested within her mind: Compendium of Talismans and Compendium of Formations. The Compendium of Talismans encompassed both commonly and rarely used talismans throughout the Xiantian continent, including some she had never even heard of before. However, as she glimpsed the phrase celestial grade, her desire to delve deeper was thwarted by an invisible restriction, causing her mental energy to plummet into an abyss. Could it be that her cultivation level was too low to comprehend it? The Compendium of Formations mirrored the previous one, encompassing various tiers of formations, including those of celestial grade. Qiao Lan surveyed her surroundings. The divine artifact, celestial grade talismans, and formations indicated that the previous owner was indeed remarkable. Yet, what perplexed her the most was that everything she now beheld had never appeared in the original text. She looked down at the little creature in her arms, only to find its face clouded with sorrow. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" The little one shook its head. "Mother, for some reason, ever since we entered this place, I have been overwhelmed by an inexplicable sadness. Woa, Mother, I feel so heartbroken. Just a moment ago, I sensed that his presence has completely vanished. Who is he? I do not know." Qiao Lan's expression grew complex. Why did everything feel different? After a solitary figure and her beast departed from the 9-boat tower, the tower transformed into a shimmering light that melded into her being. Suddenly, a gray orb resembling the shape of the tower materialized in her mind. Qiao Lan exclaimed in delight. Truly, a divine artifact is deserving of its name. Not only can it contain living beings, but its spatial capacity far surpasses that of a storage pouch. Where is my junior sister? Upon the failure of the invisibility talisman, Tian Jiao was the first to notice Qiao Lan's absence, his expression betraying a sense of urgency as he scanned the surroundings. "Senior brother," Muting Xue. Upon witnessing the direct disciples of Xin, Yu Jinren materialize before her, was filled with hope. "Seniors, have you come to rescue us?" The members of Guanyang Peak, however, were preoccupied with their anxious search for Qiao Lan, affording little attention to Muting Xue. "It's over. It's over. My junior sister is missing." In vain. Their search yielded no results, and a sense of impending doom loomed over them. Junior sister? Xin Yu Jinren only had male disciples under his tutelage. It was not known that he had taken in female disciples. Who else could she be calling junior sister if not her? Muting Xue thought to herself, reassured that the members of Guanyang Peak, recognizing her status as the young master of the Liuli sect, would not abandon her. With this thought, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to find our junior sister. Xian glanced at the gray-faced Tian Jiao. Senior brother. Tian Jiao surveyed the predatory beasts surrounding them, his voice cold and resolute. Finding our junior sister is of utmost importance. No sooner had he spoken than the 6 figures deftly maneuvered through the throng of beasts. The white ape titan let out a fierce roar, clearly incensed by their actions, which it perceived as an unabashed provocation. Upon receiving the command, the lower-tier demonic beasts immediately surrounded the 6 individuals. Jin Che's gaze was icy as he raised his sword, demanding, "Clear the way. I seek my junior sister and have no intention of entangling with you." With a thunderous roar, the white ape titan bellowed once more. Among the demonic beasts, the hierarchy of bloodlines was rigidly enforced. The lower-tier creatures, powerless to resist, complied with the white ape titan's orders and launched an assault on the 6. In response, Jin Che and Pei Yuan wielded their swords, unleashing waves of sword energy toward the beasts. Ming Yanli swiftly summoned his longsword, joining the fray. Song Chongshan, Shi Yan, and Li Kuei were not idle either. seizing every opportunity to hurl talismans into the battle. Mu Tingxue swallowed hard, aware of the prowess of the direct disciples of Xian Yuzhenren. Yet she was astonished by their formidable strength. The intensity of the combat left her utterly astounded. When Qiao Lan appeared, cradling the Demon King, she beheld this scene and, in confusion, called out, "Senior brother! Junior sister!" Ming Yanli exclaimed with delight. The group turned at the sound, witnessing Qiao Lan unharmed before them. She, disinterested in the conflict, hurriedly approached them. "Junior sister, where have you been? We were so worried." Ming Yanli grasped Qiao Lan's shoulders, inspecting her from every angle. Spinning around to ensure she was unscathed before he heaved a sigh of relief, his expression softening considerably. Ming Yanli was tempted to reach out and pet the cat's head. But as his hand extended halfway, the Demon King raised a claw, swiping at him. Fortunately, he was quick enough to evade the strike. "Ah, this little feline has quite the temper, refusing to let anyone touch it." Thanos glared at him, wishing to twist his head off and play with it like a ball of yarn. "You are nothing but a kitten. Your entire family consists of kittens. Sightless humans." Hearing Thanos' childish tirade echoing in her mind, Qiao Lan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jinzha, however, was not lost in the joy of finding Qiao Lan. He remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings for any lurking beasts. When he noticed the beast suddenly retreating, he expressed his astonishment. "The beasts are backing away." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed the beast withdrawing like a receding tide. Naturally, they retreated upon the emergence of Thanos. In truth, it was due to Shou Chuyue's embrace of Thanos that the beasts ceased their assault and withdrew. Those present at the time mistakenly attributed their salvation to Shou Chuyue, believing she had rescued them. After exiting the secret realm, tales of Shou Chuyue's selfless act spread, earning her the revered title of the Goodwater Fairy. Thus, the Goodwater Fairy garnered her first followers. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Sister, how did you end up here? Chapter 55, Brother, just enjoy the spectacle. There is no need for a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Fan Hongzhuang, with a face full of disdain, spoke up, "Qiao Lan, how did you come to be here?" "Younger sister, Qiao Lan has long been expelled from the sect by our master. She is no longer your senior sister and is unworthy of such a title." Yin Hao voiced his discontent with Shou Chuyue's reference to Qiao Lan, deliberately emphasizing his words as if to ensure that everyone within a radius of several dozen miles could hear him clearly, infused with spiritual energy. "Senior brother, please do not speak in such a manner. I firmly believe that the senior sister would never betray our sect." As she spoke, Shou Chuyue's eyes glistened with tears, her fragile demeanor evoking a profound sense of sympathy, as if she had endured a tremendous injustice. Upon witnessing Shou Chuyue's distressed appearance, Situ Luyan felt an immediate aversion towards Qiao Lan, his gaze turning increasingly unfriendly. However, when he noticed Jin Jia standing beside Qiao Lan, he paused momentarily before nodding slightly towards him. Jin Jia, with an indifferent expression, returned the nod and fixed a suddenly icy glare upon Shou Chuyue and her companions. "Senior brother Situ, who is this individual?" Shou Chuyue inquired, astonished. For it was rare for someone to elicit a greeting from one of the twin heroes of the Eastern Wilderness, Situ Luyan. "Jin Jia, you are indeed a prodigy of the Xiantian sect. Why do you choose to associate with such a disgraceful traitor?" Fan Hongzhuang questioned imperiously. The Qingxian sect and the Xiantian sect had long been embroiled in a rivalry over which could claim the title of the foremost sect in the Eastern Wilderness, with both Qinglan Zhenren and Xuanyu Zhenren being equally renowned. Thus, disciples from both sects often regarded each other with disdain, and it was a rare occurrence for them not to engage in conflict upon meeting, let alone show respect, even towards the foremost disciple of the Xiantian sect, Jin Jia. Upon hearing this, Ming Yanli lost his composure, angrily pointing at Fan Hongzhuang. "Who is the disgraceful one? If you dare, repeat your words." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Fan Hongzhuang had never before been confronted in such a manner, and his anger surged, nearly overwhelming his reason. Yin Hao, witnessing this, hastily intervened, grabbing hold of him. "Senior brother, remain calm." When he found himself unable to restrain him, he cast a pleading glance towards Shou Chuyue. Shou Chuyue instantly understood, reaching out to grasp Fan Hongzhuang's arm. "Senior brother, your injuries have yet to fully heal. If you were to suffer again, it would cause me great sorrow." With tears like pear blossoms, she appeared utterly pitiful, a skill she had honed to perfection. Indeed, this tactic proved infallible. Qiao Lan, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, causing goosebumps to erupt across her skin. The crimson haze in Fan Hongzhuang's eyes gradually faded, restoring his clarity of mind. Outnumbered as they were, now was not the time to provoke the Zuaniangong. Observing this, Yin Hao exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance toward Zhou Chuwei. I cannot contain my senior brother's fiery temper. Without you, junior sister, I would be at a loss for how to manage him. Thankfully, you are here. Indeed. It is also thanks to third senior brother's fondness for Chuwei. A simple phrase from Zhou Chuwei brought joy to Fan Hongzhuang's heart. For how could one not cherish such a kind and beautiful junior sister? As the group prepared to depart, Zhou Chuwei paused. Her face etched with concern as she turned to Qiao Lan. Sister, the secret realm is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you to accompany us. Dear junior sister, you are too kind-hearted. Yin Hao shook his head in resignation, believing there was no need for such compassion towards a traitor. Beware the farmer and the snake. Ming Yanli chuckled in disbelief. Our dear junior sister has us, her senior brothers, to protect her. She does not require your meddling. What? Qiao Lan is your junior sister? Yin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. How could Zuantiangong accept a traitor from King Xuanzong? Oh, a traitor? Qiao Lan found herself amused by the incessant repetition of the term. I voluntarily severed ties with the sect, yet in your words, I have become a traitor. Pray, what sin have I committed in my betrayal? Yin Hao was taken aback by her audacity, her heart ablaze with indignation. Qiao Lan, you are nothing more than an orphan. Were it not for our master, you would have long since vanished from this world. For all these years, your sustenance and necessities have been provided by our master's sect. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also humiliate your junior sister, scheming against her at every turn, inflicting harm upon your own kind. Does this not constitute a grave transgression on your part? Indeed, the events of that day remained unspoken by both Master Qinglan and Qi Yu. And she was not surprised by their silence. Oh, so this is how Master Qinglan and Qi Yu perceive me, she mused. Humph. With witnesses and evidence aplenty. You remain obstinately unrepentant. Yin Hao forcefully swept his sleeves and rebuked her loudly, then turned away, as if she were something vile. Repentance? Qiao Lan chuckled and nodded, acknowledging. Indeed, I should repent. It is good that you recognize that. Yin Hao shot her a fierce glare. In this way, Master Qinglan and Qi Yu would be deterred from coercing me to surrender the sixth turn Qinglian, or from attacking me, which nearly shattered my meridians, leaving me on the brink of becoming a cripple. Had I not relinquished the sixth turn Qinglian to preserve my life, I might have perished within the Qingxian sect. Zhou Chuwei would not have ascended as a prodigy with the celestial root. Qiao Lan shook her head, her expression one of deep regret. TSK. You are right. I truly should not have. Her tone was as light as a feather, as if she were discussing matters entirely unrelated to herself. The words echoed in the ears of the six at Guanyang Peak, causing a profound sense of distress, as their gazes towards Zhou Chuwei grew increasingly frosty. Even Mu Tingxue, who usually exuded an air of insignificance, was left astonished by the revelation. The situation had escalated unexpectedly. Fan Hongzhuang vehemently countered, You speak nonsense. Our master and senior brother would never commit such an act. The sixth transmutation Green Lotus was offered by you out of guilt towards junior sister, as a means of atonement. It appeared that real person Qinglan and Qi Yu had conveyed such sentiments to them. Qiao Lan smiled, her expression dripping with scorn. When one speaks lies incessantly, do they not fear the instability of their own heart? Yin Hao was rendered speechless, his usual submissiveness transformed into sharp wit upon leaving the sect. Zhou Chui's eyes brimmed with tears as she vehemently disagreed, her voice trembling with indignation. If senior sister harbors grievances against Chuiwei, she should address them directly with me, rather than tarnish the reputations of our master and senior brother before outsiders. The six at Guanyang Peak could no longer endure the slander. Ming Yanli rolled up his sleeves, positioning himself protectively in front of Qiao Lan, demanding, Who is truly besmirching reputations here? It is undeniably you. Li Kuei's temper flared. How dare you bully our junior sister in our presence? You must be seeking your own demise. Why waste words? He continued, Let us resolve this with action. The usually composed Shi Yin brandished a handful of talismans, eager for confrontation. Even Jin Jia sheathed his sword, fists clenched, the sound of his knuckles cracking audible in the tense atmosphere. Qiao Lan felt a warm surge of gratitude, her heart steady as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Confident that her brothers would enjoy the spectacle, there was no need for an elaborate display to deal with such trifles. Chapter 56. The calamity diverts eastward, conquering enemies without battle. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. They have arrived. The newcomers, filled with an imposing aura, swiftly encircled Zhou Chuiyue and her companions, menacingly demanding, "Hand over the items." "Dear brothers, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We do not possess what you seek." Zhou Chuiyue attempted to clarify once more. For reasons unknown, since their departure from the valley, they had been relentlessly pursued, with the assailants incessantly insisting on the surrender of the precious spirit stones. Yet, they had none to give. Surely, this was a misunderstanding. Under the allure of the immense profit from the spirit stones, beauty seemed utterly trivial. Zhou Chuiyue's usual charm had, at this moment, lost its efficacy. Enough of the pleasantries. Surrender the items, or we shall not hesitate to take more drastic measures. The numbers of the assailants grew, and Zhou Chuiyue's complexion darkened further. Throughout their harrowing escape, they had sustained numerous injuries, and had it not been for Situ Liuyun's timely intervention, they might have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Situ Liuyun's expression was equally grim. Despite the foes being no match for him, he was still outnumbered. Upon witnessing Situ Liuyun ensnared, Mu Tingxue could no longer remain passive. Rising, she declared, "Brother Situ, I shall assist you." Qiao Lan's brow twitched. To rush in and lend a hand amidst such overwhelming numbers was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an act of folly only a love-struck mind could conceive. She shook her head, a look of pity in her eyes. It was a lost cause. Observing Zhou Chuiyue, Fan Hongzhuang, and Yan Hao becoming increasingly desperate, Qiao Lan felt a hint of satisfaction. "Brothers and sisters, it is time for us to depart." Upon hearing these words, the six from Guanyang Peak awoke from their stupor, finally comprehending why the junior sister had spoken as she did. It turned out that they had been awaited here. The calamity leads to the east, and one can conquer without a battle. Such a strategy is indeed ingenious. The six from Guanyang Peak raised their thumbs in admiration towards Qiao Lan, their faces brimming with respect. Zhou Chuiyue, witnessing that Qiao Lan and the others had no intention of assisting and were instead preparing to leave, hastily interjected, "Senior sister, you cannot abandon us." Qiao Lan halted her steps, her expression turning cold. "I am not your senior sister. Do not misplace your affiliations." Then, a glimmer of interest appeared in her eyes. "Enjoy yourselves. We shall not disturb you." Zhou Chuiyue's pupils constricted. "It is you. You orchestrated all of this." At that moment, Qiao Lan had already turned away, waving her hand as if to say, "No need for thanks," leaving only her graceful silhouette behind. Zhou Chuiyue's heart was in turmoil. How did she know that place contained spirit stones? Could it be that Qiao Lan had already claimed them all for herself? With this thought, Zhou Chuiyue shook her head vigorously, immediately dismissing her notion. "It is impossible." Soon, Qiao Lan and her companions arrived at their next destination. Ming Yanli gazed at the mountaintop, from which billowed thick black smoke, and exclaimed, "This is a volcano. There must be treasures within." Qiao Lan's gaze was fixed intently on the volcano. In the original narrative, Zhou Chuiyue had obtained numerous treasures within that very volcano. How could she let such an opportunity slip by? They all concurred on this point. Yet the volcano was also a perilous locale. A moment's inattention could result in being reduced to ashes by the lava. As they drew closer to the heart of the volcano, Ming Yanli found his vitality depleting rapidly due to the searing temperatures. To alleviate his discomfort, he consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, which provided some relief. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, while taking a similar pill to restore her energy. She realized that traversing the volcano in such a manner was exceedingly taxing and decidedly imprudent. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. She recalled a particular talisman from the comprehensive guide to talismans that would be exceptionally advantageous in their current predicament. "Senior brothers, please bear with me for a moment," Qiao Lan announced as she produced a wolf hair brush and talisman paper, promptly beginning her intricate drawings. Xian, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan had long since become accustomed to her spontaneous talisman crafting, yet the others, who were less familiar with her capabilities, expressed their astonishment. "Is this truly the time for drawing talismans?" Song Chongshan questioned. Ming Yanli approached him, patting his shoulder with a look of unwavering confidence. "Second senior brother, our junior sister surely has her reasons for this. We need only to wait." In a short while, Qiao Lan completed her first talisman. Xian marveled, "Junior sister, your speed in crafting talismans has improved remarkably." The intricate patterns of the talisman were complex, yet she had managed to create it with such swiftness. As her senior brother, he felt compelled not to lag behind too much. Qiao Lan affixed the freshly drawn talisman onto Ming Yanli. "How does it feel, senior brother?" A refreshing coolness immediately enveloped his entire being, invigorating him and restoring his clarity of mind. Ming Yanli opened her eyes wide, her face a blend of joy and astonishment. This is incredibly comfortable. I need not summon my spiritual energy to fend off the heat any longer. Little junior sister, what kind of talisman is this? Possessing such remarkable efficacy? As long as it works, this is the cooling talisman. Observing its effectiveness, Qiao Lan once again took up her brush, producing dozens of cooling talismans in one breath. She distributed the finished talismans to her companions, saying, "Eldest senior brother, this is for you. Second senior brother, this is for you. Third senior brother, little Yuan, this is for you." After distributing the talismans, Qiao Lan affixed one to herself, and a wave of coolness enveloped her, banishing the oppressive heat, prompting her to comfortably squint her eyes in delight. Noticing her companions staring blankly at the talismans in their hands, Qiao Lan inquired in confusion, "What are you waiting for? Use them." "Indeed. Is there something amiss?" She tilted her head, perplexed. Today, she was pressed for time, having only sketched 70 or 80 talismans. Ordinarily, that would be insufficient. Surely, she ought to produce a whole stack. Is something wrong? Li Kuei's lips and eyes twitched uncontrollably. The ability to draw talismans at any moment, producing dozens at a time. Is it not commonly said that talismans are difficult to create? That crafting a single talisman requires immense spiritual energy? That they cannot be mass-produced? Yet, how is it that her little junior sister can effortlessly create so many talismans, as simple as eating or drinking, showing no signs of fatigue, her spirit still so vibrant? Is she even human? He was not alone in this thought. Jin Jie and Song Choshan shared the same sentiment at that very moment. Having witnessed Qiao Lan's extraordinary talent on many occasions, Ming Yanli patted the shoulders of several individuals, exclaiming with pride, "Junior sister possesses a talent akin to that of a demon. Elder brothers, you shall soon grow accustomed to it." As a talisman master, Xian found himself captivated by the chilling talisman in his hand. He had never encountered such a talisman before, and his hands trembled slightly. "Junior sister, did you create this chilling talisman?" he inquired. Qiao Lan rubbed her nose, realizing yet again that this was yet another beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 57. Fire Spirit Crystal. Qiao Lan's objective was exceedingly clear. She directly led the 6 members of Guanyang Peak to the base of the volcano. With the chilling talisman in hand, their pace quickened significantly. "This is Tian Gang lava. This is 10,000-year black iron. This is Earth Song demon rock sand," Li Kuei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he surveyed the ground strewn with rare refining materials. His shock swiftly transformed into delight, akin to a mouse that had fallen into a jar of honey. His storage bag was already brimming with spirit stones, and he tugged at Qiao Lan, saying, "Come, junior sister, quickly gather these treasures." Nodding in agreement, Qiao Lan focused her consciousness and swiftly collected everything into her spatial storage. Seeing that she had stored all the refining materials, Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. The group continued onward, reaching the bottom where they encountered a thick rock wall ahead. However, the original text provided only scant descriptions of the volcano's depths, and Qiao Lan was uncertain as to where the fire spirit crystal lay. Approaching the rock wall, she extended her hand and began to feel the rich fire spirit energy emanating from behind the stone. Her eyes brightened. "Elder brother, there are treasures within. Quickly, use your sword to cleave the rock wall." Jin Jie paused in astonishment for a moment before nodding and instructing his junior sister to step back. With a cheerful nod, Qiao Lan dashed backward. Once the others had retreated to a safe distance, Jin Jie brandished his sword and unleashed 2 consecutive waves of sword energy towards the stone wall. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding crashes, the stone wall shattered, and as the dust settled, the true visage of the scene was revealed. Ming Yanli observed Jin Jie standing in a daze and approached curiously. "Senior brother, what has left you so astounded?" When Ming Yanli finally discerned the source of his shock, his mouth fell open in disbelief, large enough to fit a fist. This. Qian furrowed his brow, questioning what could possibly be more astonishing than a top-grade spirit stone mine. How absurd. However, upon realizing the truth, he too stood frozen in place. This is a fire spirit crystal. The fire spirit crystal was even rarer than a top-grade spirit stone, containing a singular and pure essence of spiritual energy, perfectly suited for cultivators with a fire affinity. Moreover, it served as nourishment for fire spirits. In summary, it was an invaluable treasure. Qiao Lan gazed upon the fire spirit crystal mine, which spanned the size of a basketball court, and nodded in satisfaction before sweeping her sleeve to absorb the entire mine into her spatial pouch. Ming Yanli swallowed hard. Junior sister. Just how vast is your storage bag to hold such a treasure? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow and smiled enigmatically. Having collected all the treasures from the volcano, there was no longer any need to linger, and the group departed from the volcanic site. Since Qiao Lan's arrival, Ming Yanli had not consumed any fasting pills. Junior sister. I am hungry. Qiao Lan nodded in agreement, as she too had some provisions, glancing at her senior brother. Jin Jie nodded and took a moment to regroup. The 7 members of Guanyang Peak once again divided their tasks. Some gathered firewood, others constructed the grill, while Ming Yanli expertly handled the preparation of various demon beast meats. With each passing moment, Ming Yanli grew increasingly adept at his work, even mastering the art of marinating the meats with a certain finesse. Whenever he was present, the tasks of washing vegetables, picking ingredients, and managing different types of meat were executed with remarkable efficiency, allowing her to focus solely on cooking. Qiao Lan nodded in satisfaction, giving Ming Yanli a thumbs up. Senior brother, you truly are my golden partner. Before long, the entire forest was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. What is that delightful scent? Came a familiar female voice from not far away. Qiao Lan squinted, noting their swift approach. Moments later, Zhou Chuiyue and her companions appeared before them, looking disheveled and worn, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Qiao Lan and Ming Yanli. Zhou Chuiyue bit her lip. Reproaching, sister, how could you abandon us just now? Surely, there is some bond of fellow disciples. Enough. Qiao Lan shot her a glance, noticing her tearful expression. I've told you before, I am not your sister. Do not make unfounded connections. Even so, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Zhou Chuiyue retorted, her face a mask of disapproval as she stood on her moral high ground. They are merely strangers to me. Their survival is of no concern to me. You. Zhou Chuiyue was rendered speechless, her eyes red and brimming with suppressed emotion, which only deepened the disdain that Fan Hongzhuang and He Yinhao felt towards Qiao Lan. Fan Hongzhuang consoled. She is merely a waste who has betrayed her sect. Why should our junior sister be vexed by such a useless individual? Indeed, Qiao Lan was inherently devoid of sentiment, rendering any further discourse with her futile. Yinhao glared fiercely at Qiao Lan. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, she would have been pierced by 1,000 daggers at that very moment. The disciples of Liuli's sect, enticed by the aroma of roasted meat, gazed longingly at the steaming delicacies, their stomachs audibly protesting. Embarrassed, they lowered their heads in shame. The haste of their expedition into the secret realm had left their supply of consumable elixirs nearly depleted. As the young master of Liuli's sect, Mu Tingxue felt compelled to consider her fellow disciples' needs. Thus, she strode towards Qiao Lan and inquired, Junior sister Qiao, might you sell me a few pieces of roasted meat? Qiao Lan shook her head. Mu Tingxue's expression faltered, and just as she prepared to turn away, Qiao Lan spoke again. It is merely the flesh of a demonic beast. Our encounter is a fate in itself. There is no need for payment. If you are hungry, come and share a meal with us. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Liuli's sect beamed with delight, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked to Mu Tingxue. She was taken aback by Qiao Lan's generosity, so contrasting to the portrayal she had heard from Zhou Chuiyue. Nodding appreciatively, she replied, Thank you. I shall impose upon you then. The disciples of Liuli's sect gathered around, clutching pieces of roasted meat larger than their own faces, and began to feast. The exterior of the roast was crisp and inviting, while the interior was tender and succulent. A single bite released an explosion of flavor, filling their mouths with an exquisite aroma. The disciples' eyes sparkled with astonishment. Could roasted meat be this delectable? This is the finest roast I have ever tasted. It is simply exquisite. This surpasses even the delicacies sold in the finest restaurants. Even Mu Tingxue, who ordinarily dismisses indulgence, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Observing this, Zhou Chuiyue approached Jin Che, displaying what she believed to be her most enchanting smile, and gracefully inquired, Senior brother Jin, might you share some of your roasted meat with us? No sooner had she finished speaking than a shadow darted past her like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 58. The canine-like white ape titan, what on earth? The crowd braced themselves, anticipating an impending attack. The prior encirclement by demonic beasts had left Mu Tingxue with psychological scars, and upon recognizing that familiar silhouette, fear engulfed her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The white ape titan. Qiao Lan turned towards the sound and beheld a creature entirely cloaked in black, save for its face, which was as pale as that of a powdered figure. With features reminiscent of both a monkey and a gorilla, it now resembled a small barrel. perched upon a tree branch, voraciously devouring roasted meat. This was a stark contrast to its former imposing stature. Noticing the wary gazes of the onlookers, the little creature huddled its food closer and bared its teeth protectively. This scene inexplicably struck Qiao Lan's sense of humor. She appeared relaxed and unperturbed, dismissing their tension with a wave of her hand. "Senior brother, do not be alarmed. It is merely a glutton." The sixth-tier demonic beast, the white ape titan, is equivalent to a human cultivator at the spirit infant stage. Should the white ape titan truly harbor malicious intent, they would be no match for it. The disciples of the beast master sect remained apprehensive, casting wary glances at the white ape titan, fear enveloping them, rendering even the roasted meat in their hands unappealing. Zhou Chuiyue and the others remained on high alert, with Situ Luyun gripping his sword tightly, showing no signs of relaxation. Their gazes were fixed on the white ape titan, which, upon finishing its roasted meat, displayed a human-like expression of lingering desire. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion. The white ape titan suddenly leaped gracefully, landing before Qiao Lan, pointing at the roasting rack. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it had enough to eat. The white ape titan nodded in affirmation. Qiao Lan opened her hands, indicating that there was no meat left, suggesting it should catch a beast for her to roast. The white ape titan tilted its head, seemingly pondering what to eat next, before nodding and vanishing into a shadowy blur. Ming Yanli's eyes twitched slightly. It appeared the beast was genuinely hungry. Strange occurrences involving Qiao Lan had long ceased to astonish the other members of the Guangyang Peak. However, the sight of the white ape titan so obediently following Qiao Lan's instructions left others in shock. Zhou Chuiyue's gaze was filled with disbelief, soon replaced by a glint of resentment. Boom! The ground trembled. Following the sound, Qiao Lan beheld the towering figure of the white ape titan weaving through the forest. Soon after, piercing cries of various beasts echoed through the woods. In no time, the white ape titan reappeared before Qiao Lan, now in its true form, accompanied by the corpses of several beasts. Qiao Lan's eyes twitched. Was she expected to roast all of these? The white ape titan nodded vigorously. Qiao Lan sighed, realizing she had been relegated to the role of cook. Qiao Lan extended her index finger, swaying it side to side, indicating that she would roast no more than 3. The white ape titan, evidently displeased, jumped about in agitation, emitting a series of frustrated growls. Finally, it raised one massive hand, deliberately emphasizing its dark, inky fingers with a vigorous nod. 5 was excessive. 3 was the limit. Take it or leave it. Qiao Lan placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head resolutely, exuding an air of finality. "Roar!" she exclaimed, digging into her ear while casting a glance at the irate white ape titan. "If you continue to roar, you shall have none at all." This silenced the white ape titan, which then sat obediently in place, its eyes fixated on her with an earnest expression. "Satisfied?" Qiao Lan nodded, pointing to the creatures on the ground. "You know how to pluck feathers and draw blood, don't you?" Upon realizing she was addressing it, the white ape titan perked up, dutifully dragging 3 earth-splitting bears aside, obediently plucking their feathers and drawing blood. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the spectacle. Was this truly the 6th-grade beast, the white ape titan? "Junior sister, have you trained beasts?" Ming Yanli mechanically turned to Qiao Lan, his face a mask of astonishment. "Not at all," Qiao Lan replied, shaking her head in confusion. "Then why does the white ape titan obey you so readily?" Qiao Lan propped her chin on her hand, feigning deep contemplation, before speaking earnestly. "Perhaps it is because I am beloved by all, blooming like flowers in spring." Unbeknownst to her, Shao Qi's self-admiration drew laughter from Song Chongshan, who teased, "This is not merely self-love, it borders on shamelessness." Yan Hao scoffed dismissively, his tone laced with condescension. To him, Qiao Lan was merely fortunate. The roasted meat happened to align perfectly with the white ape titan's palate. A cat stumbling upon a dead mouse hardly constituted a skill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuiyue's expression softened slightly. "Senior sister, my culinary skills are quite decent. Perhaps I can offer some assistance." "Junior sister, little junior sister." Situ Luyun was the first to rush to Zhou Chuiyue's side, helping her to her feet with a look of deep concern. "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Zhou Chuiyue felt as though she had been tossed about, her entire body aching as if run over by a wheel. Situ Luyun, still worried, reached out to check her pulse. The furrow in her brow eased somewhat as she realized it was merely some surface injuries. A dose of medicinal pills would suffice. Soon, A vial of pills appeared in Situ Liyun's hand, and with gentle motions, she fed them to Zhou Chuiyue. Mu Tingxue, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow clench her heart, and she lowered her head in distress. Qiao Lan, how could you allow the beast to harm our junior sister? Fan Hongzhuang, cease your baseless accusations. Li Kuei suddenly stood up, positioning himself protectively behind Qiao Lan. The White Ape Titan is not my junior sister as contracted beast, and besides, Zhou Chuiyue came here of her own volition. Their attack has nothing to do with us. You are merely distorting the truth and ignoring reason. No wonder our junior sister willingly departed from the Qingxian sect. Such an unclear and unjust sect is best left behind. You are just spouting nonsense. Fan Hongzhuang, not a match for anyone in verbal sparring, felt his anger rise, his veins bulging and his eyes turning crimson. What kind of people are these in the Qingxian sect? Senior brother, you know this too well. Fortunately, our junior sister has seen through their true nature, abandoning the darkness for the light by joining the Xiantian sect and becoming our little junior sister at Guanyang Peak. The sarcastic remarks from Ming Danli only served to further inflame Fan Hongzhuang's temper. The often reticent Pei Yuan stepped forward, meeting Fan Hongzhuang's predatory gaze. What? Are we going to fight? Upon hearing this, the crowd at Guanyang Peak became intrigued. They had long harbored disdain for these individuals, and their fists itched for action. Yin Hao, witnessing their eager postures, swiftly restrained the nearly unruly Fan Hongzhuang. Senior brother, please do not act impulsively. Since their tongues are so reckless, let us silence them. Qiao Lan's lips curled slightly, though her eyes were icy. They had repeatedly overstepped their bounds, treating her as if she were mere clay to be molded at their whim. I shall roast another for you. Go and teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, the White Ape Titan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped 3 zhang into the air, nodding vigorously. Just don't kill them. As Qiao Lan's cool voice faded, the White Ape Titan transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards Fan Hongzhuang and his companions. Boom. In their already weakened state, and suffering from grave injuries. These individuals were no match for the White Ape Titan. Even Situ Liyun, in the mid-stage of transformation, was easily dispatched, sent flying like a mere ball by the Titan's powerful kicks. Witnessing Situ Liyun's battered state, stripped of his previous elegance, Mu Tingxue felt a pang of anguish. Junior sister. This matter does not concern Situ senior brother. Might you spare him? Chapter 59. Curing the love-stricken mind. The system doubles the returns. It was his own desire for heroism that compelled him to recklessly protect Zhou Chuiyue. You seek me? Have you mistaken your target? The cannon fodder female supporting character is not to be feared. Rather, it is the late-stage romantic folly that is truly alarming. How could Mu Tingxue comprehend the underlying meaning of Qiao Lan's words? She lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes obscuring the emotions swirling beneath. Yet the White Ape Titan heeds your command. With but a word from you, you could save brother Situ. You cannot stand idly by while he faces death. Qiao Lan's eyes instantly turned frigid. Since the affliction of romantic obsession is so grave, you might as well accompany him. What? Mu Tingxue widened her eyes, taken aback by her apparent lack of compassion. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow and scoffed. What is the reluctance? Are you not utterly infatuated with Situ Liyun? How could she possibly know? Mu Tingxue felt a wave of humiliation wash over her as her innermost thoughts were laid bare. If you wish to ignore it, then why must you humiliate me? With that, Mu Tingxue swept away, exclaiming, Brother Situ, I am here to assist you. No sooner had she spoken than she leaped to Situ Liyun's side, reaching out to help him to safety. As the White Ape Titan's attack was about to descend upon Zhou Chuiyue, Situ Liyun's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he forcefully shoved Mu Tingxue away and swiftly positioned himself to shield Zhou Chuiyue. Caught off guard, Mu Tingxue was struck by the White Ape Titan, sent flying, and crashed into several trees as thick as bowls, her body tumbling to the ground. After rolling several times, she finally came to a halt. Senior sister. The disciples of the Beast Master sect were left in disbelief, rushing forward to inspect her condition. Mu Tingxue lay on the ground like a discarded rag doll. Her complexion ashen, her once bright eyes now devoid of luster, rendered dim and lifeless. A spurt of fresh blood erupted forth, and the pain within her body paled in comparison to the anguish that gripped her heart. She and Situ Liyun had grown up as childhood sweethearts. Throughout their journey, even though Situ Liyun had cared for Zhou Chuiyue with great tenderness, she had always believed herself to be a uniquely cherished presence in his heart. As she closed her eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks. It dawned on her that everything was merely a figment of her imagination, a unilateral wish. Was it truly worth it? Was it worth shedding tears over such a man? Qiao Lan's voice resonated above her. The disciples of the Liuli sect, initially grateful for Qiao Lan's gesture of offering roasted meat, were now filled with righteous indignation upon witnessing their senior sister's dire predicament. We do not need your feigned kindness. Qiao Lan, however, remained unfazed, her expression calm as she regarded Mu Tingxue. Mu Tingxue, steeped in self-mockery, thought to herself, "You must find me quite ridiculous." She shook her head. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. His lack of affection for her was merely a testament to his own blindness. As the young master of the Liuli sect, possessing exquisite beauty, exceptional talent, and boundless potential, why should she demean herself for a man who did not love her? With a sigh, Qiao Lan administered a potent pill to Mu Tingxue, urging her gently, "Cherish yourself, and take some time to reflect." Watching her retreating figure, Mu Tingxue's heart was a tumult of emotions. The quality of the medicine Qiao Lan had given her was superb in no time. Her internal and external wounds had healed significantly, and the pain had subsided. Rising to her feet, Mu Tingxue cast a complex gaze towards Qiao Lan. Soon after, a smile graced her lips as she stepped forward to sit beside her. Qiao Lan methodically brushed oil onto the roasted meat, suggesting that Mu Tingxue had come to a realization. "Thank you." With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Qiao Lan handed the oil dish and brushed to Mu Tingxue, playfully suggesting, "Since you wish to express your gratitude, why not assist me in applying the oil?" Mu Tingxue paused, momentarily taken aback. Never had anyone dared to request her assistance. How fortuitous that the first person to do so had appeared. She gently patted Mu Tingxue on the shoulder, encouraging, "Make sure to do a splendid job. I have faith in you." Amused, Mu Tingxue chuckled, her heart enveloped by an unfamiliar yet warm emotion. One that she did not shy away from, but rather found inexplicably delightful. Chime. What a melodious sound. Investment assessment in progress. Calculating investment returns. Investment target. Mu Tingxue age, 18 talent. Water elemental spiritual root cultivation. Mid-stage spiritual transformation fate. Blue investment. 1 premium cultivation pill to cure love-struck affliction investment return. 10 bottles of premium cultivation pills. Fire attribute 5 points x3. What? Cure love-struck affliction, and the system offers double returns? Is that even possible? Observing the bruised faces of Zhou Chuyue and the others, Qiao Lan contentedly stroked the head of the white ape titan. The creature reveled in her touch, affectionately nuzzling her palm. It seemed to have taken quite a liking to her. Mu Tingxue still felt a twinge of trepidation upon seeing the white ape titan, which was entirely understandable. Qiao Lan, unfazed, maintained a teasing expression as she remarked, "With my charm that captivates all, it is only natural for someone to be fond of me. To not appreciate me is to be blind at heart and sight. Perhaps one should consider donating their eyes and heart to those in need." With a slight sneer, Mu Tingxue cast a glance at her, then burst into laughter. The words struck a chord, resonating with an inexplicable sense of truth. "Senior sister, how could you treat us this way?" Zhou Chue cried, her face a picture of sorrow, her hair disheveled, and her white gauzy dress besmirched with dust, yet remarkably intact. Showing no signs of injury, Qiao Lan shot them a cool glance, her tone icy as she issued a warning. "If you continue to speak such insolence, the consequences will not merely entail a beating. You, Qiao Lan, what do you have to gloat about now? If the elder brother learns of this, he will not spare you." As Yan Hao still had the energy to shout defiantly, Qiao Lan affectionately patted the head of the white ape titan, realizing that perhaps she had not struck hard enough. "Little White, please attend to them once more." "You, ugh." Fan Hongzhuang was on the verge of exploding, but the pain coursing through his body caused him to gasp. In light of the current situation, Zhou Chuyue saw no benefit in staying. "Senior brother, since they do not welcome us, let us take our leave." Yan Hao nodded, not forgetting to leave a threat for Qiao Lan as they departed. "Just wait. Fellow cultivator ahead, make way." Duan Muhang's cry pierced the air. His steps hurried and his expression frantic, his azure robe stained with splatters of blood. His speed was such that there was no time to halt. Colliding violently with the severely injured Fan Hongzhuang, Yan Hao, Zhou Chuyue, and Situ Luyun, sending them sprawling to the ground. Already gravely wounded, they could not withstand the impact, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Chuyue was taken aback. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" As his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Duan Muhang felt as if he had encountered a long-lost relative. "Qiao Lan, help me." No sooner had he spoken than a series of thunderous roars echoed from a distance. Duanmu Heng's pupils constricted in terror. Do not come any closer. Chapter 60. Without exception, all were left empty-handed. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Fan Hongzhuang, Yin Hao, and Situ Luyun, who had been knocked to the ground, felt their blood surge and could not help but spew forth another mouthful of crimson liquid. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard, Ming Yanli exclaimed in alarm. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard was a sixth-tier beast, its strength comparable to that of the white ape titan. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard, in pursuit of Duanmu Heng, suddenly turned its massive heads towards Qiao Lan, while the mimicking white ape titan sat crouched, ravenously enjoying its meal. In an instant, the two-headed, three-tailed leopard altered its course, using its three thick, lengthy tails to sweep all the roasted meat off the grill and into its mouth. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The white ape titan was enraged. Those were its roasted delicacies. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard dismissed the titan's fury with a disdainful glance, preparing to continue its chase after Duanmu Heng. With a roar that pierced the heavens, the white ape titan unleashed its wrath, its form growing larger as it charged towards the two-headed, three-tailed leopard. The leopard, unyielding, swiftly retaliated. Soon, the two beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, the entire forest resonating with their tumultuous clash, leaving behind numerous deep craters in their wake. Duanmu Heng discovered that the two-headed, three-tailed leopard had ceased its pursuit and swiftly made his way to the team at Guanyang Peak, finally able to sit down and catch his breath. Qiao Lan glanced at Duanmu Heng, who was slumped on the ground, panting heavily and lacking any semblance of dignity. Each encounter with him seemed to involve a relentless chase by formidable beasts. It is indeed a miracle that you are still alive. This assessment was quite astute, and the others at Guanyang Peak nodded in agreement. Duanmu Heng rubbed his nose, expressing his own discontent. I didn't want this to happen either. What have you done this time to provoke the two-headed, three-tailed leopard into such a relentless pursuit? Upon mentioning this, Duanmu Heng felt utterly innocent. During this expedition into the secret realm, he had merely hoped to find some herbs to treat his senior brother's injuries. After much effort, he had located the ziji flower and had been patiently waiting for it to bloom. Just as he had plucked the flower, the two-headed, three-tailed leopard appeared and began its fervent chase. The ziji flower is a legendary antidote for humanity, while for the beasts, it is an invaluable resource for enhancing their cultivation. Qiao Lan remained silent, and the 6 members of Guanyang Peak exchanged glances. Ming Yanli jested, Your luck is indeed remarkable. Initially, it was anticipated that the two equally matched beasts would engage in a fierce battle, yet to their surprise, tranquility soon returned to the forest. Jin Shay narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the weakening presence of the white ape titan. At this moment, Qiao Lan activated a swift wind talisman, vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon seeing Qiao Lan approach, the white ape titan, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, felt tears welling in its eyes. Emitting a mournful whimper, Qiao Lan crouched down to inspect its physical condition, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. After all, it was merely a few chunks of flesh. Why the fuss? The white ape titan pouted, emitting a continuous, pitiful whimper as if lamenting the heinous acts of the two-headed, three-tailed leopard that had inflicted upon it a grievous injustice. All right, take your medicine. You shall feel no pain afterward. Qiao Lan brought the pill to its mouth, and the white ape titan obediently consumed it. Amidst the whimpering, Qiao Lan turned her gaze to find the two-headed, three-tailed leopard lying in the deep pit. Emitting a sorrowful whine, she shook her head, sighed, and leaped gracefully to the side of the leopard. Upon noticing that Qiao Lan had not abandoned it, the 4 eyes of the two-headed, three-tailed leopard gleamed with renewed hope. The white ape titan, witnessing Qiao Lan cradling the leopard, felt a surge of jealousy. Its eyes reddened as it delivered a swift kick, sending the leopard tumbling from her embrace, before settling itself contentedly in Qiao Lan's lap, nodding in satisfaction. The kicked leopard spun through the air several times before regaining its balance, baring its teeth in a furious snarl directed at the white ape titan. The latter feigned fear, wrapping its limbs around Qiao Lan's neck in search of solace, while casting a provocative glance at the enraged leopard. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard, infuriated, paced in place, itching to retaliate, yet powerless to act with the white ape titan nestled in Qiao Lan's arms. Qiao Lan observed the interaction between the two beasts, an involuntary twitch at the corner of her eye. Did they truly wish to engage in conflict? Upon hearing her thoughts, the white ape titan ceased its provocation, settling obediently in her lap, while the two-headed, three-tailed leopard, now subdued, crouched on the ground, gazing up at her with an innocent expression. The anxious onlookers, upon their arrival, were met with an astonishing sight. Duanmu Heng, utterly shocked, stammered, You can command beasts? Qiao Lan, her face a canvas of confusion, replied, Not at all. Then why does the two-headed, three-tailed beast obey your every command? Duanmu Heng pointed at the docile creature sitting beside Qiao Lan. His eyes twitched involuntarily. Was this truly the ferocious beast that had relentlessly pursued him for an entire day and night? This inquiry struck a chord with her. Qiao Lan propped her chin thoughtfully, and after a moment's contemplation, she finally said, Perhaps it's because of my striking appearance. Duanmu Heng was rendered speechless. Mu Tingxue, witnessing Qiao Lan cradling the white-ape titan, alongside the mimicking two-headed, three-tailed leopard, widened her eyes in disbelief. Are they all your contracted beasts? Qiao Lan shook her head. Not at all. Then why do they obey you so readily? Once again, this question lingered, one for which she had no answer. The bewilderment in Qiao Lan's eyes vanished, replaced by a light-hearted chuckle as she quipped, Perhaps it's because of my striking appearance. Mu Tingxue burst into laughter, finding it amusingly narcissistic. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the commotion, Zhou Chuiwei assisted her two senior brothers and Situ Luyun in their departure. Once the trio's injuries had somewhat healed, Zhou Chuiwei hurriedly followed the compass's guidance in search of various rare treasures. Yet, at each location she visited, she invariably came up empty-handed. This cannot be. How could this happen? Zhou Chuiwei found it incomprehensible that the outcome was so disheartening. The compass had never erred. It had guided her, a girl who was once unable to cultivate, to numerous fortuitous opportunities, leading her to the esteemed Qingxian sect and making her a direct disciple of the revered Qinglan Jinren. How could it possibly falter? Zhou Chuiwei would never have dreamed that the compass was functioning perfectly, directing her towards a place abundant with rare treasures of heaven and earth. It was merely that these treasures had long been claimed by Qiao Lan. Suddenly, a golden door appeared in midair. Qiao Lan gazed at the radiant portal, recalling that in the original text, this door was the sole exit from the secret realm. As they drew closer to the exit, the number of fellow cultivators increased. Qiao Lan slowed her pace, and the 6 members of the Guangyang Peak noticed this, promptly following suit. Mu Tingxue and Duanmu Heng exchanged puzzled glances. Having spent these past few days together, they instinctively placed their trust in Qiao Lan and unconsciously matched her tempo. Duanmu Heng, covering his mouth and lowering his voice, inquired, Why are we moving so slowly? Have you discovered something amiss? If you hasten, we can ascertain it more swiftly. A mischievous smile crept onto Qiao Lan's lips. Upon witnessing that mischievous grin, Duanmu Heng shivered and immediately jumped to the back of the line. Chapter 61. The Calabash Boy saves grandfather. Hearing the shrieks emanating from ahead, Duanmu Heng clutched Qiao Lan's sleeve, asking, What is happening? The proximity of Duanmu Heng to Qiao Lan irked the white-ape titan and the two-headed, three-tailed leopard, who both raised their legs and delivered a kick to him. The beast, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sent Duanmu Heng flying with a powerful kick, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The disciples of the Beast Master sect averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Qiao Lan smirked, quickening her pace toward the front. Moments ago, when the anomaly arose, Fan Hongzhuang had instinctively attempted to push Zhou Chuiwei away to protect her, but his reaction was too slow, and both were drawn into the array. Junior sister, third senior brother, Situ Luyun and Yin Hao drew their swords, intent on severing the array to rescue the two. However, as their sword energy and attacks reached the array, they vanished instantaneously, only serving to solidify the formation further. What? Situ Luyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, within the array, Zhou Chuiwei and Fan Hongzhuang felt their spiritual energy draining at an alarming rate, filling them with dread. As their energy rapidly depleted, Zhou Chuiwei's complexion turned pale. She clutched her heart and collapsed to the ground, while Fan Hongzhuang fared little better. This only heightened the urgency for the two outside the array. Undeterred, Situ Luyun continued to wield his sword, unleashing wave after wave of sword energy toward the formation. Beside him, Yin Hao was equally relentless, tossing attack-type magical artifacts at the array as if they were worthless. TSK, thought Su Yin, who had grown up alongside Yin Hao and was astonished at his unexpected generosity. Upon their arrival, Qiao Lan and the others witnessed this scene. What does Halua saves grandpa mean, junior sister? Ming Yanli inquired, puzzled. Here lies the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Ming Yanli followed Qiao Lan's gaze and beheld Situ Luyan and Yin Hao, who had just been valiantly attempting a rescue outside the formation, inexplicably drawn within its confines. A chuckle escaped him as he realized the irony. This was indeed the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. How amusing. However, the smile on Shi Yan's face gradually faded, her brow furrowing ever deeper, her expression growing solemn. This formation was siphoning their spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Ming Yanli ceased his jesting. What manner of formation was this? So malicious in nature? This is an ancient array, one I have never encountered before, and I know not how to unravel it, Shi Yan admitted, shaking her head. She then turned to Qiao Lan. Junior sister, what are your thoughts? Qiao Lan narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling that there had indeed been arrays near the exit of the secret realm. However, those formations were merely intricate ancient trapping arrays, not the nefarious arrays that consumed cultivators' spiritual energy, as this one did. She remembered the tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Arrays Acquired Within the Secret Realm. As she scrutinized the formation, her mind raced to sift through the relevant arrays. Given her current cultivation level, she could freely peruse the guide, which contained only arrays of heavenly rank and below. After thoroughly examining all such arrays, Qiao Lan found herself at an impasse. Just as she considered delving into the celestial rank arrays, a vivid crimson cross appeared in her mind. Qiao Lan took a step toward the formation, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy, her focus so intense that she appeared to be frozen in place. Qiao Lan. Duan Muheng attempted to approach her, but was halted by Shi Yan. Junior sister is deep in contemplation regarding the formation. Do not disturb her. What? Qiao Lan is a formation master? Duan Muheng expressed his astonishment, and the disciples of the Beast Master sect and the Liuli sect shared the same sentiment. Only Mu Tingxue displayed an expression of understanding. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Xianyu, she must possess extraordinary abilities. How could she possibly be an individual of mediocre talent? Junior sister Mu, please save me. Situ Luyan, cradling Zhou Chue in his arms, tenderly comforted the gasping Zhou Chue while casting a pleading glance at Mu Tingxue. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Tingxue felt a wave of irony wash over her. Qiao Lan was right. How could there be so many emotionally dull individuals? Her feelings for him were apparent even to Qiao Lan. A mere stranger she had just met. How could he, someone she had grown up with, remain oblivious to them? He accepted her kindness as if it were his due, without revealing the truth or rejecting her affections. Ah, the scoundrel. Previously, he had pushed her forward to shield Zhou Chue from the attack of the White Ape Titan. And now, he had the audacity to seek her help as if nothing had happened. How shameless. The more Mu Tingxue pondered, the angrier she became. All those years of genuine devotion felt utterly wasted. Junior sister Mu, please help us. Junior sister Chue can hardly hold on. Situ Luyan shouted urgently. Ignoring him, at this very moment, Qiao Lan found that the formation before her seemed to come alive. The trajectories of the formation flowed continuously before her eyes. Threads and runes appeared to dance as if animated, assembling and simulating operations in her mind. Qiao Lan shook her head in amusement, realizing the truth. The spiritual stone mine discovered in the secret realm was the primary energy source for both the activation and maintenance of the secret realm. She had depleted the spiritual stone mine, which compelled the secret realm to activate the soul-devouring array in order to sustain itself. No wonder it differed from the formations described in the original text. Help me. Please save me. Ah, I don't want to die. Is there any way to rescue me? The trapped loose cultivators, sensing the cessation of spiritual energy drain within their bodies, were filled with exuberance as they hastily exited the soul-devouring array, expressing their gratitude to Qiao Lan. Thank you. The crowd of cultivators, seeing Qiao Lan's ability to dispel the array, looked at her with eager anticipation. Without any hesitation, Qiao Lan commenced the process of dismantling the formations one by one. The sounds of ding, ding, ding echoed continuously in the air. Initially feeling somewhat powerless, Qiao Lan was invigorated by the system's persistent notifications, instantly filled with vigor. Not tired at all, not in the slightest. Here I come. Motivated by the system, within less than half an hour, Qiao Lan had successfully rescued all the loose cultivators. Just as she prepared to leave, an enraged roar from Yin Hao reached her ears. Qiao Lan casually flicked her ear. Her demeanor relaxed, yet her gaze was frigid, devoid of warmth. Who do you think you are? Why should I save you? Yin Hao was rendered speechless. taken aback by Qiao Lan's mercilessness and disregard for them. Sima Luyun, witnessing Zhou Chuyue's increasingly feeble aura, hastily interjected. What will it take for you to step in and rescue us? Chapter 62. The words on the page felt overly bland. This attitude was more acceptable. Qiao Lan crossed her arms, a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking gracing her lips as she regarded Situ Luyun. Now that the conversation had reached this point, it was time to assess their sincerity. Situ Luyun's expression darkened slightly. The four major sects were interconnected, all disciples of the same lineage. So why make matters so unpleasant? Still capable of PUA tactics, then clearly you can manage on your own. In light of this, I shall refrain from further interference. With that, Qiao Lan turned on her heel and departed. Wait, I will offer 2,000 spirit stones. Situ Luyun exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. When he saw that Qiao Lan remained unmoved, he gritted his teeth and added, I will also include a low-grade spirit treasure. Situ Luyun believed he had offered a generous proposition, yet he was taken aback when Qiao Lan, with an expression of disdain, retorted, so it seems the life of the senior disciple of Ziyun's sect holds little value. You. Situ Luyun was rendered speechless, the weight of her words choking him. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter, what do you propose? Qiao Lan arched an eyebrow in response. What do you think your life is worth? Qiao Lan, do not push your luck. Yan Hao could no longer contain himself, expressing that judging the lives of their esteemed individuals based on monetary value was a profound insult. TSK. Yan Hao was notoriously stingy, a veritable miser. And in her previous life, she had suffered greatly at his hands. You simply cannot bear to part with spirit stones, so why masquerade your reluctance in such lofty terms? I understand, I truly do. Qiao Lan waved her hand dismissively, indicating her comprehension of his sentiments. Faced with the exposure of his true nature, Yan Hao's face flushed with anger. You shouldn't blame me for not warning you. Spirit stones are merely material possessions. Once life is lost, all is truly gone. With that, Qiao Lan left no time for contemplation and took her leave. Yan Hao felt the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. He shouted, 50,000 spirit stones. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Qing Lan, he received 10,000 spirit stones monthly. And being the son of the head of the prominent Yin family, surely he could muster more. Qiao Lan scoffed, 50,000 spirit stones? Are you trying to insult a beggar? This is nothing but an outrageous demand. It is a blatant extortion. There is nothing more exhilarating than plucking a feather from a miserly rooster. The situation was one of mutual consent, yet the terms were being cast in an unfavorable light. With the initiative slipping from his grasp, Yan Hao closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as each word was forced through clenched jaws. 80,000 spirit stones. Qiao Lan smacked her lips, squeezing the toothpaste, lacking any enthusiasm. She was disinclined to engage further, stating, if you wish for my assistance, it will cost you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. What? Yan Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. With 4 of them, that amounted to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qiao Lan, you truly dare to make such a demand? With a nonchalant shrug, Qiao Lan replied, if you find it too expensive, then. Situ Luyun recognized Qiao Lan's unwavering resolve and, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected, we do not possess such a sum of spirit stones. He believed that such words would prompt Qiao Lan to retreat in the face of difficulty, to speak less and demand less. However, to his astonishment, the next moment he heard Qiao Lan say, it's fine if you don't have it now. Writing an IOU will suffice. After all, you are esteemed figures in the eastern wilderness. Surely, you would not stoop to denying your debts? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men darkened like the bottom of a pot, and they reluctantly took out paper and pen to write the IOU. Qiao Lan formed a seal with her fingers and, without any hindrance, reached out to take the IOU. Upon seeing the handwriting, she felt something was amiss and began rummaging through her storage pouch, eventually producing a box of vermilion. The black and white text appeared too bland. A fingerprint would enhance it. At that moment, Yan Hao felt utterly humiliated as he gazed at the IOU he had pinned himself along with the vermilion. He glared fiercely at Qiao Lan, thinking to himself, now that I have signed, would I truly renege on my debt? Qiao Lan chuckled coldly, her voice dripping with disdain. Do you not know whether you would renege or not? Yan Hao was momentarily taken aback, averting his gaze from her perceptive eyes. He had indeed contemplated denying the debt after exiting the secret realm. Even if Qiao Lan caused a commotion, he was unafraid. After all, Who would believe a traitor from the Shanjing sect? In that scenario, he could turn the tables and cast mud upon Qiao Lan's reputation. A brilliant plan that achieved two goals at once had been seen through by her. What am I, to renege on a debt? What a farce. Yin Hao pressed his fingerprint down, thinking, this should suffice. Qiao Lan's gaze indicated to Zhou Chuiyue and Fan Hongzhuang that they had not yet pressed their fingerprints. Yin Hao wore a grim expression, inwardly cursing Qiao Lan with vehement disdain. Today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Suppressing the fury within, he assisted Fan Hongzhuang and Zhou Chuiyue in affixing their handprints. Surely, this would suffice. Qiao Lan, observing the promissory note adorned with the vermilion handprints of the four individuals, nodded in satisfaction. With a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, she cast a meaningful glance at Yin Hao. A warning lingering in her eyes. Do not dare to default. Enough with the idle chatter. Dissolve the array at once. Yin Hao urged, his tone laced with irritation. As Qiao Lan stored the note away, she simultaneously concealed the items from her sleeves into her spatial pocket and performed a series of gestures. In a matter of moments, the formation came to a halt. Once the restraints vanished, Sita Luyan swiftly embraced Zhou Chuiyue and exited the array, followed closely by Yin Hao, who assisted Fan Hongzhuang in making their escape. Qiao Lan, just you wait. I shall not let you off so easily. Yin Hao threatened. Junior sister, are you unharmed? Shi Yin inquired with concern. While the others were astonished by her ability to dismantle the array with such swiftness, he noticed the pallor of her complexion. It was evident that breaking the formation had taken a considerable toll on her. Before Qiao Lan could respond, Shi Yin disapproved. Do not overexert yourself next time. Your health is paramount. To Shi Yin, the lives of those trapped within the formation paled in comparison to a single strand of his junior sister's hair. Sacrificing her well-being for the sake of unfamiliar strangers was simply not worth it. Feeling warmth in her heart at his words, Qiao Lan replied, yes, third senior brother. I understand. Let us depart this place swiftly. She intended to bid farewell to the white ape titan and the two-headed three-tailed leopard. But the two beasts had already taken their positions, one on either shoulder, seated in a poised manner. Duan Muheng spoke with evident envy. They wish to accompany you. Is that so? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two little creatures perched upon her shoulder. Their mimetic forms resembled plush dolls, creating a stark contrast against the overwhelming size of their true selves, evoking an irresistible urge to pet them. The two little beings bobbed their three tiny heads vigorously, as if fearing that a delayed response would lead her to abandon them. At that moment, Duan Muheng's youthful heart felt 1,000 piercing blows. Was it truly necessary to be so hypocritical? In the secret realm, they had nearly wished to sever his head, yet now they feigned obedience and cuteness before Qiao Lan. Was this still the beast he once knew? The two-headed, three-tailed leopard cast a disdainful glance at Duan Muheng, as if to say, were it not for her presence, you, feeble creature, would have perished long ago. What are you saying? A sinister voice emerged from behind Duan Muheng. Daring to insult our junior sister, who excavates at Guanyang Peak before our very eyes. Do you take us for dead? Or are you simply tired of living? Boom. Crack. Thud. 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 Brothers. Brothers, I acknowledge my mistake. Please, no more beating. Chapter 63. Donglan City, isn't that so? Qiao Lan shook her head. We intend to continue our training. In the secret realm, everyone has advanced in rank. We require practical experience to solidify our cultivation. May we join? Mu Tingshue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 6 individuals from Guanyang Peak were indifferent, turning their gazes towards Qiao Lan, as if to convey that her decision would suffice. At this moment, Qiao Lan resolved not to overlook any opportunity for investment, and thus, she would certainly not decline Mu Tingshue's request. Certainly, let us first seek the nearest town to rest and recuperate. Despite the presence of cleansing spells, having gone a month without a bath, Qiao Lan felt an overwhelming discomfort and yearned for a proper soak. The group boarded their flying artifact and arrived at the nearest city, Yin City, by noon. The first course of action upon entering the city was to find an inn for some much-needed respite. The following morning, they took flight once more, heading straight for their destination, the Takasha Desert. Seated by the window, Mu Tingxue gazed thoughtfully at the distant Donglan City and inquired whether they could linger there for 2 days. No sooner had the words left her lips than Jin's expression turned noticeably colder. Qiao Lan, sitting beside him, failed to notice this change. After all, they needed to prepare adequately for the desert, ensuring they had ample supplies for unforeseen circumstances. As they approached Donglan City, The entrance fee of 10 spirit stones struck Ming Yanli, who was visiting for the first time, as exorbitant. Isn't that rather steep? He remarked. This city belonged to the Jin family, one of the 8 great clans, which naturally justified a higher entry fee. The seasoned Huyan, also from one of the 8 clans, accepted this without question. However, as the words hung in the air, the group suddenly seemed to recall something, casting worried glances at Jinjia. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Qiao Lan realized the critical matter she had overlooked. Annoyed with herself for forgetting such an important detail, she quickly interjected. Let us visit the Wanbao Pavilion to procure what we need, and then we shall depart without delay. Donglan City is renowned in the eastern wilderness for its prosperity, and Mu Tingxue could not comprehend why they were in such a hurry to leave without exploring. Yet, sensing the palpable tension from those around her, she chose to remain silent. Indeed, the Wanbao Pavilion of Dongling City is replete with treasures. These, and these as well. Please wrap them all up for me. The attendant, accustomed to extravagant patrons, was taken aback by such lavishness, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. Very well, sir. I shall assist you with this at once. Noticing that there was nothing more of interest on the first floor, Qiao Lan ascended to the second floor. Ming Yanli observed Mu Tingxue still in a daze, waving his hand before her eyes. What are you still lingering for? Let us proceed. Oh, yes. Ming Yanli felt no sense of impropriety, nodding naturally. Your Guanyang Peak is indeed affluent. Mu Tingxue couldn't help but exclaim, overwhelmed with envy as the young master of the Liuli sect. No. Ming Yanli shook his index finger side to side. It is not that Guanyang Peak is wealthy. Rather, it is our junior sister who possesses great riches. If one were to combine the fortunes of the Xiantian sect and the Liuli sect, they would likely pale in comparison to that of our junior sister. Ming Yanli stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Mu Tingxue. Upon reaching the second floor, Qiao Lan continued her shopping expedition. She was discerning in her purchases, eschewing low-tier talismans, elixirs, and spiritual treasures, as she could craft and inscribe them herself. Furthermore, with the system's rebates, she found herself lacking nothing. Instead, she gathered various mid to high-tier talisman-making materials, medicinal herbs, and intriguing, useful spiritual treasures of all grades. Having gauged Qiao Lan's preferences, the attendant, eager not to miss this rare opportunity with a valuable customer, promptly recommended, esteemed guest, the third floor boasts even higher-grade materials, medicinal herbs, and spiritual treasures. What are we waiting for? To the third floor. Qiao Lan swiftly ascended to the third floor, eager to complete her purchases and depart as soon as possible. With this thought, her pace unconsciously quickened. The items on the third floor were indeed significantly superior to those below, both in grade and quality. She made her way directly to the spiritual medicine section. These, and these, wrap up 100 of each for me. In the talisman area, she repeated the command, these, and these, wrap up 100 of each for me. Upon reaching the spiritual weapons section, Qiao Lan remained resolute. She collected every usable spiritual weapon, regardless of whether it was for defense or offense, sparing no thought for discretion. Who dares to compete with this young master for goods? Are you tired of living? A man's furious roar echoed throughout the third floor. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the attendant trembled involuntarily, his face pale and beaded with sweat. Young Master Jin. The attendant inwardly lamented his misfortune. What a day to encounter this formidable figure. Young Master Jin? Qiao Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. Remaining unfazed as she addressed the attendant, did you not hear my request? Wrap it up. The attendant hesitated, aware of the influential presence of Jin Yutang, and dared not move. His gaze swept across all those present, finally landing on Jin Che, his eyes filled with disdain. He mockingly remarked, I thought someone of importance was here. Turns out it is merely you, wretch. In an instant, Qiao Lan appeared before Jin Yutang, delivering several resounding slaps across his face. Her expression was icy, and she spat venomously. If you dare to insult my master brother again, I shall end your life. The 6 individuals at Guanyang Peak were utterly astonished. The usually gentle and soft little junior sister, when provoked, exhibited a terrifying intensity. Jin Che stood frozen in place. Having endured such humiliations from a young age within the Jin family, he had long grown accustomed to them. He had merely been scolded a few times. Yet the little junior sister was furious enough to take action in his defense. What merit did he possess to deserve such protection from her? Jin Che lowered his gaze, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over his reddened eyes. Who do you think you are, daring to strike this young master. You are utterly despicable. Qiao Lan paid no heed to his words, her figure moving like a wraith, a long sword poised at Jin Yutong's throat. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. Apologize to my senior brother, or I shall slay you. Chapter 64. Insult. Jin Yutong could not fathom that someone would display such audacity within the Jin family's territory, daring to press a sword against his neck. Do you know who I am? How dare you point a sword at me? I care not who you are. Anyone who dares to insult my senior brother shall face my wrath, even if it be the emperor himself. She tightened her grip on the sword, and a line of crimson appeared on Jin Yutong's neck. It was then that he realized she truly intended to kill him. Why, you mustn't act rashly. I am the son of the head of the Jin family. If you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you. Qiao Lan scoffed. I care not for your lineage. You must apologize to my senior brother today. Apologize? To demand an apology from that wretched spawn? What a jest. Jin Yutong's countenance darkened, as though he had swallowed a fly. He ground his teeth in vehement denial. It was inconceivable. Although the original text offers scant details regarding the Jin family's disdain for Jin Che, his status as the direct disciple of the esteemed Xuanyu Jinren did not spare him from being derided with terms like wretched spawn and the offspring of a lowly woman, devoid of any respect. One can only imagine the arduous life the eldest senior brother endured prior to his association with Xuanyu Jinren. Having grown up in the Qingxian sect, she lived in isolation and destitution, perpetually anxious, dependent upon others, and utterly disrespected. She empathized deeply with the eldest senior brother's suffering, as if she were gazing at a reflection of herself. Qiao Lan's delicate visage turned increasingly frigid, then let him perish. With that, she aimed her sword at his throat. In that critical moment, a voice, both refined and authoritative, resonated from behind. Miss Qiao, spare him. Brother, save me. Jin Yutong cried out in desperation. Qiao Lan, however, did not lower her sword, her brows furrowing as she regarded the newcomer. The individual wore a golden crown, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Jin Che. Clad in resplendent golden robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. A mocking expression crossed Qiao Lan's face as she spoke icily. Today, the Jin family's upbringing truly broadens one's horizons. The Jin family's intelligence network was renowned in the eastern wilderness, and naturally, Jin Yuzhan, as the heir of the Jin family, was well aware of Qiao Lan's identity. My younger brother is still quite young. Should he have offended Miss Qiao, I apologize on his behalf. Elder brother. Jin Yutong grew increasingly irate upon realizing that his elder brother had come not to support him, but to offer an apology. I'm not in the wrong. Who are we to apologize to the offspring of the female Chang and the female Xi? Jin Yuzhan rebuked. Addressing Jin Yutong, the fearless little tyrant of the Jin family, unafraid of heaven or earth, felt a twinge of trepidation at his elder brother's wrath. He instinctively shrank back. Seeing the grim expressions of the crowd from Guanyang Peak, Jin Yuzhan quickly interjected, My younger brother has spoken inappropriately and has offended you all. I, as the young master, shall see to it that he apologizes, and I have prepared a modest gift at the manor. Please do not take offense. With the title of young master emphasized, he sought to provide a way out for both parties. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of silver glinted, followed by a torrent of blood, as the anguished cries of a foolish pig echoed from the third floor. Ah, my arm, ah. Since the young master of the Jin family has spoken, it is only fitting that this face is to be given. However, should he continue to spew nonsense, it may not merely be an arm that is lost. Qiao Lan, disdainfully tossing aside her bloodied sword as if discarding refuse, displayed a look of utter contempt. The 6 members of Guanyang Peak stood frozen in shock. Their delicate, soft junior sister had exhibited such resolute strength when enraged. Yet, warmth flooded their hearts, for it felt delightful to be protected by another. Mu Tingxue raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover this fierce side of Qiao Lan. You. Jin Yuzhan's countenance darkened, astonished that Qiao Lan would dare to sever Jin Yutong's arm before him. Huh. Jin young master, if you do not rein in your brother, that arm may indeed be lost for good. Qiao Lan displayed an air of indifference, her tone languid and casual, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Jin Yu glanced deeply at Qiao Lan and the assembly behind her at Guanyang Peak, his expression dark and foreboding. Gentlemen, my father requests your presence. The Jin residence, encircled by mountains, was a marvel in itself, with every 10 steps offering a picturesque view, adorned with glazed golden tiles that shimmered magnificently. Qiao Lan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, It was the wealthiest force in the eastern wilderness, with the very essence of spirit stones permeating the estate. Within the radiant pavilion, the air was filled with wretched cries, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Be gentler. Jin Yutang grimaced in pain. Could you please be a bit lighter? Madame Jin's eyes were red-rimmed, her face etched with worry. The alchemist Qin, attending to his arm, bore the pain silently, assuring himself it would subside soon. Mother, it hurts. Jin Yutang buried his head in Madame Jin's embrace, seeking solace. With Mother here, it will soon feel better, she comforted, gently patting his back. Who dares to injure my son so grievously in Donglin City? Humph, a little lesson will do him good, Jin Dihai remarked sternly as he entered. What are you saying? Madame Jin retorted, displeased. Is my son not allowed to be formidable in Donglin City? The entire Donglin City belongs to the Jin family. How can he not act freely in his own domain? It is simply unreasonable, she thought to herself. While private insults might be forgiven, to openly demean him in front of Master Xianyu and the esteemed guests was an entirely different matter. If word got out, what would become of Master Xianyu's reputation? At this, Madame Jin grew even more incensed, her demeanor as frosty as ice. Where has my son spoken out of turn? It is merely a children's quarrel that has escalated, and such an offense does not warrant the severing of my son's arm. This is unacceptable. Even if the esteemed Xianyu were to personally intervene, I demand an explanation. What do you, a mere woman, understand of such matters? Jin Dihai's expression grew cold and grave. Do you believe that Xianyu remains as he once was? The haughty demeanor of Madame Jin faded. What does this imply? Humph. Not long ago, Xianyu ascended to the latter stage of the integration realm, merely a step away from the ascension stage. What? The latter stage of the integration realm. Xianyu is the foremost figure in the eastern wilderness. Madame Jin exclaimed in shock. Previously, with the equally matched Qiao Lan, the two sects had comparable strengths, maintaining a balance. However, with Xianyu's rise in the eastern wilderness, the dynamics have shifted. Madame Jin, unwilling to accept her fate, protested. Must my son suffer in vain? Hatred ignited in her eyes. Were it not for this man's inability to control his lower instincts, such troubles would not have arisen. Jin Dihai's gaze was obscure and inscrutable. Noticing that Jin Yutang's arm had been successfully mended, he spoke in a low voice. For the next few days, you must diligently recuperate in the courtyard and avoid causing further trouble. Once Jin Dihai departed, Jin Yutang reluctantly voiced his discontent. Mother, shall we simply let this go? I cannot swallow this humiliation. You may not wish to endure this, yet you must. Did you not hear what your father just stated? Jin Che is no longer the orphan he once was, whom you could strike or scold at will. He is now the direct disciple of the foremost figure in the eastern wilderness. You must temper your emotions. Madame Jin's chest heaved as she struggled to contain her simmering rage. Yet, Lady Jin's words fell on deaf ears for Jin Cheitang, whose eyes sparkled with a venomous glint. Chapter 65. Savor the moment. Ming Yanli strode forward, circling around Jin Che several times. Master brother, that old wretch did not trouble you, did he? Facing the worried gazes that surrounded him, warmth flowed through Jin Che's heart, dispelling the suffocating gloom within. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, I am fine. When shall we depart? The smile on Jin Che's face faltered, becoming somewhat forced. In a couple of days, perhaps. Ming Yanli, with his brusque demeanor, nodded in agreement. Qiao Lan narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering how her master brother could express a wish to delay their departure when he felt no sense of belonging to the Jin family. The original text provided scant details about Jin Che's background, and even his interactions with the heroine, Zhou Chuiwe, were notably few. What possible threat loomed over Jin Che? A light flickered in Qiao Lan's eyes as she seemed to grasp something, bringing clarity to her thoughts. The following day, Jin Yutang, having been ordered not to seek trouble with Jin Che, found himself in a particularly foul mood. Young master, your injuries have nearly healed. But Master Qin specifically instructed that you must rest adequately and refrain from alcohol. Lai Fu advised earnestly. In his agitated state, Jin Yutang was in no mood to heed such counsel. Impatiently waving his hand, he retorted, if I can't even find trouble with that beast, do I also lose the right to drink? Get out. Lai Fu, merely a servant, could only retreat in silence. Ah, why is the second young master drinking alone? Feeling down? Upon hearing the familiar female voice, a surge of anger ignited within Jin Yutang. The sight of her teasing smile only intensified his fury. It is you. Qiao Lan leisurely reclined in front of him, pouring herself a glass of wine. She lifted the cup to her nose and savored the aroma, exclaiming, What a fine wine. Is there not something delightful to share? Drinking alone is rather dull. With that, Qiao Lan drained her glass in one swift motion. This was the first time Jin Yutong encountered someone like Qiao Lan. She had just severed his arm yesterday, yet today, she sat opposite him as if nothing had happened, casually sipping wine. If she desired to drink, he would graciously oblige. He intended to show her that the wine of Jin Shaoye was not so easily enjoyed. Lai Fu, serve Miss Qiao some wine, he commanded, emphasizing her name with deliberate stress. Lai Fu, having followed Jin Yutong since childhood, naturally understood the underlying tone. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing at her lips. Soon, barrels of exquisite wine filled the entire pavilion, leaving no space to stand. Jin Yutong rose, picked up a barrel from the ground, and poured wine for Qiao Lan, boasting, "This fruit brew has been aged in the cellar for a century, nourishing the body and enhancing one's cultivation. It is a unique treasure of the Jin family, nearly impossible to obtain outside. Today, I am in a generous mood and shall bestow it upon you." Qiao Lan scoffed inwardly. Should she consume this wine, it would surely lead to her demise. Such a wicked heart. In that case, she would not hold back. Qiao Lan feigned ignorance as she approached Jin Yutong, raising her wine glass to him. "Young Master Jin." A toast. Her amiable demeanor brought a smile to Jin Yutong's face, prompting him to lift his own glass in response. Qiao Lan downed her drink in one swift motion, turning her glass upside down. Only then did Jin Yutong, satisfied, finish the contents of his own glass. However, as the liquor settled in his stomach, Jin Yutong's expression shifted to one of pallor, a searing pain gripping his abdomen. The agony overwhelmed him, causing him to scatter the food and drink across the table. "Young Master Jin, what is happening to you?" Qiao Lan exclaimed in shock. The commotion quickly caught the attention of Lai Fu, who rushed over. "Young Master, what is the matter?" Suddenly, a large, blood-red abscess the size of an egg appeared on Jin Yutong's face, accompanied by an unbearable itch that compelled him to scratch it. In an instant, the abscess burst, allowing crimson pus to trickle down his cheek, only for new abscesses to emerge in its wake. Witnessing this, Lai Fu was horrified. "Young Master, you mustn't touch it," he exclaimed, quickly calling out, "Help! This is dire. The second young master is in trouble." Soon, several members of the Jin family rushed in, swiftly lifting Jin Yutong away. Qiao Lan watched the frantic retreat of the Jin family members, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Enjoy yourselves, she thought. That day, news of Jin Yutong's affliction sent the entire Jin household into chaos. "Have you heard?" The guests at the banquet laughed heartily. Shi Yin, noticing the merriment, couldn't help but feel curious. What has caused such joy? Ha. Ming Yanli endeavored to suppress his mirth, for that fellow from Jin Yutang had finally received his comeuppance. For some inexplicable reason, he has succumbed to a malady today. Even the alchemists could not ascertain the nature of his affliction. Ha. I've heard he is now covered in festering sores, utterly unrecognizable. Ha. Do you not believe this is poetic justice? The crowd at Guanyang Peak nodded in agreement. Only Jin Jia cast a complex gaze towards the composed Qiao Lan. Was this her doing? As night descended and tranquility enveloped the world, the Jin residence remained ablaze with light. The decision-makers of the Jin family convened in the council hall. Lai Fu trembled like a leaf, uneasily kneeling in the grand hall. "Master, the sequence of events is as follows. Could it be that this poison was instigated by Qiao Lan? Was it an act of vengeance against the second young master, a retribution for that wretch?" A voice of doubt arose. Master Qin shook his head. "I have examined all the food and drink from today and found no abnormalities. Moreover, the symptoms of the second young master do not indicate poisoning. If it is not poisoning, then why has the second young master taken on such a grotesque appearance?" Master Qin's expression turned troubled. "I possess limited knowledge and cannot discern the ailment. Could it be that even you, a fifth-grade alchemist, are unable to identify it?" A gasp of astonishment rippled through the room. Jin Dihai sat in the principal seat, his countenance grave as he observed the myriad of suspicions among the assembly, his heart a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Jin Madam had already fainted from distress. The Jin residence was rife with formations, yet these posed no challenge to Qiao Lan, who effortlessly made her way to the main courtyard. This courtyard belonged to Jin Dihai. She concealed her presence, deftly evading the guards, and first arrived at Jin Dihai's study. The study was modest in size, its furnishings clearly arranged, yet there was no discernible presence of any formations, nor did she uncover the desired outcome. She felt an urge to retreat, but just as she turned, the door to the study swung open. Qiao Lan quickly concealed herself behind a screen, yet her presence was still detected by the newcomer. Who is there? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Qiao Lan's taut nerves slackened somewhat. She emerged from behind the screen. Senior brother, junior sister, what brings you here? Jian Zhou inquired, astonishment etched upon his face. Qiao Lan extended her consciousness to gauge the movements of the surrounding guards. I am here to search for something, but there is nothing of interest for you here. While that old fellow is absent, let us swiftly seek elsewhere. You know what I am looking for? Jian Zhou gazed at Qiao Lan, a shadow of unease flickering in his eyes. Sensing his disquiet, she gently patted his shoulder and sighed. Jian Zhou's gaze was cast downward, obscuring his emotions. However, Qiao Lan discerned that he was troubled, prompting her to voice her suspicions. I have also arrived in the past few days. The relationship between you and the Jin family seems strained. The head of the Jin family called you away privately, surely to impart some urgent matter. Given your temperament, it would be natural for you to refuse, yet you did not. It stands to reason that the old man must have employed some form of threat to compel your acquiescence. Qiao Lan stroked her chin, continuing her deductions. Having spent nearly 2 years at the Jin family, almost growing up in the Xiantian sect, what could possibly threaten you? At her words, Jian Zhou stood frozen in shock. The junior sister possesses an astonishing attention to detail, able to deduce so much from his peculiar behavior. In the original text, the mother is the Achilles heel of the elder brother. Aside from her, what could possibly threaten him? Elder brother, am I correct in my assertion? The Takasha Desert is on the brink of an extraordinary occurrence. The family head has commanded you to accompany him. You must safeguard Zhaner and Tanger with your very life. Should a single hair from them be harmed, the family head will ensure that your mother's remains are ground to dust. Cursed to wander the realm of beasts for eternity, never to reclaim her humanity. Qiao Lan's expression suddenly turned frigid. She was aware that the old man harbored disdain for the elder brother, yet she did not anticipate such malice. Is her elder brother's life not of value? Why should he sacrifice himself for the sake of those who are unrelated? Why? Suppressing the fury within her, Qiao Lan urged, Elder brother, let us search elsewhere. Jian Zhou nodded, and the two swiftly departed from the study. The main courtyard was turned upside down by their efforts, yet they discovered nothing. Upon returning to their chamber, Jian Zhou sat in a daze at the edge of the bed. Since childhood, he had endured scorn and ridicule, even when brought to Tianjin's sect as a direct disciple. The shadows of his past clung to him, seeming to mark his very existence and serve as a constant reminder. Throughout his life, he had grappled with the meaning of his existence, convinced that a person as tainted as he had no place in this world. Yet now, the image of Qiao Lan's smiling face blossomed in his mind, along with the tender scenes at Guanyang Peak, and the fierce determination with which she wielded her sword to protect him. Each memory unfurled in his heart, warming his soul. Her presence rendered existence itself less unbearable. A spark ignited in Jian Zhou's eyes, and the corners of her lips curled upward, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal glow that brightened the atmosphere considerably. The future may indeed hold intrigue. The following morning, Qiao Lan, under the pretense of visiting a sick acquaintance, arrived at Jin Zhantang's courtyard. Lai Fu wore a troubled expression. Miss Qiao, our young master is unwell and cannot receive guests. At that moment, an angry bellow erupted from within the house, accompanied by the clattering of objects. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. Such vigor hardly suggested illness. Lai Fu, being merely a servant, dared not voice his thoughts. Upon seeing Jin Dihai arrive, he seemed to find a glimmer of hope. Master. Jin Dihai, hands clasped behind his back, responded with a curt nod, his expression as cold as ice, his gaze landing on Qiao Lan. Noticing her cultivation level was merely at the first stage of the spirit transformation realm. A fleeting look of disdain crossed his features. You are the newly accepted direct disciple of Xianyu Jinren? She turned to assess Jin Dihai, noting his lavish attire and handsome appearance, though she suspected he engaged in unsavory conduct behind closed doors. You are the father of my senior brother? They both spoke simultaneously. At her words, Jin Dihai's countenance darkened several shades. Is this how Xianyu Jinren instructs his disciples? So lacking in decorum? A sardonic smile graced Qiao Lan's lips. What kind of person threatens their own flesh and blood with their mother's remains? Is such a person deserving of my respect? Lai Fu's eyes widened like brass bells, as if he had just heard something utterly astonishing. His pupils trembled, and he longed for a hole to burrow into, wishing to escape this moment. He had no desire to perish. How dare you seek death? Never had anyone dared to be so insolent in his presence. A mere girl, yet to fully mature. Dared to provoke his authority. Whether I live or die remains uncertain, but I am certain your son will meet his end before I do. Qiao Lan's gaze drifted toward the house, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Jean Dihai's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. It's you. Oh. While one may indulge in reckless consumption, one must speak with veracity. Qiao Lan spread her hands, confronting Jean Dihai's menacing gaze with unwavering courage. The two exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, the atmosphere crackling with tension, a faint scent of gunpowder lingering. Lai Fu shrank back, attempting to minimize his presence. What do you desire? Jean Dihai finally spoke, recalling the pitiful visage of his son. Yet, Qiao Lan felt no joy at Jean Dihai's concession, rather. The mockery in her eyes intensified. The head of the Jean family truly is a rare and commendable father. How touching. He had grasped the double standards at play. Growing weary of the verbal sparring, Qiao Lan coldly declared, I demand the remains of my master brother's mother. She remained unhurried. Her eyes locked with his in a semblance of a smile. Alarm! Alarm! The young master has fainted. A servant's panicked cries echoed from within the house. Jean Dihai turned sharply and strode inside, only to behold Jean Yutong, his body marred by blood-soaked pustules, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. As the atmosphere of the Jean family grew increasingly despondent, he attempted to approach and assess his son's condition. However, he was halted after taking only a couple of steps by the servants, who cautioned him against it, saying, the head of the family must not. The pus is contagious. You must not touch it. Jean Dihai closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before reopening them, revealing a gaze as frigid and bloodthirsty as ice. Qiao Lan. For so many years as the head of the Jean family, he had never imagined being threatened by a mere junior. Very well, indeed. Chapter 67, Senior Brother. You are free now. Qiao Lan couldn't help but laugh at his expression of disdain, nodding as she said, it is time to leave. She then stepped in front of Jean Che, took his hand, and placed a storage bag into his palm, her smile radiant as she sincerely congratulated him. Senior Brother. You are free now. What? Jean Che's body trembled violently, staring incredulously at her smiling face. Qiao Lan repeated her heartfelt blessing. Senior Brother, you are free now. The others looked on in confusion, and Ming Yanli was utterly baffled. As Jean Che probed the storage bag with his spiritual sense, he discovered it contained his mother's remains, along with items she had used in her lifetime. Unable to contain his emotions, tears streamed down his cheeks. Understanding his feelings, Qiao Lan opened her arms and enveloped him in a warm embrace, gently patting his back as she reassured him, Senior Brother, you are no longer alone. We are here for you. We are all your family now, are we not? Upon hearing this, Jean Che could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within him. Embracing her tightly and weeping aloud in her arms, he released all the loneliness, sorrow, grievances, and helplessness accumulated over the years. Finally, someone had seen through his faade. He no longer needed to feign strength, for he too had family to rely upon. Suddenly, Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected sound of the system at that moment. Investment assessment in progress. Return on investment calculation in progress. Investment target, Jean Che. Investment, Mother-S remains, Mother-S belongings. Return on investment. Fire attribute 10 points, a manual on the way of all things. What? Ming Yanli trembled with rage upon learning of the actions taken by the Jean family. How could a father be so utterly depraved? It was simply inhumane. Pei Yuan's gaze turned icy. In the previous life, he and Jean Che had faced a similar plight within their families. Only those with sufficient strength could break free from familial constraints. Similarly, Song Chongshan and Shi Yan, both from noble families, sighed in unison. Thankfully, their senior brother possessed extraordinary talent. Otherwise, life would become increasingly unbearable. Li Kuei patted Jean Che's shoulder, saying, Senior brother, you've been rather inconsiderate. Such a significant event occurred, yet you did not inform us. Fortunately, the junior sister was astute. Otherwise, we would have been kept in the dark. Song Choshan cast a disapproving glance at Jean Che, admonishing, Senior brother, this cannot continue. Observing the concerned faces and hearing the mildly reproachful voices, Jean Che felt a warmth enveloping him, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, utterly comfortable. Well, the past is behind us. Let us not repeat our mistakes in the future. Ming Yanli looked at Qiao Lan with eager anticipation. In celebration of our senior brother finally attaining his freedom, should we not indulge in a proper festivity? Qiao Lan, fully aware of his sentiments, nodded and smiled, saying, "On such a splendid day, we must indeed celebrate heartily. I wish to have double portions of squirrel mandarin fish," Ming Yanli unabashedly ordered. Song Choshan declared, "I desire the hibiscus bear paw." Shi Yin stated, "I wish for the 8 treasure stew." Li Kuei announced, "I would like Peking duck." Pei Yuan added, "I crave dompa pork." Each individual selected their favorite dish, then turned their eyes toward Jinja, who had yet to voice his choice. Sensing their eager gazes, Jinja smirked slightly and said, "I wish to have hot pot." The 6 then redirected their hopeful stares toward Qiao Lan, awaiting her response. Qiao Lan chuckled, "Since you all wish to eat, why not come and lend a hand?" Soon enough, the 7 members of Guanyang Peak made their way to the kitchen, ready to assume their respective roles. Ming Yanli took charge of handling various meats, while Song Chonshan and Shi Yin busied themselves washing and picking vegetables. Jinja and Li Kuei handled chopping and preparing the ingredients. Pei Yuan managed the charcoal and fire, leaving Qiao Lan to oversee the cooking itself. Outside the courtyard, Mu Tingshu stood, peering through the crack of the door, witnessing their unique warmth and lively gathering. Her eyes filled with envy. Lowering her gaze, she turned to leave. Sensing someone outside, Qiao Lan turned and caught sight of Mu Tingshu's solitary figure. "Mu Tingshu," she called out to her, "dinner will be ready in half an hour. Come to our courtyard for dinner, and do bring the other disciples from the Liuli sect along." Mu Tingxue was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an invitation. A charming smile graced her lips as she replied, "All right." As night fell, the Jin residence returned to tranquility, with only Qiao Lan's courtyard illuminated and bustling with activity. Mu Tingxue pushed open the courtyard door, and an array of delectable aromas wafted towards her, causing her eyes to gleam with delight. What a wonderful fragrance! Just by inhaling the scent, she could tell the food must be exquisite. The disciples of the Liuli sect, upon catching a whiff of the delicious dishes, couldn't help but express their admiration. "Look at how eager you all are," Mu Tingxue chuckled, shaking her head. "Come on, let's go in." "Yes." The disciples responded eagerly, following her closely. Upon seeing Mu Tingshue's arrival, Qiao Lan called out, "Come take a seat. We're just waiting for you to begin." Mu Tingxue nodded and led her disciples to their seats. The disciples of the Liuli sect gazed in awe at the colorful array of dishes they had never encountered before, their eyes wide with wonder as they swallowed in anticipation. "Junior sister, may we start eating?" Ming Yanli asked impatiently. Qiao Lan smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Go ahead, eat up." Ming Yanli grinned broadly and immediately picked up his chopsticks, indulging in the feast. "Elder brother, the squirrel mandarin fish is mine," Song Chongshan, unfazed, retorted. "Junior sister made 3 portions of squirrel mandarin fish. What harm is there in me taking a piece?" "That simply won't do. The squirrel mandarin fish is all mine." Ming Yanli rose from his seat, guarding the squirrel mandarin fish possessively before him. Song Chongshan's lips twitched at the sight, remarking on his excessive stinginess. Seizing the opportunity while Ming Yanli was distracted, he swiftly snatched away a substantial portion of the fish. Enraged, Ming Yanli leaped in protest, exclaiming, "Elder brother, how could you pilfer your junior's provisions? You show no affection for the young. TSK, I am your elder brother, and it is your duty to honor me." The bystanders from the Liuli sect watched in astonishment as the two bickered. Qiao Lan shook her head in resignation. Such scenes were commonplace, and she had long grown accustomed to them. Pay them no mind. They are merely jesting. You all should focus on your meal. The members of the Liuli sect nodded in agreement, lowering their gazes. In truth, they were not frightened but rather envious of the bond shared between them. It was far removed from their preconceived notions of aloof, high-ranking disciples. Instead, it resembled the camaraderie of siblings born to ordinary families. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the courtyard, followed by a thunderous roar of a male voice. "Qiao Lan, come out here. Is anyone watching? If you remain silent, I am truly frightened." "Boo-hoo." There was an urgent plea for favorable reviews from the treasures. A desperate need echoed in the words, "Manto loves you all." Chapter 68. Are you qualified? Upon witnessing Jin Yutong storm in, visibly enraged, Qiao Lan teased, "Oh, young Master Jin, have you so quickly forgotten your pain after healing? It's you. How dare you poison me, Qiao Lan?" Jin Yutong shouted, his fury palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Oh. Sometimes the efficacy of medication can indeed be a burden." Qiao Lan lamented with a shake of her head, pondering how intriguing it would be if young Master Jin were to bear 2 gaping wounds upon his face. Upon encountering Qiao Lan's radiant smile, Jin Yutong's ire swiftly dissipated. and he instinctively retreated 2 steps, a shiver coursing through his body. Haunted by trepidation, he covered his face with his hands, feeling a pang of pain. You mustn't act recklessly. This is the Jin family. If anything were to happen to me, the entire Jin household would not let you off lightly. Realizing that he was indeed within the confines of the Jin family, with its members at his back, Jin Yutong regained a semblance of bravado. Qiao Lan, you must provide me with an explanation today, or I shall ensure that you never see the light of another day. No sooner had he spoken than the Jin family members behind him advanced a few steps, their demeanor fierce. Jin Yutong nodded in satisfaction, raising his chin in a haughty manner as he looked down upon the crowd. Whom do you intend to deprive of the sun tomorrow? Jin Zhi's voice was frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Jin Yutong, who approached Qiao Lan with steady strides, placing himself protectively behind her. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Jin Yutong, taken aback, then regarded him with derision, dismissively retorting, regardless of your status outside. Within the Jin family, you shall forever be nothing more than a dog, and a dog ought to heed its master's commands, lest it forget its place. Laughter erupted from the Jin family members within the room, their mirth echoing loudly. They had long grown accustomed to the humiliation of Jin Zhi, as well as his silence and subservience. Thunder rumbled in the background. An intangible sword aura surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, striking towards the members of the Jin family. They were violently hurled out of the room, crashing harshly into the courtyard. Ouch! Jin Yutong, disoriented from the impact, opened his eyes only to find the tip of a sword pressed against his neck. He could distinctly feel the icy chill emanating from the blade. A mere flick of Jin Che's wrist could swiftly extinguish his life. Why you dare? Jin Yutong stammered in shock, gazing at Jin Che, whose face was etched with frost. Jin Che coldly snorted, taunting, do you still believe I am the Jin Che of old? The Jin family no longer poses any threat to me. What? Jin Yutong's pupils constricted, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as fear gripped his heart. You dare threaten my junior sister. I shall end you first. Jin Che's intent to kill was genuine. He did not wish to harbor a ticking time bomb that sought Qiao Lan's life, and he aimed to eliminate future threats. Hold on. Jin Yuzhan arrived at the courtyard. Witnessing this scene unfold, let us exercise mercy where we can. Do not jeopardize the harmony between the Jin family and the Xintian sect. Qiao Lan let out a cold laugh, followed by applause echoing through the courtyard. Truly, the Jin family excels in double standards. Is this your family's unique skill? Indeed. It is passionately hypocritical, leaving one in awe. Jin Yuzhan could discern the sarcasm in her words. He turned to Jin Che. Jin Che, sheath your sword. His tone brooked no argument, allowing for no negotiation. Years of entitlement had led the Jin family to forget that Jin Che was indeed an individual, someone whose status, background, and innate talent surpassed their own, rendering them mere shadows in his presence. Jin Zhi's icy gaze bore down. The overwhelming pressure of the peak of the transformation realm surged towards Jin Yuzhan. And you dare to command me? Do you believe yourself worthy? Jin Yuzhan was taken aback, not merely by Jin Zhi's demeanor, but also by the revelation that his peer, Jin Zhi, stood just one step away from the spirit infant realm. Such prodigious talent rendered him utterly astounded. His own cultivation merely reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm, a full realm behind, leaving him powerless against the oppressive force of the transformation realm. Even with all his might, he found himself succumbing, his knee buckling, his spine bending, a tightness gripping his throat as a metallic taste flooded his mouth, spilling from his lips and ultimately falling to the ground. Witnessing the unwillingness in Jin Yuzhan's eyes, Jin Zhi remarked with a playful smirk, after all these years, you remain so pathetic, utterly incapable of withstanding a mere blow, showing no improvement whatsoever. Stripped of your identity as the young master of the Jin family, you are nothing. Jin Yuzhan's eyes blazed crimson as he glared fiercely at Jin Zhi, ultimately unable to contain himself as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Genre. Jin Dihai rushed forward, cradling Jin Yuzhan in his arms, assessing his injuries and administering healing elixirs with seamless efficiency. Having witnessed this scene, Jin Zhi felt an undeniable envy towards Jin Yuzhan and Jin Yutong, who basked in their father's affection. But for him, such longing had diminished. As he recalled the members of Guanyang Peak, a soft light flickered in his eyes, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. He was no longer alone. He had found family. Upon Jin Dihai's arrival, the members of Guanyang Peak gathered around Jin Zhi. their expressions grave as they vigilantly monitored Jin Dihai, wary of any potential bullying towards their senior brother. Recalling his purpose, Jin Dihai restrained the anger bubbling within him and feigned a calm demeanor as he turned his gaze toward Jin Jia. What has transpired to ignite such fury? He inquired in a cold tone. If he does not provoke, he shall not suffer such a fate. The underlying implication was clear. The instigator is contemptible, seeking torment at their own doorstep, thus deserving of blame. Jin Dihai was acutely aware of his son's character. However, as the patriarch of the Jin family, he could not bear to witness his son being wronged within their own home. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and reminded himself that his younger brother was still a child. As the elder, he ought to show leniency and not conspire with outsiders to bully a family member. Family member? Upon hearing these words, Jin Jia found them utterly laughable. Throughout the years, had anyone in the Jin household ever regarded him as one of their own? The patriarch's claim of kinship was a burden he could scarcely bear. Turning away, he stood with his back to Jin Dihai, who understood that he no longer possessed any leverage over him, unable to maintain his previous authoritative stance. Given that he still required Jin Jia's cooperation, he softened his tone. Tomorrow, you will accompany us to the Takasha Desert. There is no need to strain our relations. The insinuation in Jin Dihai's words was unmistakable, and Jin Jia grasped the meaning. After a moment of silence, he replied coolly, if we can coexist peacefully, it may be acceptable. Of course, Jin Dihai responded eagerly, relieved by his acquiescence. However, Jin Jia's expression suddenly turned frigid. Let me make myself clear. Should either of them dare to lay a hand on my younger sister, I will personally ensure their demise. Upon hearing this, Jin Dihai's smile froze upon his face, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 69. The Guardians of the Pacific. Mind your own business. Once Jin Dihai departed with Jin Yuzhan and Jin Yutong, Ming Yanli finally spoke up, senior brother. Why must we accompany the Jin family to the Takasha Desert? He was utterly perplexed. Associating with such detestable individuals seemed to only invite trouble. Thus, the others came to a sudden realization. So that's it. Song Chongshan exclaimed. That is the sacred herb for cleansing spiritual roots. In an instant, Song Chongshan, Shi Yan, Li Kuei, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan comprehended his intentions. Indeed, Jin Shay nodded, affirming his considerations. Hence it was imperative to proceed. Except for Qiao Lan. Everyone else nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting Jin Shay's decision. Their little junior sister, remarkably talented, should not be hindered by inferior spiritual roots. After all, she was truly deserving of the world's admiration. Qiao Lan stood there, bewildered, realizing that senior brother had agreed with Jin Dihai for her sake. Although she had no need to cleanse her spiritual roots, the thought of being cared for filled her heart with warmth. The following morning, under the watchful eyes of Jin Dihai and the Jin family, they boarded the flying spirit vessel and departed from Donglin City. Before their departure, having received Jin Dihai's repeated admonitions, Jin Yutong had become considerably subdued, though he still regarded Qiao Lan and the others with disdain. In silence, the members of Guanyang Peak were delighted by the tranquility, each applying SBA talismans to sit in meditation and cultivate their skills. Upon affixing the SBA talisman to his body, Jin Yuzhan distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in the ambient spiritual energy surrounding him. His gaze, filled with astonishment and curiosity, fixated on the SBA talisman. Though he was not a talisman practitioner, as the young master of the Jin family, he had encountered and utilized many exquisite items from a young age, thus recognizing the extraordinary nature of this talisman. Miss Qiao, may I inquire about the name of this talisman? Why must it be affixed to one's person? Indeed, a young master is one who possesses both adaptability and resilience. Qiao Lan did not withhold her response, stating plainly, this talisman is known as the SBA talisman, utilized for cultivation, and naturally, it must be applied to the body. Death Father talisman. Jin Yuzhan frowned, sensing that Qiao Lan might be jesting at his expense. Though he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicion, Qiao Lan, disinterested in further explanations, prepared to retire for the night. When Jin Yuzhan spoke again, might I inquire, Miss Qiao, if you would consider selling me a few of those Death Father talismans? Not seizing an opportunity for profit is foolish, Qiao Lan thought, feeling intrigued yet pretending to be difficult. This talisman is of high rank. I possess very few for my own use. The others from Guanyang Peak, having overheard the commotion, recognized that their junior sister was up to her usual mischief and promptly closed their eyes in silence. As long as Miss Qiao is willing to sell, spirit stones would not pose an issue. Oh, is that so? Qiao Lan maintained a facade of reluctance. Yet her hands moved with undeniable sincerity. She retrieved 3 SBA talismans from her spatial storage, saying, "This is all I possess." With a pained expression, she closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Considering your status as the young master of the Jin family, I shall reluctantly part with them for 10,000 spirit stones." What? Upon hearing such a price, Jin Yutong erupted, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of robbery. Moreover, the SBA talisman is a supreme and advanced charm, which you cannot procure even with spirit stones outside. I, with good intentions, offer to sell you the talisman, yet you have tarnished my efforts with such slander. If you wish, I shall refrain from selling it." Qiao Lan turned her head away, thinking that I would be eager to part with it. I have scarcely enough for my own use. Jin Yuzhan, seeing her intention to affix the talisman to herself, promptly interjected, "Miss Qiao, please wait. I am willing to purchase it for 10,000 spirit stones. For the Jin family, 10,000 spirit stones are a mere trifle." His curiosity regarding the talisman's extraordinary utility was piqued. As he stated, "I, Qiao Lan, never engage in coercive transactions." "That is indeed true. I am purchasing willingly." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan reluctantly nodded, a hint of reluctance still evident on her face. "Since you are so sincere, I shall reluctantly acquiesce." With that, she accepted the spirit stones and handed the talisman to Jin Yuzhan. Jin Yuzhan examined the talisman in his hand, curiously inquiring, "How does one utilize this talisman?" Qiao Lan, having secured the spirit stones, replied, "Simply affix it to your body." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuzhan immediately sat cross-legged and adhered the SBA talisman to himself. Instantly, spiritual energy began to surge toward his body from all directions, and his meridians automatically absorbed the energy, completing a small circulation, then a large circulation. Ultimately, the energy coalesced in his dantian. Jin Yuzhan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his expression filled with astonishment. Did you not claim that you had no death talismans?" Jin Yutong, witnessing Qiao Lan affix several talismans as if they were free, felt a rush of blood to his head and could not help but loudly question her. Qiao Lan dug at her ear and remarked, "I meant not that there are none left, but rather that there are not many. If my ears prove useless, I shall donate them to those in need." Jin Yutong was momentarily speechless. "Is this what you refer to as not many? Generally, does the consensus of ordinary people not suggest that only a few remain? With just a handful left, for Qiao Lan to use so many at once is simply preposterous." Qiao Lan remained unfazed. What is unreasonable about it? Moreover, they are my possessions, and I will use them as I see fit. Do not act like a police officer of the Pacific. Mind your own business and leave me be. With that, Qiao Lan produced a bed, crossed her arms over her navel, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Jin Yutong's eye twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. Qiao Lan. Pei Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Jin Yutong, and spoke coldly. "Be silent." As soon as he finished his sentence, Jin Yutong attempted to speak, but found his mouth would not open, nor could he produce any sound. He glanced at his elder brother, meeting the warning gaze of his sibling, which instantly deflated his fury. Do not forget the purpose of this journey. Mu Tingxue observed their interaction, her gaze falling upon Qiao Lan's serene visage, and she felt a surge of admiration for her. In the entire eastern wilderness, she was the only one capable of infuriating the Jin brothers to such an extent while emerging unscathed. Chapter 70. Strange. Strange. How is it that such a multitude of cultivators have gathered in the Takasha Desert? It defies reason. Ming Yanli leaned against the windowsill, gazing down at the sea of heads below. The Takasha Desert is infamous in the eastern wilderness for being a desolate realm. Thus, few cultivators dare to venture here. The sudden appearance of so many practitioners is indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Have you heard? Today, there are reports of man-eating demons in the Takasha Desert, and the neighboring Flying Eagle squad has suffered significant losses. Whether the rumors are true or not, I cannot say. But it is undeniable that the number of people has indeed dwindled recently. Just as Qiao Lan and her companions descended from their flying spiritual artifact, they were met with a cacophony of remarks from the cultivators around them. Man-eating demons? Based on the various accounts shared by the crowd, Qiao Lan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, she could not pinpoint exactly why. The desert climate was scorching, with the sun hanging high in the sky. Qiao Lan produced a stack of cooling talismans, distributing several to everyone except for the two Jin brothers, as they were too polite to directly ask for one. Of course, I wouldn't be so impolite to my junior sister, Ming Yanli replied, quickly affixing a cooling talisman to himself and stowing the remaining ones in his storage pouch. The disciples of the Lioli sect exchanged incredulous glances, pointing at themselves in disbelief. We have some too? Qiao Lan nodded affirmatively. Mu Tingxue, sensing their apprehension, spoke up. Since it is Qiao Lan's kind gesture, you should graciously accept it. Indeed, the Lioli sect disciples replied nervously, accepting the talismans with trembling hands, expressing their gratitude. The disciples of the Lioli sect learned to utilize the Mingyan ritual, affixing talismans upon their bodies. Before long, a refreshing chill enveloped them, sweeping through their limbs and driving away the oppressive heat, leaving them in a state of exquisite comfort. Experiencing the miraculous effects of the cooling talismans, Mu Tingxue revealed a look of astonishment. Subsequently, Qiao Lan retrieved the exquisite Biyun Linglong umbrella from her spatial realm. The umbrella expanded gracefully, eventually hovering above their heads, perfectly shielding them from the blazing sun. Without needing to be prompted, the 6 members of Guanyang Peak instinctively gathered beneath the umbrella. This is a celestial-grade spiritual treasure, the Biyun Linglong umbrella, exclaimed a disciple of the Lioli sect, astonished. You actually used a celestial-grade spiritual treasure to shield from the sun. Qiao Lan cast a glance at the speaker, appreciating the discerning eye. The praised disciple of Lioli Peak lowered his head shyly, muttering, "It is merely that my father is a craftsman, though I lack the talent for forging. I have acquired some knowledge. What are you still lingering for?" Qiao Lan beckoned to Mu Tingxue and the others. "Do you all enjoy basking in the sun so much?" Mu Tingxue paused momentarily, then led the disciples of Lioli sect towards the shade of the umbrella. Meanwhile, Jin Yutong, who had been left out entirely, seethed with anger. What enraged him further was Qiao Lan's extravagant display. Even as the esteemed second young master of the Jin family, he possessed but a few celestial-grade spiritual treasures. Yet she seemingly regarded such treasures as mere sunshades, as if they held little value to her. "Qiao Lan, what do you mean by this? You've invited the disciples of the Lioli sect, and even bestowed them with talismans. Why have you not extended the same invitation to my brother and me? You disregard the Jin family." Jin Yuzhan, having experienced the wonders of the cooling talisman, was naturally reluctant to offend Qiao Lan. He promptly restrained Jin Yutong and communicated telepathically. "Do not forget the purpose of our journey. Keep your composure." After uttering this, Jin Yuzhan paid no further heed to Jin Yutong and swiftly approached Qiao Lan. "Miss Qiao, what talisman is this? What is its remarkable function? Might you sell me a few?" Seeing his elder brother continually acquiesce while offering spirit stones to that insufferable person only deepened Jin Yutong's frustration. He raised his hand to affix the cooling talisman, which he had acquired from Qiao Lan for 5,000 spirit stones, onto Jin Yutong's body. "How does it feel?" he inquired, applying a talisman onto himself as well. Jin Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the talisman affixed to him. What kind of talisman is this to be so refreshing? It alleviated the scorching heat without the need for him to exert his spiritual energy, providing him with relief and comfort. Jin Yuzhan was similarly astonished by the talisman's effect, a look of admiration illuminating his face. Truly, 5,000 spirit stones were not in vain. Yet, Jin Yutong remained discontented, remarking, "She has given several of these talismans to the people of the Lioli sect for free, yet sells them to us for 5,000 spirit stones. This is simply double standards. She clearly holds the Jin family in contempt." Enough. Jin Yuzhan understood his brother's sentiments well. "You have seen for yourself. These talismans belong to Qiao Lan, and she shares a close bond with Jin Che. It is only natural that she does not favor us. Behave yourself and do not seek unnecessary trouble. Do not forget the purpose of our journey." Upon hearing his elder brother's repeated warning, Jin Yutong merely curled his lips in reluctant agreement, though his heart harbored a different sentiment. Numerous onlookers nearby noticed the commotion surrounding Qiao Lan. Observing that her group exhibited only a faint aura of spiritual energy, yet brazenly displayed their celestial-grade spiritual treasures, they could not help but reveal their covetous gazes. After leading the way for an entire afternoon, Jin Yuzhan paused, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings. What was amiss? Surely they weren't lost? Ming Yanli jested. Noticing Jin Yuzhan's prolonged silence, Ming Yanli quickly retracted his jest, asking, "You can't possibly be lost, can you? Isn't the Jin family familiar with this area? How could that be? Who is there? Show yourself." A fleeting, unfamiliar surge of spiritual energy flickered through the air, but it was deftly caught by Jin Che. At his command, the members of Guanyang Peak stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Hee, you actually noticed us," a voice hissed. 3 men clad in black materialized before them. Qiao Lan recalled that just moments ago, when she had unveiled her by Yunling long umbrella, their eyes had been fixed upon her without diversion. A subtle smirk graced her lips, as if she anticipated their intentions. As expected, the scarred leader spoke menacingly. "Hand over the celestial-grade spiritual treasures without delay, lest you choose to taste the consequences of your insolence." With a cultivation level barely reaching the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Did he truly dare to speak so arrogantly? Jin Che let out a disdainful snort. The scarred man frowned. Despite the weak spiritual fluctuations emanating from these individuals, they had discerned his cultivation level, implying they possessed significant treasures. Today, fortune smiled upon them. They had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. "Brothers, it seems we are in for a windfall. Since you are aware of Laozi's prowess, it would be wise to surrender the treasures upon your persons. I might yet allow you to retain your corporeal forms." "Oh, is that so?" Ming Yanli flexed his wrists, eager anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "It has been quite some time since my fellow disciples and I have had the opportunity to truly stretch our limbs. Your arrival is most fortuitous." Chapter 71. A reunion with the masked black-clad figures. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly. "Spare me, noble heroes. I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness." The members of the Lioli sect and the 2 brothers from the Jin family stood aghast. They had not anticipated the ferocity of the Guanyang Peak's disciples, who acted in perfect unison. 3 formidable practitioners of the transformation realm rendered utterly powerless by their collaboration. Moreover, Jin Jie had not lifted a finger throughout the ordeal. What astonished them most was Qiao Lan. Hailing from the Shi family, known for their mastery of talismans, it was well known that Shi Yin possessed such skills. Yet, how did Qiao Lan come to wield such an abundance of talismans? She tossed them forth in handfuls as if they were of no consequence, dazzling her onlookers. Even the notoriously arrogant Jin Yutong was compelled to acknowledge his inferiority. Qiao Lan was no paragon of mercy. With intruders intent on robbing her, she had no intention of showing leniency. Stowing her talismans, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "I may consider sparing you, but..." Upon hearing this, the 3 men suppressed their pain and bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude for the mercy of this celestial being. "Do not be so hasty in your thanks," Qiao Lan interjected, raising her hand. "First, relinquish to me all the treasures you possess." The 3 were momentarily taken aback. In days gone by, they had been the ones to seize the possessions of others. But today, they found themselves outwitted, having misjudged the situation. The scarred man sighed and promptly retrieved the storage bag from his person. Observing his actions, the other 2 swiftly produced their own bags as well. Qiao Lan scanned the 3 individuals with her spiritual consciousness and confirmed that they held no hidden treasures. She then collected the 3 storage bags and waved her hand, indicating, "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, the 3 men felt as if they had received a royal pardon. They exhaled in relief and hastily turned to flee. After dispelling the spiritual imprint on the storage bags, Qiao Lan examined their contents and could not help but grimace. Apart from the artifact that concealed one's aura, she found little else of interest. Nonetheless, the bags contained a considerable amount of spirit stones, mid to low-tier elixirs, talismans, and other mysterious spiritual treasures. She selected only the artifact that masked her presence and subsequently returned the 3 storage bags to her senior brothers and sisters. They accepted her offer without hesitation, experiencing the novelty of sharing their spoils for the first time. This sensation was refreshing and welcomed, bringing them an unexpected delight. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Lioli sect and the Jin brothers felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Could it be that the disciples of Xian Yuzhinren were so frivolous? As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature in the Takasha desert plummeted. "Junior sister, the tent has been set up," Ming Yanli announced, clapping his hands while taking a seat beside Qiao Lan. Seeing that everything was nearly ready, Qiao Lan produced the preservation box, and Ming Yanli immediately assisted her, while the others from Guanyang Peak also lent their support. Soon, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of the meal. Jin Yutong felt a twitch of disbelief at the corner of his eye, exclaiming, You actually used the preservation box to store food. Such waste. It's utterly wasteful. The Baoling box is a superior container for various rare treasures, and even the Jin family possesses only a handful of them. It is utterly outrageous that Qiao Lan would use such a precious item to store mundane food. Such an act is nothing short of sacrilege. The thoughts of all present, aside from the members of Guanyang Peak, echoed this sentiment. What is merely a box? Qiao Lan, unfazed, thought to herself that she would use it for whatever she deemed necessary, and questioned why they were making such a fuss. Ignoring the petrified Jin Yutong, she beckoned to Mu Tingxue and the others, urging them to join her for a meal. Upon realizing that Qiao Lan had once again failed to invite him, Jin Yutong fumed, but he met the warning gaze of Jin Yuzhan and chose to remain seated, dismissing the few dishes before him with disdain. Subsequently, as he prepared to consume a fasting pill, a gasp from behind him caught his attention. Heavens, this is actually spirit delicacy. At these words, Jin Yutong's appetite vanished as he stared incredulously at the fasting pill in his hand. Are they really going to sleep now? Aren't they supposed to keep watch at night? You all should go to sleep as well. After giving instructions to her disciples, Mu Tingxue walked directly into the tent. Naturally, the disciples of Lu Li sect followed her lead, leaving the Jin brothers in a state of bewilderment. Jin Yuzhan, still uneasy, resolved to take turns keeping watch with Jin Yutong. Why should we? Jin Yutong complained bitterly. Not only was he not invited to partake in the spirit delicacy, but he was also expected to serve as free labor for the night watch. What a preposterous situation. Feeling the deathly gaze of his elder brother, Jin Yutong's voice dwindled. Yet he continued to mutter profanities, quite vulgar in nature. In the deep of night, it was Jin Yutong's turn to stand watch for the latter half of the night. He sat beside the fire, yawning, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed Qiao Lan and the others, dressed neatly, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Realizing this, he immediately sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, What on earth is happening? Is this how you conduct your watch? You didn't even notice someone approaching. Ming Yanli clicked his tongue in disdain. Jin Yuzhan withdrew from his meditative state, furrowing his brow as he scanned the area, finding nothing amiss. However, in the next moment, several dark figures suddenly made their way towards Mu Tingxue's tent, their attire identical to that of the adults from the village. Xian, Ming Yanli, and Pei Yuan wore grave expressions, instinctively shielding Qiao Lan behind them. How could masked figures in dark clothing appear here? Qiao Lan frowned, wondering if the so-called man-eating specters were indeed these masked figures. Upon seeing them approach Mu Tingxue's tent with malice, Qiao Lan immediately called out a warning. This is bad. The target of the dark figures is Mu Tingxue. Hearing the commotion outside, Mu Tingxue opened her tent, only to be met with the sight of the masked assailants. Instinctively retreating several steps. Be careful. Yet, with only the cultivation of the spirit sea realm, Mu Tingxue couldn't match the speed of the masked figures. In the blink of an eye, one of them seized her by the neck and vanished from sight. Young sect master. The disciples of the Liuli sect exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Mu Tingxue's abduction. Who were these people? Jin Yu exhibited a look of perplexity, sensing that Qiao Lan must undoubtedly be aware of the identity of the newcomer. The urgency of the situation precluded Qiao Lan from elucidating Jin Yu's doubts, and she turned her gaze towards her fellow disciples. Upon meeting her eyes, the members of Guanyang Peak instantly comprehended her intent and nodded in unison. Thus, they proceeded onward. As the disciples of Liuli sect observed Qiao Lan and her companions vanish into the distance, they promptly followed suit. Where are they headed? Jin Yutang remarked with a disdainful curl of his lips, recalling the mysterious figure clad in black who had appeared and disappeared without a trace, rendering their destination indiscernible. Just as he settled down, Jin Yuzhan's voice resonated with a grave tone. We should follow them and see. Brother, how could Qiao Lan possibly know the whereabouts of the black-clad individual? Why should we trail behind like headless flies? Jin Yuzhan remained silent. His lips pursed as he gazed intently in the direction Qiao Lan had taken, his eyes deepening with conviction. An instinct urged him that following her would lead to significant revelations. A sudden gust of wind swept past, prompting Jin Yutang to look up, only to realize that Jin Yuzhan had already ventured far ahead. With a sigh of reluctance, Jin Yutang hastily followed, calling out, Brother, wait for me. Meanwhile, on another front, the energy had dissipated. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, attempting once again to utilize a tracking talisman to ascertain Mu Tingxue's location. Shi Yin surveyed the surrounding expanse of swirling yellow sands, perplexed. Where could she possibly be hiding amidst this sea of sand? There are no signs of any formations. Where could she have gone? Qiao Lan shook her head, immediately dismissing Xian's judgment. I sensed the presence of an illusory formation, though the aura was faint. She managed to capture it with remarkable precision. When the two brothers from the Jin family arrived, they found Qiao Lan darting about like a headless fly. Jin Yutang wore an expression of knowing disdain, curling his lip in annoyance. Given the formidable prowess of the black-clad figures, it was expected that they could not be located. There was no need to feign superiority, as such pretense was truly repugnant. Immersed in her own thoughts, Qiao Lan remained oblivious to the sounds around her. The golden lines in her mind continuously flowed and intertwined, sketching. It was evident that Qiao Lan was deducing the formation and should not be disturbed. Instantly, I positioned myself in front of her, shielding her from the gaze of the Jin brothers. The other members of Guanyang Peak understood that their junior sister must not be interrupted at this moment, and they stepped in front of Qiao Lan as well, casting unfriendly looks at the Jin brothers. Jin Yutang scoffed, expressing his disdain. I am eager to see how you will conjure a flower from this. Yet, barely had he spoken when a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Qiao Lan smiled, having found her target. She raised her hand and performed a gesture, causing the fluctuations of spiritual energy to intensify. As the hazy spiritual aura dissipated, a door, the color of yellow sand, materialized before the onlookers. Jin Yutang stared in disbelief. You actually understand formations. The news from the clan had said she was merely a low-grade spiritual root, a waste. How could a waste possibly break a formation? Ignoring the reactions of the Jin brothers, Qiao Lan was about to bend down and pull open the door when she was halted by Ming Yanli. Let me handle this. Junior sister. Before he could finish his sentence, he pulled Qiao Lan behind him and bent down to open the door. As the door creaked ajar, a seemingly bottomless stone staircase emerged. Qiao Lan nodded. I can now sense Mu Tingshue's presence. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Liuli sect beamed with joy. Wonderful. Memories of the past in the solitary village flooded back, and a sense of foreboding gripped Qiao Lan's heart, her expression turning grave. Let us proceed. Ming Yanli led the way, with Jin She bringing up the rear, ensuring Qiao Lan was shielded within their ranks. The disciples of the Liuli sect and the two Jin brothers followed closely behind. The staircase was long, and after what felt like an eternity of descent, Qiao Lan's consciousness continuously stretched forward in search. Suddenly, an unseen barrier severed her awareness from the outside world, prompting her to halt immediately. She then retrieved an invisibility talisman from her spatial pouch and handed it to the group. The individuals from Guanyang Peak understood instantly, applying the talisman to themselves. Observing this, the disciples of the Liuli sect hurriedly did the same, while the Jin brothers, glancing at the talisman just handed over, did not hesitate. Jin Yuzhan promptly affixed the talisman to his body, while Jin Yutang wore a reluctant expression. Without further ado, Qiao Lan placed the talisman on him and cautioned telepathically, "We are not outside. Do not act recklessly." Jin Yutang, though a pampered young master, was not foolish. He quickly suppressed his petty grievances and fell into step behind Jin Yuzhan. As they approached the light, the woman's sorrowful cries echoed incessantly. When the crowd descended the stairs and beheld the scene before them, they were struck dumb with astonishment. Within the subterranean chamber stood what resembled a semicircular ancient Roman amphitheater, each tier imprisoning countless women, akin to livestock confined within cages. Most of these women appeared emaciated, their protruding bellies starkly conspicuous. Even those who had witnessed the harsh realities of the bachelor village, Ming Yanli and Pei Yuan, found themselves gasping in shock at the sight before them. This underground palace, hidden beneath the desert, had endured the passage of time. The number of women held captive here far exceeded that of the bachelor village by several multiples. Truly, the mastermind had devised an astute plan. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's expression froze. The news had proven to be false. A deep sense of disappointment welled in his eyes. Alas, the qualifications of this recent batch of female cultivators seemed rather mediocre. He wondered if they could meet the master's expectations. Let us hope for the best, mused Qiao Lan, her gaze icy and resolute, realizing that the so-called female cultivator with celestial roots they spoke of could only be Mu Tingshui. She extended her consciousness in an attempt to ascertain Mu Tingshue's precise location, but as soon as her awareness was projected, it was detected by a cloaked figure. Who goes there? This is bad. Someone has intruded. Quickly, inform the master. The group attempted to retreat, hastening towards the staircase, but midair, A surge of spiritual energy signaled the sudden appearance of a masked figure. The other cloaked individuals promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Master!" Suspended in midair. The cloaked figure in black paid them no heed, instead casting a frigid gaze towards Qiao Lan and her companions. A voice, ambiguous in its gender, echoed, "Where did the rat come from?" Though distant, the masked figure instantaneously materialized behind Qiao Lan and her group. Feeling the intense surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind, their hearts raced to their throats, rendering them mute as they instinctively continued to flee. An attack descended in an instant, causing the curvature beneath the mask of the cloaked figure to freeze upon its face. With a flick of the sleeve, the figure turned and vanished into the depths of the underground palace. Chapter 73. The Big Dipper Formation Few. That nearly frightened me to death. I thought today might be my last. Ming Yanli exclaimed, patting his chest to steady his breath, remnants of terror still etched on his face from the precarious moment. Who exactly are those people? Why have they captured so many female cultivators? Song Chongshan inquired, his brow furrowed and expression grave. The others turned their gazes toward Qiao Lan, seeking answers. In response, Ming Yanli recounted the events they had encountered in the bachelor village, detailing it succinctly. What? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lioli sect staggered back a couple of steps, their composure shaken. Our young sect master is in grave danger. If we act swiftly, there will be no threat to his life. Qiao Lan turned to Jinja and said, "Elder brother, you must immediately inform the sect leader and our master. Second brother, third brother, you should also promptly notify the family." Her gaze then fell upon Jin Yuzhan, who, before she could utter a word, interjected, "I have already communicated with my father." Qiao Lan nodded, her attention finally shifting to the disciples of Lioli sect. "Can you contact the sect?" The disciples of Lioli sect nodded earnestly, affirming their capability. "Very well, you shall wait outside for the sect and family to come to our aid, while I venture into the underground palace to investigate further." Upon hearing this, Jinja frowned and immediately voiced his objection. "No, the underground palace is far too perilous. How can we allow you to descend alone?" The strength of the masked figure in black was at least equal to his own, and Jinja could not bring himself to let Qiao Lan act independently. Indeed, the members of Guanyang Peak echoed in unison. At this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Had it not been for Qiao Lan's display of the spiritual treasure that enabled their swift escape from the underground palace, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I will accompany you," Pei Yuan declared as he approached Qiao Lan, adding, "I too will act alongside you in the village of the solitary." This time, Qiao Lan did not refuse, having forged a bond during their previous endeavor. Their synergy would be even more pronounced now. As others began to voice their concerns, Qiao Lan interrupted with an unassailable tone, "Time is of the essence. If we delay further, we risk losing all leads." At her words, the group fell silent. Even Jin Yutong, who usually displayed a spoiled demeanor, wore a serious expression and refrained from opposing her. This time, the illusionary formation was of a more advanced nature. After searching for quite some time, Qiao Lan could not locate the entrance. She found herself in a quandary, as her mind incessantly flipped through the comprehensive guide to formations, while simultaneously sketching the variations of the array. Her cultivation was insufficient, and the guide had not been fully unlocked, leaving her devoid of useful information. However, as time passed, the array she envisioned in her mind began to take shape. Focusing her mental energy, Qiao Lan continuously simulated the transformations of the formation. Suddenly, a streak of luminous light crossed the center of the array, and her eyes sparkled with realization. It was right here. Qiao Lan retrieved an invisibility talisman and affixed it to both herself and Pei Yuan before raising her hand to form a seal. In an instant, the entrance manifested before the group, only to be promptly opened and then closed again, disappearing from sight shortly thereafter. Jin Yu's gaze deepened as he looked towards Shi Yan, asserting that Qiao Lan's array was superior to his. This was a statement, not a question. Upon hearing this, Jin Yutang was taken aback, glancing at the two. After all, Shi Yan was the new generation's prodigy of the Shi family, and it seemed implausible that Qiao Lan's mastery of formations could surpass his. Yet, Shi Yan was not incensed by the comparison. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pride and admiration, a faint smile gracing his lips as he unabashedly nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, junior sister, you are formidable, truly formidable." He had just witnessed an array of unprecedented sophistication, and rather than forcibly breaking it, she had discerned the rules of the formation and seized the opportunity to enter unnoticed. This left him feeling inferior. Yet he found himself increasingly in awe of Qiao Lan. Hearing this, Jin Yutang furrowed his brow, realizing that the information received by the family had been erroneous. Indeed, the esteemed Master Xian Yu is unparalleled in the eastern wilderness. It is inconceivable that he would take a cultivator of little merit as his personal disciple. Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan hastened down the stone steps, returning to the subterranean chamber. As anticipated, their previous visit had raised alarms. Every level was now patrolled by numerous shadowy figures clad in black, the defenses formidable, leaving them with no opportunity to act undetected. The intricate formations within the chamber were interconnected, yet Qiao Lan skillfully deciphered each one, deftly navigating the myriad traps. The underground complex comprised 12 levels, with the first solely occupied by recently captured female cultivators, while the second to 12th levels housed expectant mothers, approximately 1,000 in total. Qiao Lan found herself in a quandary. The sheer number of individuals made it nearly impossible to extricate them unnoticed. Just as she pondered her strategy, a gruff male voice resonated behind her. "Boss. The Dozhuan Qixing formation is nearly prepared. It can be activated in half an hour." The man addressed as boss nodded briskly, urging, "Move quickly to avoid complications. If further mistakes occur, our lives may be forfeit." The cloaked figure shuddered, fear evident in his tone as he clasped his fists, replying, "Yes. I shall attend to it at once." He then promptly departed. The Dozhuan Qixing formation? Capable of relocating the entire underground complex? Qiao Lan's eyes gleamed with newfound determination as she seized Pei Yuan's hand, urging him to follow. They traced the black-clad figure through a labyrinthine path until they reached the sublevel. The figure produced a jade token, causing the barrier to dissolve instantaneously, revealing a corridor before them. As the barrier began to close, Qiao Lan swiftly pulled Pei Yuan inside. Upon traversing the passageway, they beheld an expansive array laid out before them. The array was exceedingly ancient, adorned with archaic and enigmatic runes. 7 beams of azure light illuminated the center of the formation, captivating Qiao Lan's gaze. The elder issued a command, urging everyone to expedite their actions. Failure to do so could cost them their very lives. Upon hearing this, the masked figure beside the array hastened his movements, swiftly inserting both superior and exquisite spirit stones into the designated slots. One by one, as the slots filled, he proceeded to the next, continuing to place spirit stones without pause. Before long, the majority of the slots within the array brimmed with spirit stones. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow. Should they persist in placing spirit stones, the array might activate, and the destination of their teleportation remained uncertain. If transported, their chances of rescue would dwindle significantly. This array must not be allowed to activate. Qiao Lan's mind raced, golden threads of insight weaving through her thoughts, vividly conjuring the 7 stars constellation array in her imagination. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with newfound clarity. Eureka! Qiao Lan had affixed several concealment talismans on both herself and Pei Yuan. With utmost caution, she made her way towards the slots. When she reached out to retrieve a spirit stone, she found it stubbornly stuck. After a prolonged scrutiny, the golden lines of the array reappeared in her mind, gradually revealing a coherent formation. Raising her hand, she gestured with precision, and the binding within the slot vanished instantaneously, allowing her to effortlessly extract the spirit stone. Observing the countless exquisite and superior spirit stones nestled within the slots, Yin Guo remained unyielding. Such behavior was beneath her character. A subtle smile graced Qiao Lan's lips, prompting her to act without restraint. She trailed behind the cloaked figure, swiftly pocketing the spirit stones he carelessly dispensed. To buy time, Qiao Lan refrained from collecting all the stones indiscriminately, instead selecting only the finest ones to add to her collection. Once the masked figure had filled every slot with spirit stones and prepared to activate the array, he found himself in a state of confusion as the array remained unresponsive despite his prolonged efforts. Could it have malfunctioned? That seemed implausible. This array had been meticulously left behind by a master and had never been utilized, so failure was inconceivable. The cloaked figure, now drenched in perspiration, frantically inspected the formation, soon discovering that several slots had inexplicably lost half their stones, and a number were completely empty, with the superior spirit stones vanished without a trace. Alarmed, he realized an enemy had infiltrated their ranks and rushed to inform his superior. Just as he was about to exit the first underground level, a sudden cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. Within mere seconds of its emergence, the cloaked figures collapsed, rendered incapacitated. Qiao Lan, nudging one of the fallen figures with her foot, marveled at the efficacy of the system's sedative. Pei Yuan, observing Qiao Lan's boldness as she rummaged through the man's garments, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This time, he readily donned the attire she offered and consumed a disguised pill. Before long, the pair underwent a remarkable transformation. Their appearances and forms altered dramatically, revealing strikingly enchanting visages. Qiao Lan gazed at the man lying unconscious on the ground, hesitating for but a moment before raising her right hand. Instantly, the two unconscious men vanished from sight. Pei Yuan's pupils constricted. She possessed a spatial artifact. Only such a divine object could contain living beings, no wonder. Noticing that Qiao Lan did not shy away from him, though unspoken, he understood completely. His heart was once again warmed by the sensation of unconditional trust from another, a feeling that was rather delightful. The two departed from the first basement level. How was the Big Dipper formation prepared? A masked figure, referred to as boss, raised his hand to activate the formation. Qiao Lan nodded and turned to leave with Pei Yuan. Just as they had not gone far, they were met with the sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by an anxious male voice. Boss, something's gone awry with the Big Dipper formation. Qiao Lan paused. Hadn't this person been drugged? How could he awaken so soon? The figure of the boss vanished from sight, appearing on the first basement level, where he found the masked figure still sprawled on the ground. He bellowed angrily. Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan exchanged glances, preparing to turn away when the boss spoke. Wait, why can't I see your cultivation levels? Are you not Hei Qi and Hei Ba? Who exactly are you? As soon as the words left his lips, Qiao Lan felt a violent surge of spiritual energy behind her, accompanied by a howling sound. She swiftly produced a wind talisman and quickly departed from the location, her figure disappearing in an instant from the first basement level. Hurry, inform the master. Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan immediately ascended to the second floor, the invisibility talisman rendering them as if they were in a realm devoid of witnesses, allowing them to navigate seamlessly among the various floors without concern for the masked guards. In the innermost room on the 12th floor, Qiao Lan discovered Mu Tingxue. Relieved to see that Mu Tingxue was unharmed, she soon realized that all the imprisoned female cultivators, much like those in the bachelor village, had their spiritual powers sealed by sorcery. Without any spiritual energy, how could they escape this place? At present, there was no option but to bide their time, awaiting their master's rescue. Before long, Qiao Lan noticed something peculiar. The dark-clad figures that had been stationed on each floor were now gathered on the first floor, kneeling before a figure suspended in midair. My lord. As she turned to the voice, her gaze met the gray-eyed figure hovering above. Suddenly, she felt her spiritual energy being forcefully compressed, rendering her immobile, as if she were a prey locked in place. Qiao Lan's pupils constricted, desperate to move, but unable to do so. Little mouse, at last, I have caught you. The androgynous voice, reminiscent of a demonic whisper, sent shivers down her spine. In a fleeting moment, the masked figure's attack was imminent, a violent surge of golden spiritual energy hurtling towards her face. In terror, Qiao Lan shut her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a warm, wet sensation splattered across her face. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Pei Yuan standing protectively in front of her, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Qiao Lan, run. Qiao Lan's pupils dilated in horror as she lowered her gaze, discovering his chest pierced through. No, Pei Yuan. No. Pei Yuan's eyes became vacant, as memories of encountering Qiao Lan since his rebirth and the days spent at Guanyang Peak flickered through his mind like slides in a projector. Those beautiful moments replayed incessantly in his consciousness, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upwards. He felt the warmth of his body rapidly dissipating. Was he destined to perish? After enduring so much to reunite with his beloved family, the thought of dying now was unbearable. His vendetta remained unfulfilled, and he could not accept such an end. Yet, if given the chance to relive it all, he would make the same choice without regret. Qiao Lan, you must live well. I hope we can meet again in the next life. Pei Yuan closed his eyes. No. Witnessing Pei Yuan lifeless and bloodied on the ground, Qiao Lan's heart shattered. No, Pei Yuan, please don't. How dare you be so weak and venture here? Who granted you such audacity? Qiao Lan sank to the ground, realizing the absurdity of her own courage to be here. Ever since her rebirth and the activation of her system, life had been too smooth, inflating her confidence to an arrogant extent, blinding her to reality. She overestimated her abilities while underestimating her foes, leading her into this dire predicament. And now Pei Yuan had risked his life to save her. The cost of her hubris was devastating. Drowning in regret, a sharp pain gripped her heart, rendering her breathless. TSK, with such inferior fire roots. You lack even the qualifications to be a host. Then let your life be forfeit. The masked figure spoke with disdain, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the white ape titan and the two-headed three-tailed leopard appeared before Qiao Lan, one on each side. They did not immediately attack, but stood vigilantly, exchanging glances with the cloaked figure. Seeing this, Qiao Lan's heart sank. The power of this individual surpassed that of the two beasts. Intriguing. Yet it did not alter the grim reality that today would mark your demise. Chapter 75. The wounded divine beast remains a divine beast. It is indeed intriguing that, despite lacking a bond, it remains so loyal to her. In light of this, I shall honor your fidelity by accompanying you on your journey. The white ape titan and the two-headed three-tailed leopard shielded Qiao Lan behind them, even though their bodies were gruesomely torn, blood incessantly oozing from their wounds. They did not retreat an inch. Qiao Lan promptly fed them an array of exquisite healing elixirs, placing the precious pills into their mouths. Upon ingestion, the injuries on the two beasts visibly improved. She also affixed wind talismans onto their bodies. Qiao Lan constantly produced various talismans from her hands, exhibiting an impressive synergy with the two creatures. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all cooperation seemed futile. Even the 3 attacks bestowed upon her by her master failed to inflict any harm on the masked figure, cloaked in black. At this moment, Qiao Lan's desire for strength reached its zenith. 2 beams of golden light surged toward the beast simultaneously. The disparity in their realms was too vast, and the speed too rapid for any reaction. Qiao Lan watched helplessly as both beams pierced the chests of the white ape titan and the two-headed three-tailed leopard. Blood gushing forth like a cascading waterfall, scattering like snowflakes across the ground. No. Qiao Lan's eyes widened in desperation, her anguished cries echoing through the corridor. Ah, no. Please. Her body weakened. Unable to stand, she struggled to crawl to the side of the white ape titan, gently stroking its head, her voice trembling. Little White, are you all right? No. Qiao Lan immediately crawled to the two-headed three-tailed leopard, attempting to feed it a healing pill. But it remained utterly motionless. She did not give up. Be good, take the elixir, and your injuries will heal faster. Please listen to me. The two-headed, three-tailed leopard remained unresponsive, lying motionless on the ground. Pei Yuan and the two beasts, in their endeavor to protect her, had fallen one after another before her eyes, and at that moment, the depths of regret in her heart reached their zenith. The time wasted had been long enough. It was time to send you on your way. A voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed from behind her, belonging to a cloaked figure. Qiao Lan embraced the two-headed, three-tailed leopard, despairingly closing her eyes. Golden energy surged towards her, but with a flash of silver, the golden attack was instantly dispersed. 9 nether ice mist swallowing python. Upon seeing the colossal figure, the cloaked individual's pupils trembled. How did you appear here? You were not supposed to. The swallowing python's eyes glinted coldly. Dare to harm her? You shall pay dearly. Her? The cloaked figure looked back at Qiao Lan, bewildered by her true identity. Before the cloaked figure could react, silver light flashed, striking towards his chest with lightning speed. The divine beast remained a divine beast. Even severely injured, it retained its formidable nature. Not even a high-level practitioner could withstand the full force of the swallowing python's strike. Soon, the silver light struck the cloaked figure's chest, and in an instant, he was reduced to mere dust, vanishing from the world. Qiao Lan stared in disbelief, astonished that the cloaked figure was so easily defeated before the swallowing python. Subsequently, the python's form shrank instantly, collapsing onto the ground, its aura visibly dwindling. Little Tun, are you all right? Qiao Lan anxiously cradled the swallowing python in her palms. I am untroubled. However, this time I have expended too much energy, and I must once again succumb to slumber. Can sleep truly restore me? Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, pondering how she might assist you. They still have hope. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Is it true? The swallowing python nodded, instructing her to administer the petals of the Illumination Purity Ice Lotus, infused with her heart's blood, to them. As soon as the words left his lips, Qiao Lan paused momentarily, turning her gaze inward to her dantian. The Illumination Purity Ice Lotus, sensing her attention, immediately enveloped its blossom with its leaves, trembling as if terrified of her intentions towards its petals. Might I request 3 petals? Qiao Lan, fearing the lotus would refuse, pressed on. What do you desire? I am willing to barter with you. The illumination purity ice lotus remained unmoved, steadfast in its protective embrace. The swallowing python explained that the ice lotus requires the consumption of various rare ice element treasures to flourish. The ice attribute is already extraordinary, and the treasures of this nature are indeed rare in the world. At this, the leaves encasing the illumination purity ice lotus shifted slightly, showing signs of wavering. Pei Yuan, the white-ape titan, and the 2-headed 3-tailed beast are of utmost importance to me. I implore you, I shall fulfill my promises to you. This was the first time Qiao Lan made such a solemn vow in her 3 lifetimes. The illumination purity ice lotus, sensing her emotional shift, lowered its leaves, revealing 3 silvery petals that floated before her. Thank you. Without hesitation, Qiao Lan seized a dagger and plunged it into her chest, not daring to delay. She caught her heart's blood with the petals, pried open Pei Yuan's mouth, and fed it to him. Petals, infused with her heart's blood, were just delivered into his mouth when they transformed into a cerulean luminescence, dispersing throughout his being. Qiao Lan heard the rhythmic beating of Pei Yuan's heart resume, and his breaths gradually grew steadier. Overcome with joy, she wept tears of elation. What a relief! Immediately, Qiao Lan fed the petals, still imbued with heart's blood, into the mouths of the white ape titan and the 2-headed, 3-tailed leopard. Watching the 2 beasts revive with renewed heartbeats, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the weight upon her heart lift. As she sensed the presence of the sky-eating python waning, Qiao Lan cast a worried glance in its direction, asking, "And what of you? How shall I remedy your wounds? Does my blood hold any efficacy for your injuries?" The sky-eating python shook its head, indicating futility. Growing anxious, Qiao Lan implored, "What must I do to assist you?" In an instant, the sky-eating python transformed into a streak of light, coiling around her wrist like a bracelet. At that moment, its voice echoed in her mind. "Hasten to awaken your supreme wood elemental root. Cultivate all things thrive, and nourish the illusory light pure ice lotus with it, so that the lotus may quickly bear seeds to aid me. All things thrive." How could the sky-eating python be aware of this technique residing within her? Qiao Lan opened her mouth to inquire, but the python had already succumbed to slumber. Pei Yuan's soft murmurs drew Qiao Lan's attention. She turned to see him sitting upright. "Pei Yuan, are you all right?" Her voice brimmed with joy. Pei Yuan gazed at Qiao Lan, incredulous. "Did I not perish?" "Nonsense. Nonsense. You are alive and well. Cease uttering such ominous words." In the disapproving tone of Qiao Lan, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, "They are here." Chapter 76. One can only outsmart, not overpower. The 2 beasts, having just recovered from their injuries, stood fiercely before Qiao Lan, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the newcomers. Qiao Lan's breath caught in her throat. Although the strength of these masked figures did not match that of her master, they were certainly beyond her current capabilities to confront. "Mother, I wish to lend you my strength." A childish voice echoed in her mind, belonging to the creature known as Thanos. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. "Have you finished digesting?" Previously, after she had stored the spirit stones into her artifact space, Thanos had indulged in a copious amount of exquisite spirit stones, resulting in indigestion and a deep slumber. Hiki. The sound of Thanos's bashful laughter filled her mind. The little spirit stones were not consumed in vain, for he had advanced in his abilities and regained some of his ancestral memories, now capable of assisting his mother. Hearing this, Qiao Lan hesitated, yet Thanos had only recently emerged from his shell. Despite being a divine beast, the white tiger still seemed like a newborn to her. How could she allow her baby to venture out and face danger on her behalf? However, upon hearing Thanos's next words, the corners of Qiao Lan's eyes twitched involuntarily. "Mother, the baby has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit infant stage and will soon break through to the fusion stage." Thanos's voice was cheerful, brimming with pride and confidence. A divine beast is indeed extraordinary. Even though he had just hatched, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, unmatched by mere mortals. Qiao Lan released Thanos, simultaneously conveying a message to her companions and the beasts. "Remember, one can only outsmart, not overpower. Your lives are of greater importance. Just a quarter of an hour's delay would suffice." Subsequently, she produced stack after stack of talismans for Pei Yuan, exercising utmost caution. Earlier, Thanos had mentioned that the vast majority of the black-clad, masked individuals were at the transformation realm, with their leader at the spirit infant realm. The disparity in strength between Pei Yuan and the masked figures was substantial, leaving her feeling uneasy. Thus, she retrieved the celestial-grade spiritual treasure, the Qian Jiao Bai Mei shield, which had been returned to her by the system. No, you need it more than I do. I cannot accept it. Pei Yuan immediately recognized the celestial-grade defensive artifact and waved his hand in refusal. Qiao Lan smirked and produced another identical Qian Jiao Bai Mei shield from her spatial pocket. Oh, I forgot to mention, the shield comes in pairs. You can now accept it without worry. Take good care of yourself. She patted Pei Yuan on the shoulder before sprinting away with the shield on her back. Pei Yuan gazed at her departing silhouette, his eyes growing increasingly profound. He had noticed the bloodstains on her chest. The wound did not appear to be inflicted by another, but rather seemed as though she had wounded herself. He had distinctly perished moments ago. How could he have returned to life? What had she truly done? When the cultivation levels of humans matched those of demonic beasts, the physical strength of the beasts surpassed that of humans by a considerable margin, with their overall prowess far exceeding that of practitioners of the same rank. With Thanos present, Pei Yuan felt significantly less pressure. He refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation, positioning the shield before him in harmony with the movements of the three beasts. Perhaps having absorbed the essence of Qiao Lan's technique, he began to unleash stacks of talismans in rapid succession, scattering them towards the black-clad, masked individuals as though they were without cost. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously. Mu Tingxue heard commotion outside and approached the iron bars, glancing downward. Soon, she recognized several familiar figures. The dullness in her eyes was suddenly ignited by a spark of hope. The moment she saw Qiao Lan, she was taken aback. She never expected that the first person to rescue her from this dark abyss would be her. It was evident that Qiao Lan was no match for the masked assailants. Yet she still came, exerting every ounce of her strength. Ever since she ascended to the position of deputy master of the Liuli sect, she had been surrounded by those who treated her well, while simultaneously living in a facade of deception. However, she was acutely aware that those acts of kindness were often laced with ulterior motives. Why would Qiao Lan risk everything to save her? A wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her. Pei Yuan and the three small beasts coordinated remarkably, adhering to Qiao Lan's instructions to avoid direct confrontation, striving to buy time. How infuriating. The trio was as slippery as eels. If they had the capability, why not confront them head-on? Is this person a talisman master? So many peculiar talismans. And it seemed as if they were abundant and free. Boom, boom, boom. The pupils of the masked assailants constricted. What? More? They swiftly evaded the aftermath of the explosions. Damn it. The leader of the black-clad figures fixed his gaze on Qiao Lan's silhouette, observing her crouched on the ground, busily tinkering with something. His expression abruptly transformed into one of bloodthirsty malice, and he commanded, quickly, seize that woman. Yes. A throng of masked figures clad in black hastened towards Qiao Lan's direction. Upon witnessing this, Pei Yuan's face betrayed a hint of panic. Without delay, he hurled a thunderous talisman towards them, simultaneously warning, Qiao Lan, beware of what lies behind you. The masked assailants dispersed the rain of talismans, yet were met with the playful voice of a young girl from behind, sending chills down their spines. It is my turn now. Swiftly, talismans were affixed to the backs of the masked figures, emanating a radiant golden glow that transformed into shimmering golden ropes, ensnaring them one by one, rendering them powerless as they collapsed to the ground. Seeing Qiao Lan unharmed, the tension in Pei Yuan's expression eased slightly. The bound figures writhed desperately, but the binding ropes tightened with every struggle. The leader, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, had underestimated these two adversaries. After a prolonged standoff against two individuals and three beasts, their superior was still nowhere to be seen. He raised his right hand, revealing a lustrous piece of jade nestled in his palm. With a clenched fist, the jade emitted a faint glow, transforming into fine powder. Qiao Lan furrowed her brows, her countenance grave with concern. This was dire. He was summoning reinforcements. Should another formidable figure of the ascension stage arrive, they would be utterly powerless to resist. In an instant, their figures ascended to the second floor, where she joined her hands in prayer and executed an intricate ancient seal. A surge of golden light enveloped all the masked figures within moments. The golden radiance formed a colossal protective barrier, encasing each of the assailants. Time was of the essence. We must rescue them quickly. Pei Yuan nodded, not daring to waste a single second, and promptly he and Qiao Lan split their efforts into two separate paths. Fortunately, the lock on the iron gate was nothing extraordinary. merely a mundane artifact, ineffective against ordinary individuals devoid of spiritual power. However, before Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan, it was indistinguishable from any common iron lock. With a series of silvery sword energies and explosive sounds, the method of unlocking was straightforward, yet brutally effective and unadorned. In the Takasha Desert, Tai Zhengxiao and Master Xianyu, upon receiving a message, set off without delay. Upon reuniting with Jin Che and the others, Master Xianyu, noticing the absence of a familiar figure, furrowed his brow and inquired in a somber tone, "Where is Shao Qi?" Jin Che, his gaze lowered, concealing the emotions swirling within, briefly recounted the course of events. Yet, his tone betrayed an undeniable concern for Qiao Lan and Pei Yuan. Such and such, this and that. Utterly reckless. Simply outrageous. Master Xianyu's expression was fraught with displeasure. "Is this how I have taught you? Allowing Shao Qi to undertake such perilous ventures?" Chapter 77. Otherwise, even the immortals cannot save you. The members of Guanyang Peak lowered their heads in response, and upon witnessing this, Tai Zhengxiao hastily interjected, "Enough, Xianyu. Do not hold it against them. Qiao Lan is a girl of strong will, quite spirited. Once she sets her mind to something, your disciples are powerless to sway her. Are they not?" Having traveled from the nearby Jin family estate, they were the first to arrive at the Takasha Desert, where they met with the two Jin brothers. The Jin family members were taken aback by Master Xianyu's evident anger towards Qiao Lan. Although the information was accurate, witnessing it firsthand left them astonished. The foremost figure of the eastern wilderness, Master Xianyu, displayed such affection for a disciple of no notable background and rather ordinary talent. Before long, the heads of the Song family, the Shi family, and the leader of the Liuli sect arrived. Master Tai, the esteemed Xianyu, bowed slightly, bypassing pleasantries and addressing the matter directly. "Master Shi, how can we break this illusionary array?" On the way, Shi Yin had communicated with him, revealing the unfolding situation. And understanding the urgency, he had not hesitated to stride towards the entrance described by Shi Yin. As the incense stick burned halfway, the expression of Master Shi grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat cascading down from his temples. "Master Shi, what is the status?" Little Seven inquired from within. While Xianyu's patience was wearing thin, he yearned to shatter the array immediately and rescue Qiao Lan. Master Shi shook his head, his expression one of sincere regret as he clasped his hands in apology. "I have detected no fluctuations or traces of the array, and thus I am unable to assist." "What? Even Master Shi cannot decipher this array?" A flicker of despair ignited in the eyes of Shui Linger, the leader of the Liuli sect. Tai Zhengxiao and Xianyu exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation. If there were no fluctuations or traces of the array, how had Qiao Lan entered? Could it be that her mastery of array techniques had advanced yet further? This seemingly positive revelation did little to alleviate the tension in their hearts. Instead, it weighed them down even more heavily. With all his might, Xianyu unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power towards the entrance indicated by Shi Yin, a terrifying force erupting in an instant. Was this the strength of someone at the late stage of the harmonization realm? It was truly daunting. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, they believed that such a dreadful assault would surely breach the passage. The senses of the masters are distinct from those of ordinary individuals. Even amidst the swirling sands, they remain undeterred in their ability to perceive their surroundings. Jin Dihai furrowed his brow in confusion. What? The onlookers, witnessing nothing but the relentless yellow sands, were struck with astonishment. Only Shi Yin, having encountered the ancient formation before, shook his head with a bitter expression. Just as everyone was at a loss, racking their brains to find the entrance, a series of explosions echoed in the air. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds were incessant. The crowd turned towards the source of the noise, only to see emaciated pregnant women emerging from beneath the sand, their steps frantic. Upon seeing this, Shi Yin and Ming Yanli's eyes lit up. That commotion must have been caused by the junior sister. She was alive. How wonderful. However, the head of the Song family, Jin Dihai, and Shui Linger furrowed their brows at the sight of the frail women. Shui Linger was the first to spot her disciple. In an instant, she appeared by Mu Tingshui's side, her gaze filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Shui Lingo meticulously examined every inch of Mu Tingshui's body, fearful that she might have sustained grave injuries without timely treatment. This was her master, the one who cared for her more than anyone else in the world. "Master, I am fine." Mu Tingshui grasped Shui Linger's arm, her voice laced with urgency. "Master, please go save Qiao Lan." The memory of the harrowing scene still sent shivers down her spine. Within moments, they witnessed Qiao Lan, his face a mask of panic, rushing out with a blood-soaked young girl in his arms, closely followed by the equally battered Pei Yuan, junior sister, seeing Qiao Lan being carried out by the master. The others were instantly engulfed in panic. "Where is Song Xiuzhe?" In the hoarse voice of Master Xianyu, a hint of fear crept in as his gaze swept around, searching for Song Xiuzhe's figure. I am here. Quickly, save my disciple." Upon seeing Qiao Lan drenched in blood, Song Xiuzhe dared not delay and immediately examined her wounds, placing his hand gently on her delicate wrist. Noticing his prolonged silence, Master Xianyu's brows furrowed tighter, an involuntary sense of dread rising within him. "Xiaoqi, what has happened?" Pei Yuan's wounds continued to bleed, yet he felt no pain. His gaze fixed intently on Qiao Lan's pale face. His hands, hanging by his sides, unconsciously formed tight fists. The attack had clearly been directed at him. Why had she acted so foolishly? She had a chance to escape and survive, but chose to shield him from the fatal blow. Yet she. Song Chongshan was equally concerned for Qiao Lan, but he quickly discerned the severity of Pei Yuan's injuries. He hastened to his side to assess his condition, then furrowed his brow and urged, "You must take the elixir." At his words, Pei Yuan remained motionless, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qiao Lan. "She would be fine. Wouldn't she? Junior sister, those blessed by fate are surely protected. She will be all right," Song Chongshan reassured him, placing the elixir close to his lips. "If junior sister awakens and you have succumbed, she will be heartbroken." Pei Yuan paused for a moment, then obediently swallowed the elixir presented to him. As the words fell, the expressions of everyone at Guanyang Peak shifted dramatically, the surrounding temperature plummeting into an icy chill. Was this not a veiled announcement of Qiao Lan's demise? "Xianyu," the esteemed master, spoke in a deep voice. "What did you just say?" "I did not quite catch that." His tone was remarkably calm, yet it surged forth like a tidal wave, rendering the atmosphere dense and oppressive, making it increasingly difficult for everyone to breathe. Observing this, Song Xiuzhe dared not speak again, pressing his lips together in silence. Nevertheless, the ambience gradually thickened with tension, and in the next moment, while Xianyu's expression remained composed, his words sent shivers down their spines. "If Xiaoqi were to perish, you must ensure she is accompanied in her burial." Tai Zhengxiao held his forehead, his eyes filled with dread. Having known Xianyu for over 80 years, witnessing such emotional turmoil from him was a rare occurrence. The second time, he had lost control. The memory of the first instance still haunted him. "Xianyu, remain calm." How could he possibly maintain his composure when Xiaoqi's life hung in the balance? Xianyu's eyes, now a fierce crimson, scanned the assembly like a lion poised to unleash its wrath. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly fraught, a gentle whisper from a young girl reached Xianyu's ears, abruptly restoring clarity to his gaze. "Master." Chapter 78. This cannot be a dream, can it? Ding, ding, ding. The incessant system notifications reverberated in her ears, causing Qiao Lan's head to throb painfully. Gradually, she opened her eyes to behold the worried visage of Xianyu. "Master." The pain in her body had dissipated. Had she truly passed away? Moments ago, in the underground palace, she had suffered a harrowing blow from the masked figure, plunging her into a state of unbearable pain that rendered her unconscious. She blinked her eyes open with great effort. "Master." "Xiaoqi, you're awake," cried Xuan Yuzhenren. "Song Xiuzhe, come quickly and check on her." Without delay, Song Xiuzhe, who had been addressed, rushed to assess Qiao Lan's condition. "How is she? How is Xiaoqi?" The urgency in Xuan Yuzhenren's voice filled her ears, and she felt the warmth of another's touch on her wrist. With renewed effort, Qiao Lan blinked once more. "Am I not dead? Xiaoqi, you are injured. Do not move. Lie down." Qiao Lan blinked her large eyes and turned to the anxious Xuan Yuzhenren. "Master, this isn't a dream, is it? Is the disciple truly alive?" "Of course. Xiaoqi is alive." As soon as Xuan Yuzhenren's words fell, astonished gazes turned towards Song Xiuzhe. At that moment, Song Xiuzhe's brows were knitted tightly, his body rigid, his hand still resting motionless on Qiao Lan's pulse. As the head of the prestigious Song family, a renowned alchemist of the 5th rank, and a physician of unparalleled skill in the eastern wilderness, he found the situation perplexing. "This is strange, truly strange." Song Xiuzhe raised his gaze to Qiao Lan's returning color, his expression deepening with confusion. Uncertain, Qiao Lan shrank back slightly. "What is it? What?" Song Chongshan was well aware of his father's medical prowess. The stark contrast between the expected and the actual left him unable to contain his astonishment. Upon hearing that her disciple was unharmed, Master Xianyu's expression brightened somewhat. He gently tapped Qiao Lan's nose and remarked, "You truly frighten me. Do not act so recklessly in the future." Qiao Lan, sticking out her tongue, replied, "Disciple understands." However, Pei Yuan, having witnessed the ruthless actions of the masked figure firsthand, found it hard to believe that she had escaped unscathed. Indeed, Qiao Lan nodded, rising to her feet and spinning around twice. "See, I am perfectly fine." Yet, deep down, she too was perplexed. How could she be as if nothing had happened after being grievously injured? Was it perhaps the system's rewards that expedited her recovery? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Pei Yuan couldn't help but smile, warmth returning to his features. "As long as you are well." Mu Tingxue, relieved to see Qiao Lan safe, felt the weight lift from her heart, and she finally relaxed her tightly clenched sleeves. "The Takasha Desert is closest to Donglan City. We should convene at my Jin family to discuss this matter further." Upon hearing Jin Dihai's suggestion, the leaders of various factions did not object. They boarded the Jin family's flying spiritual vessel and set off toward Donglan City. As soon as Qiao Lan entered her room, she examined her own body. There were no signs of injury, as if she had never been harmed at all. Were it not for the overwhelming pain, she might have thought it a mere illusion. Everything felt surreal, almost dreamlike. She turned her attention inward to her dantian, only to find the once resplendent, illusory light crystal lotus now lacking vitality. Its petals had lost their luster, and the entire lotus appeared severely dehydrated, having shrunk considerably in size. "What troubles you?" "The essence of all things nourished can nurture the illusory light pure ice lotus." The words spoken to her by the celestial python before its slumber suddenly echoed in her mind. Sitting cross-legged, Qiao Lan envisioned the teachings of all things nourish. Golden characters flowed effortlessly through her consciousness. In that moment, her body instinctively followed the rhythm of the golden script, engaging in the practice. As the technique became increasingly fluid, her form was enveloped in a faint green luminescence, while the illusory light pure ice lotus seemed to thrive under the nurturing power of the technique, greedily absorbing its essence. The entire lotus visibly regained its moisture, rejuvenating its spirit. It was only after reaching the first stage of all things nourished that Qiao Lan opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. She finally comprehended the meaning of all things nourish and recognized the might of this technique, which belonged to the wood-based healing arts. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, however. To merely categorize it as a healing art seemed somewhat inadequate. Upon arriving at the Jin residence in Donglan City, the elder disciples from the Song family immediately began to assess the condition of the 1,000 female cultivators. When Song Xiuzhe entered, Jin Dihai inquired, "What is the situation?" After detailing the findings meticulously, Song Xiuzhe remarked, "It would be better if Qiao Lan explained this matter to everyone. What do you think, Xianyu?" Xianyu, lifting her gaze to glance at Tai Zhengxiao, momentarily concealed her displeasure, yet recognizing the gravity of the situation, she conveyed a message to Qiao Lan. However, the subsequent words left all present utterly astounded. "Xiao Qi, are you resting? How is your recovery progressing?" When Xianyu spoke through the transmission, his expression was gentle. A stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor, reminiscent of an otherworldly being, his emotions enigmatic. Once the communication concluded, he swiftly reverted to his characteristic coldness, as if the earlier exchange had merely been a collective illusion. Is this truly the Xianyu they have come to know? Before long, Xianyu received a transmission from Qiao Lan, and upon confirming her well-being, he permitted her to approach. It appears that this newly received disciple has won Xianyu's favor. Much to his satisfaction, Song Xiuzhe, witnessing such a striking contrast for the first time, jested, "Ah, this is not mere satisfaction. She is truly a cherished gem, a treasure held close to the heart." In the Takash Desert, Jin Dihai had witnessed firsthand how Xianyu nearly unleashed a massacre for Qiao Lan's sake. The thought of this incident left Jin Dihai feeling as though a thorn was lodged in his throat. Within a quarter of an hour, the 7 from Guanyang Peak arrived at the council hall. "Qiao Lan, you shall inform the esteemed family heads and watermaster of the matters concerning the bachelor village and the recent desert crypt in meticulous detail." As soon as Tai Zhengxiao's words fell, Qiao Lan instinctively glanced at Xianyu, and upon receiving a nod of approval from her master, she began, thus and so. This and that. Qiao Lan selectively recounted the events, deliberately omitting details regarding the happenings within the Xintian sect. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu's gaze towards Qiao Lan was imbued with tenderness and unmistakable admiration. Tai Jinsha was pleased, recognizing that the decision to have Qiao Lan speak was indeed wise, as she discerned what should be shared and what ought to remain unsaid. The expressions of the two individuals were fully captured by Shizong Guang, who instantly comprehended their implications. He lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions from view. Chapter 79. The boundless darkness. Was the abduction of these female cultivators merely for the purpose of surrogacy? Jean Dihai's countenance was grim, his eyes reflecting palpable skepticism. It was unfathomable that a mere underground palace meant for ordinary surrogacy could harbor formations so intricate that even Shizong Guang could not decipher them. The situation could not possibly be as simplistic as it appeared. Qiao Lan met his gaze with a calm demeanor, her eyes glinting with mockery, as she remarked. Upon hearing her words, Jean Dihai's expression darkened, and he unconsciously clenched the hands that rested behind him into fists. Qiao Lan then made a respectful gesture towards Tai Jiao, thoroughly explaining the reasons behind their collaboration with the Jin family to venture into the Takasha Desert. Listening to her recounting of his plight, Jean Jia felt an unsettling calmness within. Jean Dihai's expression grew more severe upon hearing her words. The onlookers directed their ambiguous gazes towards Jean Dihai. Given that the head of the Jin family held such disdain for his own disciple, it was clear that Zhou would henceforth have no ties to the Jin family. Zhou is my son. How could I treat him so? Jean Dihai insisted. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He quickly attempted to mend the situation, asserting that Jin Zhou was a vital link between the Jin family and the Xiantian sect, and for the sake of the Jin family's prosperity, this connection must remain intact. Qiao Lan embraced the arm of Master Xian Yu, exclaiming, Master, the Jin brothers have brazenly uttered vile words before us, referring to each other as bastards. Alas, their language is most crude, and it is beyond my capacity to articulate such things. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her face a portrait of accusation and anguish for her senior brother. Master, senior brother is one of us from Guanyang Peak. How can we allow outsiders to humiliate him so? Indeed, Master, you must take a stand for senior brother. The little junior sister interjected. What they have done is witnessed by our very eyes. If they dare to behave thus before us, how much worse might they be in private? Ming Yanli's indignation grew with each word. Li Kuei clasped his hands in respect, adding, Master, I too have seen it. Pei Yuan's voice followed suit, affirming, I have also witnessed it. Even the sensitive and special figures, Song Chongshan and Shi Yan, stepped forward to declare, we have seen it as well. Upon witnessing this solidarity, Song Xiuzhe and Shi Zongguang furrowed their brows, expressing their disapproval of such involvement, as this matter pertained to Master Xian Yu and the Jin family, and they had no obligation to intervene. Qiao Lan nodded in satisfaction. Now this felt like a true family. Jin family head, do you have anything further to say? Jean Dihai suppressed the turmoil of rage within, forcing a smile upon his face. This was merely a playful banter between brothers. It hardly counts. His gaze turned icy as it swept towards Qiao Lan. Moreover, isn't it true that my family's son has already learned his lesson? Oh, is that so? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, a semblance of a smile playing upon her lips as she regarded Jean Dihai, her eyes devoid of warmth, cold as ice. This matter is far from honorable. To confront the heads of various families openly, Qiao Lan revealed her intentions, and Xian Yuzhenren instantly comprehended her purpose. Thus, he cooperatively asserted with unwavering resolve that Che Heir had never been part of the Jin family lineage. Given the Jin family's apparent disdain, from this day forth, he would sever all ties with them, henceforth belonging to the Guanyang Peak. Qiao Lan felt that verbal assurances were not as reliable as written agreements. So she promptly stated, Master, a written document would provide more security. I wish for my elder brother to avoid any future controversy. Xiao Qi's sentiments echoed her own, and thus they agreed on the course of action. Xian Yuzhenren nodded gently, then turned his gaze back to Jean Dihai, reverting to his previous demeanor of cold detachment. Jin family head, please. It was clear that he had no intention of negotiating with Jean Dihai. The resolute stance of Xian Yuzhenren rendered Shuiling Heir, who was about to mediate, silent. Jean Dihai's eyes burned with rage. He closed them tightly, his hands clasped behind his back, fists clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging as if writhing like worms. He would remember this grievance. After a brief moment, he retrieved paper and ink from his storage pouch and drafted a document severing their relationship, presenting it to Xian Yuzhenren. Is this to your satisfaction, Master? Xian Yuzhenren remained silent, handing the document to Qiao Lan. Xiao Qi, what is your opinion? Upon receiving and perusing the contents of the document, Qiao Lan's furrowed brows relaxed, and she nodded, albeit reluctantly, deeming it acceptable. Subsequently, Qiao Lan leaped joyfully to Jin Che's side, presenting the document with a radiant smile that shone like a little sun. "Congratulations, elder brother." Jin Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to embrace Qiao Lan tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice hoarse and choked with emotion. "Thank you, little junior sister. Truly, thank you." In the Xiantian continent, filial piety is held in the highest regard. Without the documentation severing ties, he would forever bear the burden of moral constraints, always feeling the weight of judgment upon his spine. Little junior sister had gone to great lengths for his sake, alleviating his worries. This profound kindness and warmth left Jin Zhe both astonished and resolute in his determination to protect this beauty. "Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother." The crowd at Guanyang Peak erupted in cheers, further darkening the already grim countenance of Jin Dihai, whose expression turned as black as ink. Ding! Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned. Could there truly be a return on investment? This was an unexpected delight, as she genuinely wished for Jin Zhe to regain his true freedom. Investment object. Jin Zhe. Investment. Document of severance. Investment return. 10 points. Inward attribute. No matter the approach, Shui Er's spiritual power could not be restored. What could be the reason? Even the heads of the Shi and Song families were unable to decipher it. Jin Dihai's gaze shifted between the two families, his eyes darkening with contemplation. Song Xiuze shook his head, asserting that it was not due to any medicinal cause, leaving them at a loss. Shi Zongguang met the icy gaze of Master Xianyu, the words on the tip of his tongue immediately shifting course. "There are no traces of formations or spells, leaving us without any clues." Returning to the courtyard arranged by the Jin family, Shi Yin inquired with a puzzled expression, why not disclose this to the various clan leaders? Qiao Lan expanded her consciousness and, after forming a seal, replied gravely, "Third senior brother, do not test human nature. In the face of absolute interests, the darker aspects of humanity will magnify infinitely, becoming boundless." Shao Qi is correct. Real Master Xianyu nodded in full agreement. With over 1,000 pregnant women nearing the time of childbirth, nearly half were soon to give birth, and each of those children possessed innate spiritual roots, marking them as prodigies. If those clan leaders were to learn of this, would the female cultivators have any hope of survival? In the presence of those wielding absolute power, their lives would be rendered utterly insignificant. Upon hearing this, everyone gradually recognized the gravity of the situation. Shi Yin received a telepathic message from Shi Zongguang and promptly made his way to the courtyard where the Shi family resided. "Father." Shi Zongguang had always held great affection for this exceptionally gifted son and nodded slightly. "How have you been faring in the Heavenly Profound sect lately?" Upon mentioning the Heavenly Profound sect, Shi Yin visibly softened, a change that surprised Shi Zongguang. "Father, I am doing well." "Good, very good." Shi Zongguang ceased with the pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. "What are the thoughts of Master Tai and real Master Xianyu? Do they intend to monopolize those soon-to-be-born infants?" "Father, what do you mean by that?" Shi Yin furrowed his brow, not expecting his father to view the Heavenly Profound sect in such a sordid light. Am I mistaken? Xianyu, the master of the Xiantian sect, has already established himself as the foremost figure in the Eastern Wilderness domain. However, with so many children possessing heavenly roots being taken into the sect, does the Xie family still have a place to stand in this realm? Father, Master, and the sect leader genuinely wish to rescue those female cultivators, not merely for the sake of the unborn infants. Shi Yin fervently explained, yet these were not the sentiments that Shi Zongguang wished to hear. Even if the master of the Xiantian sect advocated for the termination of those children to preserve the lives of the female cultivators, such a resolution did not align with his desires. The Xiantian sect, even without the aid of these infants, would continue to reign as the premier sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Conversely, the Xie family's situation was different. Should they manage to nurture a plethora of children with heavenly roots, within 2 decades, the Xie family would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle among the 8 great families, becoming the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness. This temptation was undeniably alluring. The female cultivators nearing childbirth were already exhausted, and even if rescued, they would be rendered incapable of cultivation. Better to utilize the situation to bring forth life, allowing for a continuation of existence. You must persuade Xianyu to abandon this notion. A sense of foreboding surged within Shi Yin. Father, do you desire those children? Shi Zhongguang did not deny it. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked, "You have witnessed for yourself. Those are all children with heavenly roots. The rarity of such roots hardly needs reiteration." Upon hearing this, Xian instantly comprehended his father's intentions. He aimed to bring the children with heavenly roots into the Xie family, nurturing them to become an asset for their lineage. His heart felt a tumult of emotions as he finally grasped why his junior sister had chosen to conceal this matter. In the hearts of the clan leaders, the lives of the female cultivators were evidently of little significance when compared to the future of the family. In the stillness of the night, the piercing screams of women reverberated throughout the courtyard. Upon receiving the news, the members of Xiantian sect gathered outside the quarters of the female cultivators. Discovering the interior ablaze with light, Qiao Lan, perplexed, inquired, "How could it be that all was well during the day, yet now they are in labor?" This was in stark contrast to the report presented by Song Xiuzha. A pregnant cultivator approached Qiao Lan and explained, "It appears there was a mishap during the night. Someone stumbled and fell, leading to a rupture of the amniotic sac, necessitating delivery." However, the cacophony of screams suggested that it was not merely one or two women in labor. Moments ago, 6 sisters had been ushered inside. 6, all at once. They all fell during the night and ruptured their amniotic sacs simultaneously. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could such a coincidence occur? The birth of a single child would be one matter, but the simultaneous arrival of 6 children could not remain concealed any longer. Later that night, the assembly reconvened in the Jin family's council chamber. Song Xiuzha commanded, "Bring the children in." Subsequently, a young man clad in the uniform of the Song family entered, cradling swaddled infants one by one. Jin Dihai approached the infants with a spirit-testing stone, gently grasping one child's hand and placing it against the stone. Almost immediately, the previously dark stone erupted with a vibrant green light. Shui Linger gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is a wood elemental root." As the leader of the Liuli sect, known for its healing and sound-based techniques, with the majority of her disciples being of water and wood affinity, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the properties of water and wood elemental roots. Following the crimson glow, the golden light, and the azure brilliance, it became evident that all were manifestations of celestial roots. Shui Linger was taken aback, bewildered by the exceptional talents of these children. This certainly warrants an inquiry directed towards Master Tai and the esteemed Xianyu, remarked Jin Dihai, his gaze icy as it fell upon the two. The head of the clan was equally intrigued, pondering the reasons behind such remarkable abilities. "Might you enlighten us?" Shi Zhongguang sighed, recognizing the futility of concealment now that their secret was exposed. "What do you imply, head Shi?" Jin Dihai inquired, astonished. Qiao Lan found amusement in their clumsy theatrics and could not suppress a laugh. "What is so amusing?" Jin Dihai was left perplexed by her sudden outburst of laughter. Qiao Lan's smile only widened, and she waved her hand, encouraging the 2 clan leaders to continue their performance. Jin Dihai was taken aback by her unconventional demeanor, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Observing this, Tai Jingxiao chose to abandon further pretense, succinctly recounting the deeds of the masked figures. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingo gasped, relieved that Qiao Lan's timely intervention prevented her disciples from meeting the same fate as those female cultivators, who had been reduced to mere vessels for cultivation. Gratitude filled her gaze as she looked towards Qiao Lan. Tai Jingxiao, eyeing the contemplative heads of the clans, scoffed, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You have underestimated the complexity of the situation. The captured female cultivators all possess exceptional talents. Yet the male cultivators capable of providing seeds must be mere ordinary individuals. I advise all esteemed family heads not to be blinded by immediate gains. The masked figures, adept in ancient sorcery and possessing countless celestial formations, have discovered our children's bloodline powers. A dire fate awaits us if we remain passive." Chairman Tai Jingxiao's words are not mere alarmism. The external forces in the East Wilderness are perpetrating heinous acts right under our noses. Their inaction, coupled with their complicity, will inevitably lead to the ruin of the East Wilderness. Under a broken nest, how can there be unscathed eggs? This truth should be clear to all esteemed family heads present. Everyone here understands this principle. It is merely the lure of profit that sways the hearts of men. The 3 family heads fell silent. Qiao Lan nodded, affirming the sect leader's words. The utmost priority now is to find a way to break the curse. "Do you possess a method to lift the curse on Shui?" Shui Linger asked, her eyes shining with hope. Upon grasping the situation, Shui Linger became increasingly anxious. Her Shui, afflicted by the curse, would be unable to wield spiritual power if the curse remains unbroken. Not only would she fail to progress in cultivation, but she would also attract the covetous eyes of numerous forces, becoming a mere vessel for nurturing talents. Even as the esteemed leader of the Liuli sect, protecting Mu Tingxue would not be a matter of mere desire. Qiao Lan shook her head, stating that there is currently no solution. Humph. A mere child dares to boast so grandly, unafraid of the winds that might twist their tongue, Jin Dihai scoffed, having found no peace since encountering Qiao Lan. Upon seeing her, a surge of fury ignited within him. With Xuan Yuzhenren present, he felt utterly powerless, resorting to words to vent his pent-up indignation. TSK. Qiao Lan pouted, casting a disdainful glance at the impotent rage of Jin Dihai. Merely stating that there is no solution at present does not imply that there will never be a solution. Chapter 81. It is not entirely impossible. On her way back to the courtyard, Qiao Lan noticed that Xian's spirits were notably low. Considering the events of that evening, the cause was not difficult to surmise. She walked alongside him, shoulder to shoulder, affirming that no matter how the world might change around them, her third senior brother would forever remain her third senior brother. Stubborn in demeanor, yet possessing a tender heart, her third senior brother. Xian discerned the underlying meaning in her words. His gaze fell, unable to conceal the bitterness within his heart. However, brother, allow me to share a story with you. Xian paused for a moment then. After a brief silence, he replied with a soft affirmation. Once upon a time, there was a little girl whose father had recently married a new wife, who brought along 2 daughters of her own. With limited provisions in the household, this stepmother, intent on ensuring a comfortable life for her own daughters, subjected the little girl to relentless torment and forced her to undertake even more chores. She even went so far as to deprive the little girl of the chance to meet the prince, allocating that opportunity to her own daughters instead. Brother, is this stepmother a villain? Xian fell silent for a long time before finally responding. To the little girl, she is. Indeed, to the little girl, she is truly despicable. Qiao Lan nodded, her gaze suddenly distant. Yet, to those 2 young girls, she was a good mother. She endeavored to secure more sustenance for her children, striving with all her might to pave the way for their future. Could such actions truly undermine her role as a devoted mother? Xian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes deeply fixed upon Qiao Lan. Do you not blame my father? It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Besides, he is the father of my third senior brother. Why would I harbor resentment? Qiao Lan recalled the original text, where, due to Xian's death, Shi Zhongwang aged overnight. He was indeed a good father, and she found it difficult to cast blame upon him. However, third senior brother, you must caution the head of the Shi family. Those individuals are beyond our current capabilities to confront. As Xian observed her departing figure, the heaviness in his heart dissipated, lifting the gloom that had enveloped him. A faint smile graced his lips. Junior sister, thank you. In the distance, around the corner, the triumphant voice of Master Xianyu echoed. Senior brother, my judgment is quite astute, isn't it? Shao Qi is truly remarkable. He had overheard Qiao Lan's earlier words to Shi Yin. He held great admiration for Qiao Lan's approach, using a minor incident to enlighten the obstinate Shi Yin. The results appeared promising thus far. This disciple was increasingly satisfying. Not only was she gifted, but she also possessed a warm heart. He now felt more convinced than ever that old curmudgeon Qing Lan was indeed blind. Tai Jingshao cast a glance at the warm-hearted Master Xianyu, and his regret deepened, more painful than the loss of a spirit stone mine. Once, he clearly had the opportunity to become Qiao Lan's mentor. Upon returning to her room, Qiao Lan entered her space, only to be immediately enveloped by a fluffy creature that called out in a soft, childlike voice, Mother. Qiao Lan, utterly defenseless against the cuteness of the little fluffball, gently patted its head. Following closely were the white ape titan and the 2-headed 3-tailed leopard, who nestled at her feet, vying for her affection. Little white, little double, she cooed, stroking their heads as the 2 small beasts squinted their eyes in contentment, emitting soft hums of pleasure, as if relishing her touch. All right, I have matters to attend to now. I shall play with you once I finish my research. She released the fluffy creature from her embrace and seated herself at the stone table, extracting the comprehensive guide to arrays to begin her studies. The tome contained numerous ancient spells, yet after perusing the entire volume, she found no mention of the reincarnation nurturing spell. As she pondered, she took up her pen to document her findings. The fluffy creature leaped onto the stone table, quietly keeping her company. Its peripheral gaze caught the words on the paper, and the gentle voice drew her attention. Reincarnation nurturing spell. That name sounds so familiar. After a moment, the little creature opened its eyes, looking at her with grave seriousness. The reincarnation nurturing spell is a forbidden incantation. The caster will suffer immeasurable backlash. Mother, you must never use this spell. Backlash? What kind of backlash? Ah, my dear, my recollection is rather hazy. I only remember the incantation that plunders the fortune and spiritual roots of others, resulting in death or, at the very least, the obliteration of one's essence, vanishing entirely from the realm of existence. Such a heavy toll? Qiao Lan furrowed her brow. Given such a significant cost, the relentless pursuit behind it speaks volumes of the immense and terrifying benefits involved. But how might one break this curse? Observing the little one's distress, Qiao Lan felt a pang of compassion. If the memories elude him, there is no need to force himself. No. The little one shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. Baby wishes to assist mother. His youthful voice resonated with unwavering determination. Qiao Lan shook her head in amusement, reluctant to voice any objections. After a considerable pause, the little one finally opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Mother, mother, I remember." He excitedly recounted the method to dispel the curse. The more Qiao Lan listened, the tighter her brow knitted. Are there no other methods? The little one shook his head in confusion. Qiao Lan sighed, massaging her temples. The leaves of the everlasting tree of 10 transformations. The heart's blood of the spellcaster. These were the so-called 2 methods of dispelling the curse, as claimed by the little one. The everlasting tree of 10 transformations is a legendary entity. Even the original texts describe it as an ethereal myth, let alone its leaves. Not to mention the heart's blood of the spellcaster. She did not even know the identity of the masked figure, much less how to locate the spellcaster. This purported method of dispelling the curse was akin to saying nothing at all. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qiao Lan's mind. Once, Pei Yuan fell victim to the nightmarish arts of the night beast, and even the dispelling talismans proved futile. However, after consuming her blood, he soon awoke. Could it be that her blood possessed such a remarkable property? Qiao Lan sought to validate her hypothesis. Yet the thought of directly asking someone to drink her blood felt exceedingly strange and unsettling. Before long, she left the space and approached Mu Tingxue directly. I am currently researching methods to break the curse, and I have made some progress. Would you be willing to try? Qiao Lan stated her intentions plainly. Mu Tingxue, not pregnant, had physical indicators that aligned with the experimental criteria amidst the group of female cultivators affected by the curse. Really? I would certainly be willing. Upon hearing that there was advancement in the curse-breaking arts, Mu Tingxue's heart raced with excitement. The days without the ability to wield spiritual power were unbearable for her. She would do anything to regain her strength. That is splendid. Then you should drink this potion while it's still warm. Qiao Lan then presented a steaming bowl of concoction to Mu Tingxue. Immediately, Mu Tingxue accepted the bowl, but upon seeing the ink-black liquid within, her complexion turned pale. Living without spiritual power was tolerable, but Chapter 82. Breaking the curse. Mu Tingxue's delicate features contorted in apprehension. Holding her breath, she gulped down the inky potion in one swift motion. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated bitterness never arrived. Instead, her palate was flooded with a distinctly sweet and sour flavor. Her beautiful features relaxed instantly as the bowl emptied. Why was this potion not bitter at all? She did not reject the flavor. In fact, she found it quite delightful. Mu Tingxue felt a shiver run through her as she met the unwavering gaze of the girl, her heart tightening in anxiety. My spiritual energy has been restored, Qiao Lan exclaimed, checking Mu Tingxue's pulse and nodding in joy. Indeed, her blood was effective. Yet, in the next moment, her smile faded. The sheer number of female cultivators needing curse breaking was daunting. How much blood would she have to sacrifice? This was a matter of life and death. She was no radiant Saint Mary, after all. Even in the realm of investment, one must not wager their own life. Just as Qiao Lan was consumed by her worries, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding! What a melodious and enchanting sound. Investment target, Mu Tingxue investment, curse of rebirth cultivation release, investment return. Zhou Tian Hua Shapan. Zhou Tian Hua Shapan? The name itself suggested a means to dispel malevolence and vanquish evil spirits. Qiao Lan half-heartedly offered her congratulations before hurriedly turning to leave. Elated, Mu Tingxue gave little thought to anything else, eager to share this wonderful news with her master. Upon returning to her room, Qiao Lan raised her hand, forming a gesture that transported her into the space. What purpose did this artifact serve? Mother, This item looks remarkably familiar. Baby, it seems I've seen it somewhere before. Qiao Lan lifted her gaze to the little figure squatting on the stone table, deep in thought. After a long while, the little one finally opened her eyes. Mother, the Zhou Tian Hua Sha Pan is a treasure capable of resolving spells and restrictions. Can it break the curse of rebirth cultivation? Qiao Lan's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Of course, this is an ancient artifact, capable of dispelling all manner of spells and prohibitions in the world. How remarkable! It is truly a fortuitous encounter, akin to finding a pillow when one is drowsy. A timely blessing indeed. Thus, she need not draw blood to free those female cultivators from their curses. At this thought, Qiao Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The little one tilted her head, filled with curiosity as to how this treasure had come into her mother's possession. Mother is indeed extraordinary. After affectionately patting the little one's head twice, she promptly vanished from the space. Meanwhile, on another front, Father, the sect leader's words are not unfounded. We must steer clear of these mysterious infants, Shi Yin implored earnestly. Shi Zongguang was consumed with anger, feeling aggrieved that his most cherished son had chosen to oppose him and condemn his stance. An inexplicable surge of emotions overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of absorbing Shi Yin's wise counsel, and he even felt a tinge of grievance. Father, I understand that you are considering the family's future, but I cannot bear to see you take risks and suffer unwarranted calamities. Shi Yan's words were laden with sincerity and affection for him. The family's prospects paled in comparison to his father's well-being. He only wished for his father to remain safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Shi Zongguang's feelings of grievance dissipated in an instant, and his expression softened somewhat. He then slumped helplessly into his chair, a sense of dejection enveloping him. Alas, what can a father do? He lamented. The new generation of the Shi family displayed a mixed bag of talents. Their aptitude for talismans and formations was lacking, and even their cultivation potential lagged significantly behind that of their contemporaries from other clans. If this trend continued, where would the Shi family find a foothold? Yenner, do you know how many individuals seek to expel our Shi family from the ranks of the 8 clans during this vulnerable period of our new generation? Some even aspire to encroach upon and assimilate us. These matters have long been a source of reluctance for Shi Zongguang to discuss, as he wishes for you to cultivate without concern. Yet, he finds himself unable to contain his emotions any longer, revealing the current state of the Shi family. Since turning 10, Shi Yin has resided on Guanyang Peak and remains relatively unaware of the internal affairs of the family. Hearing his father's words, he is taken aback, realizing that the Shi family, though seemingly prosperous, is in decline within. It is no wonder that his usually composed father is willing to take such significant risks. Father, I am sorry he had misjudged his father. Shi Zongguang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his typically proud son would apologize, and he even perceived a hint of concern for himself in Yenner's eyes. Master Xin Yu has truly imparted wisdom upon you. A tender affection softened Shi Zongguang's brow as he patted Yenner's shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry, my son, I promise to protect you. At the Jin family's martial arts arena, Tai Zhao unexpectedly summoned all the female cultivators, claiming he would lift a curse. This caught Jin Dihai completely off guard. With a darkened expression, he arrived at the arena to find Qiao Lan bustling about, seemingly tinkering with something. The rebirth cultivation curse is an ancient forbidden spell. Is it truly possible to dispel it? Tai Zhao felt uncertain, yet he knew Qiao Lan was not one to act without purpose, which brought him a measure of reassurance. Sensing the doubt and disdain from Jin Dihai towards his own disciple, the esteemed Xian Yu coldly remarked, What the head of the Jin family cannot accomplish does not imply that others are equally incapable. Observing Jin Dihai's speechless fury in response to Xian Yu's words, Tai Zhao found the situation amusing. With the preparatory work nearly complete, Qiao Lan organized all the female cultivators to stand within the confines of the Spirit Stone Circle. The female cultivators recognized Qiao Lan as the one who had rescued them from the underground palace. Their gratitude was profound, and they willingly followed her instructions, aligning themselves as directed. In a short span of time, over 1,000 female cultivators stood within the square. Qiao Lan promptly activated the Zhou Tian transformation disc. A cerulean halo enveloped the spirit stone frame, transforming into streams of azure light, reminiscent of a rain of luminescent droplets that cascaded into each cultivator's being. The cerulean aura dissipated only after being entirely absorbed by the female cultivators. Immediately, Qiao Lan rose to assess the condition of a pregnant woman. As she had anticipated, The spiritual energy concentrated in the fetus had fully returned to the mother, rendering the fetus as it should be. Truly, as an artifact from the ancient times, its reputation was well-deserved. Congratulations, your spiritual energy has been restored. As her words echoed, the pregnant woman stood frozen, momentarily stunned. Soon, Song Xiuzhe and the young members of the Song family arrived at the training ground to examine the health of the female cultivators. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed Qiao Lan's assertions, affirming that indeed, all had recovered. The newly arrived Shi Zongguang was met with this astonishing revelation and inquired, "How did you achieve this?" Chapter 83. The Alliance of the Yin Family and the Tianjin Sect. Is this truly the Zhou Tianhua evil-slaying compass? It appears merely to be a spell-breaking tool, yet it has transformed into an object indistinguishable from an ordinary compass. Qiao Lan, perplexed, bent down to pick up the now dim and lifeless Zhou Tianhua evil-slaying compass. Mother, the more effective an item is, the longer its cooling period. Next time, we must wait for the Zhou Tianhua compass to regain its spiritual luster before it can be used again. The voice of the diminutive Thanos echoed in her mind. It dawned on Qiao Lan. Of course, this is merely the cool-down time for equipment. With this understanding, she felt enlightened. Shi Zongguang strode up to Qiao Lan. His curiosity piqued. How did you accomplish this? This is an ancient spell, and yet it has been unraveled by a young girl of no repute. Xian, with an apologetic demeanor, addressed her, tugging at his father's sleeve. Only then did Shi Zongguang realize his indiscretion. He cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure. I apologize for the interruption. It is nothing, Qiao Lan replied, shaking her head. It is not that the junior is unwilling to share, but this matter cannot be elucidated in just a few words. Once I have properly settled these female cultivators, I shall certainly divulge everything. After bowing respectfully to Shi Zongguang, she turned to approach the female cultivators. Upon seeing Qiao Lan, the female cultivators were overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling before her in reverence. Qiao Lan was taken aback and quickly assisted the nearest cultivator to her feet. What are you doing? Please rise. Great benefactor, you have rescued us from peril. This kindness we shall never forget. We must kneel and express our gratitude. Let them kneel, she thought. The sound of Jin Jie resonated beside her. Her junior apprentice. Deserving of respect. Qiao Lan turned to gaze at the calm and composed Jin Jie, then at the stubborn female cultivators, sighing softly and refraining from further opposition. She had forgotten that this was the Tianjin continent, where strength reigns supreme, unlike the egalitarian blue star Huagua. Kneeling and bowing were the only gestures of gratitude available to them in their humble state. She had no right to intervene. All right. I have come to inform you that your bodies have fully recovered, and you may resume your cultivation as usual, Qiao Lan announced, her gaze settling on the female cultivator who appeared to be several months along. The decision regarding the child is yours to make. Once you have deliberated, you may register with my second senior brother, Song Chongshan, who will ensure your care. As her words fell, a female cultivator whose belly was already 7 or 8 months round glared at her swollen form with indignation. I was coerced. This child is not of my choosing. It nearly cost me my life. What purpose does it serve for me to keep it? I want to terminate this pregnancy. In swift succession, several other female cultivators voiced their agreement. Qiao Lan nodded and proceeded with Song Chongshan towards the Song family. Upon seeing Qiao Lan, Song Xiuzhe exhibited a marked increase in courtesy compared to before, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. His son, typically proud and haughty, spoke highly of this junior apprentice, fueling his father's intrigue about Qiao Lan. Without further preamble, Qiao Lan elucidated her intent. The curse had been lifted, and she would leave the subsequent matters to the head of the Song family. Song Xiuzhe waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. You are Chongshan's junior sister. One of us. There is no need for such politeness. Qiao Lan raised a polite smile and performed a respectful bow before departing. Just as she stepped away from the training grounds, the system prompt echoed in her mind. Ding. What a delightful and melodious sound. Over the past few days, Qiao Lan had observed that Xian often seemed distracted, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Despite her attempts to inquire, Xian consistently assured her that he was fine, making it difficult for her to press further. Master Xian Yu gave a slight nod, indicating his agreement. Qiao Lan blinked her large eyes innocently, casting a curious glance at Xian. Third senior brother, could it be that you do not welcome me? Upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? The fact that his junior sister chose to visit the Shi family was indeed a source of pride. As long as you feel welcome. That is enough, he replied warmly. Qiao Lan smiled with her eyes crinkling. Then it is settled. Ming Yanli immediately interjected. I have never been to third senior brother's home. I wish to go as well. Li Kuei added, and I too. Pei Yuan nodded slightly. Count me in. Song Chongshan smiled faintly. It has been quite a while since I last visited the Shi household. I must admit, I have missed it. Jinja chimed in, yes. I will join as well. Master Xian Yu raised an eyebrow, amused by the growing camaraderie among the young ones. Xian understood that Qiao Lan's actions stemmed from her concern for him, which warmed his heart. It was an honor indeed. However, the elder with graying hair wore a grave expression and hurried footsteps, unmistakably indicating the urgency of the situation. Noticing the worry etched on Xian's face, Qiao Lan spoke up, Senior brother, if you are concerned, perhaps you should go and take a look. We can explore on our own. As Xian shook his head, intending to decline, he was interrupted by Jinja, who urged, Go ahead. We are neither outsiders nor guests. A servant can lead us to the courtyard. Ming Yanli nodded in agreement. Indeed, the elder brother speaks wisely. Third brother, please proceed. The furrow in Xian's brow relaxed as he smiled. What the elder brother says is true. I shall take my leave first. After giving a few instructions to the young servant, he departed with a sense of relief. Upon arriving at the discussion hall, Xian immediately sensed the oppressive and grave atmosphere. Noticing his father and the elders wearing expressions of deep concern, he could not help but inquire, what has transpired? The hall was enveloped in silence until, after a prolonged moment, the third elder, Shi Wang, spoke solemnly. Recently, the Yin family and Tianjin sect have conspired against our Shi family, repeatedly suppressing our talismans and even engaging in malicious competition by drastically lowering prices, resulting in substantial losses for our talisman business. This is not even the worst of it. The merchants supplying the raw materials for all talismans seem to have received instructions from the Yin family and Tianjin sect, either refusing to sell to us or demanding exorbitant prices. The Yin family? The Tianjin sect is one of the three sects, just like the Shi and Yin families, specializing in talismanic formations. How could they unite against the Shi family? Xian queried. How long has this situation persisted? With a sigh, third elder Shi Wang replied, It has been ongoing for half a month now. It is indeed peculiar. The Tianjin sect seldom interacts with the 8 great families. Why would they suddenly collude so closely with the Yin family? Chapter 84. Teaching a man to fish rather than giving him fish. It is said that recently, young Master Yin discovered an ancient talisman scroll in a secret realm and has expressed his willingness to share it with the Heavenly Heart sect, which has led to a consensus. Xie Zongguang spoke solemnly, clarifying the doubts within the minds of the attendees. The third elder, Xie Wang, sighed in understanding, realizing how persuasive they must have been to the Heavenly Heart sect. How long can the talisman materials within our family sustain us? Xie Yin inquired with a heavy tone. Not more than 7 days. Currently, it is not merely a matter of materials. We are also confronted with the issue of our talismans failing to sell. After the Yin family and the Heavenly Heart sect gained control over the raw materials, they began significantly reducing prices. A common Gale talisman, which we sell for 10 inferior spirit stones, they sell for 8. We adjust our price to 8, and they then drop theirs to 5 inferior spirit stones. This is nothing short of malicious competition. It disrupts the market order. The second elder, Xie Qian, reported with barely contained fury, his goat beard bristling in indignation. What shall we do now? However, to his surprise, the courtyard remained brightly lit, with the people from Guanyang Peak seated in the living room awaiting his return. No. The words slipped from Xie Yin instinctively. I knew it. Fortunately, I left some food for third senior brother today. Qiao Lan took out a series of delightful spirit dishes from the preservation box, arranging them before him. Here, third senior brother, eat while it's hot. As Xie Yin gazed at the table laden with his favorite delicacies, his heart swelled with emotion. As the warm, delectable food slid down his throat, it also enveloped his heart in warmth, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The gathering at Guanyang Peak refrained from interrupting him, allowing him the solace to dine in peace. At that moment, the unspoken warmth within the room was palpable. Once Xian had satisfied his hunger and thirst, Qiao Lan finally spoke, inquiring about the recent events concerning the third senior brother. This time, Xian did not feign strength. He recounted all that had transpired within the Shi family recently, detailing the distressing happenings. Ming Yanli erupted in anger, slamming his hand upon the table, exclaiming that the Yin family and Tianjin sect had gone too far in their transgressions. Song Chongshan interjected, understanding well the character of Yin Hao, as he too belonged to the younger generation of the 8 great families. What shall we do now? He pondered. Having been raised in the royal family, Li Kuei possessed a profound understanding of the power of alliances. Currently, the Shi family found themselves besieged by the most formidable forces, teetering on the brink of peril. Ming Yanli knew her well. He gently nudged her arm. Junior sister, do you perhaps have a solution? At this, the others turned their hopeful gazes towards Qiao Lan, eagerly anticipating her response. Qiao Lan feigned profundity, blinking her eyes, and declared, "The wise hermit holds his own clever plans. Let us rest now, and tomorrow all problems shall resolve themselves." With that, she stretched and yawned, then gracefully departed, leaving the crowd in bewildered silence. Junior sister, having proclaimed a clever plan, we shall all rest easy, Ming Yanli asserted as he followed suit, striding away. Jean Jie patted Shi Yan's shoulder, affirming, since junior sister has a solution, there is no need for worry. Elder brother, I understand, Shi Yan replied. The scene where everyone gathered to brainstorm solutions for him was exceedingly heartwarming, instilling in Shi Yan both a sense of stability and safety. With a smile, Shi Yan remarked, junior sister has always been whimsical, brimming with ingenious ideas. I am somewhat concerned that the Yin family and the Tianjin sect may struggle to cope. Haha, what the third senior brother said is indeed true. Li Kuei could hardly fathom how exhilarating their encounter with the junior sister would be. The following morning, in the Shi family's conference hall, Qiao Lan entered to witness a peculiar sight, momentarily mistaking them for individuals engrossed in counting their steps on WeChat. The elders, unfamiliar with Qiao Lan, felt an inexplicable wave of displeasure upon seeing Shi Yan arrive with a young girl early in the day. They assumed she was intentionally vexing them, their expressions souring as they scrutinized the two, their disdain evident. Upon noticing that Qiao Lan had arrived, Shi Zongguang's eyes brightened, and without exchanging pleasantries, he eagerly inquired about her proposed solution. Qiao Lan, do you have any ideas? Qiao Lan parted her lips, delicately articulating 4 words, currency inflation. What is currency inflation? Shi Zongguang furrowed his brow in confusion. The term felt both foreign and novel. The other elders, intrigued, could not help but lean in to listen further. If the Yin family and the Tianjin sect controlled the production materials for talismans, then it would align with their desires. Not only should it align with their desires, but they should also consume every last drop without exception. The third elder, Shi Wang, frowned. Such a course of action does not bode well for us. After all, the trade of talismans is a critical source of income for the Shi family. Without raw materials, how can we produce talismans or sell them? Wouldn't this be akin to severing our own limbs? Qiao Lan shook her head, announcing that the Shi family would hold a specialized auction for high-grade talismans in 7 days. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. What? High-grade talismans? Huh. Ignorant children, do you think high-grade talismans are as common as cabbages? To casually mention high-grade talismans in a specialized auction, it's utterly absurd. Ignoring the voices of skepticism, Qiao Lan turned her gaze to Shi Zongguang, inquiring about the head of the Shi family's thoughts. Shi Zongguang did not question her. After all, anyone capable of unraveling ancient forbidden spells must possess extraordinary abilities. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Ah, Qiao Lan, you are unaware that although our Shi family is one of the 8 prominent clans, we hardly have a sufficient number of high-grade talismans to support an entire specialized auction. Isn't that what I am here for? Qiao Lan replied dismissively. Considering these matters trivial, Shi Yan immediately grasped her intentions, staring at Qiao Lan in astonishment. Junior sister, brother, we are all family. Qiao Lan waved her hand nonchalantly. At her words, Shi Yan's eyes instantly reddened, his throat tightening as he choked out, junior sister. The excessive sentimentality made Qiao Lan somewhat uncomfortable. She did not perceive herself as particularly noble. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she touched her nose and subsequently retrieved a collection of prepared talismans from her spatial pouch. These are the Thunder Talisman, the Teleportation Talisman, the Strength Talisman, the Summoning Talisman, the Exchange Talisman, and the Binding Talisman. As Qiao Lan produced stack after stack of talismans, the crowd stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Even among talisman clans, the number of high-grade talismans within their families paled in comparison to her extensive collection. Moreover, many of these talismans were entirely unfamiliar to them, both unheard of and unseen. The elders instantly comprehended why Shi Yan had brought this young girl with him. She was indeed a master from beyond the ordinary world, come to their rescue. The Shi family had hope. Qiao Lan, Are you intending to auction these talismans? Shi Zhongguang stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Qiao Lan shook her head and then nodded, stating that it was far more beneficial to teach them the art of creation rather than merely providing the talismans themselves. Shi Qian, utterly astonished, exclaimed loudly, "What? You are willing to teach us how to draw these talismans?" Chapter 85. The pathetic little old man Qiao Lan tilted her head, observing the crowd. Was there something amiss? Indeed, there was a monumental issue. It felt as though a heavenly red rain had descended, showering them with fortune directly upon the Shi family. Yet, the others remained silent, gazing at Qiao Lan with eager anticipation. Only Shi Wang, looking at the talismans in disbelief, asked, These talismans are all your work?" Qiao Lan blinked her big, captivating eyes and nodded. Upon hearing this, Shi Wang gasped in awe. How young was this little girl? Barely reaching the age of maturity. Yet she possessed such an astonishing array of high-level talismans, unheard of and unseen. A true genius. Time was of the essence. They could commence immediately. Qiao Lan surveyed the group and remarked, "Is it just you few who will learn? Shouldn't we gather more people? Teaching one or two is the same as teaching several at once. It would be more efficient and less burdensome." Shi Zhongguang enthusiastically nodded, going off to summon all the talented members of the family who had an affinity for talismans. "Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately." Elder Shi Qian departed the conference hall with great urgency. In less than a quarter of an hour, the hall was filled with the scions of the Shi family. Upon noticing a seemingly unfamiliar young lady seated in the principal position, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Who is this person? I hear she is a prodigious talisman master invited by the eldest son to teach us about talismans. What? She appears to be of similar age to us. How could she possibly be a talisman master? That seems an exaggeration." Elder Shi Zhongguang and the other elders, of course, overheard the murmurs below, yet they refrained from intervening. After all, in the Xiantian continent, strength is paramount. If what Qiao Lan claimed holds true, she would naturally earn the respect of the assembly, and if not, the contrary would apply. Qiao Lan was well aware of this principle and chose not to elaborate further. Once the attendees had gathered, she commenced the instruction on the first talisman, the binding immortal talisman. Taking up a wolf hair brush, she deftly maneuvered it across the talisman paper, her strokes resembling the fluidity of a dragon and snake. In the span of but a single incense stick, she completed the binding immortal talisman. Presenting the talisman to the assembly, she inquired, which elder would like to give it a try. The onlookers observed the talisman, noting the smoothness of the brushwork and the balanced flow of spiritual energy. It was evident that this talisman was extraordinary, undoubtedly of superior quality. "Is her talisman drawing speed truly so remarkable?" Someone exclaimed in astonishment, only to hastily cover their mouth, realizing their voice had been too jarring. It was then that everyone acknowledged the astonishing speed with which Qiao Lan crafted talismans. Even in creating low-tier talismans, none present could match her pace. Elder Shi Qian stepped forward with determination, declaring, "I, too, am willing to give it a try." "Excellent," she replied, without a moment's hesitation. Qiao Lan cast the talisman in the direction of Elder Shi Qian. As the talisman soared towards him, it radiated a brilliant golden light, transforming into a golden rope that, as if endowed with consciousness, ensnared Elder Shi Qian like an octopus. The elder's eyes widened with astonishment, and he struggled fiercely to free himself from the bindings. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The more he fought, the tighter the restraints became. "The ropes will naturally dissolve after half an hour," Qiao Lan remarked coolly. Elder Shi Qian, a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit-infant realm, should not have been held for so long. A murmur of disbelief arose among the onlookers. Qiao Lan merely shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Shi Yin, having witnessed the potency of the binding talisman, picked up a wolf hair brush and began to draw a talisman following Qiao Lan's guidance. However, just as he laid down the first few strokes, the talisman paper spontaneously ignited. Frowning, he prepared to try again, but was interrupted by Qiao Lan's voice. "Brother, you are infusing too much spiritual energy. It should be given gradually and methodically." With this advice, Shi Yin found his strokes flowed much more smoothly. Yet, halfway through his drawing, the paper ignited once more. Undeterred, he took up the brush again, and although he did not succeed immediately, each attempt enriched his experience, making his subsequent efforts more fluid. After numerous trials, he finally succeeded. Holding the freshly drawn talisman, Shi Yin turned to Qiao Lan and his father, exclaiming joyfully, "I did it." Qiao Lan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are my son." Shi Zongguang nodded with satisfaction, pride unabashedly glimmering in his eyes. Habitually bashful, Shi Yin scratched the back of his head, chuckling softly. Let us test the effects. With purpose, Shi Zongguang strode confidently to Shi Yin, volunteering himself as the experimental subject. Shi Yin nodded seriously and promptly hurled the talisman at him. As before, the talisman transformed into a golden rope just before reaching Shi Zongguang, binding him securely. Shi Zongguang began to struggle, and the more he fought, the tighter the bindings became. Within mere minutes, however, he managed to break free. Goodness! The head of the family is a master at the integration stage, yet this talisman could restrain him for so long. The crowd was left astounded by the results of the experiment. Shi Yin, too, did not anticipate that it would restrain his father for such a duration. Initially, he had merely hoped that it could bind his father, even if just for a moment, and he considered it a success. Qiao Lan once again gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Senior brother, your progress is remarkable." Shi Yin chuckled. "Oh, this is not merely my advancement. It is the extraordinary brilliance of junior sister's talisman." He spoke candidly, his tone infused with admiration for her. Shi Zongguang nodded in agreement, acknowledging his son's words as accurate. Seeing the incredible capabilities of the binding talisman, the members of the Shi family no longer harbored doubts and eagerly began to learn the art of talisman drawing. Even the elders were eager to try, picking up their brushes to draw talismans. Elder Shi Qian, still bound, hurriedly called out, "Wait for me. Quickly free me. I want to learn too." It was only then that everyone remembered Elder Shi Qian was still restrained, turning their gazes towards Qiao Lan. She raised an eyebrow and waved her hand, saying, "Don't look at me. I only study talisman drawing and have yet to develop a method for breaking them. What will become of Elder Shi Qian?" The crowd cast worried glances at the pitiful old man. Qiao Lan stroked her chin, contemplating that once the talisman's effect wore off, it would naturally be resolved. As soon as she spoke, Elder Shi Qian felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. When will it be lifted? I'm uncertain. Qiao Lan replied, shrugging her shoulders in exasperation. After all, her proficiency in talisman crafting had indeed advanced, and she was quite curious about how long this binding would last. Elder Shi Qian. The crowd directed sympathetic gazes toward the forlorn old man. After imparting the knowledge of the binding talisman to the elders, Qiao Lan commenced her explanation of the next talisman. The members of the Shi family were astonished to hear such an extraordinary lecture for the first time. It turned out that talismans could be crafted in such a manner. Qiao Lan had essentially opened another door to the world of talismans for them. Ding! What a delightful and melodious sound. Investment target. Shi Yin, Shi family members, investment, teach various high-level talismans investment returns, fire attribute 5, defense attribute 5. Various rewards X. Chapter 86, Encirclement, additional update. 7 days later, the news of the Shi family holding a specialized auction for high-level talismans spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness region. As Qiao Lan had anticipated, events unfolded as expected. The Yin family and the Tianjin sect indeed tightened their supply of raw materials. This time, they were even more ruthless, outright declaring they would not sell to us. Qiao Lan nodded, recognizing that the suppliers, unable to withstand the joint pressure from the two families, would naturally align with them. This was an expected outcome. Restore all talismans in the Su family's talisman pavilion to their original prices. Elder Shi Wang was perplexed. If the discounted prices were not selling, why revert to the original? Nevertheless, she insisted on her course of action. Shi Zongguang, while confused, respected her decision and issued a direct command. Witnessing the head of the family's decree and having seen Qiao Lan's capabilities firsthand, the elders ceased their objections and complied with Qiao Lan's directives. Once the elders had departed, Shi Zongguang voiced his curiosity. Qiao Lan, what is the reason behind restoring the original prices? The members of Guanyang Peak also gazed at Qiao Lan with puzzled expressions, awaiting her explanation. Qiao Lan, with a meaningful and calm demeanor, replied, "Once the original prices are restored, you shall understand." In a single night, all talismans in the Su family's pavilion reverted to their original prices. One disgruntled cultivator exclaimed, "The talismans from the Yin family and the Tianjin sect are at least as effective as those from the Su family. How dare they raise their prices? What sort of foolishness is this? Come on, brothers. Let us head to the talisman pavilions of the Yin family and the Tianjin sect. Who gave the Su family the audacity to increase their prices? If they don't wish to conduct business, they should just say so. There are plenty of others willing to take their place. I shall never patronize the Su family's establishment again. How could the Su family be so short-sighted? This was clearly driving consumers away. Alas, I have been a loyal customer of the Su family's Talisman Pavilion. If they show no kindness, do not blame me for supporting the Tianjin sect's business. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Overnight, the Su family's Talisman Pavilion became desolate. In stark contrast, the Talisman Pavilions of the Yin family and the Tianjin sect flourished with activity, bustling with customers and long lines. To further suppress the Su family and deny them any chance of recovery, they even initiated promotional events. Have you heard? The Yin family and the Tianjin sect are offering a promotion on talismans. Buy 3, get 1 free. What? Is it really that grand? The Yin family and the Tianjin sect have indeed spent a fortune to suppress the Shi family. Regardless, we are merely wandering cultivators. Acquiring spirit stones is no easy task. As long as we benefit from the major powers, it matters not what they do. You are right. We should go where the bargains are. Business at the Shi family's Talisman Pavilion grows increasingly bleak by the day. Observing this, the elders could no longer remain silent and began to voice their doubts to Shi Zongwang. For several consecutive days, the threshold of Shi Zongwang's residence was worn from the visits of numerous elders. As the auction date drew near, Shi Zongwang felt increasingly uncertain. Can this truly work? Unable to suppress his doubts, he spoke up. Shi Yin, having put down his wolf hairbrush, wore a calm expression. Father, you must have faith in junior sister. If she says it will succeed, it surely will. Yinner possesses such unwavering faith in her. Shi Zongwang exclaimed in surprise. Qiao Lan's talent for talismans is indeed extraordinary, but for his son, who has always held lofty expectations, to trust someone so implicitly, Qiao Lan is the first. Yes, junior sister is incredibly formidable. She is the most remarkable person I have ever encountered. Reflecting on past moments, Shi Yin couldn't help but express his admiration. Upon hearing this, Shi Zongwang felt a twinge of jealousy. What? More formidable than your father? Ha! Shi Yin laughed heartily. That was a slip of the tongue. Junior sister is the most extraordinary woman I have ever seen. Only then did Shi Zongwang nod in satisfaction, though his tone still bore a hint of reluctance. That is more like it. Shi Yin shook his head with a smile, surprised to discover such a childish side to his father. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan was also occupied. Over the past few days, she meticulously sifted through the talismans of varying grades, low, medium, and high, from the comprehensive guide to talismans, selecting a considerable number that were not only practical, but also relatively simple to draw. She compiled them into a volume and presented it to Shi Zongwang. As Shi Zongwang received the talisman book and began to peruse its contents, he was initially silent, but soon found himself utterly astonished. His hands trembled as he looked at Qiao Lan in disbelief. Are these intended for our Shi family? Qiao Lan shook her head. No, to be precise, they are for senior brother San. In her heart, senior brother San was one entity, while the Shi family was another. They were two distinct identities. She understood the difficulties faced by the Shi family. If she were to hand the talisman book directly to senior brother San, despite his honorable nature, he would inevitably refrain from sharing it with the family. Thus, it was more prudent for her to present it directly to the head of the Shi family, alleviating some of the burden from senior brother San's conscience. This is far too precious. Shi Yin is not only my senior brother San, but also my family. If senior brother San wishes to assist the Shi family, it is only natural for me, as his junior sister, to lend my support. There is no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards senior brother San. This sentiment was indeed heartfelt, were it not for the fact that senior brother San belonged to the Shi family. Even with systemic benefits, she would have been indifferent. Upon hearing her words, Shi Zongwang's expression transformed from shock to astonishment, then to confusion, and finally to a dawning realization. It is indeed a blessing for Yinner to have encountered you. Qiao Lan waved her hand and said, Master Shi, please do not speak in such a manner. Senior brother San is truly exceptional. It is my fortune to become his junior sister. Compared to those from the Xianqing sect in my previous life, everyone from Guanyang Peak is simply angelic. Qiao Lan felt immense relief at her decision to join the Xiantian sect. Given my understanding of Yinner, if I were to take your belongings without offering something in return, she would undoubtedly be displeased. What should I do? Qiao Lan did not wish to be rebuffed. She was eager to assist the Shi family in regaining their footing and to effectively dampen the Yin family's ambitions. Master Shi Zongwang pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we split the profits from the sales of the talismans in this booklet 50-50? At present, Qiao Lan was not in need of spirit stones. Considering the Shi family's predicament, she promptly declined, stating, "A 50-50 split is too generous." Even a 50-50 division seems to favor your family, Shi Zhongwang thought, bewildered by her refusal. How about a 30-70 split, with my family receiving the larger portion? After much contemplation, she proposed a more equitable distribution. That won't do. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with a resolute refusal from Shi Zhongwang. This division is bound to make Yen'er believe I am being unreasonable towards you. It is absolutely unacceptable. This cannot happen. That cannot happen. Qiao Lan pouted, exasperated. All she desired was to earn a little less. Why was it so difficult? With a decisive wave of his hand, Shi Zhongwang declared, "Enough. It's settled at a 60-40 split. You shall receive 40 while my Shi family retains 60. Should you refuse again, I will have no choice but to return this booklet to you." Qiao Lan's lips twitched slightly, and with evident reluctance, she acquiesced. Very well then. Chapter 87. The nature of humanity, grasped firmly by Qiao Lan the day of the talisman auction, swiftly arrived. The venue was modest in size, comparable to a grand theater, comprising a main hall and an elevated VIP section. The ground floor was filled to capacity with cultivators hailing from diverse regions, many of whom were from Qingcheng and its surrounding factions. The second floor housed semi-open VIP boxes established by the Shi family for the top-tier factions, the 3 gates, 5 sects, and 8 great families. However, the attendance of these elite factions was disappointingly scant. To their astonishment, none from the 3 gates had arrived, while only Xiantian sect, Liuli sect, and Yusho sect represented the 5 sects. From the 8 great families, only the Song and Jin families made an appearance. TSK. It seemed the Shi family was facing severe targeting this time. The auction hall buzzed with excitement, yet upon witnessing the turnout, Shi Zhongwang's expression darkened abruptly. Was it truly time to take sides already? Qiao Lan stroked her chin, realizing that events were unfolding much as she had anticipated, albeit with the unexpected attendance of the Jin family. With such a meager turnout, would the talismans even sell? Elder Shi Qian expressed his concerns, fearing that the talismans might not sell out, further exacerbating the precarious situation of the Shi family. Qiao Lan cast a glance at Elder Shi Wang, who wore a pained expression, and reassured him, "Do not worry. The Shi family shall not suffer a loss in this venture." Elder Shi chuckled lightly, attempting to mask his momentary lapse in composure, and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "It is not that I doubt your capabilities, young friend. Rather, I was taken aback by the unexpectedness of the situation and lost my poise. Please do not take offense. I shall act immediately upon your suggestion." Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Zhongwang issued a directive. Given his understanding of the Shi family, it was clear that they could not produce such exquisite talismans. To present a talisman right at the outset, and a high-grade one at that, the quality is exceptional. The Shi family would not engage in such practices. It must have been her idea, right? Did she draw this talisman? A faint smile danced at the corners of Jin Yutong's lips, brimming with interest. Indeed, his visit had not been in vain. Could it be? Am I seeing this correctly? Who has been spreading the recent rumors? That the Shi family is on the brink of collapse? Which scoundrel uttered such nonsense? Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Are these rumors credible? They are nothing but slander. Thankfully, we did not give credence to such gossip and chose to come here. But I must disagree with you on that point. Not every family among the 8 great families possesses the same generosity as the Shi family. Just look at this quality. Can it be compared to that of the Yin family or the Heavenly Heart sect? The reactions of the crowd were keenly observed by Qiao Lan, as this was precisely the response she sought. The members of the Shi family quickly grasped her intentions. Firstly, it served to remind everyone that despite the joint suppression from other forces, the Shi family remains formidable, still one of the 8 great families. Secondly, it demonstrated the financial strength of the Shi family, who stand unyielding and unafraid of challenges or pressure. Thirdly, it made clear the distinction between the Shi family and the Yin family or the Heavenly Heart sect. The talismans sold by the Shi family far surpass those of their competitors in quality. You get what you pay for. Consumers are well aware of this truth. How remarkable. This tactic is truly ingenious. As the auction commenced, the first item for bid was the instant teleportation talisman. The auctioneer had scarcely finished detailing the talisman's capabilities when an astonished voice erupted from the crowd. What? It can teleport 500 miles? A regular teleportation talisman only covers 50 miles. That's a tenfold difference. I must have this life-saving treasure. And the starting bid is only 50 spirit stones? Has the Shi family lost their senses? I bid 500. Get lost. You think you can secure a life-saving treasure for 500? Dream on. I'm bidding 800. 1,000. 1,500. In the end, the instant teleportation talisman was sold for 3,000 spirit stones. What? 3,000 spirit stones? Elder Shiwang was left astounded by this figure. Typically, high-level talismans hover around a few hundred spirit stones in market price, and even the rarest high-level talismans seldom exceed 1,000 spirit stones. The members of the Shi family gazed at Qiao Lan with increasingly fervent admiration, many revealing looks of reverence. Qiao Lan chuckled and shook her head, thinking to herself that this was just the beginning. She fully understood why this enhanced version of the teleportation talisman commanded such a price beyond its intrinsic value. Human nature is such that everyone fears death, especially in the perilous realm of Tianjiao continent, where danger lurks at every corner. Life-preserving items are scarce, and whenever something that guarantees safety appears before the masses, it is seized with fervor. At this moment, Qiao Lan had expertly grasped the essence of human nature. As a result, the subsequent talismans required no excessive promotion from the auctioneer. A concise explanation of their usefulness was sufficient to incite a frenzy among the crowd. Even the Jin family, Liuli sect, and Beastmaster sect participated in the bidding. Their involvement ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. These are all top-tier forces. What treasures have they not encountered? The fact that they are competing in the bidding signifies the rarity of the talismans being auctioned. Should they miss this opportunity, they may never acquire such talismans again. This specialized auction for talismans featured a total of 68 high-tier talismans, all of which were sold out. Upon learning this news, members of the Shi family were overwhelmed with excitement, some even shedding tears of joy. Our family has been saved. Suddenly, a distressed manager from the Shi family's talismans pavilion burst in, pale and drenched in sweat. The jubilant expressions of the Shi family members turned grave upon hearing his exclamation, their smiles vanishing in an instant. Shi Zongguang furrowed his brow, his hands clasped tightly behind him, revealing his tension. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 88. Hunger Marketing Master. We are in trouble. The talisman's pavilion has been surrounded by numerous cultivators, and all the talismans have been snatched away. The entire pavilion has been emptied. Shi Zongguang was taken aback. What? The other members of the Shi family were equally stunned. The manager of the pavilion, overwhelmed by the situation, was at a loss for how to respond. Master, what should we do? Qiao Lan had just arrived at the Shi family and was invited over. On the way, she was informed of the unfolding situation. Qiao Lan nodded slightly, her expression calm, fully anticipating the situation. Upon her arrival, Shi Zongguang appeared to have found his anchor of support. Qiao Lan subtly acknowledged him, indicating her awareness of the circumstances. What shall we do now? Inform the Shi family that all talisman pavilions will limit the sale of ordinary talismans to 10 per day, and high-level talismans to 10 per month on a first-come, first-served basis. Elder Shiwang looked at Qiao Lan in confusion. Are ordinary talismans to be restricted as well? Shouldn't we strive to replenish them? ISNT meeting consumer demand our priority? Do you understand the concept of scarcity marketing? If they are readily available every day, they lose their allure. Once the supply of raw materials stabilizes, we can increase the production of ordinary talismans. Scarcity marketing? They were unfamiliar with the term, but chose to respect her approach. Given the current outcome, Qiao Lan's contributions were undeniably significant. The Shi family had complete faith in her directives and instinctively began to implement her strategies. The family heads of the Qian, Zhao, and Luo clans have also arrived. Shall we meet with them? Upon hearing Shi Zongguang's sardonic chuckle, Qiao Lan understood that the newcomers were merchants of raw materials. As Shi Zongguang remained silent, the steward hesitated to inquire further, only to be interrupted by a languid female voice. Since some are eager to be flayed, why keep them at arm's length? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Zongguang's expression softened considerably, and he nodded slightly. Very well, let us proceed. Shortly thereafter, several middle-aged men were ushered in by the steward. Shi family head, congratulations on the resounding success of the auction. One exclaimed, indeed, the Shi family has been rather low profile until now. Who would have thought that your talisman craft would be so astonishing? As the three individuals entered, they began to lavish extravagant praise upon Shi Zongguang. Shi Zongguang, disinterested in engaging in superficial pleasantries with these merchants, promptly interrupted, stating that if there was nothing of substance to discuss, they should speak plainly. The three, momentarily taken aback, maintained their smiles, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Their initial purpose was to congratulate the Shi family on the resounding success of their auction, and to express their desire for continued business relations. What is the Shi family patriarch's stance on this matter? Shi Zhongguang wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, pondering whether they were truly worried about offending the Yin family and Tianjin sect. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the three stiffened momentarily before they regained their obsequious grins. Patriarch Shi, you are aware that our entire family relies on small trades for our livelihood. We are of little consequence and have no other recourse. Was this an attempt to elicit sympathy? Yet Qiao Lan was not swayed by such tactics. Observing her neatly manicured nails, she recognized that betrayal could occur once, and then again, and countless times thereafter. At this, the trio's expressions darkened. Who are you? You have no place to speak here. The head of the Luo family, noticing Qiao Lan's unfamiliarity and lack of cultivation, brazenly flashed a contemptuous look. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Zhongguang's countenance hardened. What are you to dare point fingers at my esteemed guests within the Shi residence? The oppressive aura of a harmonization stage expert surged forth, directed squarely at the head of the Luo family, merely at the spirit infant stage. He was ill-equipped to withstand the pressure emanating from a harmonization stage master. His shoulders sagged as if a great weight had been placed upon them, and he soon found himself kneeling before Qiao Lan in a gesture of deep reverence. The other two, witnessing this, exchanged wary glances and dared not act recklessly. My identity is of no concern to you. Since you have come seeking collaboration, it is imperative that you adopt an attitude conducive to partnership. Qiao Lan unflinchingly exposed the intentions of the three, her words laden with admonition. The young lady speaks truthfully. Our visit indeed aims to restore our previous cooperation. The head of the Zhao family performed a respectful bow, his gaze cast down, concealing the emotions within, yet his tone was imbued with sincerity. However, to Qiao Lan's ears, it sounded utterly absurd. Did the three family heads not grasp the current circumstances? What? The head of the Zhao family raised his eyes to meet Qiao Lan's mocking expression, a sudden unease gripping his heart. I do not comprehend your meaning, young lady. Restore our former collaboration? How audacious of you to utter such words. Qiao Lan's eyes turned icy. This entire Tianjin continent is not solely reliant on your three families for talisman materials. Firstly, your prices are not the most favorable. Secondly, the quality of your materials is not superior. And thirdly, when faced with threats, you unhesitatingly chose to betray the Shi family. Qiao Lan reclined languidly in her chair, her fingers drumming absent-mindedly on the armrest. Each tap sent a shiver through the hearts of the three men. No matter how they pondered, they could conceive no rationale for continuing collaboration with them. Qiao Lan's tone remained monotone, yet every word was like a sharp blade piercing their hearts. Her subsequent remark fell upon them like a frigid downpour, chilling them to the bone. After much contemplation, it would be far more prudent to take a longer route to procure raw materials from the neighboring West Wilderness or North Wilderness, where there are no entanglements of interest, thus ensuring peace of mind. At this moment, the statement, if you do not act, there are many willing to take your place, has been vividly realized. The head of the Zhao family was the first to respond, questioning the necessity of seeking distant prospects when the Zhao family was in such close proximity to Qiqing, thus saving considerable transportation costs and time. Observing that Zizong Wang and Qiao Lan remained unperturbed, their expressions unchanged, the head of the Zhao family gritted his teeth and increased his offer, declaring that the Zhao family was willing to reduce their expenses by 20% as a demonstration of sincerity. At that moment, the head of the Zhao family felt a pang of pain, as if he were being drained of vitality. Qiao Lan yawned and stood, addressing Zizong Wang. I am feeling tired. I shall take my leave now. Zizong Wang nodded, his demeanor softening slightly. My dear, you have worked hard these past few days. As Qiao Lan made to exit, the head of the Zhao family grew anxious, acutely aware that if she departed, the substantial business from the Shi family would slip through his fingers. 40%, he exclaimed. Yet, Qiao Lan's steps did not falter as she continued toward the door. The head of the Zhao family shut his eyes, painfully articulating, 50%. In that instant, Qiao Lan halted, turning to face the head of the Zhao family, who appeared to be in distress. 50%? I find that already exorbitant. Had you come 2 days later, even a 30% offer would have garnered no interest. Realizing the earnestness of the head of the Zhao family, she added that Shi Jia's head was not one to forget past kindness. Could bargaining truly unfold in such a manner? Zizong Wang was left in awe of Qiao Lan's remarkable negotiation skills, utterly speechless and filled with admiration. Were it not for the presence of the three individuals still in attendance, he would have clapped in approval. It was utterly gratifying. Feigning seriousness, Zai Zongwang nodded. Since the head of the Zhao family has extended me this courtesy, I shall make this decision. The price shall be set at 30%. Chapter 89. The Worthlessness of Inflation. Additional update. Upon hearing the 30% price, Master Luo and Master Qian erupted in fury, departing in a huff. Qiao Lan, with a bemused smile, observed the still-standing Master Zhao, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Zhao, you choose to remain while Masters Luo and Qian have taken their leave?" After a lengthy pause, Master Zhao collected his thoughts and inclined his head to Shi Zongguang, expressing the Zhao family's willingness to engage in a long-term partnership with the Shi family at the 30% rate. Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as someone perceptive. With ink to paper, the agreement was solidified, and the lingering gloom within Shi Zongguang dissipated in an instant, leaving him invigorated and uplifted. Observing the pained expression on Master Zhao's face, Qiao Lan patted him on the shoulder, chuckling softly, "There is no need for such distress, Master Zhao. In the near future, you shall be immensely grateful for today's decision." With this parting remark, she waved her hand and strode away. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Qiao Lan had predicted. The Shi family's high-tier talismans emerged with great acclaim, revealing to all that their talismans were not only diverse and practical, but also of superior quality at reasonable prices. Crowds flocked to the Shi family's talisman pavilion, forming long lines, and by dawn each day, their talismans were sold out. In stark contrast, the talisman pavilions of the Yin family and Tianjin sect had long lost their former bustling atmosphere, now standing desolate and neglected. Even with discounts and promotions, no one showed interest. The unsold talismans and accumulated raw materials depreciated in value due to inflation. This outcome struck the Yin family and Tianjin sect like a thunderous blow. In the Eastern Wilderness domain, the various heads of the talisman industry found themselves in a sudden predicament, with talismans failing to sell and the prices of raw materials plummeting. Overnight, the cost of materials essential for crafting talismans continued to fall at an alarming rate. Numerous merchants voluntarily slashed their prices in hopes of forging a partnership with the Shi family, yet the Shi family turned down all offers, resulting in merchants selling their goods at cost price, yet finding no buyers. Observing this, the head of the Zhao family instantly grasped the underlying implications of Qiao Lan's previous words and felt a profound sense of relief regarding his earlier decision. In stark contrast, the heads of the Luo and Qian families, who had missed their last opportunity, were filled with regret beyond measure. 3 days later, the Shi family's situation grew increasingly stable, subtly positioning them to dominate as the foremost authority in the talisman sector of the Eastern Wilderness. Everyone within the Shi family recognized Qiao Lan, and each person expressed immense gratitude towards her, as she had become an esteemed guest within their household. Thanks to Qiao Lan's astute planning, the Shi family managed to navigate through their tribulations with remarkable ease. She was truly their lucky star. Haha, heaven bless our Shi family. The voices of excitement echoed throughout the household. Only Shi Zongguang understood that, were it not for Yen'er being her senior brother, she would have shown no interest in the affairs of the Shi family. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of gratitude that Yen'er had chosen to join the Xintian sect, allowing him to form a deep bond with such a pure-hearted individual, which brought him considerable comfort. Ding! What a delightful sound! Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not done anything, so why had the system notification sounded? Investment target, Shi family. Investment. Assist the Shi family in becoming the foremost force in the Eastern Wilderness talisman industry. Investment return. Advancement by 3 minor realms. Qiao Lan. Is such a fortuitous opportunity truly available? Her journey of cultivation has always been arduous, demanding an immense amount of spiritual energy. Yet this time, the system has proven unexpectedly generous, bestowing upon her precisely what she needs most at this moment. This is far more substantial than the peculiar rewards she received before. In the next instant, Qiao Lan's body was enveloped by spiritual energy, causing her internal power to surge dramatically. The energy flowed effortlessly into her limbs and bones, coursing through her meridians and completing a small cycle, then a grand cycle, ascending to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm. As Qiao Lan opened her eyes, she felt invigorated, her body feeling lighter and more agile due to her advancement. It was an exhilarating sensation. The Shi family had executed a remarkable turnaround, impacting numerous other familial powers. Even the overall ranking of the 8 great families saw the Shi family ascend several notches. On the surface, the Eastern Wilderness appeared tranquil, yet beneath, currents of unrest stirred. Before departing, Shi Zhongwang generously gifted Qiao Lan a plethora of valuable items, so abundant that she could hardly contain her astonishment. However, the overwhelming warmth of the Shi family compelled her to graciously accept their kindness. "Little junior sister, you are so well-liked wherever you go," Ming Yanli remarked, observing Qiao Lan surrounded by the enthusiastic members of the Shi family. Li Kuei nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Our little junior sister is truly wonderful, intelligent, beautiful, and gifted. It is only natural for her to be adored." Song Choshan wholeheartedly concurred with a nod. Pei Yuan's lips curled into an attractive smile, while Jinzhi's stern demeanor softened considerably. Finally freed from the throng, Qiao Lan eagerly grabbed her senior brothers and dashed towards the flying spiritual artifact. After the flying spirit tool took off, Qiao Lan finally let out a sigh of relief. When a person becomes enthusiastic, it can be quite daunting. The 6 members of Guanyang Peak exchanged affectionate glances and chuckled softly. Ming Yanli eagerly inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Sensing the gaze of her companions, Qiao Lan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we visit the endless ice field?" The idea thrilled Ming Yanli even more. The endless ice field is in the northern wilderness. I've never been there. Jinzhi nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. I concur." Song Chongshan added, "I've been to the northern wilderness, but never to the endless ice field. I too have no objections." Shi Yin chimed in, "I have no objections." Li Kuei remarked, "I'll follow the main group." Pei Yuan stated, "I have no objections. I agree." Seeing that everyone readily accepted her proposal without question, Qiao Lan felt her heart warm considerably. Noticing her touched expression, Ming Yanli approached her and nudged her playfully with his elbow. "Junior sister, how about we order some hot pot?" "Isn't it just hot pot?" Qiao Lan exclaimed with exuberance. "Today, let us feast. I want a spicy broth. I want snowflake beef rolls. And I want beef tripe. I want donkey meatballs." Qiao Lan laughed. "Yes, yes, yes, not a single item will be missed." The red oil in the hot pot bubbled and steamed, causing the temperature within the flying spirit tool to rise pleasantly. "Mother, the baby also wants hot pot." The voice of Thanos echoed in his mind. His craving for hot pot had lingered for quite some time, and now, at last, the opportunity had arrived. Qiao Lan paused for a moment, then released all 3 small beasts. The 7 individuals and 3 beasts joyfully gathered around the table to indulge in the hot pot feast. "Second brother, that plate of beef rolls is mine." Ming Yanli protested with evident discontent. Song Chongshan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. "What of it? It's merely a plate of beef rolls. What harm is there in my brother having a piece?" No sooner had he spoken than he scooped the entire plate of freshly cooked beef into his own bowl. "Don't be so stingy. As your senior brother, you ought to yield to me," Ming Yanli exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the now empty plate, retreating to the corner to draw circles, sobbing. "My beef rolls, return my beef rolls." The entire flying spirit tool was filled with warmth, laughter, and camaraderie. Chapter 90. No pain. No gain. Is this truly the endless ice field? This was Ming Yanli's first visit to the icy expanse. An endless stretch of white lay before his eyes, boundless and vast. The novel visual spectacle filled him with exhilaration. Qiao Lan glanced at the map. They were merely at the periphery of the endless ice field. "And it's this cold at the edge?" Unaccustomed to the chill, Song Chongshan summoned his spiritual energy to maintain warmth and fend off the cold. Qiao Lan frowned. She was aware of the frigid nature of the endless ice field, but had not anticipated it would be so bitterly cold that even these cultivators found it somewhat intolerable. In an unknown realm, one ought to remain in optimal condition at all times. Seated by the window, Qiao Lan gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. While her fingers lightly tapped the table, a rhythmic motion that belied the vibrant activity of her mind at that moment. In Qiao Lan's mind, a golden talisman book was rapidly flipping through its pages. It only ceased when the image of the constant temperature talisman was firmly etched in her consciousness. Without hesitation, Qiao Lan produced talisman paper and a wolf hairbrush, meticulously sketching according to the depiction of the constant temperature talisman that lingered in her mind. Her strokes flowed like water, the spiritual energy evenly imprinted upon the talisman paper, showcasing an astonishing level of proficiency that reflected the grace of a master. She diligently crafted several talismans, affixing each one to the individuals present. With her large, sparkling eyes, she looked eagerly at everyone, anticipating their reactions. As soon as the talisman adhered to him, Song Chongshan felt a wave of warmth emanating from his back, swiftly enveloping his entire body in a cocoon of comfort. He raised his thumb in appreciation, exclaiming in awe, "Junior sister, this talisman is simply remarkable. It's exceedingly warm. There is no need to exert spiritual energy to fend off the cold." Ming Yanli, known for his straightforwardness, candidly praised her. Upon hearing their enthusiastic feedback, Qiao Lan also applied a talisman to herself, and warmth instantly coursed through her body. She was thoroughly satisfied with its effect, which surpassed that of any heating pad by a millionfold. If only such an invention had existed back on Blue Star, she mused. She would not have had to endure the biting cold every winter. Tian Jiao, who had endured considerable hardship since childhood, pursed his thin lips and took a moment before speaking. The low temperature has its advantages. Utilizing spiritual energy to resist the cold can be viewed as a form of indirect cultivation. When one's spiritual energy is depleted, one may restore it through medicinal pills, achieving a balance that ultimately refines one's abilities. Tian Jiao indeed held this perspective, believing it reasonable for Qiao Lan, being a girl, to be a little delicate. Moreover, with the presence of these senior brothers, as the sole junior sister of Guanyang Peak, there is no necessity for such arduous toil. However, how could a dignified man be so delicate? One must endure sufficient trials to attain the grand path and, in turn, better safeguard the junior sister. As his words fell, apart from Qiao Lan, none perceived any flaw in his reasoning. Indeed, many found it quite sensible. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, pondering the absurdity of such logic. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, spoke earnestly. "Senior brother, enduring hardships in cultivation is indeed understandable. However, I believe that the education through suffering does not refine one's consciousness. Rather, it depletes one's energy, for an individual's vitality is finite. Furthermore, we currently find ourselves in an unknown realm, fraught with peril on this endless icy expanse. While the experience is undoubtedly significant, my hope is for the safety of all senior brothers. You must consistently maintain your optimal state to better address unforeseen circumstances." What era is this? Still venerating the notion of hardship as an educational tool? I truly find it exasperating. In her eyes, this was merely a case of suffering without purpose, seeking trouble where none existed. Qiao Lan's words left them profoundly shaken. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against fate. Throughout their development, those around them incessantly imparted the belief that enduring the most arduous trials is the hallmark of greatness. Only through relentless hardship can one's skills be honed. Thus, they naturally assumed that these tribulations were trivial. They paid little heed to her perspective. Yet, Qiao Lan revealed to them that certain hardships need not be endured at all. This contradicted the dogmas they had been taught since childhood, completely overturning their established beliefs. Qiao Lan understood that some deeply ingrained notions would not be easily eradicated in a short time. She sighed. While strength, cultivation, and achievements on the path to greatness are undoubtedly significant, the foremost priority is that I hope my senior brothers cherish their own lives. With life, one can contemplate the future. Without life, everything is mere empty talk. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent, their hearts tumultuous and chaotic. Pei Yuan stepped before Qiao Lan, reaching out to take the talisman from her hand and affix it to himself. "You are right," he affirmed. Witnessing this, Ming Yanli swiftly posed several questions. "Junior sister, what is the name of this talisman? How long does its effect last? Such a splendid item, and there are so few of them. It's simply insufficient." "This talisman is called the constant temperature talisman. It retains warmth for 8 hours. Qiao Lan calculated the time and nodded, acknowledging it was indeed inadequate. "I will draw some more. Junior sister, please teach your senior brothers how to draw the constant temperature talisman," Kang Yin suggested, drawing closer and sitting beside her. Qiao Lan did not refuse and meticulously imparted the method for creating the talisman, leaving no detail unaddressed. Under her attentive guidance, Kang Yin successfully completed his first constant temperature talisman. "Third senior brother, you are remarkable." "It is thanks to junior sister's excellent teaching." Jinja gazed at the harmonious and heartwarming scene, lost in thought. Noticing his unease, Song Chongshan approached him. "Senior brother, do you believe what junior sister said is true?" He did not know. No one had ever told him to value his own life. Yet, the words of junior sister just now conveyed her deep concern for him. More than cultivation and strength, she wished for him to live well. Such a simple expectation, yet it is profoundly beautiful. Upon witnessing his reaction, Song Chongshan could easily discern his thoughts. He patted his shoulder and said, "Little junior sister, she is different from others. While some may genuinely care for us, Their expectations are often rooted in self-interest. However, our little junior sister sincerely wishes for our safety and happiness, pure and beautiful, devoid of any ulterior motives. This was Song Chongshan's authentic sentiment after truly engaging with Qiao Lan. She was forever sincere and fervent, innocent and lovely, drawing him inexplicably closer. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Even his typically icy eyes radiated warmth. Indeed, you are right. Little junior sister is truly remarkable. Like a small sun, she brightens my otherwise dull existence. Their gazes met, and they exchanged a smile. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the flying spiritual vessel seemed to be struck, causing the entire space to tremble. The endless icy plains were devoid of flying beasts. Could it be a collision? That was impossible. Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, pondering what had transpired. Dear ones, from this day forth, the Xie family of the 8 great families in the eastern wilderness officially changes its surname to Kong. The third senior brother of Guanyang Peak, Xie Yin, shall henceforth be known as Kong Yin. Chapter 91. Not from the Tianjiao continent. In the next moment, the entire flying spiritual vessel began to plummet rapidly. Jinja immediately summoned his spiritual sword, attempting to wield it, only to find that he could not even get it to float. We cannot control the sword here. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan swiftly produced a flying talisman and promptly affixed one to each person present. As soon as Ming Yanli, adorned with a talisman, lifted off the ground, he exclaimed with delight, "Junior sister, this talisman is truly effective." However, Qiao Lan felt no joy. She swiftly urged the others to fly out of the window. Just as they exited, they witnessed the flying magical artifact plummeting at an alarming speed. With a resounding crash, Qiao Lan watched in dismay as the artifact shattered into countless pieces, her heart aching at the loss of such a heavenly grade item. Soon after, Qiao Lan keenly detected the faint fluctuations of a formation. How could a formation appear here? And what of the child over there? Following Ming Yanli's startled cry, she turned to see a small child, with a face no larger than a palm, frozen and turning purple, completely covered in a thick layer of snow. Noting the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from the child, Qiao Lan approached, brushing the snow off the little one's body, realizing he was merely frozen stiff. She then applied a temperature-regulating talisman to the child's form. A second passed, then a quarter of an hour, yet the child's frosted visage only grew more grave. Frowning, Qiao Lan crouched down to assess the situation. How could this be? Why did the temperature-regulating talisman have no effect on the child? She fed the child a medicinal pill, but after a prolonged moment, there was still no response. Song Chongshan's expression turned serious. This child was incapable of absorbing any spiritual energy. What could be done? If this continued, the child would perish. Ming Yanli, feeling anxious, scratched the back of his head. How could an ordinary child without any cultivation end up in such a place? Qiao Lan promptly retrieved a tent, cradling the child within. "I will start a fire," she declared. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged cohabitation that they developed an unspoken understanding. Ming Yanli could instantly grasp her intentions and respond promptly. The fire was soon ablaze. Qiao Lan gently massaged the child's hands and feet, endeavoring to restore his body temperature. Observing this, Ming Yanli also stepped in to assist, rubbing the child's extremities. Gradually, warmth returned to the child's hands and feet, and Qiao Lan offered him some warm water to drink. The temperature within the tent rose steadily, causing Ming Yanli to break into a sweat. With such heat, why had the child not yet awakened? Upon this remark, the atmosphere turned somber. Individuals born in the Tianjiao continent possess spiritual roots from birth. The quality of these roots determines one's potential for cultivation. The absence of spiritual roots can only arise from two scenarios. Either the roots have been seized, or the child is not a native of the Tianjiao continent. Has the child's spiritual root been taken? Li Kuei inquired, puzzled. Song Chongshan shook his head. There were no wounds on his dantian, which appeared empty, devoid of any signs of root extraction. What? If that is the case, then there remains but one possibility. This child does not hail from the Tianjiao continent. When the flying spiritual artifact fell, I sensed a faint fluctuation of the formation, Qiao Lan declared, and her words cast a profound silence over the tent. A child without spiritual roots. A formation inexplicably manifesting in the endless icy plains. Everything seemed inexplicably peculiar. Shortly thereafter, the little turnip had opened his eyes. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the cold, his limbs remained stiff, making even the slightest movement a challenge. "Who are you?" The little turnip head blinked with doe-like eyes as he gazed at the crowd. Did you save me? Upon meeting the child's clear gaze, Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow in surprise. This child had just opened his eyes and, upon seeing these strangers, was not afraid. Instead, he examined them with a curious look. Amused, Qiao Lan asked, "Aren't you afraid of us?" The little turnip head shook his head. "You saved me. If I were to die, I would have done so already. Why should I fear you?" His logic was sound, without flaw. Gurgle, gurgle. The child was clearly hungry. The little turnip head blushed, shyly hiding his small face behind the blanket. Qiao Lan chuckled and shook her head, retrieving a bowl of millet porridge from her space and offering it to the child. "Here, eat." Upon catching the aroma, the little turnip head peeked out, sat up, and took the porridge, eagerly devouring it. Noticing the child's small hands covered in frostbite, Qiao Lan felt a pang of sympathy. After he finished eating, she gently applied medicine to his hands. Seeing Qiao Lan's tender profile, the little turnip head couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen." Encountering the child's innocent gaze, Qiao Lan couldn't help but laugh softly. "You have quite a sweet tongue. How did you end up here?" Song Chongshan inquired directly. Hearing this, the little turnip head pouted and lowered his gaze. "I just wanted to help Grandma gather some firewood. I didn't want her to work so hard." In the endless icy expanse, collecting firewood, Kong Yin seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes. Observing the child's expression of frustration, the question that lingered on his lips was swallowed back, and he opted for a different approach, inquiring, "Have you and your grandmother always lived here?" "Indeed." The little turnip head nodded vigorously. "Not just my grandmother and me, but the entire village has always resided here." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was struck with astonishment. Collecting firewood? Living in an endless expanse of ice. It was not merely a couple of individuals, but an entire village. Li Kuei, puzzled and perplexed, wondered aloud why they did not seek a more hospitable place to live, given the harsh conditions of the endless ice plains. "My grandmother cannot leave. I am uncertain how we ended up here." The little turnip head longed to explore the outside world, yearning for a warmer place to call home, where his grandmother would not have to toil so hard. "Cannot leave?" Qiao Lan furrowed her brow, sensing that the formation indeed harbored significant issues. The little turnip head climbed down from the bed and, with utmost politeness, bowed to Qiao Lan, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, beautiful sister and brothers, for rescuing Qinchin, a well-mannered and cultured child. Who could possibly resist such charm?" This way, the little turnip head gestured towards a specific direction. Following his indication, Qiao Lan glanced over and beheld an unfathomably deep ravine. Such a terrain seemed inconceivable amidst the endless ice plains. "Qinchin, is your village located beneath the ravine?" "Yes." "Strange, exceedingly strange." The group continued their descent, with Qiao Lan keenly sensing a shift in the formation. Yet, the little turnip head appeared unaffected by the formation's influence, marching forward with his little legs. "Qinchin, do you not sense the formation?" The little radish head tilted her small face, confusion written all over her features. "Beautiful sister. What is a formation?" "Manda loves you all. Mwah. Mwah." Chapter 92. The Family Cursed by the Gods. Additional update, Little Radish Head. "Is there truly no one in your village who practices?" Li Kuei pondered, struggling to comprehend how anyone could survive in such a harsh environment without the aid of spiritual energy. The little radish head looked utterly lost. "What is cultivation?" "Everyone else." After about an hour of walking, dusk began to settle in. The temperature plummeted with each step downward. Seeing that the little radish head's delicate face had turned a shade of purple from the cold, Qiao Lan retrieved a thick coat from her space and draped it over him. The adult-sized garment hung loosely on the child, but it shielded him from the biting wind. Sadly, the length of the clothing made it difficult for his short legs to move. Noticing this, Ming Yanli scooped up the little radish head. "Continue to guide us. Your brother will carry you." "Thank you, brother." The little radish head's small hand brushed against Ming Yanli's thin attire. Her tiny face scrunched up as she removed her own coat and placed it over his shoulders. "Brother should be warm too." Ming Yanli gazed down at the little radish head's smiling face, an inexplicable warmth flooding his heart. "You gave me your coat. Aren't you cold?" The little radish head nestled closer to Ming Yanli. "Brother's embrace is very warm. Chun Chun is not cold." How remarkably understanding this child is, so endearing indeed. Ming Yanli removed his clothing, wrapping the little turnip head snugly with layer upon layer, leaving only a palm-sized head exposed. "Chin Chin can wear it just fine." "Brother is not cold." "Really?" The little turnip head's large eyes were filled with skepticism, Brother is deceiving me. Ming Yanli pressed his hand against the little turnip head's face, asking, how is it? Brother isn't lying to you, right? It was only when the little turnip head felt the warmth radiating from his palm that her little face relaxed. After walking for quite some time, they finally spotted distant lights twinkling in the darkness. As night fully enveloped the land, they arrived at the village. Upon their arrival, Qiao Lan and her companions discovered that everyone in the village, much like the little turnip head, were ordinary people devoid of any cultivation. Grandpa Village Chief. The little turnip head dashed towards a snow-haired elder, throwing her arms around his leg. Chinching, where have you been running off to again? Your grandmother has been worried sick. The village chief sighed, affectionately ruffling the little turnip head's hair. I'm sorry for causing everyone concern. The little turnip head hung her head in dismay. The village chief then noticed Qiao Lan and her companions, momentarily taken aback. The little turnip head eagerly introduced Qiao Lan to the village chief, holding her hand. The village chief bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for your timely assistance. I am immensely grateful. As night had fallen, he continued, if you do not mind, might you stay the night at my humble abode? Qiao Lan graciously accepted the village chief's invitation and accompanied him to his dwelling. The village comprised approximately a dozen households. The demographic structure is simple, and a brief glance reveals everything. The house of the village chief is modest. The red paint on the door, worn by the passage of time, has become mottled, exposing the original wood beneath. Upon stepping inside, a wave of warmth envelopes me. The space is small, with walls bearing the recent marks of reinforcement, yet the furnishings are adequately sparse. Please do not mind the humble abode, the village chief remarks, noticing the fine attire of his guests, suggesting their distinguished status. Qiao Lan shakes her head, assuring him that it is indeed warm inside. Warmth is all that matters, replies the chief, pointing to the only 2 rooms available. I apologize for the inconvenience. You will have to squeeze in tonight. Ming Yanli furrows his brow, inquiring, but where will you stay, chief? I shall go next door. A little squeeze will suffice. The old chief gestures, preparing to depart. I will fetch you some food. Knowing the village's life is quite impoverished, Qiao Lan immediately intervenes. There is no need. We have already dined. The chief need not crowd into the neighboring house. Our brotherhood can share a single room, especially since we all possess cultivation and do not require additional warmth. On the way here, she had heard Little Radish mention how the village heavily relies on charcoal throughout the year. Charcoal is a vital and scarce resource for the village. This is why he ventured outside the village, hoping to gather some firewood to alleviate his grandmother's burdens, which ultimately led to his getting lost. This is not ideal. The old chief frowns. Yes, it is quite feasible, she reassures him. We can manage. Qiao Lan retrieved a bed and a tent from the spatial realm, pondering that with these items, they could surely find shelter. Observing this, the old village chief's eyes sparkled with envy, and he nodded in acquiescence, conceding that if that were the case, it was up to them. Chief, given the harsh conditions of the endless ice plains, why do you remain here without the protection of spiritual cultivation? Why not seek refuge elsewhere? Qiao Lan poured a cup of hot tea for the chief. He accepted the warm beverage, sighed deeply, and his gaze suddenly turned profound and distant. Since you are all cultivators, I assume you have discerned our predicament. We are merely ordinary folk incapable of cultivation. Qiao Lan nodded, unashamedly acknowledging their plight. Not only were they incapable of cultivating, but they also lacked spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, a bitter expression washed over the chief's face, deepening the lines that time had etched upon him. Indeed, our Nye clan is born without spiritual roots, and thus cannot cultivate. Sensing the chief's words laden with regret, Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the rarity of such a condition. The chief shook his head, remarking that it was irrelevant. You are the first cultivators I have encountered in my lifetime. How can that be? Ming Yin exclaimed in astonishment. The others, too, wore grave expressions upon hearing this revelation. Only Qiao Lan remained unfazed, for the chief's statement aligned perfectly with her suspicions. How can it not be possible? The chief's smile turned even more bitter. You are not from the Tianjin continent. Qiao Lan toyed with the teacup in her hands, her demeanor calm as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the chief paused, yet did not refute her assertion. Li Kuei, puzzled, inquired how this related to their inability to leave the endless ice plains. They are trapped by the formation and, naturally, cannot depart. Upon hearing this, the village chief's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, and his tone became exceedingly animated. However, a look of profound confusion soon crossed his face. Young lady, can you discern the anomalies within our village? Qiao Lan did not withhold her observations and responded directly. I can sense that the surroundings of this village are enveloped in formations. Moreover, these formations are of considerable sophistication and have existed for a long time. What? The village chief's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his features. What binds us is indeed a formation. Is it not a curse? Qiao Lan furrowed her brow. A curse? The village chief, stooping with age, appeared considerably dejected. Closing his eyes with great difficulty, he uttered, "Yes, our Nya clan is a family cursed by the gods.